Good morning, Elestrals Nation. We're here with the first webcam premiere for Lifestream. I am Caleb, and I am joined by the lovely Kay. How you doing this morning?
I am so good. I've been in a slump post Kissimmee, and I've been needing more Elestrals, and here we are. This is exactly the fix that I personally needed. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Kissimmee happened last weekend. It was an incredible event, and the first thing that happened when I got home was I went and I played more Elestrals. I'm not joking. I got home. It was like an 8-hour drive, and I drove another hour to go to my locals to see all my friends and play more Elestrals. So I'm super excited to be here commentating today this incredible event. And we got some incredible games coming up today. From if we have any indication for what was happening last weekend. Okay, how are you feeling about that? Because you were commentating last weekend. How are you feeling about sort of how the game seems to be shaping up?
It's really interesting. I think that there are a lot of lists that have a lot of potential that casters are still cooking on, that we haven't really seen final brews of. We have obviously a few really strong decks that going into it, a lot of us suspected would be very strong, Lakagon being, I think, one of the biggest ones. But, Latagon is still there. That's a strategy that I think people are still going to be looking at and figuring out. I think that Lunar is another one that I know I'm personally really rooting for. And of course, Solar really showed itself off in this last tournament. But what about you? How are you feeling about these current lists and the potential today?
Mm-hmm. I think that this format kind of shaped up exactly how I saw it in my mind's eye, and now I'm really interested to see how sort of anti-meta picks might end up kind of filtering their way into these tournaments. I think something like you shouted out, Lunar is an incredible anti-meta pick, and I've been seeing a lot of people kind of coming around and be like, wait a minute, Dense Fog is crazy into these top decks. And so people are maining Dense Fog, which is something I've been saying since before Kissimmee. I was in my local testing group like, y'all, you need to main Dense Fog. You gotta at least be siding it. So I think that there's a lot of these anti-meta picks that we're gonna start to see, filter their way into the meta game to take out some of these bigger decks. And I've been brewing up a Lunar list of my own. I absolutely adore it. I think it's super fun. I would love to see some Lunar absolutely wreck house today on cast.
Yeah, Lunar is it's so fun. It's gotten so many new tools and things. And like you said, Dense Fog is a card that we saw people main decking. Pandora's Box is a card that we saw in the main list of, I believe, our champion. So there are a lot of tools that people are looking back and revisiting and saying, oh, wait, this card is kind of crazy now. And that's always fun. I think we're all kind of living for that period of the Moonrise meta where you never knew what deck was going to suddenly emerge and win everything, and everything was different, everything was exciting every single game. And I would really love to see that from Lifestream as well.
Yeah, I think one of the decks that we might see a little bit more of now that it's got some success at Kissimmee, something that isn't entirely surprising, Solar, but a little variation of it being Solar Mill is a deck that actually got top 32 this past weekend. One of my locals, Mill Master Mike, as he's known, got a top 32 right outside the bubble for top 16 with Mill. I think that that's something that we might see a little bit more of now that there's a successful list that's out there that people can start to take it to these events, because it's an entirely different win con. We've very rarely seen strategies that have entirely different win conditions outside of just getting your opponent's spirit total to 0. So I think that it's really interesting to see something like that make its way into the metagame, and I think people might start picking that up more and more. But speaking for today's tournament, we have our players here. They are competing for some incredible prizing. They're all here. They're trying to take down that championship. We got brand new prizing for this event in particular for Lifestream. And have you seen that top 16 card, Kay?
Yes, and I need it. The Champion of Aphrodite, Omi, is so gorgeous and it is so cute. I love this Stellar in general, but then for it to be such an adorable art, listen, I said it when it was announced. I'm gonna like put me in. I need to play one of these. I need to top 16. So hey, you know what, casters, today I am living vicariously through you. Fight the good fight. You can get that foamy. And it's not just foamy, because we have a new champion card. What do you think of this new Centaur?
I'm torn, because on one hand, it's incredible, and I love the new Centaur. I've been playing it. If you caught me at the Challenger side event this past weekend in Kissimmee, I was playing Centaur. It was super fun. But on the other hand, why they do that to my girl Lakagon? What the heck? I think this card's gorgeous, and whoever is walking home with it today is walking home with an incredible card. I got to shout out brand new Premier packs for this event. It's something that if you're at Kissimmee, you got a couple of, but here you get some for participating, and if you make it to top 16 and up, you get even more, and the cards in these are gorgeous.
Yeah, I know that I personally am going to be chasing that Stellar Aphoros. I'm going to need to get that.
They're gorgeous. I picked one up myself. It's gorgeous.
Oh, you already have it?
Yeah. One of my buddies pulled one, and I said, hey, you want to trade for that?
No way. Someday I will.
One day. No, I believe in you. Look, you're gonna play one of these, and in your Premier pack, you're gonna get an Aphoros. I believe in you.
Exactly. The other card that I need from this, though, is that Abominursa. The Abominursa is so cute to me. Oh my goodness.
I love that art. I also the Gambit looking out over the sands. That's
man.
That in person goes crazy. It is such a nice looking card.
Hey, and you know what? While we are shouting out things that we would like to see, I did not see anywhere near enough coin flips on on the broadcast for Kissimmee. I need to see people casting Gambit and flipping heads to destroy an Elestral. That is something that as soon as it happens, I'm going to pop off.
If I'm not mistaken, I think there was a Lunar caster in top 16 that was maining Gambit. I'll have to go see if I can pull up that deck list, but it's not outside the realm of possibility is all I'm saying.
I know that Ari specifically was a caster who was like, I have a one of in the side deck so I can aura farm on stream if I get there. And by golly, they did. We did not see a coin flip because Ari instead just on stream decided to win the game, which whatever. I know, but we did see the Gambit hit the board at the end at least. So that is my hope and challenge to all of you today. Go for Gambit. Do it.
Go for Gambit.
Surely you'll just flip heads.
Simply flip heads.
What could the odds really be there? Surely good, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you worry about odds, you won't be able to, take home an entire open like EvoVamp did last weekend. I was hearing EvoVamp put that deck together on site. Like they put it together at the event, because I believe they came in from Europe and just put it together, and they were able to win the entire event. So don't ever, I don't want to hear about odds, right? When we have people like EvoVamp able to take down entire events with just incredible decks put together like this.
Yeah, I can't believe that we needed someone before Kissimmee to ride in and say, the British are coming, because my God, not just EvoVamp, but I think that all of the UK contingency performed very well. We have our champion list here, actually. And yes, the rumors are true. Lakagon is one of the best decks in format right now. And I think that, I don't know about you, but I've been playing it quite a bit. It's a list that it just feels good and is fun to play.
It's a blast. I've been playing a lot more of it recently. It's something that in my locals testing group, there are other people that have been playing, so I've let them play it, and I've been the one that they test against. But now that Kissimmee's over, it's free reigns for me, and I've been loving playing this deck. There's a lot of different variants that we've been throwing around. There's a lot of different ways to build, and I think that's what makes it such an exciting deck, is that there's not just one way to play it. And I know I've got my personal favorite way to play this deck, and we might see it when we look at our predictions in a little bit.
Ooh.
But I think there's a lot of ways to play this deck, and that's what makes it exciting.
Speaking of those predictions, I don't know. Is it too early to get into it? Because personally, I
mean,
would
if you
love
want to leak the sauce, you can leak the sauce.
I think that's exactly what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, spoilers, I think Chronodile is a disgusting way to play Aphrodite and Lockagon. I won't reveal exactly how I think people should be playing it, but I think that card and then Rise from the Shadows are both. Rise from the Shadows, I think, was surprisingly represented at Kissimmee. There's a lot of people playing these sort of lunar alternate builds of decks. I think Ari was on a Penterror build that just said, hey, you out my Penterror, it's back. It's lunar now. There's a lot of people doing that type of thing.
Yeah, I think it was possibly Cindershade who in the main deck had Rise from the Shadows and then a Pharaohgeist just to, surprise. Now there's a Pharaohgeist on the board, which is so cool. Chronodile is, of course, a card that at the end of the Firestorm meta was the final champion of Firestorm with a list that utilized a Lifestream card, which is the Bubloon champion of Aphrodite. And now with more Aphrodite support, like you said, it seems like it's, possibly worth revisiting. I personally, I had to go with the champion of Demeter. I think that Gigaflora and the Giraflora strategy, I think that that's great. I would love to see the champions of Demeter continue to develop. Obviously, we have the Moss Station, which I think is a card that could be crazy. Who can say? But yeah, Gigaflora is one that I've played a bit in some of the Earth lists that I've been testing. And Guardian of Light is just one of those cards that even if you're not playing a solar list, I can see it being something that you just throw in because negate an attack heal. Yeah, how is that not crazy, right?
It's so good. It's so good. The Gigaflora, the Champion of Demeter stuff is just incredible. That's the other thing I was playing for the side event at Kissimmee. I was playing Gigaflora. I was doing Gigaflora loops. We're pitching, we're adding, we're pitching, we're adding, we're bringing stuff back. It's such a fun card to play, and I think that people have underestimated the strength of this card and the strength of Earth broadly. It's something that was so strong for so many sets that people now are looking at the new toys, and Equilinx is still there. Equilinx is still a crazy card.
Yeah, Earth is great, and I think that the caster Sunflower actually managed to take Titan to the top 16. So hey, you know what? Don't count any previous strategies out. I am just saying. And yeah, Earth, she has not had her final say. And of course, later in the broadcast, when I, in round 2, am joined by Swolax, we will let him go over these particular picks. I think that if you know anything about Swolax, these are not surprising choices here, but I can't wait to hear what he has to say about them.
Oh yeah, I think that these are both. I think that of all the picks here, those are some of the more safe ones. However, I don't think we saw a lot of Bronzaglow at Kissimmee, so I would be very happy to see that supercharge take Storm on the field.
Yeah, they don't know that Bronzaglow's charged. They don't.
Oh, they're gonna find out. They're gonna find out.
They will.
Supercharge.
It's a scary list, and I actually in Kissimmee I got to play against Swole, who was playing Bronzaglow, and there were things that were happening that I was like, no, I don't think you can do that. Let me see that card. You can do that?
Wait a minute.
No, okay.
It says special cast from deck?
No, true.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and Funglow's just still on the board? True.
Oh, it's 6 now? It's a 6?
Yeah. So it's a lot of fun, and I think that we saw, possibly in top 16, we saw Bronzaglow represented, and that's another list that I think people just need to cook on a little bit longer, and as the meta develops, we'll probably see it a bit more. And Earth, my beloved, I'm hoping that same for you, because I'm with you. I think that Champ Centaur is crazy. When it pops off, it's so good. It's just, we need the right brew.
Yeah, it's gonna take the right brew, and I think it's the same thing for the champion of Dionysus Latagon. That's something that saw success, but only one player on it made it into top 8. Another European, I believe, Akshar, from that same crew, made it into top 8 with a deck that I don't think a lot of people were expecting. I think broadly people were expecting to see. I don't know how many people were expecting to see it perform. So it was cool to see Earth Gang represent up into top 8. But for those of you at home, don't forget, we here on the streams, make sure if you're on YouTube, hit the like button. Make sure to follow. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. We do have predictions over on Twitch for each of our rounds, so make sure you're on your toes, voting for who you think is going to come victorious in each of our rounds. And I think we got hashtags. Is there a hashtag? Wait a minute.
Yeah, hashtag play Elestral. So if you are following along today and let's say something happens on stream that you're particularly excited about, or if you're playing today and you want to keep people posted on, I know that match reporting and that has been a big thing lately. Use hashtag play Elestrals. That way we can see what you're up to and people can comment, join in. And I know that as casters, we personally throughout the entire day refresh, check the hashtag, and amuse ourselves with that. So, I mean, if anything, you're doing us favors.
Yeah, it's a lot more accessible than match reporting via sticky note around the event venue in Kissimmee. I don't know if you heard about that, but Dimax at one point came up to me and was like, watch. And he takes a sticky note, puts it on a full art Hesty, and sticks it behind a chair that one of the side event players were sitting on. I was like, what's happening?
Not only that, but Dimax came up to me a couple times and was like, want to see something? And just walked me behind a poster, and yeah, sure enough, there were the match reports, and I think that was so fun. It was really cool to see.
A fun little ARG at an Elestrals event. What?
So hey, if any of you found those cards and have them still, you can post that on hashtag play Elestrals. I'd love to see them. And their new home. Yeah.
And while you're over there, you're using hashtag play Elestrals, give us your predictions. You can also give them in the different chats on YouTube and Twitch. Let us know what kind of cards do you want to see? What decks are you expecting to see or want to see today at the event? I know that there's a lot of fan favorites out there. I know that And Titan is something a lot of people are excited for. Not only did it do well at Kissimmee, but people are expecting it to have some sort of representation here. So make sure to give us your predictions and expectation for representation using hashtag PlayOceans, and in the chat. We'll be watching. Expectant.
A threat. Yeah, that is a threat.
Wait.
Certainly. Yeah, we have so much to look forward to in this current meta. And Kissimmee was just the beginning. I think it was a really, really fun and explosive way to start out this new set, having us all be in person, having it be a bit of a like, does everyone have cards? Do you have cards? Do you have cards? Can I borrow this? Can we trade for a bit in the trading card game? Which, by the way, how fun. And having it be like, we're doing it live, basically, for Lifestream. So now we are back in our comfy homes with our webcam setups, and I'm personally ready to see all of the clashes for the day.
Yeah, I really hope that there's been some people sitting with stuff on the back burner. They weren't able to fly out to Kissimmee from wherever they are, and so they've got some sauce cooking. I know that the Lumaroos out there, flying in from Australia, maybe not so that they could swing, but a webcam event, maybe we'll see Dooms make it back with Pronodile. Let's validate my predictions a little bit. Come on.
One thing that being in the Elestral space has taught me is that I am not scared enough of Australians, because any time that they show up, it is with a new threat, something that people say, oh no, we can't beat this. Like, this is just, we can't do anything against someone who's cooked this hard. And we've seen that happen. Like, if I had a nickel, here's hoping.
We'd be rich. That's for sure.
And it looks like actually we are getting set up for round one. We have our casters. We are going to be watching two casters who I personally love to watch play, Cindershade versus Primary Artemis. And we were just talking about Cindershade. So yeah. I can't wait to see Primary Artemis. I gotta say, has been, speaking of hashtag play Elestrals posting on socials, has been cooking lately. Truly anything that they post Elestrals related has been gold. So this is going to be a clash of the ages, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be really interested to see what Cindershade is bringing to this event, because after Kissimmee, Cindershade and I were actually going back and forth in the DMs, talking
Mhm.
a little bit, and they're talking about their mix of Earth and Lunar list that they brought, the Latagon, Rise from the Shadows stuff with the Pharaoh Geist, and so I'm gonna be very curious to see if they're bringing something similar back. They've made some of the changes that they said to me that they might have made. I think that this is going to be a really, really cool sort of pace setter for today, to see, a top 16 caster Cindershade
Mhm.
face up against someone that, a name that we all know, Primary Artemis. And this is going to be a really exciting one, I think.
Yeah, I can't wait. These casters, like we said, they are both accomplished in their own right, and I similarly have heard that Cindershade has been brewing a bit more on this list, and that's exactly what we were talking about. It's like, as you have time to sit with these lists and these strategies and play them out and figure out, okay, so this is what it was missing here. This is what I think would help us move forward and help it perform better. That's when you really start to see these lists grow and be very inventive and have answers for everything. I'm excited to see the changes here.
Yeah, and I'm really curious what Primary Artemis is bringing, because I've seen posts, but I don't think that I have any clear indication of a deck. And I've got in my mind's eye what I think Cindershade would bring, and Primary Artemis, it's in the name, but maybe it's
Hmm.
maybe it's just subterfuge. You make people think you're bringing lunar, when actually you're bringing solar or something. I don't know.
Surprise. Yeah. Hey, but we were just talking about earlier how badly we both want to see Lunar perform. So here's hoping. That would be
Oh
really,
yeah.
really awesome. And if anyone's going to do it, it is, I mean, they said it themselves. They are the primary Artemis.
They're not
Not the
secondary. They're not
secondaries.
tertiary.
Yeah, exactly. This is the primary Artemis. So let's see what we're going to be getting into here.
Yeah, well, and we did just have the brand new Shattered Stars month with the stellar X out of 99 full art Artemis. So
Ooh,
maybe
oh,
they
don't talk
got their
about it.
playset
Don't.
together in time. Who knows?
I can't talk about this month's Shattered Stars right now.
I watched you pull those. You don't want to talk about it, or
No. Hey, you know what? I got the Reverse Stellar Bronto Wisp. So
that the art on that, big fan. I like. He looks
yeah,
like a little squeezable. Just looks
he's gorgeous. I'm just
huggable.
saying though, my Stellar Demeter, she needed a bestie. She really did. She needed another girly pop to hang out with. That's okay.
Do you think that maybe Artemis would be too cool for Stellar Demeter? She's just kind of like up on
Whoa!
her throne, Just
Whoa!
hey,
Whoa!
wait. It's not
Whoa!
anything against
Whoa!
Demeter. This is an Artemis problem.
No, I think that she's a girl's girl, and I think
Okay.
that,
Okay. I,
while
I,
yes, vibes aura unmatched, I do need one of those chairs in my stream room. Like I for sure need to be like casting from that chair. I think that she's a down to earth girly, just like Demeter.
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Down to earth.
Well, listen, she may be the goddess of the moon, but she's here. She's here on earth with us.
And and thank the divines for that, for her blessing us with her presence, and her champion of Artemis Theraheart. That card's
Oh.
crazy. If there's anything I want to see from this game right now, if Primer Artemis is actually using their namesake and bringing Lunar, I want to see Theraheart so bad. That card is so cool. I've been
Mm-hmm.
playing so much of it in testing and whatnot. Oh, what a sick card with all the different pieces of support that we have in this set.
Yeah, that is the list that I've been playing in Lunar as well. And when it feels good, it feels great.
Incredible.
And yeah, and being able to simply just cast a 6/6 body, which it already is incredible, but one that goes in and searches a lunar counterpart when there's
Every
so
turn?
many. Like, hello? Yeah.
One of the biggest sort of aha moments with that deck is some friends that we had all gone together to go apple picking, and then afterwards we went and played Elestrals, and my friend Jacob and I were labbing out Lunar, and I was like, wait a minute, we got to play Toxiri. This card's cracked. And that's when everyone was like, Caleb, are you a psychopath? And then it turns out, hey, Dense Fog's crazy. Toxiri's incredible. Look, that's my Scorpion right there. Toxiri's incredible. If you're not playing Lunar Toxiri, you're behind.
I think this might be the moment that I realized that I've been playing your Lunar list.
Probably, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that.
Because I've been playing it with Toxiri.
Yeah, that might be my deck then. Yeah.
Oh my god,
Toxiri's crazy. That card's crazy.
Yeah, and we were already talking about Dense Fog, so we might be seeing some of that in this upcoming clash. If not,
here's hoping.
Then yeah, hopefully today.
The amount of times that I've gone Toxiri, search a Dense Fog, and then get a Theraheart, search a Dense Fog, and then get another Dense Fog it's like I wish I could play 4 or 5.
Yeah, like just when you thought the fog couldn't get any denser, wait.
I need denser fog, actually.
Yeah, yeah, that's going to be the reprint, is the titled form denser fog.
Dense fog title really thick. Even thicker this time, even denser.
Yeah, you could flip it upside down and it wouldn't fall out of the cup. Yeah.
That that's really thick fog. You put in a cup, it stays there.
Oh.
There's a lot of, I think that the Lunar stuff, there's a lot of really cool attack choices, and what really makes it interesting is I think that we haven't had a particularly control type deck in Elestrals since Heal Control in the Moonrise format, and even that was less of a standard control deck. But I think that Lunar Control, which is what we've been calling this Lunar list that I guess you've also been playing as of late.
Apparently.
I think that is a lot closer to a true control deck, just because of how consistently you're able to search through those counter runes. And one of the coolest parts about it is that after side, you can really tailor your deck for the matchup, because Rise from the Shadows isn't always good into every matchup. So sometimes you bring in, more Dense Fog, or you bring in the Artemis Arrow, Artemis Deadshot. Yeah. You bring in these other cards that match up better into certain scenarios than others, because Rise from the Shadows doesn't really matter into something like Blistrix because it gets popped. And then instead you say, okay, we take that out, Deadshot goes in, and now you play a Blistrix, it's gone. And you're able to bring that in where it matters more. And I think that's what makes this deck so cool to play, is it really allows you to have some sort of player expression with how you change your side, your main deck, your post side. Very, very cool stuff.
And those are exactly the lines that we're going to start to see more and more as people have more time. And speaking of that, it looks like we are just about ready to get into our round 1 clash for today. Is going to be Cindershade versus Primary Artemis. I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really exciting. I believe Artemis here is going to be starting us off, and we'll finally get to see what they're playing. We've been kind of ruminating on what it could be, and we're finally going to get to see it here as they start us off.
Ooh, and we do see that beautiful top 16 playmats.
I'm so jealous. So incredibly jealous.
And Cindershade did actually place 10th at Kissimmee, so not just top 16.
My bad. Oh! That's it! That's the Stellar Artemis!
No way! Already!
Right out the gate!
Primary Artemis!
That is the primary. Is that number 1? Tell me it's number 1. Comalis is our normal cast of choice.
Ooh.
We're going to Nexus to search for a Spectral Elestral.
This is going to start telling us what brew Primary Artemis is on here. And now Cindershade really has to figure out how to deal with this Comalis going into next turn, or we're going to be dropping, I don't know, Pharaohgeist, or...
That's the X out of 10 pasta views.
That's crazy!
That's the original pasta views, not to get confused with the brand new one.
There is no way that we are seeing an X of 10 on the screen right now. That's incredible.
That's crazy. So now Cindershade's got to be sweating a little bit. knowing that this bomb is in hand.
Mm-hmm. And Cindershade looking at that hand, hopefully saying, yeah, I have an answer to this. Not, ooh, I really shouldn't have kept this one.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
Hey, I was there yesterday testing for today. So
this is where Earthquake comes out. Or Hopperoo is going to be the normal cast.
Okay, so we're going to start attacking the Spirit deck directly.
Not a bad option here. Primary Artemis was a 4 Spirit turn 1, so this will swing direct to put them at 15 to Cindershade's 19.
Yeah, this is going to start being very costly very quickly, and we do see a set rune.
It's Madness Tsunami and a Cypher.
Yeah, okay.
Did we add none of them?
Did
Why
not look like it?
We decided to not add any. I guess we're being asked to reveal them again. Oh, no. Okay, we did take Madness. Okay.
Okay.
Good. Yeah. It might have been that they were revealed. We walked it back to make sure that everything was good before the activation, then foretold once more, and then resolved the ad.
Okay.
It looks like we're just ascending right into the Posthumous here.
Oh, here we go. And Artemis is already on the field and enchanted. So
yeah, we can start blowing things up.
Yeah, I'm thinking this Hopperoo is not long for the world.
Yeah, for those of you at home that are unfamiliar with Posthumous's effect, because not many of us have read it since its release in Moonrise, when your Artemis suppresses a card, you can target and destroy that card. While Artemis is enchanted, this Posthumus is unaffected by counter runes.
Yeah, which this Gorgon's Gaze coming out here. Artemis is, in fact, enchanted. So I'm thinking, yep, not only there goes the Gorgon's Gaze, but we are also Hopperooing that Hopperoo.
Yeah, I think that we probably needed to proactively Gorgon's Gaze the Comalis.
Yeah.
Knowing that Artemis was going to rip this Posthumus almost guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that you're right. That needed to be absolutely the second that the turn pass say, eh. But we are coming out here with, it looks like that Cyprong Champion of Dionysus.
Yeah, unfortunately, we'll not be able to destroy the Posthumus, but we will Pandora's Box the search here.
Okay, so not going to be able to go in and get the Dionysus. And yeah, the Cyprong, it only works on 1 or 2 drop Elestrals, and we are looking at a 3-drop big boy right now.
Yeah. I'm wondering how the Gorgon's Gaze on Cindershade's side got destroyed.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if it was, I don't think it could have been a chain of anything. It might have just been, as you said, it's been a while since we've seen this Posthumous, so it might have just been unfamiliar with the secondary effect. And yeah.
There's a Toxiri searching
and
out a
dense
dense
fog.
fog. Hey,
we were just talking about
it.
this. Oh my god. We were talking about you. Did you hear him?
Oh my god.
However, with these
Were
2
you
back row
listening?
set, it's like, I guess that could do something about this Toxiri, but we're going to need to see a powerful invoke rune or some kind of action there. We see the suppression come out from the Artemis. We're going to be popping this Cyprong and setting 2. Oh boy. Posthumous with Artemis active, 2 back row set. This is a lot to have to fight through.
I think the scary part really for Cindershade now is those 2 sets. One of them is definitely Dense Fog. The second one is probably going to be, as a Spectaris hits the board, that is going to be really interesting actually to counter out this Toxiri. But if the second set from Fire Artemis is Rise from the Shadows, this Posthumous becomes so sticky and hard to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, we can really only hope that possibly in trying to get rid of the Spectaris next turn, if we see that Artemis go, then Cindershade has a few more options. But Primary Artemis probably does not want to get rid of the only protection that they have for this Posthumous against counter runes.
Yeah, so it's unlikely that this Artemis gets used. And they're just going to start swinging in because they don't have to worry about counter runes as long as that Artemis is up.
Yeah, remember earlier when we said Lunar's kind of crazy as a as an off-meta pick right now? That is exactly what we're looking at. I mean, when you're in a situation where you just say, I don't have answers, and that continues to be the case, that's pretty rough.
Are my eyes deceiving me? Is that
Gambit?
Gambit?
Are we looking at? It's kind of hard to tell with the constellation arts, but
I'm pretty sure that's Gambit. We're rolling a die right now.
We're rolling. Even is heads, odds is
and we whiffed.
No! Okay, so we see the heel go off, which okay. Listen, sometimes you flip tails, and that's okay. But you still have a pretty decent body on the board. So is it really that bad? I don't know.
It could always be worse. Here comes a second
Artemis!
Whoa!
Oh, so we don't have the playset of the Stellars, which if that were to be the case, that would be a bit... Oh, we're keeping... So instead of getting rid of the other one, we are simply keeping 2 on the board. They're just hanging out, just 2 girls.
I respect it.
Yep. So we saw the pop of the Spectaris and Cindershade now taking that damage. I imagine that if Cindershade isn't able to find exactly Earthquake really soon, we're going to see some crazy sideboarding going into game 2. Yeah.
There it is.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
This would have been a completely different game if we had seen a Gorgon's Gaze immediately on that Comalis. And that just goes to show you cannot give Lunar an inch because they will take a moose. I'm always saying this.
I'm always saying this. You can't give an inch, they'll take a moose. And Primary Artemis did take a whole moose right there. You must have you think they're Canadian the way they got that moose on them.
True. And that moose stuck around the entire time, and there were no answers.
No answers. Primary Artemis had like 2 turns to find an Earthquake, and then 2 sets hit the board. And what are you gonna do? Like if either of those are Rise from the Shadows, it's over for you. Like you cannot come back from that position.
Yeah, this is a rough thing to have to deal with in your first match of the day. And be like, oh hey, you better be completely on, by the way, because if you miss an activation of a Gorgon's by 3 seconds, you can't do anything for the rest of the game. Good morning. And good night, apparently. Ooh, Lunar. The moon is out today.
Yeah, cards, I think it's a pretty well-known thing at this point. Cards that read are unaffected by blank tend to be pretty strong, especially if they say are unaffected by counter runes. Wasp Ivy, a notorious local stomper.
Yeah.
And Posthumous just does the exact same thing. And so Cindershade, even if they had answers in the back row, as long as Artemis is up, sorry, you don't have answers in the back row anymore.
No, and honestly, I'm looking at what just happened and saying to myself, because my prediction last week in Kissimmee was the champion Posthumous, which I think is crazy, but like, hey, you know what? Maybe you don't mess with perfection, because what I just saw, regular Posthumous, again,
goes crazy.
These older cards, they're worth revisiting. They're worth saying, hey, this has new support. This feels really good now, and I'm going to try and build a deck around it. And who knows, you could simply just do what we just witnessed happen in that first game.
The issue with a lot of early boss Elestrals were always that once they were outed, you put all this investment into something, and now it's gone. Rise from the Shadow says, no. No, it's back.
Especially if it is Lunar and you are in element and you can have a properly enchanted 3-drop. Yeah, I would love to know. That's one of the bummers about not being in person anymore, is we can't interview the people afterwards. But I would love to know if one of those set cards was in fact Rise from the Shadows.
You have to imagine that it is. But it looks like we're here into game number 2. Cindershade will be starting us off, and Primary Artemis is going to be starting us off with a mulligan.
I mean, this is one of those strategies that you want to get into it as early as possible because, like we saw last game, if you do, there's nothing to be done about it. So a mulligan here in the grand scheme of things feels just fine.
Yeah, I think that Cindershade has probably boarded in some Pandora's boxes if they weren't in there already. And then they're going to be really just playing like keep away, essentially. They're going to be saying, I'm not ever letting you stick enough spirits on board to go into a Posthumous. It's not happening. I'm going to deal with your board every single turn because my life depends on it. It's not like my life depends on it, it does depend on it. And here, they're going to develop out a Spectaris, which is kind of a weak turn 1, but in the understanding of what Primary Artemis is on, this is saying you have to play something that deals with this, or I will deal with your board next turn.
Right. The Spectaris and 2 back row. This is going to hopefully assure for Cindershade that there isn't anything that's going to make it into the next turn. However, another Spectaris coming down from Primary Artemis.
Yeah, and that does deal with the board, but it looks like we're just going to pass, which is very interesting. I would have expected a crash here.
I mean, if we just want something on the board to be able to ascend over, saying, yeah, you can't get rid of this with counter runes right now, makes a little bit of sense. And we have Hopperoo coming out once more.
That's my goat. That's my... I don't even know what it is, actually. It's like a little...
Kangaroo?
It's like an insect kangaroo. It looks like we're going to attack direct. Foretell 3. There's another Hopperoo. I believe Dionysus? No, that's the Cyprong.
Like Earthquake also is what was grabbed there. So yeah, I mean, hey, I would be yeah, if you that is what we needed last game to get rid of the Posthumous. Primary Artemis is saying, okay, now there is an immediate answer. Go
for the crash.
We have what feels like should have been an obvious confirmation that Hopperoo is a grasshopper. So there we go. Yeah.
Is that what
it's like a combination
like?
of a bug and a kangaroo.
Is that? Do grasshoppers look like that? No, I'm realizing I've not looked at a grasshopper in like 15 years probably.
That's what they do in the world of Elestrals.
But Artemis playing out a calf melt.
Okay, we're doing some lunar or some solar in this lunar list here.
And that probably feels pretty good for Artemis because this crashes with Hopperoo and gets you a heal 4. But a Madness.
Yeah, we see Dionysus's Madness. As soon as Primary Artemis got rid of the Spectaris, saying, okay.
You have a counter Madness? We're letting it resolve, and then we're going to Madness again!
Yep. I Madness your Madness.
So it looks like, to just kind of walk through what I believe just happened is Artemis goes attack Declaration Calf-Mel. Cindershade uses Madness to daze. That resolves, then Artemis new chain goes Madness to enrage, which forces the daze to go away, and now Calf-Mel attacks again. That very heads up, but Cindershade gets to now have a free board to go ahead and develop that Cyprong Champion of Dionysus. Search out Dionysus, which is going to get Pandora's box.
Oh, okay. There we go. We're going to see the mill, and it is another Cyprong, and...
It's a full art Ambrosia.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
We swing for 1 here. Artemis down a lot of spirits in just a couple of turns here, even with the heal off of Calf-Mel. I believe they only healed 3 spirits. We're going to expend to draw, and now Primary Artemis is massively on the back foot. And this is really where Lunar can struggle. If you can't establish board presence, Cindershade, I think, will start to just run away with this game as their board develops more. And Hopperoo hits the board.
Okay, there's another Hopperoo. Many people are saying a grasshopper. And we can just start swinging for 2. Like you said, the spirit count over for Primary Artemis is getting lower and lower. And the lower that we get, the fewer chances to actually cast out the big body Elestrals that this list wants to. So this low to the ground strategy that Cindershade is working with right now is really challenging Primary Artemis right here. And it looks like Toxiri coming out, going to be going in, getting a Dense Fog.
Looking for denser fog here, something to deal with this board, but it's just dense fog. Toxiri is such a cool Elestral. I'm really happy that it's getting its time in the sun this set as a little anti-meta pick.
Yeah, and I mean, last game, it was great. It was one that felt great, but I mean, with 4 back row set, goodness gracious, we need to start seeing some action for Primary Artemis. But instead,
Lunar, that's a Specter. Ooh, the Stellar Specteris from the Cindershade.
We are just developing threat after threat after threat here.
I do have to note here, Toxiri is a board-wide suppressed Elestrals get -2/-2, meaning Specteris, when it suppresses Toxiri, turns it to well, nothing. It doesn't change the stats because it's suppressed and doesn't give the -2/-2.
A funky little interaction.
But it looks like we're going to Gorgon's Gaze the Specteris attack here. And we will go Hopperoo direct for 1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Hopperoo was really represented in Kissimmee, and this shows why. Because it's like, even if there is something that you can't get over, you are still putting your opponent on a timer every single turn. And we see the Foretell here grabbing something that was just right in the glare.
We did see a Pandora's box put to the top, though, which I think is going to be curtains for Primary Artemis, as that just guarantees that they're not going to be able to get through. But hey, it's Gambit.
You could always flip heads.
You could always
do it.
And we're going to Gorgon's Gaze that.
Oh.
So sorry, Kay. It is not meant to be. This Gambit is not going to be able to pop an Elestral. Not swinging in.
Can't have anything in this house.
Can't have pops in Elestria.
Okay. And I mean, at this point, yes, if Primary Artemis is able to maintain this board state, we could even possibly see an ascension into a 3-drop going to next turn. But we know Cindershade has the Earthquake. We know that this board is already wide enough that one single Elestral isn't going to be able to deal with it in time. This is a bit rough.
Primary Artemis just swapped this Toxiri to attack position. I wonder if they're intending to out this Hopperoo here using the dense fog they have set, because they know that this Hopperoo is a clock. Every turn, they will
exactly
take damage. And so they are going to use the dense fog. Does Cindershade have anything? They don't. And so the Hopperoo will go to the underworld.
But put in a lot of work just for the few turns that it was around. That was a problem that needed to be dealt with.
Very strong. And here comes Equilinx!
Oh, that gorgeous full art from Last Shattered Stars. Okay. And here comes Dionysus. No one's saying Equilinx Demeter anymore. And you know what? I get it, but it does hurt my feelings.
It's very sad, but here comes the Nexus of 2 spirits to the Specteris. We are trying to go for a game shot this turn.
Yeah, let's see what we pop here.
Rise from the shadows! No, my prediction!
Oh, hey, but you know what? You saw it. There it is. It happened.
It's on board. It did happen. And it looks like we're going to swing, and we will scoop here. That's understandable. I think that Primary Artemis was very much in a bad spot from about turn 2.
Yeah.
And Cindershade was just able to snowball from there. Primary Artemis just not seeing the cards they needed to see in order to deal with the board that Cindershade was setting up. And so now Primary Artemis has the onus to try and set up and prevent Cindershade from doing the same thing again and snowballing. That's really the power of these low to the ground Earth decks, is just slowly accruing advantage and generating that over time until eventually it's insurmountable amount of card advantage, of Elestrals on board. And so
Mhm.
Primary Artemis really just needs to stop that.
Yeah, and the way that that happens is just making sure that you are the first one to start to gain momentum. Because with these low to the ground strategies, it's never that hard to develop a one drop or to play, a particular card. However, when you have these bigger game plan decks and you're not able to get it started, it feels a little bit like, what are we doing here? You know, what actually do we have that's a threat? I mean, we saw Specteris, which is a fine enough card, but when your entire strategy revolves around getting out a 3-drop Elestral and you can't get anything to stick around long enough to make that happen, that's a bit rough.
Yeah, I think that is very much like the rough matchup here for Primary Artemis. Cindershade wants to take those 1-for-1 trades. They want to play a deck that is a lot more similar to, the 5s of old, the low to the ground, beat down, trading card for card consistently strategy. While Primary Artemis wants to sort of build up. They want to stack their resources into one guy that's really hard to deal with. And Cindershade just has a lot of the outs for it, especially the fact that they've seen Hopperoo both games now.
Yeah.
And in the second game, they saw the Earthquake. So even if Primary Artemis got out Posthumous, it doesn't matter because we hit the Earthquake.
But we know Rise from the Shadows was set, so hey, there could have been some momentum. We could have seen something happen, and it's all because of, hey, your prediction, Caleb.
Hey, you know what? I'll take my 1 point. I'll take my extra point for being the first one to be seen on cast. And we'll pretend that I didn't say anything about Chronodile.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, you know what?
Unless Dooms hits the feature, then.
Unless Chronodile pops off, in which case I always knew, I never doubted.
I was always right. I was never wrong. I'm the one that said it.
Listen, we see all of these Earth cards. Cindershade, would it really kill you to throw in a Gigaflora for your girl? Like, would it really be that hard to just...
No, that's fair. That's real.
Just send a Gigaflora to the underworld? Like, come on. I'm just saying.
Just like... It's just a 6-card package if you play it optimally. It's
exactly. So, figure that one out.
A checkmate. Play Foloi Forest. All I'm saying.
Hey,
it looks like
stadiums are crazy right now.
They are. But I believe our casters are ready to go crazy. So we've got Primary Artemis starting us off in game number 3.
Ooh, okay. And I mean, last time Primary Artemis went first, it was a huge turn. So you're probably looking at this hand and saying, okay, I need this to be my entire strategy, actually, so I can get that going and hope that Cindershade isn't able to do anything right exactly now.
Well, Cindershade going to be mulliganing here.
Okay. Yeah, we got to go in and get those answers. Also, the Kissimmee spirits. Oh, my goodness.
The sunglasses are so excellent. I love
honestly,
the sunglasses.
Owloon pulling them off. Never thought I'd say it, but it works.
Never thought I'd say it about with the Y2K glasses.
Yeah, never thought I'd see the day, partially because you really can't see through those things. I don't know if you've ever worn some, but...
Many are saying that Owloon's got that boom boom pow.
Oh, no.
Bird is going to start us off with a Fawnlet, the Stellar Fawnlet, searching out Artemis from the deck. Stellar Fawnlet getting Stellar Artemis.
Yeah, this...
Something I didn't think I'd ever be able to say.
But here we are. And
here we are. We live in a beautiful timeline.
We really do. And these lunar lists playing the regular Fawnlet makes a lot of sense to me. I do love Champion Fawnlet, though. I think he's very cute.
And here comes the 3 spirits on the Artemis. And this is where Specteris in the opener for Cindershade would be really gross. Really, really gross.
That would be crazy. Otherwise, this Fawnlet has a booty that cannot be beaten. And with the 1 back row set, hey, maybe it's Rise from the Shadows. Maybe he's coming back. I don't know. However, that is, in fact...
Rowdier? I believe.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that
we see. So maybe we're
is
gonna see the Nexus here. Oh no, it's
next.
Drataya.
Oh yes, that's Drataya from the tournament pack.
Okay, so we see the Enrage effect on the Drataya going to be ascending into Latagon here.
This is about to be a really gross turn for Cinder Shade. If that back row isn't Gorgon's Gaze here, or I guess Pandora's Box.
Then we are simply going to go get the Latagon, and that is going to be suddenly an 8-drop.
And it's gotta be Madness
Oh.
to Daze.
Okay, so we're no longer enraged.
Yes, that will prevent it from going, because it special ascends as a you can activated ability,
Yes.
not as a when it becomes enraged. And so this will force the Drataya to not ascend. Kind of a crazy little non-bow for the Dionysus cards to prevent the Dionysus cards from working. But it also is a really cute little interaction that I think is going to keep Primary Artemis in this game.
Yeah, with Fawnlet still being on board here, we can start to see some motion. We have Artemis, we have the Fawnlet, and now we have Nobby coming out. Okay. And there goes the Disenchant from the Artemis as well. I mean, if we see a Doppelganger hit the board right now, that is the momentum that Primary Artemis wanted to see in the last game.
It looks like we're suppressing the Drataya with the Artemis. But we're going to go ahead and use Dionysus Madness to daze the Nobby, and then position swap, and then re-enchant to our Dionysus.
Okay. All right. Lots of dazing, lots of enraging going on. And it is kind of funny when it's like, I'm going to madness your madness, but I'm going to madness your Dionysus. And we are simply never going to know if we are enraged or dazed. You know what would help that is the coin set.
That's true.
Wow, I love it.
And this Drataya, the 2 stat of Drataya will hit over this Nobby, and then the Hopperoo gets to swing direct here.
Ooh. I wonder why we did not want to go for the Enrage on their Drataya.
It's suppressed currently from the Artemis.
Oh, true. Because that lasts you to the next turn. See, that's why you're here, Caleb.
Yeah, that's where, like you said, that's where the coin set would come in handy. We could have a little suppressed tag on
you're
that.
telling me.
And now it's no longer suppressed, notably.
However, that Artemis is still very much able to do that and keep this Drataya at bay for another turn. And with 2 back row set from Cinder Shade, I mean, we might be able to preserve it, but I mean, if we're not able to get much motion going, obviously Hopperoo, as it did last game, putting that timer on Primary Artemis, saying, I'm just going to start attacking your spirit deck no matter what you want to do. So figure it out quickly, because TikTok.
And this is sort of the problem here for Artemis, is they have to not only deal with the clock of Hopperoo, but they also have to deal with the clock of Drataya. Because if they go for a suppress on Drataya every single turn, this Fawnlet is getting smaller every single turn.
Ooh.
And eventually Drataya will ascend. Second
Well,
Nobby!
Okay.
Second Nobby, though.
Another Nobby. Another possible Doppelganger.
And Fawnlet goes to attack position here. And this is where Tsunami would go crazy.
Ooh, okay, but instead the attack just goes through. Are we gonna see the Doppelganger come out? Yeah, it feels great. Okay, so now that is a 2-drop on the board, which means that if Primary Artemis has the Posthumous or any other 3-drop, Cinder Shade needs to deal with this right now.
The good thing is Cypron clears this crazy style. Rise from the ashes. Wait a minute. Whoa.
What are we rising?
We're bringing back the Drataya.
The Drataya, yeah.
And we can
Okay.
enrage it, ascend.
So we're
Latagon.
gonna.
How big is Latagon here?
It's an 8.
So it does get over the doppelganger.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, this is
What's
a
the
big
attack
turn
stat
from
of
Cindershade.
Latagon? That's right. 8. As in
Oh, it's the textured full art. Oh my
Ooh.
god.
Okay.
Incredible turn
my
from Cindershade
goodness.
here.
Yeah, that rise. Excellent.
So Latagon is enraged here
Mm-hmm.
until the end of the turn.
There is no back row set from
BlueStacks.
Primary Artemis.
Oh. Primary Artemis,
So-
I think 3 cards in hand as well. So they don't have a lot of resources here.
Unless we see another rise from the ashes to bring back the Doppelganger Ascendant to Posthumous. Let's go. Hey, it could happen.
It could. I fear for a world where that happens. I
But I
fear
think
for what it
we
would
are-
do to my heart.
We are about to find out. And going back over to Primary Artemis, I mean, Latagon 3 back row, that is a lot to work through.
Fawnlet.
That feels a little too slow for right now.
A little bit, yeah. A little bit.
Getting possibly Theraheart? Yep. Okay. We do love Theraheart.
It's the tournament pack Stellar as well, which I'm a big fan of.
We don't quite deal with the Latagon with this, though.
No, and we also don't really set up to deal with it.
No, and
Oh no!
another Dionysus's madness.
And we go battle phase to enrage the Fawnlet. It
Mhm.
has to swing, and Primary Artist will take a damage here as well.
Yeah, I mean, with 9 spirits left for Primary Artemis, there's still a little bit of wiggle room to make something happen here, but it's gonna take a big turn here.
And there goes Dead Shot. We Dionysus to enrage Latagon. Latagon then can pop a set card while it's enraged. And we're going to expend a draw. Rise from the Ashes doing a lot of work for Cindershade this game. Putting them into a game they might have been out of otherwise.
Yeah, that was the turn. The rise on their Jotaya, being able to get into the Latagon and clear the board and get rid of all of the threats that were happening. However, it seems we are... Is this a scoop? Are we just looking through everything?
I believe we might be counting out our spirits.
Okay, we're just checking in on that.
I'm very confused. We have... I think that Cindershade might have had too many spirits in their spirit deck. They were playing with 21, I think.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we are going to be checking on this and figuring that out.
Yeah, unclear based off of how they're moving their cards around, but I believe that's what was happening, is that they were counting out their spirits, and they had 4 in spirit deck, they had 4 on board,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think they counted out more than 16 on board, but I don't know for sure. We're gonna wait and get official confirmation from the wonderful staff here running the event, figure out what was going on with that. don't want to make too much conjecture.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, in the
very
meantime,
curious way down the game.
Oh my God. I mean, I think the play, obviously, and we've talked about it, is the Rise from the Ashes, the Drataya ascend into Latagon, and just from that point, Primary Artemis, what do you even do? I mean, even going in and searching that Thera Heart, not quite the answer that we needed there. That didn't quite do anything.
Yeah. So we have confirmation. There's 21 cards in Spirit deck, so Game 3 is going to go to Primary Artemis. Unfortunate outcome. The Rise from the Ashes play was incredible, and I think was really setting up Cindershade for a good chance at victory. But you got to pay attention to these things, unfortunately, and likely that miss side, maybe. I don't know what happened, but these things happen. The big thing is for Cindershade, they have to just kind of brush it off, be like, it happens. Sometimes you make a mistake. Don't let it ruin your tournament run. You just got to move on. Just
go X and 1. If someone can do it, listen, if anyone can do it, it's Cindershade. Especially on that top 16, Matt. You have to get top 16 at least. You've got to get that foamy for me. You've got to do it. Please. She's so beautiful.
She's on her little throne. She's so cute.
But huge GGs to Primary Artemis. That game 1 was, a lunar clinic. Being able to get the Posthumous out turn 2. And simply just keep it there, snowball it, and say, concede when you want.
Whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
I'll gladly keep this X of 10 out on the board to show off as long as you want.
Hey, look, I love flexing as much as the next guy. But.
Yeah. And Haparu, another card that put in a lot of work across, she did her best in the first game, but I would say the second 2 games, especially game 2, was a deciding factor in keeping the momentum away from Primary Artemis. And even if they were able to get some, saying you're not going to have the resources to take advantage of it when you get there. So, hey, Haparu, something we saw a lot in Kissimmee and something that we are seeing still today, and I can see why.
That's my grasshopper right there.
That's my grasshopper. I love that little fella. We always knew that was a grasshopper.
Yes. Yeah, I always knew that. I also know what a grasshopper looks like. I totally know what a grasshopper looks like.
Hey, you know what? All I know is when I was little and I would hike with my dad, they sounded like bees and I was scared of them. So have I ever taken that close of a look at a grasshopper? Probably not. They're scary. I thought they were bees. So
hey, understandable. Bees are scary. They got like stingers and stuff.
True. Yeah. If there's anything I know about bees, it's that. It is that. But yeah, we saw grasshoppers. We saw the Specteras. There were bugs all over the place, and hopefully we can see more from Lunar today. I'm really hopeful to see. If Rise from the Shadows could have happened at all, it would have been really cool. And I wanted that for you.
Look, it was on field, and it could have been activated at some point, which I think says a lot. I think that says a lot.
It does. And even this past game, if we could have gotten Thera Heart on the board, which hey, Fawnlet was still there. We had already gone and searched it. A simple Rise, Thera Heart, Ascend into Moose. We're back in the game. It's a completely different game all of a sudden. Yeah.
You're kind of cooking. I think that we should let Primary Artemis do that. They should be allowed to do that, I think. They should because I think because they've got the stellar full art Artemis, they should just start their game with a Rise of the Ashes in their hand.
True.
They should be allowed, I think. Any objections? No? Okay, cool.
No, the stellar Posthumous, the stellar Artemis, what else did we see that was stellar? We saw
2 stellar Fawnlets.
Yeah. No wonder. You've got to be a lunar caster at that point.
Yeah, you got it. It was chosen for you, even if you didn't already have the name Primary Artemis.
So congratulations to Primary Artemis, who is the winner of Game 1. Cindershade, super well played. And exciting to see the small developments of that list from Kissimmee, and hopefully, I mean, like we said, just go X-1. We'll see you
Yeah.
again.
Simply go undefeated. It's just
Yeah.
that easy.
That was the first pancake. All right. It's never perfect.
Wow, that's beautiful. I've never heard that before.
Never?
That's so real. No, I don't think I've ever heard that. That's real. That's so real.
Hey, I use that all the time. If you mess up the first time, it's the first pancake. It's still delicious, just a little funky. Don't worry about it.
And actually, I think it tastes better because it's a little funky, you know? It it's got love in it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now I want pancakes.
Me too. I'm thinking about the waffles at Kissimmee. I'm like, oh, the waffles.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the waffles. So now I'm thinking about the waffles at the Dallas Open. They were Texas shaped. Oh, the Texas waffle.
Let's go Texas. Okay. Never cast hungry. If you are watching this, that is the lesson that we should learn.
It's true. It's true. I ate breakfast and I'm still hungry.
No, I know I'm personally hungry for some more clashes
today.
That was just the start.
That was
Okay, so now that we've seen Lunar, which is the list that both of us said in the beginning, we said, I think that is one of the sleeper picks. I think it could really pop off. It'd be really cool to watch it do so. We got our wish. We're manifesting. We have the power on our side to manifest these things. What's next? What else do you want to see?
I want to see. I'm trying to think like the dark recesses of my mind. What's the most disgusting, crazy deck that no one could have ever imagined? I want to see Hermes. Actually, that's not weird at all. That's not a disgusting deck. I just want to see Hermes.
Yeah,
that's my. I got an Aviolith right on my desk right here. Like,
ooh, okay, Hermes. We did see a little bit of Hermes last tournament. And I think that Wind got some cool stuff in Lifestream. So
Hermes got a lot of very cool things. We're talking about the side event that I was participating in helping run. I played Hermes a good bit during it, and I love Habufin.
Habufin.
I love Habufin. Oh yeah. That card's crazy. The original Habufin, to be clear. There is a new Habufin that is also quite good. The original one is just, no one expects it. I play it out and they're like, oh yeah, it's Stellar Habufin. That must be the new one. Like, no. This is the Kickstarter for Clash one. This is the original Habufin. They're like, wow, how do I have to read this card? Let me get my spectacles out. What does this card do?
Yeah, I haven't heard that name in years.
I've not thought about that fella in a long time. What does he do? He changes things to defense position. What?
Sure.
Tsunami? I'd never heard of it.
Certainly not in Lakagon's Elestrals.
No, never. But well, speaking of Tsunami Mommy, Swoleaxe will be joining us here on the cast in just a little bit. I can see him smiling really hard right now in the green room.
That's my caster.
But we are going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break while we get him prepped for our next round. Stick around. You don't want to miss anything. We'll see you in a little bit.
Hello, casters. Welcome back. We have returned, getting ready for round 2.
Oh. No, sorry to walk on late here a little bit. I was traveling all the way from Kissimmee, actually. I mean, like a lot of our casters here today, I saw some beautiful strategies that we did see employed at the Kissimmee Open, which I know, Kay, you were in attendance commentating. While my view in the sky was not quite that mile high, got to see some Cinder Shade action, top 16 previous one, and Primary Artemis rocking up that beautiful, beautiful star lineup. So I just want to point out, too, this was not cleared by production. And I know that Silver's sitting there like, no, it's fine. I just didn't expect to be Chinese.
I'm done. That's enough.
Really heating things up here in the kitchen today as we're going into our round 2. Kay, fill me in on that last matchup. What did you see from our top players going into those matches?
Yeah, let me walk you through it a little bit here. So,
absolutely.
In round 1, what we saw, we saw, as you said, Cinder Shade versus Primary Artemis. And as one could imagine, Primary Artemis was on Lunar. And, oh, wow, what an explosive game 1 we saw as Primary Artemis was able to get not new Champ Posthumous, but the original Posthumous, which was the X of 10 a decision and which Posthumous to pick there? I feel like it could have been, and really just walked away with game 1. Cinder Shade able to make an incredible comeback in game 2 and just keep the pressure, keep the momentum going there, and use the ability of Hopperoo to great advantage. And then in game 3, it's so you got to check your spirit decks. It was a great game from both of our casters. Ultimately, the win did in fact go to Primary Artemis and Lunar.
Well, but it was an exciting match. I like the fact too that, again, it's still an unfortunate end for our casters there. Things do happen here in our tournaments, and you got prepared for whatever. Though up until that point, I would say it was anyone's game. And from my own experience, talking with Cinder and witnessing some excellent play there at top 16 inside of the Kissimmee Open last week, I would not be surprised if we see Cinder again, and hopefully we can see Primary Artists move on to our future rounds. So looking forward to some Lunar action here. Before the match, though, I know that y'all were going over your predictions for today's tournament, and I know that both y'all got some love in that last one. A little bit you with the Earth, though, no Gigaflora champion of Demeter in that one, and Caleb with their picks for the Rise from the Shadows, which I think is a very good tech option here inside of the format. It's funny because you can even splash this card similar to how you were saying with Guardian of Light into almost anything and feel pretty good about it. The destruction effect is not just on battle or not just on card effect as we've seen before. And so Rise from the Shadows is a pretty neat way to keep advantage on board and to maybe even keep up pace with some of these more explosive strategies, like mine being Solar and also Brontiglow, which, these two picks are, you were saying that you got some experience against the Brontiglow deck in Kissimmee. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, I think that I was being a little bit generous, but I was able to play your list, as I am calling it, Swoller, that you managed to get. By the way, third. Everyone, welcome the third place caster from the Kissimmee Open. Oh my goodness, I'm your biggest fan. Also, who is that in the picture there for the predictions? That isn't the person I'm sitting on the mic here with. But yes, we did get to play, Swole and I wanted to test out his Solar list because it looked so fun when I was watching it. And he played a Brontiglow brew, which, I mean, Caleb and I were talking about it a little bit. It's one of those that you're doing things and I'm watching you do these things. And I'm like, I don't think the card says that. I don't think you can leave the Fun Glow on the field and Specialist and the Brontiglow. I don't think that that's true.
No, listen, that was my thoughts exactly for watching you play the Solar list. As much as it is Swoller, got to give a good shout outs to Sansilly and Josh for playing the Big Theory. And I mean, you could be right up in there with those top casters too, seeing those plays, dropping Nova Core, getting those foretells down. It was really excellent to see. The Brontiglow list, though, I'll speak to that a little bit. This one's really funny because while I do have my own experiences playing the deck, I am more inspired by the players that I've seen play this specific strategy. Shout outs to Cthulhu, to Iconics, and to Dymax, who I've seen take this strategy in the Thunder deck to such great heights. Is it really funny inside? I think it was round 5 of Kissimmee against Iconics, going second blind going second strategy, which I thought was very interesting. Typically in Elestrals, we like to see a going first to accrue advantage, set up counter runes, but they were just like, no, I'll win the die roll, and I'll also make you go first, which had me terrified. So I really do think while the cards themselves are crazy, like you were saying, I think it is our players who are really taking these strategies to the next level. So I'm excited to see some great Thunder action and then some great Solar action. That's kind of what I'm hoping for today.
Well, I know that you are someone who has been just waiting for Funglow to pop off. You have been a mushroom champion. You are a fun guy, as we witnessed from that entrance earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And hey, you know what? With this new supercharged, I think it could be its time. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, you're telling me that a foamy fried this rice was in the back of my mind this entire time, but I was reserved from saying it inside of the bit because there was just something a little funnier. And while I would love to give apologies to production, I'd also like to give a shout out to everyone watching today at home. Again, our production staff for making this thing run super smooth and look super great. Our designers, everyone that is on the judge staff today, doing the hard work of taking our difficult rulings and calls as we are getting into deeper and deeper card pools, more complex things happening. And of course, the casters and players today. And to Caleb, you, and Kay as well. Thanks for joining me on the desk today.
No, you. Thank you so much for being here. I mean, hey, they had to stop you. They said, your foretell's too bad. You got to get on the mic. Please stop doing this.
No, we really have to stop Josh. That's the only person that we have to do. Bean Soldier TV is so close to 1,000 points for the Worlds qualifying, which I know we have plenty of casters who did get their invite and secure more over this past weekend. But oh my God, we got to get, I'll brush up the commentary. That way we can stop the Bean Soldier.
At this point, I just want to see how many points this man can get. How many is possible? How many is too many even? Josh is very determined to get this travel stipend situation. And I don't think that, it doesn't matter what plane any of these casters get on. I don't know if they're going to catch up to our boy Josh.
No, absolutely. Again, plane out there, another plane of existence. There's a ton of different layers to this because our top casters are a cut above the rest. So I'm excited to see what we can cook up with and what they can cook up with today inside of the cast. It's been a beautiful day for Elestrals so far. Great round one. What are you hoping to see inside of round two?
Well, the earlier rounds are always fun because we can see some things that are, maybe we won't see them later in the day. Hey, we're not going to call them, good, bad, indifferent, whatever. But this is when we can see things that are fun. And you know what I want to see? I want to see a Barabas transition into a stadium rune. Someone's got to do it. It's got to happen at least once on stream.
I think that would be really interesting. Shout outs to PK on this one. I know would just be foaming for it. The Barabas is such a cool little design space for Elestrals, right? The idea that it starts out as an Elestral and then when it can transition itself into that stadium rune. And the effect to daze and -3/-3 has some very interesting rulings and a lot of really interesting interactions that I'm hoping that we can maybe set up to see. Now, with a lot of earth and water inside of the game right now, both inside of the Dionysus and the Champions of Meter stuff, but also the Locagon deck, how effective will that be? I'm not quite sure, but I'm rooting for it too. We're hoping for some fun strategies. I think that's absolutely correct.
And what about you? I don't know if you're going to pick, a real option here, or if you're going to say. So far, the most recent picks have been Barabas and Haboofin, base Haboofin from the Frostball one from Caleb. So feel free to say something real. Feel free to say something goofy, but I just want to hear what you have to say.
It's actually really funny. It's not too far off from the Haboofin list. I was cooking right before with there's two picks that I have actually. This one's of them's gonna be a little bit biased. I'll say that. One of them is the new Terrasail. Yeah, this one's so funny to me. It's the new Nemasail being able to special ascend itself into the Terrasail. There's so many cool things you can do with Hermes, with Ascensions. Foamy can even search out the Terrasail to enable some of these plays. And it transforms a strategy that we saw before inside of Frostfall, our cute little wind Elestrals, and brings it some new life inside of this format, which I think is really cool. The second one, though, is one that I've only heard in Legend, and I actually was getting cooked by inside my round one for Kissimmee, and that is Anklo Surge Morfrost. Have you heard of this strategy?
We talked about it a little bit. In whispered, hushed, reverent tones, we did discuss it. And please, you got to tell us a little bit about it.
It's actually insane. So the first part is I did get to experience a little bit of it inside of the round one. And shouts to Coke Collective on this one. It was very scary. The Morfrost being a 5/2, being able to discard and special cast back and really apply pressure in the form of Elestrals wide boards that way is still very strong. The Morfrost cards have a lot of utility. But then on top of that, what I heard from a particular caster Zero is that they are 42-4 on some Anklo Surge strategy. There's just no way.
Yeah, I think that hopefully if we manage to get Zero back on the mic at some point, we are going to have to ask some questions because
I gotta see that list.
yeah, we need some questions answered here.
Yeah, so those would be my two. I will say I'll cheat a little bit and have two answers for this on what I'm hoping to see throughout the day. A lot of really fun ones. As we're setting up into our round 2 here, of course, going into some amazing casters. I believe we have Rookie and Chronic up on the on the go too.
This will be a very exciting round 2. Before, sort of at the beginning of when I started casting, I used to every single round be like, oh, let's go and check their deck list. But I think that it has been so fun just leaving it as a surprise and being just as shocked at everyone else whenever things hit the board. And like we said, round 2, this is the time when we're going to start seeing people who they perform well in round 1, but they still could have some funky off the wall strategies, lists. And that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, it's really interesting as the Lifestream format has kind of paved out. I think kind of like you've seen for yourself, you have a lot of really high-end strategies with these big explosive turns. And that's not just exclusive to Lock-A-Gun or Solar or Brontiglow or, God forbid, Anklo Surge. There's a lot of great decks that can help balance that war of attrition strategy, similar to what we used to previously call big body crabs or big body beatdown. And also these really interesting game plan decks. So I think that this is going to be a lovely day, and I'm excited to be here for my first round commentating. Hopefully I can lean on you for some grand experience on this one. But 2 tournaments down, Cassian and Kissimmee as well. I think, best to ever do it if I've ever heard of one.
I can't get enough of Lifestream. They tried to get rid of me, and I said, no, I'm actually keep swimming upstream, coming back. And I can't wait. Although we have talked about it a little bit. I'm going to need to make a run for that foamy.
Oh, I believe in it. Listen, from small beginnings to climbing up that stream, the salmon swimming. I believe it.
And we will have our caster Chronic taking us first here whenever we go and get in. And it's going to be an exciting day of casting. Is it weird coming off of playing and being so, locked in the meta as a player, now being on the mic and having this different perspective on things?
No, actually, it's really funny because I would love to be able to play more, but god dang, my brain is fried, Rice, from doing all these foretells. I cannot imagine the amount of of brain power these casters are doing today, of all things, early in the morning. I at least had the energy to feed off of everyone inside the room back in Kissimmee, and it was great to do. Shout outs to everyone played and everyone that was there hanging out as we're going into our round 2 for the day.
All right, we're going to be getting into it here, and I cannot wait. And also, someone has got to stop you. Listen, it is too early for all of this, and someone's got to interfere.
No. Now listen, there are cooks in the kitchen, and I hope to be one of them as a Volcaries champion of Hephaestus is coming down here for today. Holy, wait a minute.
Is this what I think it is? Is this?
Oh, I hope so.
I also sincerely hope so. There is a combo that we actually personally have been discussing here, me and Swole, that is, about this and the evolution of fire artifacts into possibly a burn strategy, which could be very interesting.
As Hephaestus comes down here and chancing for 4. You don't see that every single day. Chronic is risking it all here. Normally on a cast of an Hephaestus, you do see a maybe like 3 maximum of these searches, but maybe a heavy artifact list as a search for a Necklace of Harmonia does come down. Set 2 with a decently sized big body and a follow-up. This is a pretty strong turn from Chronic that we actually haven't seen since Firestorm.
No, and I think that turn 2 will be very telling about what exactly is being played. And that is a very wide, it looks like a Spy Nymph coming out here.
You'll have to see it. Hey, listen, we could see that Haboofin here in round 2 so soon, as Rookie's going to go ahead and search for a Hermes. We have the artifact searchers coming in strong here for their distinct strategies. I wonder if we're going to see some Rookie aggression here by going into a Spinosect, maybe trying to Ascend and Nexus. A lot of different plays that you can do here for this list. Really curious to see.
And as this game is heating up, those of you watching on Twitch, we do have the predictions live. So, I mean, hey, we're starting to develop these strategies, starting to get an idea of what's going on here. And if you have a caster or a strategy that you are rooting for, be sure to get those predictions in.
We are sending the Spinosect to the Underworld here, activating the ability to Nexus up to 2 Wind Spirits. We have plenty on this Hermes to go into. Looks like Rookie's going to try to go early for an Ascension play with the effect of the Champion Spy Nymph.
We have a lot of motion going on here. And this is something that we were talking about actually back in Kissimmee, is it's like people are playing with a lot of the new toys and are very excited to play Lakagon, are excited to play all these things. And these older strategies are still just as viable, just as good. They're just not quite as shiny and new. So seeing fire artifacts, seeing the Hermes wind stuff happening. Casters are still cooking with Firestorm a little bit here.
And I'm glad they are. There's a lot of really great stuff, I think, underexplored inside of this set. And, you know, to speak to that a little bit, the Brits coming over here with 24 hours left to test and study for the Kissimmee, going to the venue, having their deck fleshed out with the starter packs in the venue is kind of crazy to think about. I think as we get an Ascension here into a Spinosect, coming down, activating its effect, that is a nice threatening force with 2 set back row from Rookie as well.
Yeah, this is establishing a board that I personally, going into just the second turn, would not want to be dealing with.
No, it's pretty big. And as a Shield of Achilles, that is a beautiful full art coming in, bouncing up that Spinosect. It's a lot of spirit investment from Rookie. And now Chronic has the tempo advantage, which see what happens here.
Only to be immediately answered. So as we said, this turn 2 from Chronic is going to be very telling in terms of what strategy we're looking at here. If we are seeing sort of a more stereotypical traditional fire artifacts list, or possibly an evolution of the strategy.
Chronic's thinking hard here on what to do. Going to go for expend to draw. Potentially can't find the cards that they were looking for. Though this, again, a very nice setup for themselves. Going to go for a champion or a Torch of Hestia.
Yeah.
Very interesting here on why casting this from the Spirit deck. The Champion Volcaries does have the ability to allow you to enchant from the Underworld. So unless Chronic here is trying to set up for something else, potentially for the Spirits in the Underworld, this attack might go through Declaring here to foretell and try and dig into some more options.
However, that shield is just too tempting with the artifact attached. I definitely understand. However, Chains of Prometheus!
Yo!
Oh my god! Chains of Prometheus coming out saying, no, your shield is irrelevant. And, oh my god. Swole, how are you feeling after seeing that Chains
love
activation?
this card. Got to dust off the animation for that one. You know, I know the hotkeys are a little bit slow. But wow, I haven't heard that name in years. You know, back in Elestrals Season 2, we were theorizing this one that might be actually a crazy card. And I still hope to see one day this be a staple as these counter runes go off. And wow, I love the back and forth there. It's always hyped to see a Chains of Prometheus coming down. That is insane, trying to keep up this spirit advantage here. Though Chronic down to 9 spirits to Rookie's 12. That was a little bit of a cost, as I think Rookie's healing here.
That was a bit expensive. And Oh, okay, here comes the foretell. And oh my gosh, okay. So this is foretelling here. That looks like a little turtle to me.
That is Champion of Hephaestus Smoltuga.
We
with
are
2
burning.
Ambrosia. Wow.
Okay, so Ambrosia is exactly what we want to see, and also the Champ Smoltuga is exactly what we want to see. Oh my goodness, we have Hephaestus, we have the Valkyries. I don't think there's anything that Rookie can presumably do to stop what is about to happen in this next turn.
This is, unless specifically a Gorgon's Gaze set from Rookie, which you could maybe imagine is a possibility. But even then, that is a lot of spirit investment to try and take care of something that you can just activate on the next turn and continue to apply pressure there. As I believe this is a
Sorlet. Yeah, I think we're looking at a Sorlet classic. I think even properly enchanted, which, you know, we'd love to see it.
Yeah, normally it's one of the best water Elestrals inside the entire game. Gonna go ahead and activate the effect to swap Valkyries to defense. Very smart decision, not just because of the Torch of Hestia going to be buffing up that attack stat, but also playing on Argo here. And looks like Chronic's let that go through.
We did see that Necklace of Harmonia. That would have been not great to play into. However, we might be seeing this Champ Smoltuga coming out here. And that is exactly what's happening. So that is going to allow us to, with this Hephaestus, search not just the artifacts, but it's going to allow us to search invoke runes as well that are fire.
Incredibly scary. There's one in particular I know gave a lot of players grief for a long time, and it looks like that's a full art eruption from Chronic.
Eruption coming out! Okay, and that does mean if we reveal this artifact rune, which we know the Necklace of Harmonia is in hand, that we could be seeing a Krakatuga Ascension right now.
Chronic's asking Rookie, how many spirits are you on? Because we might see some massive damage coming in. This play is incredible. Revealing the artifacts.
Here's the reveal. Okay. From hand, from deck. What are we looking at here? Okay.
Rookie's letting that go through.
I mean, if there was a Gorgon's Gaze, we would have seen it by now.
This is incredible. I've only ever heard this spoke of a legend. There's Krakatuga, the stellar Krakatuga.
Okay. I'm so excited.
Insane.
This is the strategy that we have specifically talked about, and I am thrilled to actually be seeing it happen here. We're burning Rookie with only 10 spirits left, only a Sorlet on board, 2 set runes, but presumably neither of them Gorgon's Gaze.
If we're looking for a shield from Rookie, potentially trying to bait out an attack, sometimes this Krakatuga effect to expend 2 fire spirits, force Rookie to expend 3 here. That's going to be nice and hurtful.
We know that eruption is there. We're going to be able to destroy a card. Okay, so there goes the expend of 3 from the Krakatuga effect.
Paying off 1 from Hephaestus and 1 from the spirit deck.
Eruption
for another additional 3, putting Rookie down to 4 spirits.
And we are going to target and destroy a card as well. What are we going for? Oh, the Hermes.
Interesting. You know, I think you're sitting down in defense with that Krakatuga. It's a big body. Sorlet, it potentially can get over it if Rookie's going to expend a Wind Spirit to try to hit into the Krakatuga. But that was, it's safe to say, an explosive play. Kay, walk me through what just happened there.
Well, so we saw the Smoltuga obviously come out, and this is a new strategy that people have been talking about, as you mentioned, for a bit here, utilizing burn and the original Krakatuga. There is obviously the new champ one, but this one seems to work pretty well in this strategy, allowing us to go in and get a fire invoke rune with the Hephaestus and being able to ascend into the Krakatuga, take advantage of that burn. As you mentioned with that Sorlet, we are seeing the effect go off here, moving the Krakatuga into attack. And if there is not a solid answer from both of these counter runes, the Krakatuga is simply going to go to the depths.
2 spirits left from Rookie, though. Can we see a second eruption hit the board? That is a very high possibility here. Unless Chronic is... There's maybe an argument that Chronic should have destroyed the Sorlet, try to swing in for additional 2 spirit damage from Rookie. This is looking very scary after that explosive combo.
Yeah, and we know that there were 2 Ambrosias for Chronic. Okay, so an Eddie coming out from that Torch of Hestia Foretell. We did see those 2 Ambrosias. So depending I guess we did go into the deck. Hopefully Chronic also on 2 spirits. Gonna need to see some action there as well. But it seems like we are just going to Eddie swap positions, swing.
He's debating on activating potentially a counter rune here, paying off maybe one of the Sorlet would be nice. This turned into a very scary match, into a very controllable match from Rookie.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, that is the problem. Like, we saw those explosive plays, but if you don't have the follow-up to be able to protect it, it's kind of all for naught.
As we get an Ascension here onto the Sorlet potentially, I know that the Spinosect, is in hand. Gonna go ahead and send here, activate the effect of the Spinosect, potentially to bounce the Eddie back to hand and swing for lethal. This is, wow, that Spinosect coming to haunt Chronic back down after that shield play in the early rounds. Eddie is going to go back to hand.
Yep. And gonna be swinging for 2. I think that is all she wrote for Chronic this game after seeing that Krakatuga play go through. Oh, you know what? I am just happy that we were able to see it, but Rookie being able to stay completely in control, keep a level head. I think I'm with you in that the answer there may have been to prioritize the Sorlet. At that point, you have the burn. You've already been getting rid of the resources. You've been limiting the amount of gameplay that is allowed to happen, but keeping a body on board, especially when you know that Spinosect is simply there, that is too big of a risk.
Yeah, it's really important to say. And my next question to you was immediately going to be, what do you think you would pop? And I think that's the perfect idea there. The interesting part there as well, you saw at the end, Chronic did happen to draw. The last card on top was a second Eruption. So there was unfortunate timing on that one there. But even then, I do think that Rookie being able to have both those counter runes in the back, potentially being able to shield or Gorgons the Krakatuga, to have it be a 4 body that you can just slap back down the second Sorlet, which we know we saw, and potentially hit over there. That'd be a tough one for both these players, though. I do think going into this this game 2 for Chronic, I do think this is going to be very interesting siding, as historically a Hermes deck is very expensive spirit investment.
Sure.
What do you think that Rookie's going to be able to do here to help combat that?
I mean, not to sound like one of my favorite co-casters, but Pandora's Box is a card. Listen, I'm just saying.
Listen, I laughed, but that thing messed me up on Sunday last weekend.
Hey, you know what? Pandora's Box answers a lot of these threats from Rookie. On top of that, Chronic, I think, was clearly playing scared of Hermes' trickery, which is maybe why they were overvaluing the Hermes on the board. Going into this next game, obviously seeing what the real threats there were and how to not keep Rookie off of them. We may see some different strategies here. What about you, Swole? What would you be doing as either Chronic or Rookie?
Yeah, well, first I want to point out that excellent call out for the Hermes Trickery. I almost forget that card's a thing, and it's a very strong, powerful card inside of the Hermes strategy. And so you're absolutely right. Maybe potentially on Chronic's side, not popping the Sorlet was the play. I think for Chronic, if you're going into the siding for game 2, you might even want to go further into the burn strategy, or alternatively, I think you could even side out of some of those less than spectacular water Elestrals and play more into your fire engine. I think fire does have a lot of really cool tools. Up in Flames was recently released, being able to help destroy cards on the board. Yeah, if I see Smell Tongue coming down, I'm popping off anyway. So, a little bit of self-fulfilling prophecy, but I do think that we have some options here for Chronic. And if you're Rookie, Divine Healing is right there on the table for you to really help mitigate some of these expensive plays. As we're hopping into our game 2 here, Chronic chooses to go first. Let's see if we can make magic happen again and burn Rookie here for game.
I think that going into game 2, the strategy that we saw, I mean, that was the exact line, starting off with the Valkyries, getting the Hephaestus. We just needed to see that Smoltuga a little sooner, in my opinion. And if that had happened, we might have had a very different game. However, we're running it back. We're sending out Valkyries, going in and getting the Hephaestus. And hey, you know what, Chronic? Show me what you got. I'm interested.
And go for the Hephaestus here to, again, load up on 4. This is going to be a massive fire load on top of this Hephaestus, going to search out for these artifacts. Again, one of these things that we saw last time from Chronic is enchanting from the Spirit deck to these artifacts. And while the Valkyries can also search the Hephaestus, it can also help manage these spirits more effectively, which maybe is the difference inside of game 2 here is a little bit tighter spirit play. I'm going to go ahead and pass over to Rookie on this one. No sec back row.
Okay, very interesting. And I mean, this Valkyries, I think, is one of the biggest reasons, outside of Argo and the strategies that we saw starting in Daybreak, Valkyries is one of the biggest reasons why Invoke runes have become so usable, as you mentioned, being able to make them a little bit more affordable, which is always the biggest drawback. No set runes here, however, makes this investment all a little scary if you can't actually protect it.
Yeah, Hermes is a deck that if you give it an inch, it'll take a Posthumous. And I think if you are Rookie here, I'm just going to go ahead and fire off whatever I can. You're going to go ahead and send the carry-on champion of Hermes to the underworld, bring it back off its effect, and going to potentially ascend over it here. You have no threat of a Gorgon's Gaze, no threat of a PTA, no threat of a shield, like you saw in the first round. So let's see what Rookie tries to do here.
Yeah, and we are in fact going to be ascending here into...
No way! Is that a Findust? That's the new Findust!
Okay, Caleb cannot get away with this.
Oh god, was I the new Bufin? No, I think that's Findust. Oh.
Caleb, I swear to Hermes, there is no way that you manifested the Findust Bufin line coming out here. Are we Bufin?
Who is treating their winds? Who's treating their wind spirits as earth spirits in the club tonight? We have
Rookie.
It's Rookie is doing it. This card is so cool. The new Findus, Champion of Aeolus, is so strong. This card being able to special cast out the Habufin from the hand your deck if it receives 2 or more earth spirits. Very, very scary. I know firsthand from Julian kicking my butt with this deck that this can go scary. And it's not just Spinosect. It is a true blue Habufin.
Yeah, we are boofing in the morning. Chronic probably kicking himself for not mulliganing that hand, possibly, with no counter runes in it, and just letting this happen. I personally think it's awesome. I'm so excited about it.
This is very, very cool. Yeah, for a long time too, the Habufin here, or the Findus, as a small Tuga coming down here. Wait a minute.
Hey,
as we have a retaliation play, 2 casters going into their big plays, hoping for not a Gorgons here. This Habufin strategy is a little bit different than your typical Hermes deck, but it's still very expensive. And I think we might see the punish here from Chronic being able to burn for a ton of spirits.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we were talking about, where it's like, this strategy specifically, we needed to see Smoltuga in the follow-up turn after the Valkyries. And here he is. That might be, hey, maybe that's why Chronic kept this hand, where it's like, well, I have the whole combo. I just got to do it. We did see the reveal of the Torch of Hestia, which means we do have Krakatuga, which means...
This is the champion Krakatuga.
Did we go in and grab Interruption?
I think so, but maybe potentially drawing all the artifacts to start off with, which makes sense for no set counter runes. Someone is definitely a primary Artemis fan. I've seen this combo before, only in some videos. We have Krakatuga, Champion of Hephaestus here, and it's a pretty scary force. I like this card a lot, being able to potentially threaten this Habufin is maybe the idea here from Chronic. And while not the burn damage that we've seen before, maybe holding that off for a later play. What do you think?
I think that right now Chronic is saying I need to deal with the threats in front of me. And as for the burn, I mean, that's something that you could end up burning yourself. That's an expensive investment. And if it's not a game-winning play, oftentimes you get burned yourself, which is what we saw in that last match. And it looks like Necklace of Aphrodite.
Interesting
out
deck
here.
choice here. I do like the idea of this heavy. Whoa, we are loading up this Krakatuga. They are iced out.
Shield is
Holy.
looking. Oh, okay. Here
No shield
comes
coming
the Foretell from the Torch of Hestia, another little baby turtle. Okay.
Oh no.
This is going to start to get out of control very quickly for Rookie.
This is very interesting. So, of course, the Foretell's at the top, Eruption being there. I think we saw Pandora's Box and the Smoltuga champion. What I love about this position, if you're Chronic, is not only do you threaten a massive amount of burn spirits on the next go and next time around, you also have your Smoltuga for the next turn to ascend and burn and swing for massive damage with 2 big turtles. This is looking good.
I mean, it is a good day to be a turtle fan because, yeah, this is popping off. We do see an immediate set from Rookie, which is interesting. Going in, casting. Okay, we are Spy Nymphing. All right, Rookie saying, you know what? I see what you're doing. I am just going to continue doing what my deck wants to do as well. Pandora's Box! What did I say? What did I say? Go in and get that Pandora's Box, Chronic, and by golly, he did it. And here it is. We are milling. Oh, a Sorlet and a Shield. Oh, those are actually pretty big hits, I would say.
Wow. You called it outright. That one is a big card to stop this Hermes aggression. Spy Nymph here would have allowed for some shenanigans, even potentially a second Haboofin to go off here on the Tower of Winds. I think if you're a Rookie sitting down in defense, you hope those 2 back row are enough to stop the extra burn coming down, if I had to imagine from Chronic side.
I would love to see Tower of Winds. That is a call out that I hadn't even considered. However, an Earthquake coming out, taking care of that Krakatuga immediately. Listen, eruptions, earthquakes, they go hand in hand, but unfortunately this time Krakatuga was the victim.
Still, if you're Chronic, you're in not a too terrible position here after losing your big turtle. That was a lot of artifacts that you are investing onto that Elestral, but now you have Rookie down to 10 spirits. It's not unheard of for Chronic to potentially even do 9 over the course of a couple turns. So,
I mean, we do know that that turtle is right there. We have the Smoltuga follow-up, possibly going in and getting the base Krakatuga. Like you mentioned, maybe now is the time to start burning, to start doing that. Chronic, as we know, possibly a little bit nervous about some Hermes trickery, but has clearly sided with that in mind.
Yeah, thinking long and hard about these plays from Chronic. A 2-spirit Elestral, and is
Lava
that a Lavalith?
Okay, hey, it's a good card. I love a lith.
Absolith Cinema here coming down from Chronic side, trying to target and destroy. I would say even potentially this Hermes again, trying to play around the Hermes trickery from Rookie. And you better hope that that's not a shield back there, or else you are taking a lot of damage from this innocuous Haboofin. As a 1/6 defender, this Lavalith can only really hit over the spine, meaning that these 2 spirits are going to be on board for Rookie to play with. You're in a pretty good defensive position there, chilling on 10 spirits. Let's see what Chronic can do to hopefully help equalize this board state.
I mean, we know that one shield got hit, so that does minimize the chances. However, okay, we are simply just starting to eruption right now, starting to burn, and Rookie saying, okay, yeah, I guess. Now on 7 spirits, which even if we did have a shield, the cost of shielding a Lavalith, I mean, do you really want to... Oh, okay. So a second eruption has hit the board.
And Rookie's trying to see what they can do about this. That is a lot of spirits gone for, well, and admittedly, a lot from Chronic as well. Getting both low down to the wire here. Can a 6 big body do it? Let's see an attack onto the Spy Nymph.
And I mean, Rookie, I think is just gonna have to, let that happen here. There goes the Spy Nymph. We do still have this Fin Dust, the little Fin Dust who could stick around forever. Rookie gonna be drawing for turn here, setting another one. But with only 4 spirits against a burn strategy, especially when you know that they have the Smoltuga in hand. However,
There's
Ascension.
Spinosect.
Okay, we are bouncing.
Who needs a shield when you are one? This little bug that could. Gonna swing in here for some massive damage, putting Chronic back onto 3. This is the exact same thing we saw inside of game 1 here, where Rookie's able to sit back and relax on some of these more defensive Elestrals, potentially even buy time to set up some pieces, and then coming down with a Spinosect from the top ropes to help clear the board and swing. This is, I was hoping for some burn magic, but I think we're having to see some Firestorm represent here.
Yeah, I mean, swinging for 3, leaving Chronic on 1, that does not leave a lot of room for anything. We can't Eruption again. We could exactly Ambrosia or Galaxy.
Going out on their own terms, it seems like Chronic having this Champ Galaxy. The Spinosect is a really tricky one in the meta with these stat swap Elestrals, as a Spinosect being a 7 attacker, paying off a shield here, and Rookie's just saying, I already had it in the back. Don't even worry about it.
I mean, with the added spirit damage from the Spinosect, that was already game, but hey, might as well shield if you've got it. Well, listen, we got to see the burn strategy, but it just goes to show sometimes it's worth holding it until it is a game-winning piece, because it is so expensive to you as well. I mean, there are definite drawbacks to the strategy, and there are ways that you have to play it and play around answers that your opponent might have. And Rookie, like you pointed out, was able to just play their game, stay chill, say, yeah, I mean, I'll just answer whatever you put in front of me and deal with the spirits that I've got left after you do all your burn stuff. And I didn't see the shield. Oh, you milled the shield? I've got Spinosect. I have an Elestral who is a shield. And very well played in both of those games to both casters.
I do think that it's really interesting to point out as well that from Chronic's side of things, still a lot of really great technical play from this player. It's really hard to know exactly when to fire off, so to speak, those big tempo swing turns. It's kind of one of the biggest things for Elestrals to really learn and grind at, is knowing when the War of Attrition's over and when I can actually make my final push. And in a deck like the Krakatuga deck, I liked the idea that going for an early Krakatuga champion of Hephaestus, loading with artifacts and potentially going for some offensive pressure, and then later going into threatening the burn side of the Krakatuga is maybe the give and take for this strategy. I'll definitely have to be inside of the tank on this one, and hopefully that tank holds a lot of water, because I think that might be the key difference here. Those water Elestrals were doing a lot of work compared to the fire side, and I thought it was really, really interesting to see. Love the fact, by the way, that we got to see these two strategies. Shout out to Caleb on this Haboofin check. We saw like getting dropped down. That was wild.
Yeah.
What in the world?
I mean, the number of bigger bodied Elestrals that this Hermes strategy allows you to play. I mean, Haboofin, Spinosect. We also saw, was there a third 2-drop? Or am I just thinking of another Spinosect that dropped at another time? But being able to see all of these different strategies in here, occasionally carry off is one that this one likes to play. And honestly, the fact that we didn't even have to see too much trickery going on, it really just had to be, I will answer these threats as you put them in front of me. And I mean, there's been a lot of conversation about oftentimes the best strategy in Elestrals is reactive, not being the aggressor, simply just being the one to say, I'm going to deal with everything that you put in front of me and then make you deal with my answer. And that's exactly what we saw in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's probably the perfect way of putting it, right? These two decks are Firestorm adjacent. You have the Fire Artifact list with a little bit of evolution, and then you have the Hermes deck, which we didn't necessarily see any trickery. No, I don't even know if they're playing Champ Aviolith, which is kind of the new inclusion for this Hermes list to help mitigate spirits. But even then, the new win stuff to represent the big 6 defense of that Fin Dust and the large arms of the Habufin as a 7 attacker were enough to bring Rookie to victory. And that's just going to show, like you were saying, a lot of decks and a lot of strategies from Firestorm are still very much powerful on their own, even if they have small inclusions and new stuff to upgrade. I think you're right in saying that I think Firestorm might actually come up today. And that was really cool to watch inside of these games between these two casters.
I mean, it's just like Daybreak, right? Where it seems like every set that comes out, people just say, what if I go back and look at Daybreak again? What if Celestlio's crazy? What if Chronodile is crazy? And hey, you know what? Never count an Elestral out from the past that you've said, oh, I don't think that this card really has utility right now. There are cards that lend support, lend credence to these strategies that previously weren't playable or hadn't at least been figured out. And I mean, hey, as someone who just performed very well with Celestlio, me? Yeah, you. It's really cool to see that as new sets come out, as these strategies get more support, whether it be through things like the Corvashine, which really opens up solar strategies, and the new, I mean, obviously we didn't get to see it perform exactly as we may have dreamed, but Smoltuga with Krakatuga being able to say, hey, maybe base Krakatuga is crazy now, and certainly a lot easier to get into and a lot more accessible. It's just another one of those strategies that I think that people are going to need to revisit, cook on a little bit, and see what there is there.
I can't agree more. I think that's kind of the neat part about Elestrals. Again, talking with Dan so much over Kissimmee, over doing our silly little video, talking about the power level of some of these cards and not necessarily wanting to invalidate or try and power creep some of these older strategies. That way people can bring their favorite Elestrals into these tournaments, have a great time, and see some of these combos really pop off while also supporting those things in the future. I remember talking to Dan back in, I think it was Daybreak format, speaking of Daybreak, where everyone was like, Thunder is the greatest deck of all time. How could you give them Phosphocell? Which is crazy to think about. Some people complain about anything, but Phosphocell of all cards, they're saying the Thunder strategy has more. The Thunder strategy is there. But having this distinct conversation early and saying that it's a fine line to walk, if you will, over these Elestrals. And you have to be able to say, this is what the deck has now, what these Elestrals have, what the strategy has, and I can't leave this behind, but I also have to introduce new things and have to do it in a way that is both incredibly difficult, but also be able to reward players for finding some of these niche strategies and these powerful effects. I don't know. It's a very cool line. I think we've walked so far with the Elestrals, all the way from summoning or casting a 5 body up until a big 13.
I mean, hey, and you mentioned Phosphocell. I'm just saying, I don't think anyone has experimented enough with Solar Charged. Okay. Hey.
That card's crazy. That card will be good eventually.
Crazy.
Mark my words. I don't know where, I don't know when, but that card will actually be good eventually. I had this conversation with Bo, shout outs to the previous Dallas Open champion and Atlanta Open champion, about this card early inside of Firestorm, because I'm like, surely this card is good. Bo, you're a Solar caster. You inform me on this one. What do you think about it? And at the time, I remember Bo saying, I don't know about this one. Unsure. But I'm still hoping.
I know you're a believer.
Maybe for the next couple predictions, I think I'll just slap on Solar Charts there, just hoping. One quick shot.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll pick Full Dusk.
But you can't go back off the classics. They're just classics for a reason.
Twist my arm, which, speaking of Voldusk, I do want to take a second to point out our community is incredible. We had the best time in Kissimmee. I got to sign so many Voldusk, so many Vol clips. By the way, the alt art that I still have not pulled, despite the fact that I keep opening Moonrise and my God, I can't get it. But also on top of that, I was also able to get, I mean, we have truly
Those were
the best
so cute.
community in the, I have them right here on my desk. As soon as I got home, I was like, yep, these go here. And then they even were able to bless my polls, and I got the Stellar Voldusk sticker from my Shattered Stars this month, which I have been hunting since I found out that existed. So yeah, happy Elestrals Day, everyone. Happy premiere. Thank you all again so much for kissing me and being incredible. And with that, we are just still getting started for the day. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get started for round 3. Caleb will take my place with Swole, and I will see you all in a bit. Okay. All right. Here we go, chat. And feel free to play alongside us, because there have been some of these that are a little niche that we haven't been able to get immediately. Both of us have assumed the gamer position here. We are leaned forward in our chairs. We are ready to go.
Nemastar. The Stellar Nemastar, actually, more specifically.
Listen, you may have won this one, but I won the war.
Yeah, who's the real winner? You got the card right in hand.
The way that was given to me and I didn't get it. Ooh, the tea is not kicking in yet.
Okay, you'll get the next one for sure. It's gonna be another Stellar that you know, and I don't have. It's, you know, Poseidon would be crazy here.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right.
Abomin Ursa.
Abomin Ursa!
Oh, so close yet so far. That's the OG art too, by the way.
Oh. I don't know who got that one.
That was me definitively. What do you
I don't know. I think
by an avalanche landslide. I don't know if you could tell the speed on that one.
Ooh, I don't know. Oh no.
Oh god. Lava Cell. Specifically, this one is the OG artwork with the uppies.
You know what? If you keep doing this,
actually, this is
it's one thing. I swear, if I get like 5-0'd right now, I'm gonna have to retire from the mic. Unfortunately, you're taking the next round.
When the ponytail comes out, it's time to get to business. To try to get down a little bit, you know.
Unfortunately, even with 2 people on my team on this side,
she's a genius.
I have to say,
one here. Voldusk.
He's trying so hard to give these to me. Wait, no.
No?
Volumbra? It is Volumbra, the tail. God!
Yeah. There we go.
There's no way. Oh, the way that these have all been directed specifically at me, and I'm still missing it. Ah.
It's okay. No, that one was close. To be fair, a little bit
that one was close.
Well, listen, I got it wrong, and I don't think we had time to really go back into that one too. To be fair, I thought it was Voldusk 100%.
If I had been looking at the tail, I would have known.
Soldel.
Champion.
Ooh.
I think that was me. I'm just saying.
That was definitely me.
What?
What? As foretold.
Whoa. As foretold, and then special cast. Unbelievable. I think that I specified champion first, at least.
Ooh, we're gonna have to go to the judges panel on that one.
Nice. Well, you know what? You put up a good fight, but unfortunately,
Oh well, then,
okay,
all
we've
sounds
got
that
a
wins
few
well.
more here. Okay.
It's okay. You can bring it back. It's currently what, 3-1?
Who can say?
But who's counting?
I think you might be.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Glauby, champion of Poseidon. I don't. Ooh, Glauby? I'm gonna need in the form of a question, please.
Okay, see, now we're just attacking my character.
Well, I would never attack. Listen, Demeter is very strong.
Oh, it's okay. Listen, that one's not in my pantheon. Okay.
I've been playing a little bit too much Clash on that one. Actually, I got that on the gold border. It looks amazing.
You know what? You're store champion with Chronodial, so I actually.
Earth's Coat, a champion of Kion.
You've got. Dang it! You're also 2 hours ahead of me. I'm just saying you've had 2 more hours in the day to wake up. I just want to say, Silver, I love that these have all been K choices. That these are specifically catered to me, or as I call it, turd.
No way you said. What? I mean, I might have 2 more hours in the day, but I don't know if that makes up for the speed.
No. Okay. We have confirmation that this is worth all the points. So.
Okay.
Come on, Silver. Come on. I guess we're gonna see who really is Silver's favorite here with whatever the choice is going into this next one.
We have the Drakid, the champion, Drakid Poseidon.
Dang.
Crackhead champion of Poseidon.
The new. Dang it.
You know what's funny? I knew this was gonna pop up today. I was like, wait a minute, are they gonna do the new reveal? You got that one, right? You definitely got that one. You said Drakid though, but you got it.
I for sure said Drakid.
Yeah.
I for sure said not the right one, but thank you. That was really generous. Yeah, take the.
And good morning, Elestria and beyond. I'm joined back here at the desk by the wonderful Caleb. Caleb, it's good to see you again. Hello, by the way. How you doing between the rounds?
I was just here hanging out, watching the stream, and you know, is there anyone ever been as right as I have about predictions and then the layup prediction after the fact? Like, I gotta be LeBron or something. Call me Michael Jordan. I just be nailing every single one. I gotta think of another one now because I haven't been wrong so far.
Yeah, the tournament bingo already, quite legitimately. If y'all weren't watching this at home, Haboofin had hit the board. Initially, we thought, okay, this is just a normal Spinosect Hermes list, and then Rookie hit us with the 1-2 of the new Fin Dust, which I think is just incredible. That 1/6 defense, and the new Haboofin, which I know you were saying the old Haboofin was potentially the way to go here. What did you think about of the new one compared to the old one from Frostfall?
I think that in this board state didn't really end up mattering too much, but if there was some protection for the Haboofin, it would have actually been more correct to be playing the old one, because that Krakatuga is like a 10-6, I think, with all the artifacts that were on it. Old Haboofin says you can expend an Earth or a Wind to change Elestrals to defense position. So you just say, all right, wham, that thing's in defense now, and I'm dealing with it. Like, it's gone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, the secondary effect, I believe, is that Elestrals that are in defense are suppressed, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, you know what? That wouldn't deal with it, because now it's back to being a 4/8.
Yeah, wait a minute.
No, but if we suppress our own Haboofin, then
sure. Then we're perfectly fine. Yeah, someone get Skyhawk and Nick on the line. No, I think it was really fun to see. And again, KCon, a great option there of the Hermes Trickery, which I think can play really well into the Buffon strategy. That Finda setting up spirits to be able to ascend over and get into the Spinosects that you send into the underworld, potentially even Avialist. Shout out to Julian on that one. And I know that you've also been, test quite a bit with Julian in the Atlantic contingency. Is Haboofin something that has been brewing out there on the East Coast?
This has been a deck that I've been playing a lot. It's one that I played a lot at Kissimmee in the side events. It's one that I play a lot in our testing. I think it's a very competent strategy. I don't know if it quite has the pace that the Lockagon, the Celestleo decks have to just be able to get stuff on board. And also you kind of want to get your Hermes loaded up so you can continually send. And Celestio says, that's very tasty. I love eating wind spirits. So I think that it is poorly matched up into this current metagame with the amount of card destruction we have. But if we ever find a metagame where we don't have that, I think that Hermes is really well positioned as a very strong control deck. And really the big thing is trickery. The amount of games where I open trickery, I'm like, I've won the game, is a lot, honestly. If you open trickery, you see it. It is just such a strong card. One of the things that I don't think I saw this from our Hermes caster in the feature, but one of the things that is very common to do is when you ascend into that Fin Dust to get the effect to special cast Haboofin, if you ascend it so that it has an earth and a wind under it, you can now tag it out into a Spinosect while keeping your Haboofin live. So you get 2 gigantic bodies, and that is just an incredible play to be able to do to keep presence, keep large Elestrals, keep spirits on board. It's especially important because you can't over enchant when you do trickery, so you can't like 2-spirit Findus into a 2-spirit Sorlet, which is one of the cards that they were playing.
Right.
So you have to keep that kind of thing in mind when you're playing through this deck. And just trickery into Spinosect is one of the greatest things I've ever done in a card game in my entire life. It's also one of the worst things that's ever happened to me in a card game in my entire life.
It's really cool. I think I keep on getting shown up by Julian constantly, right? I'm not necessarily a believer in the Lockdown deck. My butt gets absolutely handed to me. I'm not really sure I believe in this Hermes strategy, and then I just get, Hermes Trickery into Avialith over and over again. And that's not too uncommon for the Atlanta contingency, right? We have Millmaster Mike, shouts to Froned. I'm sitting across the table listening to their beautiful voice, by the way. If ever they needed a career inside of casting, I think Froned's got it. But telling me how they milled out 30 cards from an individual, and there's so many plays inside of Lifestream, one of my favorite things about it, that just lends themselves to amazing practice and amazing tech play. People who are really, really diving down into their decks and getting good at them. And if you at home are looking to potentially sharpen your skills and learn the ways of the sword, then you might be able to practice your way into victory with some of our casual events as well as our upcoming premieres. Not only do we have today's event, October 11th, a little 1 month late on this one. We also have our webcam casual tournaments. They're a great way to practice with people in the community to brew and to really get into your deck. We have some coming up on the October 14th, October 21st, and October 28th. And I'm a big fan of these ones. This is actually where I got a lot of my practice in for early premieres of Daybreak and Frostfall. And these are looking to shape up well for Lifestream, as so many cool strategies that you can take into the meta, and they're just wonderful. Again, getting involved with your community and having an extra way to deep dive down into Elestrals.
Yeah, it's such a blast to play with a group of people, whether it's in the casuals, meeting people at your locals, but also for these premiere events we have upcoming, getting involved in these. Our next one is October 25th. That's 2 weeks from now. Going to be an incredible event. Very much looking forward to this. And then the next one after that, November 15th. And then we get like almost a whole month into December with our next one after that, December 6th. These are all events that you don't want to miss. They're going to be great. Lifestream is an incredible set. Lots of cool new things to be discovered. I'm looking to see if there's maybe some things today that we see that we didn't see at Kissimmee. Maybe there's some decks that people have been brewing. Things like your Hermes, things like your Posthumuses, where there's some untapped stuff there. So maybe you could be the one to bring that next untapped deck to a premiere and, get your chance at a shot at the championship.
Yeah, that Centaur, I know Helen is absolutely losing it at that Centaur, and the Foamy is beautiful too. While I would love to say making the run back for this premiere, would have been a dream of mine on Solar or on a goofy deck like Terrasail. I was really trying to brew that one up. But I'm glad to be here at the desk with you today as we're going into our round 3 sometime soon. You know, we saw in the first round, you got the Pasta Moose versus a Dionysus list, which I thought Dionysus was the second most represented deck inside of the room for Kissimmee, which I thought was very interesting. You know, going into the day, Lockagon, I think we knew was kind of a known factor. The starter decks were very common. This kind of really fun, explosive strategy that can play some of the older cards like the Whales, and the new Aphros is nice. Dionysus was one that I knew was going to be good. I just didn't know it was going to be that good. And I think that speaks to these amazing casters utilizing the individual cards like the Synectar Champ or the Cyprongs. But then also, I know we saw some integration here with like teching out the decks with main deck Dense Fog and main deck Pandoras. Could you speak to that a little bit in terms of like how players are cooking? Because I also know from the Atlantic contingency and talking with Ash that there is some targeted hate inside of these main decks for some meta strategies.
Something very early that we found in testing was just that main decking Dense Fog was almost mandatory because it deals so well with Lockagon and it deals so well with the solar strategies that it's just a mandatory inclusion in order to be able to deal with how strong some of these decks can be. And in most of the cases, it doesn't actually hurt your strategy all that much. If you, for some godforsaken reason, are playing Lockagon, you put your OG lock in attack position in Dense Fog, that's on you. That's on you for making that mistake. Don't do that. That's the only instance where Dense Fog ever punishes you as a player, because it does affect all Elestrals that are not Lunar Enchanted, but it does such a good job into these matchups where even like when I was early on testing the Lunar deck that I mentioned earlier on cast with Kay, we were able to take this deck, which I do not think is particularly strong. It's not one that I would expect to do well into these higher end decks, but just because I was able to search Dense Fog so consistently, I was clearing Lockagon consistently in hands where I was able to get access to Dense Fog, which meant I'm mulliganing until I see Dense Fog every single time.
Yeah, when we were going over the decks, the cards that could be good for this upcoming, for the Kissimmee, tournament, it's funny because the consideration was always like maybe Lunar with the sauce with Toxiri to shut the Dense Fogs, either or, both Dense Fogs do have their place. And I like the fact that we are, again, getting not only just straight up support in the form of new cards, but also situations and game states that potentially older cards and older cards that have been seen less than stellar value can now really shine in the upcoming meta. And if you guys at home want to see a particular deck or player shine, let us know inside of our Twitch and YouTube. We are both simulcasting to both right now. And so a good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world watching this. Thank you for being here. And you can also let us know at the hashtag #PlayLestrals on all socials, and we will be looking through that throughout the day. We've been seeing some incredible memes and incredible posts from you, and that has been, I've been loving it. I've been between rounds and the sneaks that I can, I'll just be searching through that hashtag, and this community is amazing for a few different ways. And so we'd love to hear from you, the players, our casters, and our Squids of all Nexus forms, what you'd like to see from the day.
And don't forget, since we are streaming on these platforms, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube. They're all incredible things that we appreciate you very much for doing. And thanks for everyone at home for watching. It's always fun to be here on cast, and so, well, it's been a while since we've been on a cast together, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. It's funny is that surprisingly between the tournament play, the silly bits, like coastalist shenanigans, and the walk stuff, I'm surprised that they're asking me back. But I'm glad to be here. On top of it, it's always what I love, especially. Some people have been asking, like, hey, like, are you sad you aren't playing? Like, what's going on? One, the foretells just absolutely ruined me. I'm just seeing stars, and half of them are solar. But two, I think it's great to watch the community cook. I think it's a very important aspect of this all, is not only engaging as a player and getting to sit down face to face with everyone and play and love this game, but also be able to watch and speak to everyone that is just cooking out of their minds. I love it. And I love that I get to do with you and Kay today, especially for a format that is so exciting like Lifestream. And it's so funny to think about where we've come from in terms of a community and in terms of a game, right? Back in the day, years ago at this point, hearing Dan say, yeah, no, this is the best card in the game and it's called Aster Rabbit, to now, where is Aster Rabbit? This card is almost nowhere. Still very strong. Don't get me wrong. Love the baby, but we are seeing decks that are fully fleshing out their identities. We are seeing new cards come into the fray, and everyone picking up their new favorite Elestrals in the form of titles and new strategies, like Tadpuff before, right? And his main second Lockgun. Love that card. Was previously only a Zephyrog inclusion. Holy.
It was a water reanimator card. That
True.
was probably the best. That was probably the best version that we had. And now I've got people saying, I'm not a big fan of that card. We got to take it out back. Like, no, my little boy.
Tadpuff is so cool. Yeah, shout out to Soren on that one. I think was the top 16 or top 32. I want to say top 8 even for the water reanimator list on those ones a while back in the day. And now that card blazing the trail for casters like Ash and for Evo. You know, these this little guy. God, I love it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Just a fun little guy. Speaking of sort of cards coming back into the fray like that, are there what card are you kind of looking for this set that hasn't seen a lot of play that you'd really like to see, or that you're enjoying seeing more of? You know, I know that you did well with Celeste, Leo, but surely there's some big boss out there that you want to test with, or that you're just happy to see.
Yeah, in terms of actual like bosses, right, of Elestrals, like I'm trying to think of an old one that I'd like to see come back up, right? Imperial is one that I think is very interesting to me, because yes, the meme of the side neck trick, like, you know, reveal spirits, and it's just like drop it like a load of thunders as I'm picking up these cards all over me. It was worth it, trust me. I would love to see, and this is maybe not a set, this set, it's not Lifestream set, but potentially a champion form of Imperial, champion of Synectric and the Quackles, you know, our classic Elestrals trios, and getting into something like that I think would be cool. The new Gato Bolt is also really interesting, being able to cast Thunder Elestrals when you activate invoked runes, right? That's something that I think is something definitely to be explored with. And that's in terms of like the actual Elestrals. In terms of like the cards that I want to see, this is one that I think is also a sleeper. Astera's Starfall. Have you heard of this card?
Oh yes, I'm familiar of Astera's old. I've known it for a lot. I hardly recognize the name.
This one is so cool. Again, the artwork is one of my favorites inside of the game. Definitely would love a playmat of this. But the second thing is that this card to me reads a deck with crazy when receives. Is just going to be value catching and ascending. So I would be really curious to see how that card as an individual shapes out into the meta as like a niche option. Very interesting card. I love the fact that, again, these Omni runes have a lot of different dynamic effects. So those are probably my 2 or 3 so far as my thoughts go. Maybe not super interesting, and definitely, you know, shocker the professor's choosing the weird stuff. But like, I don't know. What about you? Is there a certain strategy or card that you haven't seen yet that you were hoping people would dig up?
I mean, a lot of the stuff that I've wanted to see, apparently everyone's bringing to the premiere, because Hibufin was my big one. Like that's been my pet deck, and I think that Lunar is the other one, which also is in round 1. But if I had to like dig through the annals of my mind into something else, I think it'd be really cool if, now that we have some more water support in the form of the Aphrodite stuff, to see some of the Firestorm water stuff like the Majesty, the Globby make a resurgence. It was something that some people played in Firestorm. It didn't do all that well, and obviously Majesty as a boss Celeste isn't going to do much into Lockagon. But I think that there's always been something there with Globby, Searching Atlantis, or Rise from the Depths, bringing back Water Reanimator. That was one of my favorite decks of all time. I'm sure there's a video out there somewhere of me talking about that deck, because I absolutely adore it. It was one of the first decks that I really bonded with Julian over. We became good friends, kind of talking about that deck and that theory. And so I'd love to see that deck really make a rise.
Oh, you're cooking!
I'd love to see it. I do think that it'll be harder for that deck to be playable with only one Rise from the Ashes. But there's got to be something out there. Maybe there's something funky with like Joblin you could do. You get to play Rise from the Shadows just to have more cycling through Elestrals and getting to larger and larger bodies. A 15s kind of strategy. There's got to be something there. I swear, there's got to be something there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's kind of the neat part about, again, as we're going into these divine champion sets, right? The new cards and the new titled forms, how they interact with the divines is all so cool. You mentioned the Glauby and you mentioned the Majesty line, and you don't tell a certain Saiyan of the super caliber, you might just like, freak them out a little bit. Between that and the Posthumous, I think there are some really big 3-drops that are scary. They're super scary. I love the Champion Glauby. There was a pet deck for a little while playing on Clash. Speaking of that, that you can just go into the ascend over an Eddy, ascend over a Galaxy, get Rise, get Atlantis, and fully flesh out what I love about Elestrals, the mechanics of them, utilizing the different counter runes, the stadiums, the invoke runes to progress a game plan. And from what I hear from Josh, this is such a beam soldier game state. It's like a 21-7 Glauby under Atlantis. There's something on some level. If y'all don't know at home, Josh will send pictures of board states that's like a Frigicub and a Chivalror. It's like 13 spirits on deck, and you're like, how did you do that? And Josh is like, I don't know. It just happens. You'll always see it.
A Victorian child if they saw it. I do think actually the Frost is a good shout. We were mentioning Millmaster Mike Fronet earlier. He's got a very, very cool Chivalror Blizzard deck that I've played against and played myself. I would love to see that deck make its way to the forefront because I think it's super, super cool. It's some of the closest we've ever had to a counter rune speed pop is Blizzard pop your back row or something like that because you targeted my guy. I think that there's something there. There's gotta be. The Frigicub stuff is so cool. There's gotta be something there. There's gotta be. I swear there's gotta be.
No, there's a lot under the surface that just feels like it's right there. And it might just take a couple cards outside of the elements, or maybe like an older set or an older piece of tech option to really manifest at home. When is it Charon's Obel's time to shine? Where is that titled form here inside a little bit? I'm manifesting a lot of these things so later I can clip this and be right, by the way.
If Sharon's Obel is ever relevant, I will cry because that sounds horrific. Like, oh my god, that's scary. Yeah,
shout outs to Base Set Draft, by the way, one of the MVPs of Base Set Draft.
That's true.
It's incredible. If you're joining us for the first time here today, as we're between rounds and just yapping about what we'd like to see, again, let us know what you would like to see throughout the day using the hashtag #PlayElestrals on socials and also here in the chat on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are unaware of today's stakes, this is the second premier tournament for Lifestream. This premier set from Elestrals has had explosive decks, some War of Attrition strategies we haven't seen in quite some time, and a lot of really great players show out in Kissimmee, the previous open that was in person last weekend. And today we get to see the wider community cook and cut their cards on some cookies, so to speak. Now, today we're going to be showcasing off a little bit some of the prizes these players are going to be casting for. There's Worlds points on the line, as well as some beautiful prize cards for the very first time that we are seeing today. So Worlds points on this one with our qualifying points from set for 32nd. You can play out the tournament. Don't drop just yet. You are still able to climb, and we'll see you at Worlds for those 20 points. From the 16th, top 16, you do get your premier packs as well as this beautiful champion foamy. I need a playset of these. I will be trying my hardest for this because that is a lock-on staple and a beautiful choice on this one too. For top 8, we have Pandora's Box, which I opened up my first one just the other day. That was really fun. Didn't know that was as cool as it was, as well as that champion marbled foamy. And then Caleb, you want to run us through the top 4 here, what our players walk away with?
Yeah, top 4, you start to walk away with more and more premier packs. 3rd and 4th walk away not only more qualifying points, but you get an extra premier pack. Instead of that Pandora's Box, you get a whole booster box of Lifestream, as well as that top 16 foamy. 2nd place gets 125 qualifying points, which gets you halfway to your invite, and also gets you further on that leaderboard for the stipend, the travel stipend for our top 5 QP leaderboard. You get an additional premier pack, bringing home 3 premier packs, as well as 2 booster boxes and the prize card. And then for our champion, you get a guaranteed ticket to the World Championships. You get 250 qualifying points, 3 premier packs, 2 booster boxes, uncut sheet. I don't know, Swole, if you saw these at Kissimmee. These uncut sheets look crazy. They're huge. They're
No,
so,
I saw.
so cool.
I missed this one. It's funny. I haven't seen an uncut sheet from I think since Moonrise. That I haven't seen them yet, but I know this one is gorgeous. And if I gotta hide these from Dymax because otherwise this is gonna be part of the round reporting. That is no, they're absolutely amazing. And that Centaur too is just insane. I know. I think if I had to be afraid of one caster today specifically, it actually might be Wirtz, because or Helen. You know, crazy enough. Yeah, it might be Helen. When her man is on the line, say less. It's over for us all. So I think these are such beautiful things to play for. Wow, the marbling on these cards are insane, and I can definitely attest to that. That Lock-On is sitting nice and pretty in the trophy case at the moment. So don't miss out on these ones if you have.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, but at Kissimmee when Dan announced this, I was standing with Helen and some of the staff members while he was announcing this, and he shows the Centaur, and she goes, "Dan, are you kidding me?" Bruce, you could hear it on cast. She was like, and she looks at me and Beansler and said, "All right, I need you to start training me because I need to compete in one of these. I need to win." It's like, don't worry, Helen, we'll lock in. We got you.
That's so awesome. I love it. You know, it that's so killer.
Good. It was so good.
That's amazing. You know, it's funny. There's a lot of great stories from Kissimmee, and one of them is actually that I have is from. Well, I have two. One that's really embarrassing for myself, but the other one is a little more is definitely what I can say. When I got back from Kissimmee, talking to people about it, you know, obviously there's like congratulations, all these things, but one of the very first things that I heard was, I was watching the awards ceremony, and you know, you did great. That was awesome. Thank you. I'm like, yeah, thanks. Like, Shady Penguin is so hot. I cannot believe it. And that's one of the first things I heard about this event. Not like, you know, like, oh yeah, this play was great. I'm talking about this thing. It was just like, I have to stop you right there, Swole, before you say anything else. I have to let you know the new co-owner is an absolute bomb. Like, that's crazy. It's like that. That's
crazy. When Swolax was on that stage too, like,
no, yeah. It was so funny. I was like, you know what? True and fair. And I'm happy that you tuned into the live stream for something. You know, if it's not for the exciting action or the heated gameplay, it's at least for the one and only Shady Penguin. So you know what?
Whether it's Dat Hotness, PK Sparks, or Dat Hotness.
That's true. Oh my God. As we're set up for round 3 here in just a little bit. You know, so Caleb, what are you hoping to see? Bringing it on back into Elestrals here. For our round 3 pairings, what are you hoping to see?
Well, so production just cut to, so we're setting up so we can know what's up. We know who's gonna be in round 3, but we cut to seeing the players' cameras. I just see Illuminate staring up at the camera. So that's all I wanted, honestly, was to see a monkey staring back at me.
I've hired this Luminape to stare at you. Incredible. Holy.
Well, so I was gonna say, before we even knew who was playing, I was gonna say I would love to see some Solar just to kind of warm us up into seeing some of this crazy gameplay. I think that Solar is just super fun to play. It's super fun to watch. Keeping track of Fortells is gonna be a fun little game for us to try and make sure. Like, I'm gonna have to grab my notepad from my bag and be like, all right, what's on top of the deck? But given there's a Luminape waving to us currently from one of our casters, I have a feeling we might be seeing Solar, knowing what Cobalt Sanderson is known for.
Cobalt, yeah, trouble from down under here. I think that I'm excited and a half. You know, it's funny that the deck list that San, Josh, myself, and I know probably a few other casters did bring to Kissimmee is not too far off from the deck building theory of the Australians. I know Kay said that one of the most terrifying things that you can hear is "Good day, mate" whenever you sit across from someone here at the cache. But I think that the amount of cookery, the chefs that are coming from the area, you got to see an Elestrals Open Australia at some point in time. I got to go down there. I got to train and I gotta know what's the secret sauce. Chronodile was crazy from Dooms, obviously Cobalt for the Celestlio, and when is Farrageist time to shine?
Yeah, honestly, like they gotta round out the Daybreak box toppers, right?
Yeah, that's the last one. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the idea. Is just like we're gonna make all the box toppers eventually. It's this giant checklist of world domination from the Australians. Absolutely incredible.
I would love to see it. Farrageist is something that has long been known to be a threat, but very rarely actually makes it in the top pets. The last top I can think of for Farrageist, I believe it was in Kissimmee as like an option for a Latagon deck, but the last like dedicated Farrageist list I can think of is like I think like a Jackie Omu list or something like that, or it might have been a Cindershade list from Moonrise, if I remember it correctly. It's been a while since we've seen, or it might have been early Firestorm. It's been a while since we've seen a dedicated, I've got Comalis, I'm searching a Farrageist, he's dropping and you're paying your taxes, the IRS has come for you.
IRS has come for you. Yeah, government agency camel on the line.
I've hired this camel to make you pay your taxes.
I think that the Farrageist is a very scary card that has jumped from the future and came to us way back when, right? Mm-hmm. Initially, one of these cards that was early limited in the game. And I wouldn't be surprised if, with, like you said, Rise from the Shadows and some of these more lunar inclusions, that we do see a card like that be teched in as an option alongside the new Posthumous or alongside the old Posthumous. There's a lot of great options inside of Lunar, and I think it will just take a specific caster to really show it out and to really see what we can do with this one. I know you mentioned the champion Theraheart is really strong. That card being able to search any lunar runes or moon runes, as it's now been colloquially known, banger name, that we can search the Rise, we can search Dense Fogs, we can search the Artemis's Deadshot, which I think is a really interesting card too. That one I think is intensely scary, and I would love to see that pop out.
Yeah. We've talked a lot at length here, I think, about Cobalt and some of these boss Elestrals. The other player sitting on the other side of the field is no slouch themselves. You got Hazy, the one, the only, someone who actually just walked away with a top 64 at Kissimmee. Yeah. I was chatting with him the day before the event, him and his crew checking out one of the decks that they were cooking up, and it was, I don't remember if this is what he ended up playing or not, but one of them was testing out this like psychotic Pantera Rise from the Shadows list, and I was like, go for it. That's sick. That is super sick. I would love to see this do well, but I'm horrified at what is in front of me.
Yeah, I think, like you said, both these players are top tier performers, and I love to watch them play. Cobalt, again, a previous champion of this game, and Hazy is, I believe, a few top 8s and at the regionals level, and again, top 64 at Kissimmee. And there was the competition was stacked there, so I'm hoping to see some fireworks today as we jump into our match. I can only imagine it's Solar versus maybe even that Pantera list that you were talking about previously. So hopefully we can watch it out.
Both of our casters really want this Luminape to say hi on stream. Looks like they're both shuffled up, determining who is going first here, and hopefully we'll be hopping in shortly. It looks like Hazy is going to be our caster that is going first, and I'm so excited to see what they're bringing to the table. It looks like we are ready to go and hop in. So let's go ahead and let's start round 3, game 1, Cobalt versus Hazy.
Hop in and hop on. Let's check out if the Australians can take another one today. They're kind of webcam demons here. And I believe we have Hazy going first here for the play. There it is. There's a Fawnlet. OG Fawn.
All right. So we're going to see Artemis hitting the board once again, most likely. Saw it round 1, seeing it round 3. I'm going to get Rise from the Shadows, my prediction. Oh, we got the Shattered Stars Stained Glass Artemis. I love this card. It is so gorgeous.
The Stained Glass artworks for the new Divines are incredible. That Demeter one lives in my head rent free. The Hephaestus one is super killer. And the Artemis one as well. I love the purple. One of my favorite colors, and it shines so well in this one. finally being able to search that out and enchanting it here with potentially 4. Wow.
Four.
That
We're
is
going
a
all the way.
big booty Fawnlet. That thing is huge. Fawnlet gets +1 attack, or +1 defense, excuse me, for each enchanting lunar on the Artemis that is on the field. They set one from Hazy. That could be the dead shot that I was mentioning earlier.
Hey, here's hoping. I did see Hazy flash his hand a little bit. It looks like we might have a Gambit in hand. I saw Premier Frame. That's a Tadflow from Cobalt Sanderson. We are about to see BlueStacks, maybe? iWooly? We're using the effect to special ascend into a 2-cost Frost Elestral, and it's an Asprowl!
Oh, wow. Asprowl coming down here. Gonna go ahead and expend 1 and try to send the top 3 to the Underworld. Dense Fog coming down. Or top 4 to the Underworld. 2 Dense Fogs, a Tadflow, and I couldn't quite make out that last.
That was an iWooly. That was the
an
TP for Stellar iWooly champion of Peon.
Well, who could have predicted that? And if you're live on Twitch, we have our predictions live for this match. Be sure to vote in on who you think is going to be taking this one. The BlueStacks iWooly, a strategy that we saw do very well at Kissimmee, or something a little more unknown quantity, this beautiful Fawnlet Artemis strategy.
And it looks like we are going for Amphrostics to bring back this Tadflow, and we're doing it again.
Holy!
So we are 5, almost about to be 7 spirits in, I think, on this turn to ascend into a Snowlit.
Here comes El Diablo.
That's and we miss.
Ooh, that's second
Snowlit Gorgon's iWooly. This is where we rise from the iWooly.
Yeah.
Avalanche!
Pay off the Snowlit. This is a high octane game. There's no ice on the board here, just straight fire. And a rise coming down. 5, missing this as well. This is the give and take. And Hazy's gonna go ahead and send to the Underworld a Dense Fog, an Ambrosia, and an Artemis Deadshot. Beautiful pottery art.
So that was an expensive turn. There's 4 for the Asprowl, 2 for the Amphrostics, and then I think we're at we're at 11 here. And we're gonna Madness to prevent the Asprowl from attacking. Oh,
this is incredibly scary. You know, what's funny is that despite the fact that Cobalt is down to 11, Hazy being on 15 is not too big of a spirit differential inside the Lifestream meta. Previously, I would say those 4 spirits are kind of rough, but this is still anyone's game, and it is crazy to think an Asprowl into potentially double Asprowl BlueStacks could have come down on the very first turn from Cobalt.
Yeah, we milled 4, 7, 12 on that turn. Like, statistically, surely you hit, right? Like, you take those odds every time.
Taking a page out of Kira's book, and gonna go ahead and play the iWooly strategy. And a Nabi coming in here. Nabi's kind of a sleeper card for this format. A lot of solar coming around, but there's so many strategies that Nabi just does super well into. Activating the effect to -2 attack from Elestrals on the board.
Yeah, if Cobalt does not have a live back row there, they are sweating because all of a sudden their board is gone. Hazy has a lot, and this is looking really scary for them.
Yeah, if you're Hazy here, your double edge and your kind of decision that you're rooming through, I think, is rooming through, if you will, is do I activate? Well, there's this one. Go ahead and Artemis poison tipped arrow onto the Asprowl, I imagine, to suppress it even. I was just about to say the consideration is to use the Artemis on the board to suppress the Asprowl for next turn to hopefully mitigate a little bit of the milling and of the Ascension line.
We're doing it so that we can go for the Spectera special cast here from hand. That was the Premier frame that I saw. So this is attempting to guarantee that we are going to clear board here. The Asprowl is down to only 3 attack on the turn. And so either way, we will clear this Asprowl.
That is crazy. Again, ensuring that we are trying at the very least to say, you better have a shield, a Tsunami back there, something to be live. And if it is BlueStacks, if it is the iWooly play, you do have something. Oh, gonna go ahead and pay the Dense Fog.
Big heads up play from Cobalt. That's crazy. So it looks like Hazy swung the Nobby first into the Snowlit, and we went Battle Step, pay off with Dense Fog, take 1 damage direct from Nabi, so it doesn't get the effect to Special Ascend.
That is a clear board and a half. Cobalt left on 10 spirits left, and is that only 1 card in hand?
1 card in hand. We went all in turn 1, and it did not work out.
Spend a draw here from Cobalt. It had to be El Diablo or something here. Maybe a Catarant to try to go into a Hail Mary on here with a Fawn coming down and attack, being able to search out potentially even another Artemis or a Theraheart. This game is in the Lunar control, and I think that's the Theraheart. That's the new Theraheart champion of Artemis that we were just talking about.
Yeah, this has snowballed out of Cobalt's control very quickly. Missing those mills really put them on the back foot. They invested their entire hand into trying to get it out, and drawing a Dense Fog does not make it any better.
Yeah, to
Cobalt
steal
going
this
to 5.
To steal this joke just a little bit, Cobalt is sitting there being like, I woolly wish you didn't have this much pressure on board. That's a K-Cray joke and a half there. This is I think this is insane. I have not seen Lunar put up a performance like this in quite some time, just like you were saying. And that's going to be game 1 for Hazy, popping off there with the deck, being able to masterfully clear a very difficult board to do historically. With Cobalt also as well trying to go the Frost to the pavement and casting and ascending with these Snowlets, with the Asperals. The double Tadflow play with the Enfrostics was really cool to see. I love the high risk, high reward plays from Cobalt there. What did you notice about that strategy as someone who I know works very closely with Kier on a very similar strategy?
Yeah, well, actually, Kier's list came to fruition because we had a testing night where I had just thrown together a Blizz iWooly list. They played my list and like, this is horrible. I'm going to tweak it and I'm going to make it into a war crime. And so that's what they did. And I said, you know what? That's fair. I threw it together in a pinch. I think that Cobalt walks away from this feeling like sometimes you just whiff. It is what it is. Like
Yeah,
that's what
you
you
let it
that's what
go.
you sign up for when you play this deck. Sometimes you just whiff. And so I think Cobalt can't beat themselves up too much for this one. When you mill 12 in a turn and you have like you have something like four or 5 hits left in deck, statistically you should have seen 1 of them, and two or 3 of those guarantee that you extend further. So it's just unlikely. It's just super unlikely. And you say, sometimes the hypergeometric math doesn't work for you, and you move on. I think on the flip side, Hazy needs to not be too confident after that win, and needs to acknowledge my opponent's deck just had a malfunction, and I need to still play really tight. I need to play this well. I need to not get overconfident just because essentially my opponent bricked in game 1.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a great distinction to make there, right? Because I think a lot of people initially could write off Blizzstrix and write off iWooly and this type of like Frost self-mill strategy as a deck that is good, but it's not going to hit. What are the odds of it actually hitting? And similarly, I think for Hazy, a Gambit's not going to be able to do it. That 50-50 is nice, but when you're staring down a board of double Mammoth 7/5s with a potentially a Blizzstrix or even just a spare Asprowl on the board, then that's just terrifying. That's scary on levels that we did see at the Kissimmee Open, piloted by Kier. And
yeah,
I think you need to be afraid of that. So like you said, Hazy can't be too comfortable. But at the same time, I think the Lunar deck does have a lot of really great tools to control space and control the board. The Nabi was able to help clear something big like that. And if they're on any sort of full Oryx even as a spicy tech, then that sounds great too. As we're going into our game 2 here for Hazy and Cobalt, I imagine Cobalt's going to be wanting to take first and try to establish a board early. So I'm hoping to see
100%.
some magic here.
Yeah, I pulled up the hypergeometric calculator real quick. And unless I completely messed up my math, live on cast, basically it was like an 85% chance that Cobalt hit there. So now it's not exactly that, because it's sequential math, whatever.
Yeah.
Don't correct my math on this.
85% potential.
But
hit.
it's like roughly 85% to hit there.
someone get Miss Everdeen on the line, the odds were not in Cobalt's favor. That is absolutely insane. The Avalanche too, on top of that, I love the use case of this, and I'd be curious to know if Cobalt's potentially teching in a Sisyphus's Boulder even, which would be a cool new card from Lifestream.
I mean, if you're playing the Avalanche, I don't see why not. Cobalt needing a mulligan here to go first. Starting off a little rough. Looks like this one's a keeper, though. We're going to go ahead and start our normal cast. It's a Tadflow. It's looking a lot like the last game. Into iWooly. That's looking a lot better than last game, though.
In a lot of ways, I love iWooly a little more than your Aspral line because, like, look at this setup here. You got triple cast on the double Infrostix Tadflow, and I'm sure that Cobalt would have loved to see those Infrostix for playmakers later, but you can't be upset about some Ascension fodder and some decently statted bodies on the board with a massive Mammoth to back it up.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going to go for one of the Infrostix and one of the Tadflow. We're going to use the Tadflow effect to ascend immediately. Tell me we have another iWooly or something like that. Aspral!
There's the Aspral. Wow.
Wow.
Holy.
Mill 4. Corvus Skull!
Corvus Skull. Whoa.
Corvus, what?
Corvus Skull and the Cedar Sword here. This board's already made. Pack it up, put it in the oven. This thing is done. That is all she wrote. And that was a Corvus Skull. This card is such an interesting tech. There has been rumors of this card being able to foretell off the top of your deck, send a card to the underworld, similarly to the Cataract. So facilitating that type of idea, and you're maining the Dense Fogs for the Lunar Spirits. What are you cooking down there? What's in the water in Australia?
What are they putting in the water? This is an insane board. Turn 1. Corvus Skull is something that I theorized right when BlueStacks came out, and everyone's like, nah, it's too slow. It's too slow. Look at it now. Look at it now. It's being sent to the underworld off an Aspral, but look at it now.
Oh, God. Cobalt, the caster that you are. It truly needs to be studied. Hazy coming in here with that is the Synector champion of Dionysus. The new Shattered Stars are kind of a cool little pinboard idea for your, oh, God, is it ectomologist? I'm trying to think of the actual phrasing here for those who study bugs and insects. So
I have no clue. I'm a mathematician. So
oh yeah. Listen, for my fellow nerds out there, there's a particular brand of beetles and bards that I think you can see a song here written from Hazy from. Synector Champ here is actually, I think, pretty decent for searching out that poison-tipped arrow from Artemis that we've seen before. And that card, I think, is pretty good in a strategy like this for teching in potentially even Titan, which I think could be kind of cool. We did see Sunflower do really well with Titan in Kissimmee this past weekend. So I could not be surprised if Hazy is potentially trying out for some smoke screen strategy. We did not see Earth Spirits in the last game.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. I don't really know what the Poison Tipped Arrow is doing for you here, though, because you're the only thing you can walk over, even with the Poison Tipped. Oh, Earthquake! Earthquake hits the Aspral. That's a good opener.
Difficult decision, though. I think that's probably the correct choice. You don't want to risk a Blizz Tricks, but the iWooly is just a threatening force enough, being able to hold it down. That's a beautiful Stellar, by the way. I love the artwork for the Stellar iWooly.
It's gorgeous. I love the pink on it, being one of my favorite colors. They are in my deck currently for my iWooly deck. It looks like the Synector is just going to attempt to walk over the Infrostix. Or maybe Hazy's considering going to battle phase in the first place. Maybe there's another card in hand. It might be worth using. No, we're gonna... that card's set. Can't use it this turn. We are gonna go ahead and walk over the Infrostix.
Two big bodies still on board, the 4-6 and the 7-5. This is still very threatening. You know, if you're Hazy here, your options are pretty limited. You could maybe have gone for like an Artemis to suppress the iWooly. iWooly is going to go ahead and activate its effect and
hit two Aspral, all three Aspral in the underworld.
Wow. Well, we haven't seen Rise yet, so there's still a possibility Cobalt could pull something out of that via their previous Premier win as a Cataract comes down. The new Cataract champion of Keone here to go ahead and foretell the top 4 and send one to the underworld.
Ooh.
That's the BlueStacks.
Okay. So we do have to send one here. We probably send the Avalanche because it's not doing much. Then we can stack the BlueStacks to the top for our next draw. And then set up Gorgon's Gaze Moralith for future turns.
This
I like
is
this.
This is one of the craziest things that you could give this strategy. From my own experience with the solar deck, you know, the one of the best things about it is not in the fact that you can go into the big goofy lion, but rather that you know the cards you're getting in advance, so you can tailor your next couple of turns and plays effectively to help combat a board state. And while I don't think Cobalt needs any help with that specifically, the fact that, like you said, you can stack that BlueStacks, threaten an Ascension over a Cedar Soar or the Iwoolly is incredible.
Yeah, and the ability to now reset your draws if you want to by milling forth Iwoolly, then Catarant. You can continually churn through your deck. It looks like we're swinging over the Cyanectar with this Iwoolly, and then we're going to get in for a total of 4 on the turn.
4 is pretty good here. Cobalt's still down to 7 spirits, so if Hazy's able to somehow mount a comeback here while climbing up that Mount Boreas, I think that the spirit differential is big enough to where Hazy has plenty to play with. A Rise from the Shadows coming back, potentially to try and mitigate some damage here.
Yeah, Rise from the Shadows.
But there
is
might
going to
be
do
no
nothing because they have no
lunar
Lunar and
spirits.
Underworld.
Oh, wow.
Could have been
That is
mitigated
crazy.
had they expended a Lunar off of the swing over.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Oh, or wait, no? Okay, we did sequence it correctly. Looks like it did work out.
Okay. Potentially taking, I think the clarification there was, what are you swinging with first, Catarant or the Cedar Soar? Because Cedar Soar to crash in and potentially have Hazy help clear a board. And I think it was a declaration, secondly, of the Cedar Soar to then crash and have an extra damage be dealt with that Catarant. So I think that's probably the best outcome you can have if you're Hazy there. Rise to protect yourself a little bit, and then clear the big dinosaur. You're still in a very threatened position if you're Hazy, though. And I have seen Hazy make it out of some cases like this, a previous Hermes player, and try and make some plays here happen. Let's see what the first card is.
Artemis Arrow. Is this going to eat a whiteout? Looks like it will not. So we're probably lowering down the Iwoolly to a 5/3.
Potentially Nabi here could really help clear, and I would love that fact. And again, Dense Fogs, I'm assuming are cited out of Cobalt's deck as a Champ Spect comes down.
Ascension into Theraheart, maybe, perchance. We're going to send over it with an Earth into Aardvark!
There it is! And there we go. Potentially being able to search out a second Champ Spectress. This was a combo theorized inside of Firestorm, as this is extremely explosive. Aardvark being able to search out a Bug Elestral from your deck to your hand. And I think that might be the Champ Spectress.
That's Champ Spectaris, the full art from Shattered Stars this month.
This is incredible. I love this deck.
This is looking really scary now for Cobalt.
Now the Aardvark, it's lunchtime. Go ahead and munch up, and opting to just keep the bodies.
And Tsunami is going to absolutely hose this board. Oh
Wow.
no!
Wow, if you're Hazy here, you gotta imagine. I can't think to myself, unless the Aardvark is trying to cast from deck or from hand, go to the Antitan there, try to pop the board a little bit, be safe.
Well, it might be that they don't have any bugs in hand to discard.
Yeah, that's also very true. Like, this is a very tricky board state for Hazy, and wow, that Aardvark push was really cool to watch as we get some foretelling, and there's another Iwoolly being able to foretold off the Catarant. Oh, here's our second big body.
Yeah, that's really big. Notably, not worth going for the Mill 4 here. We only hit a Snowlit off of the Iwoolly. I just don't think it's worth trying to push for that. We're just gonna send into that Blitztrix. Oh, not the Avalanche. There we go.
Send it to Avalanche. Wait a minute.
Send it to Blitztrix. Blitztrix then can start to pop through. We have so many Elestrals in our Underworld. Putting the Asprowls back in deck would be massive. We have all 3 in Underworld right now. We have a Snowlit on the top of our deck. So it could be really good, depending on the cards we have in deck, to put those back. We're putting back none of those, though. We're putting back 2 Frostrix and a Corvus Skull, which is really fascinating.
Yeah, I
But
can
we're
see
gonna go
that
ahead and pop.
being pretty decent here for the Frostics. The Corvus Skull is very interesting, as I'm not exactly sure the value that could gain compared to something else. But hey, there's another Corvus Skull sending Underworld. Kind of clarifying, I think BlizzTricks affects non-targeting, I think, is potentially the idea.
Resolved, it popped. Maybe we skipped a couple of steps and so it won't resolve, or
potentially calling the iWooly a little bit early there, as not necessarily getting the confirmation that BlizzTricks did in fact pop a card, even though we did see the cost of the send back to the deck. Okay, there is the Aardvarm.
It should be destroyed here. And now we will go ahead and swing for 3 damage on the turn. And now Hazy is in quite a rough position. I think we used our one big push last turn and just was not able to get through the board.
Yeah, despite the fact that Cobalt's on Frost, Hazy is in hot water going into this game too. I think we might see a game 3 scenario pop down. And this is the BlizzTricks special. You know, one day you're on top hitting big, and the next you are milling and foretelling nothing. So maybe this is the gamble at work here, but like you said, the odds might still be in the favor. Oh, there's Resting on Your Laurels taking out the iWooly. There's one card that can do it here. 5 spirits left from Hazy. It's not unheard of that a BlizzTricks could go down to like an Eddie Zeus play back in the day. What does Artemis Aardvarm have for this big bird?
Yeah, this will be a very difficult board to break, and they have to break it now. Toxiri is going to be the thing that lands.
Ooh.
But I just don't think it's enough.
Grabbing Dense Fog. Okay, I can see the vision. Are there 40 Dense Fogs back there? Are the 20 Dense Fogs in the room with us? Are the 100 Dense Fogs in the room with us right now to be able to minus the attack and defense of this BlizzTricks enough to where it's not a threat? I don't quite know.
Is special cast Toxiri from hand, 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 Dense Fog.
One card set in the back could be anything here, as Cobalt's going to go and declare the effect of the BlizzTricks.
It won't matter. It pops now. It's non-targeting. We know it's a Dense Fog back there.
You need to activate this inside of the draw phase, similar to a Helios's. Let's see. We have Dense Fog coming down. I guess before the declaration of effect here.
The thing is, anything that can break a stat line does it. I guess we're just gonna swing it for 1, put Hazy down to 2 spirits.
Yeah, I think at this point, better just to take it slow. You have a big body on board. You don't necessarily care too much about any sort of interruption. This is the double edge of Dense Fog as well. Very good at stopping strategies for one singular turn. Cobalt walks away with game 2 here as we're bringing it into our game 3 of round 3. Hazy versus Cobalt. That was, honestly, I think that was, despite the fact that we had 2 7s on board, a BlizzTricks, a Cedar Soar, and about 1 billion spirits expended, Hazy's ability to try and mount that comeback with the Aardvarm and the Champion Spectress, I think was really cool to see, and I'm hoping that we get to see more of that inside of our game 3. What about you?
Yeah, I think that if Hazy didn't have an Insectoid in hand, it made sense to do the play they went for there. However, if they had the Insectoids in hand, I feel like you just go for broke. You say, all right, blow everything up. I win the game if you have nothing. Tsunami is also something I could imagine not reading super hard there for Hazy. Like, when is a BlizzTricks deck playing Tsunami? That's a little strange, I think. But it mattered. It mattered exactly there. Like, it was mission critical that set was Tsunami in order for Cobalt to be able to walk with game 2. And so I think similar to game 1, Hazy now game 2 has to be like, well, they just hit and I played it about as good as I could have, but I didn't draw incredibly, or the sequence of cards just didn't work out the way that they needed to. So I think that, like, you don't get too beat up over it. You say game 3, we can take this. I've still got 1 entire game here to figure this out. And then Cobalt, you say, hey, we lined that correctly. We just got to do it again. The deck just needs to perform like that again. Yeah, absolutely. I think they're on some level both praying to A-Drive that these cards both do and don't hit. It's a truly a Schrodinger's deck. Snowlit, if you will, a Snowlinger's lit
We'll workshop that one eventually.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll get there.
The state where BlizzTrix is both in the underworld and in deck, call that a foretell. Those are advanced rulings for you guys. So I'd love to see the fact that Cobalt is playing some of these like more niche tech options. I'm not exactly sure if those tsunamis were mained before, but I wouldn't be surprised. You know, that's one thing I know. Talking to Cobalt and discussing this like dooms and kind of the contingency of we keep on mentioning the Australian players, but they do like to really dig down into the card pool and say this is an effective card, this is not. I think they have a really good barometer on those things as the pressure heats up into these later rounds. Again, I think you're right. We got to see BlizzTrix hit or not. I think that for Hazy and Titan early could be really nice for controlling the board, and Hazy's going first inside of this game 3. So maybe we can see some large anteaters against these big birds.
Here's hoping. What do you know, we're talking about these like tech cards. What do you think they might be citing for each of these players here?
Oh, wow. You know, I find it almost impossible to decide for BlizzTrix sometimes. And part of that is because you need things like Eruption, burn cards are kind of cool. If there's like a big call of like Dionysus, the Dionysus Chalice, the Poison Nectar, that you could search off of the Nectar, but I have not seen Dionysus down, which you need that card for. So a burn could be kind of interesting, like you're mentioning, or alternatively, just chainable back row, tsunamis, some sort of Gorgons, something here from Hazy. Historically not a very favorable matchup for something like this big powerful board, but we'll see what happens in game 3.
Yeah, it looks like we are here in game 3. Hazy is going first. I like Cobalt citing something like Pandora's Box here. I think that could be a really, really solid interruption for Hazy's game plan. Being able to Pandora's Box and Aardvarm, something like that.
Yeah, Pandora's Box, to much of my chagrin, as a looks like it's going to be a mulligan from Cobalt here. Much of my chagrin, is a very strong card. PK was right. PK can keep on getting away with it. And Pandora's been able to hit so many cards, not only in Firestorm, so it covers a good, pretty decent amount of low to the ground strategies, but now we have cards like Leo Brights, or even, again, some of the Dionysus stuff. It's very strong. I would not be surprised if we see that more throughout the day, as Hazy goes for a set 2 and a Nabi lead. Interesting.
Turn 1 Nabi makes me concerned about the state of Hazy's hand. Maybe kept just because the back row is that good, but here's a Snowlit from Cobalt.
El Diablo come down here.
El Diablo Mill 3, Narpoon, Avalanche, Cryoblast. That's a good side option.
Yeah, talking about those side techs for each other. You know, you forget sometimes that this deck's a Frost deck with how just much it's a Elestrals focus, but the Frost runes are equally as strong. I wouldn't doubt if Cobalt potentially is on an Ice Age inclusion. There's a Rise! Bringing back the Nabi. This is such a cool play. We aren't seeing it here, but this idea that Nabi can cast out here, Nabi receives the Lunar and minus Elestral's attack again for potentially a play is really nice.
And a Fawnlet from Hazy for turn 2, searching Theraheart maybe? Artemis? We haven't seen Artemis yet, have we? We have. It's on the board regardless. You gotta think back to game 1. It's been so long.
Yeah, it comes down here. Hazy might have even smoke screened out of a lot of the Artemis package for game 2 to play again that Aardvarm package and the and Titan stuff. And a Artemis comes down here. I don't think you're in immediate danger to cast that Artemis if you're Hazy, just because you are going for the attack fawn list. This tiny deer is going to go in for just a little bit of damage.
I do think that pro activating Artemis could be good, because if you have Deadshot, you can set it up so that if your opponent ever gets into a big guy, you just blow it up. But here goes in Frostix. Bring back this Snowlit and then Snowlit Mill 3. We're going gambling. And we hit Iwooly, Tsunami, and that is not an Aspral. That's a resting on your laurels. Not going to be enough. Do we have an Ascension here that we could go for?
Second Iwooly, I think, would be probably the most favorable, unless we have another one cast drop of a Catarant.
We had a Catarant. We needed to have cast that first to check the top 3, I think. That's really rough from Cobalt, because we would have hit if it resolved. And
sure enough, you know, this is how the way it goes. There's going to be a
Aspral
here. Yeah, you will win.
Anyway.
You mill win.
Oh, and
Yeah,
this is a disgusting 2-turn setup. Do you see what I'm seeing here? This is gross.
With the PTA coming down, such a big body like the iWooly. PTA is nice here, do not get me wrong, but like you were mentioning, this could have been an Artemis's dead shot, taking care of the iWooly before it can activate its effect. And now we're about to see iWooly potentially walk away and cast out a couple more Elestrals.
So we know the top 3 right now are not 1-drops. And so what we can do, because what we can do here is we stack the Rise from the Ashes and put Blistrix at the bottom. So as long as we have any way to mill, we can mill Blistrix and Rise it back.
Yeah,
it's a classic Celestlio moment. Yeah. Solar Burst of Celestlio and then Rise it back. And now Hazy has got to be sweating right now, knowing a Blistrix is in his near future.
Yeah, one of the things I think I really like about the Foretell into Rise and some of these one-of options for decks like this, similar to Solar like you were mentioning, is the fact that you can just showcase to your opponent, hey, I'm putting you on a clock. And sometimes that can mess up your mental state, and you have to then figure out ways to play around them. And can you even play around this? I don't really know. Potentially, if you have to have a Gorgon's going to expend to draw from Hazy, that is a big turn for Cobalt.
Oh, we're going for the Artemis Arrow special cast Specteris from hand?
I can respect it. Being able to clear board and try to equalize a little bit. Maybe there's some counter runes in the back to handle this Rise play we're talking about. But or Wooly, I don't really know what else is there to say about this one. I think that we saw the Rise there.
Yeah, we just
kind of bleeded that.
Trying to see what else might be in hand. We've definitely got at least a couple of Elestrals.
Well, that was an El Diablo there, I think I saw. Chance Specter's play was really cool, being able to kind of
it's
forego
El
pressure.
Diablo.
Oh, there it is. And we know the Blistrix is there.
Avalanche Blizz iWooly.
iWooly. Maybe trying to set up for rising back the Blistrix instead of the iWooly. I don't know if I particularly like that. I think the iWooly, for me, being able to, like, an idea to hit more bodies could have been really cool. You could still even go for the Snowlight to mill to make sure that iWooly goes off intact.
Well, so we didn't know about the iWooly there. We only knew about the Blistrix in the top 3.
Or then rise back the iWooly that was already in the Underworld.
Oh, sure. Which very much is still an option here. And I kind of like that as a potential, but it looks like it will just be Blizz. We want to start popping. I could go either way on it, because popping the back row here I think is so good. You just guarantee that you push through. You swing in for 3 damage this turn. You set up iWooly back in deck. You put this in Frostix back in deck. This is going to be a tough turn for Hazy. That is a set Artemis. Nothing doing here.
3 spirits left on Cobalt's side. This is where your double Fire Spirit, double Eruption coming in from Hazy from the top ropes to surprise us could be insane. Though it's, again, hard to deal with a big body. We haven't seen an Earthquake coming down yet, so Hazy's still got removal options and Cobalt's still pretty low. This is now a true gamble of, does Hazy have it here, or is this game 3 wrapped up for Cobalt?
Yeah, Earthquake could do it. Eruption could do it for sure, but Earthquake could be really big. No, Cobalt has not seen many back row, if any, which makes me really curious how many, if any, back row we're playing in this list. It was just all gas. Toxiri coming out from Hazy.
I've seen this one before in times of need. It's not Mother Mary that comes from me. It's speaking words of wisdom. Toxiri. Yeah. We got Dense Fog coming out from the deck here to, I mean, you could potentially stop some damage from a Snowlit. You have to have an Earthquake here or some sort of form of removal to get rid of the big bird. I'm so sorry, Skyhawk, in advance.
See, I was thinking of Skyhawk for different reasons. Skyhawk, where's the Toxiri cover of Let It Be?
We got Cobalt, or passing over to Cobalt here. 3 spirits left. I think if you're Hazy, you gotta fire off this Dense Fog.
It's mandatory, otherwise Cobalt Sanderson priority main phase pops the Toxiri and you just lose the game.
I hate to see a beautiful Toxiri go down, but See how many spirits left. Counting out for 5 for Hazy, 3 for Cobalt. And you're ascending for a second BlueStacks.
He can't keep blizzing away with it.
Holy, and that's gonna wrap it up here.
Wow.
What an incredible draw. You know, it's funny, I'm sure all game that BlueStacks was burning a hole, freezing out Cobalt's hand, but Ascension there is the only way to really secure the clear right then and there. You're no pressure for Cobalt to sustain that position. You could wait an extra turn, just hit and have Hazy on, but you can't risk an Earthquake draw or some sort of removal. And instead, it's not Gorgon's Gaze. It's a lot like it if you squint, but it's not quite the same. And that is a showcase of why.
Yeah, if only it was Gorgon's Gaze, but even then, Gorgon's Gaze doesn't do it because you ascend, you just use the Snowlet as the ascension, and it still does the exact same thing.
Blown back, legitimately. That is.
Yep, absolutely demolished. That's brutal. As a brutal way to go out. Second, sir, a second BlueStacks has hit the board.
Let me compose myself just a little bit. No, I think that was incredible from both sides on this one, right? We're going to point out inside of the game one, being able to have the Lunar Onslaught control space and hit hard, being able to accrue value. And that Nabi clear was really nice from Hazy's on staring down some big bodies on the side of Cobalt and BlueStacks. But again, like you mentioned previously, sometimes the hypergeometric calculator is very much in your favor, and those hits were crazy. Game 3, they weren't necessarily super spectacular. I point that out, that like those plays, I think in the sequencing from Cobalt potentially could be tightened up, but just goes to show the power level of this Frost deck. Absolutely crazy.
I'm sorry, production's showing us them siding out, as tends to happen between rounds as we're prepping our next round. And I just got to point out, I'm seeing Rock in a hard place on the field. I'm not going to elaborate any further. But I'm so confused. I
think on some level it makes sense. You are massive amounts of removal. You're playing the Lunar Spirits anyways. It's a classic to give amounts of cookie deck building. I think that you might as well play one. You might as well play the other. And if God forbid they're on Eddie or anything, showing out that Kerberos, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, please no.
Absolutely incredible. No, I think that was crazy to watch. As someone who has built very closely with BlueStacks, how did you feel that win for Cobalt?
I think that this deck, it looked like it very much was all gas, and that's something that I worry about matching up into some of the bigger scary decks of the format, because even in original like Moonrise testing for BlueStacks, doing an all gas version just tended to lose to a low to the ground deck, because you get there and you've gone through all your spirits and they say, okay, I will Gorgons you and then kill. I will shield you if you hit the wrong back row and swing. Like, there's so many ways to deal with it if you go all gas. And so that's what I worry about this list is I want to see how Cobalt is able to maintain going into later rounds, going against something like a Locagon, going against something like a Celestlio, because that's where I worry this deck will have a harder matchup. But maybe the theory is just if you burn hot, you burn fast, and if you can't kill them in 3 turns, handshakes.
Yeah, I think that's probably about right. The one thing that Josh Bean Soldier always said was BlueStacks will never win a tournament. And you know what? He was wrong and also correct. It is so crazy that Josh consistently sits in a Schrodinger's box, right? And I think that's the state of Elestrals constantly for that man. Because 1, they'll never have it, but he always does. Always a beautiful one. And 2, yeah, BlueStacks is one that over the war of attrition of an 8-round, 7-round tournament going into top cut, you do chance your odds of just not hitting. And Cobalt there, I think, definitely showed the case in the first game of that, and then the second and third game showing that you can hit even moderately well and still perform. And to Hazy's side too, utilizing those suppressions and the Champ Spectrus effectively, I think, was a big key to help control space and mitigate some of the damage, but then also to help pop off with the Ardvarum there in the second game. which I thought was really cool. I love the inclusion of the Synectors to search the suppression tool, to get the Champ Spectrus. And I'd be really curious to see Hazy's run in the future here. And again, congratulations to Cobalt here, but Hazy is not out, and definitely I will be seeing Hazy soon because these two casters are very strong, and these two strategies are incredible. So that was a great game. Ascension over the second BlueStacks.
Crazy. You hate to see it, but you love to watch it happen.
Yeah, you love to watch it come in. You know, this actually, unfortunately, and I'll out myself on this one a little bit. Embarrassing story to me related to BlueStacks. Kier from the Kissimmee Open here. Congratulations on the second place, by the way. It feels good, and hey, it looks good on you too. For the longest time, I was sitting here.
I heard about this, and
I was like, you know, Kier looks a lot like XR Merrick. That's weird. Anyways, like, oh no, I'm pretty sure that's XR Merrick, but they say Kier on the screen. I swear I just play one on TV. I'm not actually himbo in real life. And for some reason, I'm convinced to myself these are two separate people, and maybe I just don't see them that way. But I was like convinced. And then and I can't remember who I was talking to, and they were like, "Swole, you know they're the same person, right?" And I'm like, no. This entire time, really dumb. Really
I mean, look, all I'm saying is I've never seen Exar, Merrick, and Kier in the same room together.
That's what I'm saying. See, thank you. Exactly. Someone gets it. Thank God I'm not crazy.
No, you're definitely not crazy. There's a different adjective I'd use to describe you, but you're not crazy.
Definitely not. Unhinged, maybe.
That's one of that is an adjective. I can.
Would a sane person bring a walk into a top premier?
I forgot about that already. I think you might need to take a walk.
Yeah, shouts to Denzel on this one, absolutely. No, I'm looking forward to coming back from that walk. A lot more great Elestrals. This has been so far. I know there's a lot to be said about the historic plays inside of Elestrals. The second Riceros hitting the board. The BlueStacks play, the Mom Bear popping. There's a lot of really cool stuff. Justin T's double back-to-back victories. Lifestream for me is probably one of the most exciting times to get into Elestrals and one of the most exciting times to be playing right now. There's a lot of really, really cool stuff. And we haven't even seen Lockgun or Solar, two other insane strategies, kind of perceived to be some of the best in the room. We've already seen great players do amazing things with some of the new cards. I'm forward thinking a little bit, but if this is the direction Elestrals is going to go, I'm excited for sets 8 and 9. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think that we got a lot of wonderful things in the future, just with how incredible this set has been. Like, I very much am looking forward to what is upcoming, because if it's a fraction as good as Lifestream has been, we are in for a great time. Because I mean, with the timing around Kissimmee, I think I played Elestrals for 10 days straight. Like, every day for 10 days, I played Elestrals. The set release on a Friday. That next Saturday was Kissimmee, and I played that Monday as well after Kissimmee. So I played every day for 10 days straight, and I was loving it. It was a great time.
Yeah, when are we getting you back on, the me at the desk, me at the play, when are we getting you in the premieres again? That's what I'm really hoping for. We're getting back. One of the originators of heel control, by the way, everyone. We don't call it Lunar Stall now, we call it Lunar Control. And that's
me, Julian, and Red. And in the instant we get Lunar Control being a top tier competitive deck, maybe. Who knows? But I love being on the desk. I love casting. I love being able to kind of use a little knowledge that I have to keep everyone at home clued in. Because there's definitely been some really cool moments where it's like, what is happening on cast? I think very specifically it was Archaic Rage versus Bean Soldier in like finals, I think. And Archaic Rage goes Argo on Josh's attack to put a Necklace of Harmonia on a Cedar Sword. We're just like, what's happening? This doesn't make any sense. And I said, hold on. I see the line. We're going Kindleo next turn. And boom, there it was. I was like, I'm the smartest person I'm the greatest. Just give me my PhD already. I've earned
That's
it.
No,
Call my
absolutely.
dissertation advisor. Tell him award that dissertation.
Listen, have you played Elestrals? Have you heard of an indie card game? Listen, it's taken me $0 to make this call, and it's not collect.
It's not collect, exactly. All right.
No,
Well, I believe
absolutely.
we are just waiting for round 3 to finish up. Round 4 to sort of get paired up and get going. So I think we're gonna go ahead and throw it to just a quick little break, real quick, as we get Kay back on the cast. And Swole, you start walking. We'll see you in the next round. And we are back. We're locking in. It's Caleb and Kay. Welcome back, Kay. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, Kay. Thank you so much for asking. That was an absolutely ridiculous match that we just watched. I was having a great time sitting on my couch and watching that happen before all of our very eyes.
Yeah, and notably, you were staying very awake while you're doing that, right?
Yeah, I did not do any of those, not even one time.
Not even once, not even once. You've never done that before.
No, hey, listen, all my West Coast gamers who participate in these, you know what I'm talking about, all right?
Yeah, shout out to the Australians who,
True.
What time is it in Australia right now?
It's
4:27 a.m.
Yeah, we can just ask them how this ends up because they're already in the future. Like, hey, no wonder Cobalt.
Will everything be all right? Cobalt, will everything be all right?
Yeah. Cobalt, can I have a hug? Please.
Well, yeah, incredible match. Very excited to see how Cobalt is able to do for the rest of their run. We saw. I didn't even think about this. One of my predictions. Wait a minute. Rise of the Shadows.
Stop,
I didn't even react to that. I was just
doing this.
It's so normal. I know it's gonna happen.
Yeah, you're like, well, obviously I'm gonna say this. And we were talking about this a little bit after the Haboof incident. And I really just I can't stand you. Like, I really can't. Because I know that you're like, I'm gonna say the silliest thing in response to people asking what cards I want to see today, and by golly, if it doesn't happen every single time.
I was right.
Caleb was right, party. Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah. Everyone's invited. There will be cake. Cookie cake. Fun fact, that's what I get for my birthday. I get cookie cake. I'm weird and gross.
You get it with little writing on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm weird.
No, I love that.
But speaking of weirdos, it's a really good segue, right?
You have piqued my interest.
We've got our predictions here on the desk. Kay, what were your predictions again?
Oh yeah, I don't remember because we haven't seen any of them. Yeah, so Gigaflora champion of Demeter. I am telling you all, this engine rocks. It's really good. I don't know why people aren't looking at it. It's super, super cute, and I think that we should simply be pitching giraffes.
Yeah, just go Giga mode.
Yeah.
Simply go Giga mode.
My other prediction here, Guardian of Light, is one that we saw quite a bit in solar lists specifically, but I also think that it's a card that could easily be a staple splashed in many, many lists because, again, negate an attack, heal. Yeah, all good things.
Good. Very strong. Very good card. Hey, I agree. I'm surprised I'm surprised that we haven't seen these already, and I would imagine by round 4 we should see at least Guardian of Light. I feel like that's like a strong option, and if Apollo is looking down on you favorably, surely we will see that, and potentially in one of Swole's predictions here, Apollo. That would definitely be. I imagine we'll see that more and more as the day goes on, though.
Yeah, I know that at the beginning of the day, we try and branch out. We say, okay, so we're probably going to see, these lists later on in the day. Let's have some intrigue, some fun stuff here at the beginning. And that's what we've seen. I loved the Ardvarum jump scare in the last game.
Cool.
I saw that Earth Spirit go down, and it was just like, not Theroheart.
What?
Hello?
I was like racking. I was like, what is an Earth and a Lunar? As if we hadn't already talked about End Titan as an option. I was like, oh, what is that? I don't know.
But in the moment when it's looking you in the face, when you're so sure what you're about to see is a Theroheart, no one expects the Anteater.
PETA, the Anteater is here.
Okay, so obviously we have talked about Rise from the Shadows. That prediction you have gotten some mileage out of. Chronodile.
Yeah. Chronodile. That's my real wacky one. From what I've heard, Chronodile is at the event currently, though. Like, there is someone playing Chronodile at the event. and it's someone that you wouldn't be surprised to hear that they're playing it. The question is how well they're doing in the event right now.
Yeah, and will we see them? Is it going to be after a while? I don't know.
I don't think it's gone too hot for them.
Yeah, well, if it was Doppelganger, we'd be seeing them later, but Chronodial.
We'll see them in a while.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start saying that to my opponents. See you later, Doppelganger.
And while Chronodial. Yeah. Wait, we've got our sign off now. Hold on.
And to everyone at home, see you in a while, Chronodial.
Cute.
Oh, wait a minute. When are we gonna get like when do we get little plush? We got Sundial and Nobby plushes. When are we getting a Doppelganger plush? It's just like big.
Just massive. It would be really cute. I have specifically mentioned this. I don't know if I've actually mentioned it to anyone who can do anything about it, but I have been talking about it. I want little ones. I want
little itty bitty, like backpack keychain type.
Yeah. Oh my god, can you imagine having a little Astrabbit on your purse? Like, this is my little guy.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
This is my Laboo balloon.
This is my Labubballoon. Okay, I gotta mention this. At Kissimmee, as we were going into pick up our badges on Friday, Dan was walking around interviewing people, and there's a clip. Someone in the social media team, someone in the content team has this clip. It's a couple hours into the first day. He goes, "Is that a Labubu?" I want that audio clip so bad. You understand? I want that audio clip so bad. It was the funniest thing ever. It was so good. Oh my lord.
When you get it, if you could just send that my way, just for personal reasons, that'd be great.
Is that a bubloon?
Oh, so much potential. Hey, listen.
Yeah. Look, if the divine smile on us, maybe we'll see a Labubloon today on cast, and that would make me very happy. That would make me very, very happy.
Speaking of Chronodial,
Exactly.
A card that very much enabled the Chronodial strategy back in Firestorm. Thank you, Bubloon, coming out early in Shattered Scars.
Thank you, Labubloon.
Thank you, Labubloon. We love you. We'll work on it.
Yeah. We'll workshop. We'll workshop, as Swole likes to say.
Yeah. We'll fix it in post.
Yeah,
Don't worry. We're not live right now, right?
No. Well, all right, editors. Let's run it from the top. Welcome to the day. It's really funny that production cut to prep right as I said. I was like, wait a minute, are we?
We're doing it live.
All right, round one from the top.
Oh my gosh, imagine. I do dream of a day when they're like, okay, and then this premiere is going to start at 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yes. Yeah.
10 p.m. You wanna go through the night?
I meant AM, but actually, as a night owl, Elestrals like starting at night would actually be cool.
That'd be kind of sick.
We're casting all night.
Wait a minute. Castling under the Owloon.
Cute. Full Moon is in fact a card that exists in this game, though.
That is true.
You have your pick of lunar phases, actually. Which, speaking of, we have been talking about the Australian contingency going through and making all of the box topper Elestrals strong and good. I'm just saying, Volclips is right there. So when y'all are done, like, no rush, obviously.
Volclips has a top, though. That's the thing. So
that's true. Thank you, Bo. We love you, Bo.
Yeah.
It's gone to semifinals, okay? But I want to see.
But I want to win.
I want my girl to win. Exactly.
Look, maybe someday, just like how we've had a bunch of support that's ended up making the other stuff strong. Maybe we'll just get like some absolutely cracked lunar phase, and that just makes the deck ridiculous.
Like they're gonna accidentally make it the craziest deck of all time.
I don't even say accidentally. What if they're just like, here's a card that just sends all of them to the underworld, and then like special cast of Voldusk from deck.
I mean, listen, I'm just saying we have already established that they will print cards that say this also counts as this for lunar phases. So just, you know, why not make Volclipse broken? Why not?
Yeah,
like, what's the harm?
Look, we've got lunar eclipse. Now it's time for solar eclipse. Time for blood moon. Time for
Blue moon. Yeah.
blue moon,
A little once in a blue moon.
red moon, harvest moon. I can't think of any other moons.
Yeah. We'll get back to you all on
Yeah,
that.
well, the one with snowlit on it.
Yeah, the can I come over and stare at you like this moon classic.
The moon are just the eyes staring at you.
And it does look like we are sitting here, admittedly, yapping prosaic, but we are getting ready to go into our next round. We have our two casters lined up. Two casters who I very much recognize, and I'm excited to hear from Dry and Gorobabu. Dry is a 2-time top 8 regionals and 1-time top cut in a premiere with, by the way, Penterror.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Possibly foreshadowing of things to come. And
Yeah.
Goro has a regional championship and got top 40 at the Dallas Open. So we are getting ready to go here.
Yeah, I mean, this is bound to be some pretty high octane Elestrals gameplay, as I believe both of these players are essentially playing for tournament life here at X1 apiece, I believe. And so, you know, this is playing to make sure that they're able to stay in those top tables and squeeze out into top 16 and potentially top 8, depending on how the rest of their run goes. They need to have really solid tiebreakers and just be able to squeeze in the bottom of top 8 if they're able to win out for the rest of the tournament. Otherwise, they're really competing for that top 16 prizing. They're competing for those world points, which I believe, I have to check, I believe Dry is somewhere in like the top 30 or something like that. I have to go pull that up.
Ooh.
But I believe that Dry is on the leaderboard in a meaningful way. And so, you know, those world's qualifying points are fairly meaningful here.
It was very exciting to see a bunch of new people qualify for Worlds off of the back of Kissimmee. And we're just, every tournament that goes on, we're going to see more and more people. We're getting more and more of an idea of what Worlds will look like. Obviously, a little difficult for example, our Australian contingency that we keep talking about, but they keep just winning. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but we have a couple qualifiers from them. And I mean, we now have our first UK qualifier from Kissimmee, and you know, shaping up to be quite interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up, and it's to a point where I think like the top 16 all have qualified or something like that, or is close to it, which is
Ooh.
crazy that we have almost 16 people that have qualified in such a short period of time. And we still have a lot to go.
Yeah. Worlds is just around the corner. So like Caleb said, be sure to play out your matches. Be sure to play out the days, because you never know when the difference maker between, like you said, top 16, but even top 32, getting those points eventually over time, slowly working your way there, and then qualifying for Worlds. And hey, could end up taking the whole thing, even just off the back of top 32 finishes.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, just in the process of looking up to see where our casters rank, I've learned that apparently I'm close to top 100.
Ooh.
And I don't even compete like that. So just
That's
playing
cool.
apparently gets you enough that, like, I don't know, maybe I could qualify. I'm not even trying to.
I mean, listen, we got to get you in there.
Instead of commentating it, I'm playing it. I'm swapping back and forth. I'm playing while I'm commentating.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? You will just do well enough that you can be like, every round that you have to commentate, you'll be like, all right, I'll just like take the L on this one. I gotta go do something. But then you just sweep. Yeah, you just sweep so effectively for the rest 100%. Of them.
Yeah. All right, looks like our casters are ready for round 4, game 1. Let's go ahead and hop into Dry versus Goro.
Ooh, cannot wait to see. I'm hoping, I mean, we see that Pantera, Matt. I would love to see Pantera rise from the shadows. I'm just saying.
Ooh, well, we have both of our casters mulliganing immediately. We have water and solar. Solar could indicate that this is a solar deck. It also could mean nothing, because maybe we're playing Guardian of Light and you've got your prediction on the board.
Maybe it's just a splashable card in any list. Maybe it's really good. I don't know. We'll see.
It could be. It could be. We'll have to see, though.
Okay.
Players look at their openers.
Yeah, hopefully these mulliganed hands are a bit better. And we don't need to see any double mulligans. Looks like we are getting started here. And it looks like a Dratagua. Yep, coming out. Gonna be refunding that mulligan. Okay. And setting 2.
That's a little baby. That's wonderful. You love to see Dratagua. Let's go heal.
Yeah.
I believe I saw Nebulio in Jiraiya's hand. We got Apollo. That's one on the board.
Swole.
For Swolax.
Get him some points. We see the Apollo, a set card already, and now we are casting Nebulio.
That is a big fella right there. That is a 6 attacker right now, and it's gonna get Gorgon's Gaze. I think that's a very, very reasonable Gorgon's Gaze here. Prevent the snowball.
Yeah, if the Leo Bright came out right now, that would be devastating.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous to find a way to do that. But Goro just going to expend a draw, set 2 and pass.
Heavens. Well, this little Jatagua is still keeping up the wall, keeping the castle safe here. But dry with...
Monsoon of Eurus! That's so big. What a draw phase.
Ooh.
And we're re-enchanting Jatagua to heal too! Oh my god!
Okay. Monsoon is one of those that we saw like a little bit. Really cool to see people playing it in Lifestream.
That's incredible. We're going for a Corvishine normal cast here.
Okay, so this Nebulio, this is about to be dangerous. But also with this Tratako with 2 spirits underneath, if it is not able to be dealt with this turn, that looks like, I don't know, Chronodile or...
Wait a minute, let her cook.
You could drop a Chronodile right now.
That would be kind of nutso. It looks like we're doing Corvishine Shuffle to re-enchant to Apollo. That Apollo is looking juicy. We're just gonna pass.
And as a result, Nebulio is also looking pretty crazy.
Puff.
Oh, you baby. Okay, we see the special cast of the Tad Puff. And here comes Lakagon. We are locked in right now. Here comes the heal from the effect of the Lakagon, possibly? Or have we just healed too much? Thank you, Jatagua.
No, we're just going to skip on it, I think, and just go for Aphrodite here. Disenchant to search.
Okay.
Could be anything, really.
Yeah, I could see Meriden. It looks like it is going to be the base Lakagon, not the champion titled form. So we are probably going to attempt some destruction here, whether it be on the Corvishine. I mean, that's a card that is going to make this solar list incredibly threatening, but also that Nebulio on the field, also scary.
I think it makes sense to go for popping the Apollo here because it gets so many spirits off board.
True.
And then you have enough on board. I think you can hit over at least the Nebulio. I think you're 1 spirit off of hitting over the Corvishine.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how many spirits we're working with in our underworld here, but
it's like 3.
Okay.
So this Lakagon is only a 5 stat, which does not get over the 5 of Corvishine. But a Tsunami does get us there. It swaps Nebulio to defense position, gets an additional water and underworld, and now we can full board clear. So we're going to go Lakagon, now that it's a 6 stat, attempt to hit over the Corvishine.
Which we do have that 1 back row set, but there is nothing that deals with every single one of these attacks coming in. Dry really thinking about it here. both of these cards are obviously super important going into the next turn. Long-term strategy-wise, Corvishine might be the one worth protecting, but we will see.
Yeah, Corvishine is definitely something that's worth protecting. I wonder if we're waiting to see how this goes. It looks like we resolve the attack. Okay, It looks like we grabbed the wrong one on accident. Okay, now we swing Locking on Champion of Aphrodite over. Is this going to eat a Shield of Achilles? Is that what we're going for? No, it's going to go through.
That makes me think that there has to be some kind of play going into this next turn. Really, really deliberating over that set card there. Okay, we are just going Nebuleo again.
Another one. I did see a Celestlio in Dry's hand. Novacore, Corvishine, Gorgon's Gaze.
Ooh, double Gorgons. I mean, we didn't hit the Leo Bright, but this is a pretty scary looking few turns coming up.
It's scary, but also Goro is going to just be able to generate so much advantage on this next turn where they're going to be able to pressure really hard here.
I mean, at this point, you have 2 Lakagons. You have there to talk with it. I mean, if Goro so chooses, can simply just continue to re-enchant. Or ascend over even. Yep. So there goes the heal.
Pop a Shield of Achilles. That's big.
Ooh, okay.
Disenchant.
And then we see, we're going in for possibly another Lakagon.
You 100% go get Lakagon Champion of Aphrodite, and you get a pop 2 here.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Pop Tua.
No. Between you and Swole's walk bit, I can't work under these conditions.
We're gonna special cast, and we're gonna heal.
We're healing too.
And you know what that means if we heal Tua.
No.
We're gonna
okay, there's the pop on the Nebuleo.
Tua. It's a second Shield of Achilles.
Oh, can't cast shield in this house.
And we're swinging for 8 damage.
Oh my god. Listen, Lakagon cannot be stopped-agon. This is crazy.
Just wait until this Eurus gets flipped up. Okay, never mind. We are going at a scoop o'clock. Dry says I've seen enough. That was ridiculous from Goru. That was disgusting. Wow. Clinical. Scalpel. Nurse.
I can see exactly why Lakagon was the first champion of the Lifestream meta. However, Solar is also incredibly strong. And had those turns gone slightly differently, had the Foretells been slightly different, we could be looking at a different turn. As you pointed out, the Celestlio was already in hand. We simply needed to leave stuff around long enough to be able to ascend into the Celestlio, and that could have been GG's for Lakagon.
Yeah, I think that Dry just had a slower hand versus Goro's hand started appearing slow, but then it just ramped out like crazy, and in 2 turns took complete control of the board. Dry seeing both shields. This is why, folks, I don't like Shield of Achilles this metagame. I don't think it's worth playing. If Dry was playing P-Boxes there, if they were playing Dense Fogs there, that game looks totally different, I think. Shield is just a very rough thing to have, and I'm imagining Dry is immediately siding out of those cards.
I think in general, things that aren't chainable feel bad right now.
Yes.
And like you said, it's really cool to see more people playing Dense Fog, and we have seen that today. Not just because we've seen multiple lunar lists, but it actually is just a good card in this meta, and I think is a card that could have prevented a lot of what we just saw happen on the Lakagon side of things.
100%. So Dry is definitely siding out of those, probably siding into Spoiled Fruits, and that's where Goro now has to decide how are they going to play around Spoiled Fruit. What are they going to do to deal with that card, because it does just kind of slaughter this deck. You know, are we playing Helios's Chariot Ride on the side? That's a really good option for dealing with that card.
And it looks like we are just about done with our siding. I imagine Dry is going to be starting us off here, and let's see how this game 2 goes. I'm rooting for a Solar game 2. I would love to see this go to game 3.
Yeah, when you have, the 2 top decks playing it out, you'd love to see, with all the stakes on the line, see these go all the way. It looks like Goro Babu will be mulliganing their opener here.
Well, and as we saw, that's what happened last time. Immediately was able to get it back with the Jatagua, which is a card that I haven't seen in Lakugan at this point, at least in any of the lists that I have encountered. And it shows how many options water really has. And I mean, Aphrodite, I love that she's really opened up water strategies as opposed to just being an element that people either play in other things, just adding little heal cards, that kind of thing. Or, I mean, Water Reanimator is a list that I know that you love and have talked about a bit, but really expanding water strategies here is cool to see.
It's cool to see how decks are getting more identity as we see. I mean, like this is it right here. Apollo with Champion of Apollo Corvishine out. Foretell 6 here. There's your prediction. Guardian of Light. And there's all the side cards right at the top, and Celestial at the top.
Whoa. Okay. So we're gonna be. It looks like maybe thinking about taking that Plucky there.
We definitely add Plucky to hand, I think. Yep. I don't know which of these we stack to the top though. Are we adding a Celestlio to hand?
Ooh.
Okay. How might these go back? They went back in the exact same order, actually.
Yeah, Dry said, this is fine.
It's because we're going to shuffle the deck to Corvishine here.
Oh, okay. Dry was unhappy with those options, it seems.
That's fair.
And that's another thing that Corvishine has really done so much for Solar. A lot of the complaints leading up to this point about Solar is, well, what if you have bad foretells and then you're just sitting there knowing that nothing is coming down the pipeline? But the ability to have a card that not only digs deeper into the deck, but then allows you to say, this isn't serving me. And I'm not only going to be able to heal essentially one to my Apollo, but also reset my luck a little bit here is great.
And here comes Original Foamy from Goro. An interesting opener here, especially into a deck that has so much card destruction. It looks like we're using it as a way for Aphrodite to go search another copy of Foamy.
Yeah, maybe new Foamy, be able to pitch it, grab the Lakugan. Not sure, but regular Foamy, I mean, if there has ever been a more spectarisable Elestral in the world, I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, it does look very spectarisable. I wonder if Goro will go for the discard immediately here, if we're going to hold that. We are setting and passing, though.
Okay. Possibly something to protect this Foamy, but here comes the Disenchant from the Apollo. And okay.
Oh, that's scary. Good to know that 2 Spoiled Fruit are in deck, though.
Yeah, at
so we have
least
Solar Burst,
2.
Corvishine, Leo Bright, 2 Spoiled Fruit, and a Neblio, which it looks like we're going to pick up.
That Neblio into the Leo right there is looking, I mean, pretty good.
And we kept the card exactly on top. And here goes Neblio for 7.
Yeah, I guess if you know that Leo Bright, and for that matter, I think we also hit... No, I don't think we hit Celestlio. That was the last one. Let's see what we get here. Another Neblio. Oh, and actually,
is that a Winjin?
It looks like Winjin, the Shattered Stars Winjin there. And there goes the Leo Bright as well. And okay, so we're actually going to stack these in a specific order this time. And the double Spoiled Fruit, that was a great call on your part from the sideboard. That absolutely just anything that Lakugan wants to do, Spoiled Fruit destroys it. And so Goro has to move forward with the knowledge that if you go for those heal effects, if you attempt it, you could be losing your Lakugan.
I was trying to pay attention to how Dry stacked, and it didn't seem like the Spoiled Fruits moved. It looked like the top 3 cards stayed the same, so we might be drawing Solar Burst on our next turn. It looks like we're actually just going Corvishine to shuffle again.
Oh,
Huh.
I wonder what we're digging for here. I wonder, it seems like Dry is looking for a specific card. It has not been seeing it. Whereas, like, I mean, from my perspective, we've seen a lot of really strong cards. And there goes the reenchant from Underworld onto the Apollo.
Yeah, it looks like we will go Nebuleo, attempt to hit over Foamy, and then are we gonna Gorgons in Battle Step?
Looks like that is it. Yep, exactly what's going to be happening here. The Gorgon's Gaze preventing the effect of the Foamy. We do know...
Notably, did we Battle Step or Damage Step? Because, okay, it looks like it's continued on. Because by the actions there, it seemed like Foamy actually should have still resolved. But... Whoa! That is a Peliquarius, Champion of Aphrodite that Goro just played.
Champion Peliquarius.
Yeah.
We are very used to, at this point, seeing the basic Peliquarius that goes in and searches for a water Elestral in this list. But this is a tech I have not seen. And here comes the Nexus. Okay.
Organs. So Peliquarius lets you Nexus, and then you can special send the Elestral that receives it into a water or wind Elestral from hand. So I don't know what we were gonna go for there, but that seemed really scary, actually.
I mean, Terracell? Terracell?
It could be.
Oh my god, just foretelling the most cards imaginable here. Ooh, there's an Earthquake.
There's an Earthquake, Temple, Apollo. Too many cards to even really track it all in such a short period of time.
Yep. I think Earthquake might be the bigger hit there. That looks like that moved to the top to me.
As it should.
Okay, and we're going for the
shuffling anyway.
Oh my gosh. What are you Dry? What are you digging for? What is the answer? What's going on?
I do like that they set up additional Solar and Underworld for the Apollo here, because I like going shuffle then Apollo so you can stack your draw, because they've not been stacking their draws here consistently.
Okay.
But we might entirely whiff here. We see a Celestleo at least. We see Apollo, Spoiled Fruit, 2 Winjin, Celestleo, and a Solar Burst. We're just going to stack the Burst to the top, I think.
Okay.
And ascend into a Leo Bright?
And we're actually ascending over the Corvishine, and there is the Leo Bright that we grabbed from that Nebuleo last turn.
And Goro gives that the okay, and here we go.
Solar Burst was put on top there, and there goes the Celestleo.
We have foretold too many cards. 2 of those should stay on top. There you go.
Yep.
It's only foretell 4. You ascended over your Corvishine.
Bye-bye, Corvishine. But we still were able to hit the Celestleo.
Yeah, we did still hit it. No additional information was given, really, because we
already knew those
we
cards.
did know that this was the case. We also know that there are no hits for Celestleo in the top 4, which is kind of rough for Dry.
Well, fortunately, at this point, being able to say, okay, I have been able to keep them off of Lockagon thus far. Peliquarius obviously being something that you need to deal with this turn. And with only, unless that's exactly Tsunami, we're in a lot of trouble. I wonder if it was worth keeping the Corvishine on board and actually ascending over the Nebuleo here, but there goes the 3 Spirits of Damage.
Into no back row. If Goro has a big turn here, we could just crack back entirely. Something like a Tadpuff, Lockagon. Dratagua is not going to quite be it. We will get to heal 2 spirits here, though.
Okay, so this is feeling a little bit like, in terms of pacing and tempo, some of the heal control lists that we saw before, but we know that there's a Lockagon in there.
Yeah, I think that it's a little slow, but we're ascending with a wind into Tornadian.
Yep.
Okay.
So there goes the Tornadian effect. We're going to see the expend here. We're going to be calling 3 cards. Ooh, and adding 1 to hand at random. Okay, so Pandora's Box, Gorgon's Gaze, and there is that Earthquake, which it's like we've seen all of those cards in Foretells. Like, if you really wanted them that bad, Dry. I guess we were looking.
Just, and we're going to roll. We'll get Pandora's Box to hand.
Okay.
That
Well, with
could
that-
be kind of tough.
Yeah. I mean, we know that the foamy is in hand, the champion foamy. But other than that, we don't know too much about what Goro is trying to do. Obviously, that Peliquarius was attempting to ascend into something, whether that just be a way into the Locagon. Here goes another Foretell.
Yeah, we're Celestia foretelling. We hit 2. We get to pop 2. Probably those 2 back row are going to go.
Ooh, yep.
It was
And
a
it was
resting and an
shield?
Aphrodite.
Oh, okay. It looked like shield for a second. It was the full art rest.
They look similar. They both got warm tones to them.
Yeah. Okay, and there goes the Dratagua, unfortunately. And Goro is looking at a completely empty board here. And I mean, hey, this is just what we were talking about. These are 2 of the top decks, and depending game to game, could perform completely differently. Obviously, in that first
Yep.
game,
There's the scoop.
it was a wash, whereas this time, Locagon got a bit drowned out.
Yeah, just did not see some of the cards they needed, even though there really wasn't any back row. From Dry's perspective, they just weren't able to really take any control of the game, and they just kind of floundered.
The champion Peliquarius is a really interesting add into this list, as well as the Dratagua. It's playing a little bit differently. It seems like some of these extra cards, extra tech choices, have maybe messed with the consistency a little bit. We didn't see really any of what we needed to see there. The resting could have been huge if that hadn't have been said, unfortunately. But you know,
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think that Goro probably had a much better shot there if Dry didn't see exactly 2 Gorgons.
Yeah.
You know, both of those sets being Gorgons meant it was lights out. If it wasn't 2 set Gorgons and there was only 1 Gorgons and then another back row, Goro, I think, has a much better chance because that Gorgons gets used somewhere else entirely.
Well, and with this solar list and the Corvishine and all of the additional foretells and being able to shuffle things up, we were able to watch Dry pass on what to us seemed like, whoa, that's crazy. Yeah, get that. No, do that. But Dry said, actually, I presumably trying to get into Celestia as quick as possible, and I will keep foretelling until I see a situation that allows me to get there, which of course we did, and it was game ending.
Yeah, well, it looks like our players are very eager. They've already finished siding, and they're into our game 3 here. So let's go ahead and let's hop in. Let's try and catch up with where they're at, as it looks like Goro starts off with that reverse stellar foamy searching Aphrodite. Aphrodite searching foamy, and then we're going to go ahead and pitch the foamy to search out a 2-drop water Elestral. We're going to get Locagon. We're going to get Locagon.
Yep, the champion of Aphrodite, Locagon, and this is looking a little bit more familiar. That means that Dry is in a position where he needs to deal with this foamy immediately. Even with that, we know that Tadpuff is a card that could certainly be lurking, and Goro can get into Locagon no matter what. So this is a crucial turn here. And there goes the Glimbat.
Ooh, that is something that is very scary to see for Goro, meaning that there might be a Nova Core in the future.
I'm thinking probably exactly right now we might be seeing Nova Core.
Now,
yeah, coming out, going to be casting that Temple of the Sun. Yeah, no, adding it to hand.
We got
Plucky
actually coming out. Okay.
Taking it a little slow. Going in, we're going to get Apollo. Just start foretelling. That makes sense. Sit back. The future is bright.
Apollo is going to be big here.
I would love to see. I mean, obviously, this solar list is sort of the current one that is doing well and people are playing. I would love to see more Champions of Apollo and Lyre of Apollo stuff. I think that's very interesting and super fun. I don't know if it has a place in this exact build, but hey, could be cool.
Well, 2 Corvishine and a resting on your laurels off the top is kind of nice. I agree, though. It would be nice to see more of the champions. One of my friends who, his first ever, maybe second large Elestrals event, made it to top 32 playing Solar. He tossed in a silly one of the champ Soul Bell, and apparently came up a lot for him.
Ooh, okay, cows.
Yeah, cows go crazy. Here's a madness
Oh,
to force this
wait.
Plucky to attack.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I like that.
Gonna be able to very easily deal with this Plucky going into next turn.
Yeah, Foamy guarantees that. We're gonna disenchant to search. So we don't have, or we have a second lock in hand already, I guess. Or we intend to search it using Foamy. Seems like a overly spirit expensive way to do this, potentially. I'm curious as to what we're going for. Oh, Distillery!
Oh! What?
Okay, I'm rocking with it. This is how we play around spoiled fruit, as we side Distillery. This is a theory that some have thought of, something that I've been toying around with. And I like this a lot, actually. I think that this is really interesting.
Yeah.
So it looks like that will resolve.
Okay. Are we going to see the ascension into Distillery here?
It seems so risky to do, is the thing. I'm curious why we went for Madness.
Yeah, I mean, if we weren't going to deal with this Plucky this turn.
Yeah, you would have to do Distillery, but you lose to so much if you do that, is the issue. That's my concern. Looks like we're going to Gorgon's Gaze the Foamy to prevent the Ascension. But, like, that's totally fine. Surely we have another normal cast in hand that just does it.
I mean, even Tadpuff,
Tadpuff Crash is a valid option, and normal cast Tratagua heal too. It crashes. It's not ideal, but it does out the board and prevent a Leo Bright from hitting the board. So I don't hate it.
Heal a little bit. Okay. And yeah, we are simply just crashing.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, you've gotten the heal. You've cleared the board, and you've also eaten a Gorgon's Gaze. So, considering how big of a problem Gorgon's was in the last game, I think that makes sense. Looks like we're gonna go Winjin. We are calling nothing. Never mind.
We're not gonna call anything at all.
Yeah. Okay. So there goes the Gorgon's Gaze, and it looks like we're going to have some foretells, possibly.
There's no real reason to do Apollo here, right? Because we know the next. I guess we don't know all of them. We know what our next draw is, though. I guess we just don't want to draw Corvishine.
Yeah, we could add the Corvishine. The Solar Burst could be good to have coming down the pipeline for sure.
Yeah.
But now we have two of those Corvishine in hand. And okay, we get to set one. And simply, I think we've got to pass here.
Ascendant Lakagon.
Okay, yeah, there is the Ascension. And we're still Lakagoning. I wonder if this is a spoiled fruit. We know that it's being played. Would be cool to see. However, I think that would have been...
Second Lakagon. I like this play a lot.
Ooh.
I like this play so much because it means that dry, if that's a set spoiled fruit, it's not doing anything. We're just getting 2 5s on board. We're not healing anything this turn. We're gonna go wide.
Yeah,
I like
the double champion Lakagon. And we know
pressure.
There's an Distillery, which is the jump scare. Goro went and got it and showed us, only to just double cast Lakagon anyway. Here comes
I really like this play.
Yep. So the Winjin goes down. We take 3, and we know we have the Corvishine in hand, but that feels a little too slow based on what we're staring down here. Oh.
And there's a resting.
Yeah, there was that resting that we saw earlier, so that takes care of one. And okay, you know what? Actually, Corvashine is just gonna come out here. Which, to be fair, with this Lockagon, I mean, can't do too much about it.
Yeah, 5/7 can't out a 5 defender.
Nope.
I think that's fair. No reason to Gorgons this, I think. We're doing the shuffle on Corvashine to re-enchant to Apollo. Now, Foamy on Goro's side would be a little sick nasty. It would be a little crazy.
Yeah. Okay, there goes the re-enchant. And we see the Fertel here. All right, let's look at what we're... Okay, so there... I mean, there's that Nova.
Oh,
we know
that's
Temple
really
of the Sun,
bad.
Temple of the Sun is in hand and has been in hand. Instead, we are going to be adding the little baby.
Yeah, this is actually, this Lockagon is dead 7 ways currently because we have Solar Burst with multiple 2-drops.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't add Nova Core off the top, but it is stacked for next turn. And here goes the Solar Burst Foretell 7.
Okay.
Nova Core, Celestlio, Apollo, E-Box,
Mm-hmm.
Limbat, Royalotl, and the Nebuleo
Oh, okay.
sending pop.
You have Rise. You have Rise in hand right now, Dry.
Tell me there's a rise right now, and I'll leave. It'll be over for me.
And
Lost
for
my
Goro,
voice.
I think, actually.
Oh, it will very much be over for Goro if that's the case.
This would be the last turn to do it if we have it, with only 6 spirits left.
That is true. Only 6 is a little scary. But it looks like we're just going to pass, and it's a Foamy,
Okay.
which does not feel good if you're Goro, I think. And we're just
You
going
know
to pass.
That Nova Core is coming.
Woof. And here's the Temple.
There's Temple coming out. Nova Core going to be casting out. Yeah.
We need a Gorgon's Gaze.
Mm-hmm.
My life for a Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh! No.
Nope. Checking the back row. I think if it's a Gorgon's, you would windmill it.
Yeah.
Foamy was just a foregone conclusion to be sent to the underworld.
Dry is so close to being out of this game, but with this board state, I don't know. Even with that, unless Goro decided that somehow we could fit eruptions.
You know, you can never count out an eruption. That's for sure.
You never can. That's what's crazy. We are just going to be taking 3 damage here. Okay.
That's a lot of damage.
Especially at this state in the game, for sure. Very little that I can see actually being doable at this stage. But hey, you know what? Who knows?
Expend to draw is so bad.
No.
Oh no.
I mean, looking at these back row, they do not seem to be offering what Goro was looking for. Oh yeah, set a third, surely.
Setting a third one maybe changes what the other 2 are and what they do, but here comes Celestlio.
Celestlio Ascension. Oh,
and that is
and with
not
the
looking
Corvashine,
good.
I mean,
Foretell 7.
we know that we know we have.
Is it 6 or is it 7?
It is 7.
Okay. I can remember if it was 6 or 7. Looks like we are adding 3 here to pop 3.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but
nope, you can't. Goro tries to chain. You cannot chain it. I'm sorry.
oh,
Put that Earth Spirit back in
no.
your Spirit deck. It already is popping. It's too late. You hate to see
Madness.
that people don't understand how this card works. It's very important to learn. You cannot chain to these things. You cannot activate this in response to the popping of Celestlio. Celestlio pops all as one effect, so that you cannot daze here. The Spirit should be back in your Spirit deck. All of these cards are destroyed. And I think that this might be curtains for Goro. We had a Monsoon of Eurus set. Wow, that is so unfortunate.
That was not saving us any of the previous turns, certainly. And yeah, here comes 4 right to the face, unfortunately.
Yeah, down to 2 spirits per player. However, it's a very different 2 spirits per player, I think. They're hands that do it, but it looks like we are not going to see what that hand is because it's not doing it. And it looks like Dry will take game 3 for round 4 and keep their tournament alive.
We did have the Oystillery come out, at least. He had to make an appearance on the board.
It wasn't cast, but it was on the board.
Mm-hmm. No, we have learned to absolutely count those. And hey, I mean, in the big question of solar or water, Locagon or Celestlio, at least in this case, Celestlio took it.
Yep, Celestlio definitely put up a dominant performance after that game 1 where it just seemed like it kind of fell out of their control really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But from there, just absolute heaters and haymakers coming out of Dry and that Celestlio deck.
I mean, it just, Solar has so many options, so much utility, so many threats. I mean, even, I feel like a lot of the focus is on Celestlio, surely, but the Nova Core is so huge and scary, and being able to simply cast it out as a Lith, basically, and get the destruction effect. I mean, there are so many options here, and Solar Burst is another one that we saw come up a couple times. Guardian of Light was there.
It was shown and then probably cited out immediately because, hey, if I got mine for Rise, you get yours for Guardian. That's just how that works. Fair is fair.
Hey, we saw it. It was foretold.
It showed up. It was there.
Listen, I foretold it when I guessed, and then Apollo foretold it, and then did nothing with it, and that's fine.
And that's okay. You know, as is his right. He's allowed to do what he needs to do.
Mm-hmm. And hey, I mean, clearly, Dry knew what he was doing. He was sending all those hands back, saying, "Nope.
Oh yeah,
this doesn't serve me.
Shuffle it. Not shuffle it. Not shuffle it."
Yeah, actually, I'm simply going to keep re-enchanting from the underworld onto my Apollo and shuffling these back and never hoping to see these cards again. Even though, you know, lesser players might think they look pretty good. I'm just saying. But, you know, to me, I see things they don't see.
Those silly commentators think these cards look pretty good. But actually, ship it back. I'm returning it. Amazon Prime it back right now.
It would have been really cool to see the spoiled fruit in response to the Locagon. I think, unfortunately, as soon as that was revealed as being in the deck, Goro obviously said, I'm going to start playing differently. And clearly, like, an incredibly competent player, and the plays with the champion Locagons not needing to get those effects and still managing to say, okay, I know how to play around what will cook me right now. Yeah, very well played from both of these guys.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate that the Solar deck has so much removal in it, just natively, that you get 2 Locagons, that doesn't mean anything because you just have... There were 3 pops that could have been done that turn from Dry. They had the Resting, they had the Nova Core, and they had the Solar Burst, all 3 of which result in popping one of those cards. This is like not much you can do from that position if you are Goro. Those cards are just... Your Locagon are not meant to be for this world, unfortunately.
Listen,
gotta play Divine Blessing, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, Divine Blessing. Hey, it's good for more than just Hermes. I am telling all of you. Also, it really seems like it's the 3rd lock that gets you. You have 2 on board. You can deal with it. 3? No. Second one.
Too many. Yeah.
But 3, that's when you're like, okay.
It's when the 3rd one hits that things get a
I'm
little
gonna call
too
it
wacky.
I do love the Locagon list, and that's one that I've been playing a lot. I also really like Solar, but if I manage to enter one of these tournaments, I do want to tell you, you'll keep this just between us, right, Caleb?
Yeah, I would never leak anything.
Okay. So I want to play Locagon, and I already have my name. It's Pop, Lock, and O2 Drop It.
You say that, but then you'll go XO, and you know, it's over.
I mean, hey, manifest it in the opposite way. All right?
Break a leg.
Yeah,
So I hope you shatter your spine.
Wait a minute.
It's showbiz. It's showbiz, baby. That's showbiz.
And coming to you next month from Shattered Spines, I've been told I can make these reveals live here on stream. Hello, casters. I'm K-Cray. Thank you so much.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Whoa.
Shattered Spines. Wow. Oh, that is up there with the walk bit, I think. Like those y'all couldn't see it. I was literally sitting here shrieking when Swole came in with a walk. I'm so glad I muted myself because you would have heard a banshee.
Yeah, listen. We have a second to sit and yap here. You all do not know. First of all, like I love commenting with Swolex. It's always a treat. However, when the prepare to transition logo comes on screen, he walks off and says, don't. He leaves the screen. There we go. And says, it's a bit. Don't worry. It's a bit. Take us in.
Just lead it. Don't worry about it.
And I was simply sat there to be like, oh, what's gonna happen?
Oh boy.
What's he bringing in this time?
Well, he brought a walk in, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Look, you gotta give credit where credit's due. He does bring a walk to the table.
No, I honestly, he's got to be tired because he's been walking through my mind all day. Oh.
Ooh, it's got a little hot in here. I think I need to go take a walk.
Oh my God. Okay, with that, the plug is being pulled. We are being told to get off. A giant cane is coming in from the side. We're being pulled off of the stage. And we will be right back after we have been reprimanded for all of this. And we will see you soon.
Walk.
And we are back, casters, for round 5. I am once again joined by Swolax, who is no doubt going to bring some bits that are absolutely going to fry you. How are you doing? How was your break? Hey, listen, I had to.
It was incredible. I think Shattered Spines, once again, top 10 things said on this cast, right up there with Fudge, and also there's a few other ones in there, I'm sure. But listen, we have some well-seasoned casters here on the desk that I'm excited to see some more games with. So that's all I can really say.
Yeah. How, speaking of, I mean, listen, you are one of the foremost Solar players at this point in the game. I mean, top 3 finish. How are you feeling after that last round with Solar's performance?
That was actually a very good example of the Solar Lockgon dynamic. Of course, you're no stranger to this as a locked, dropped an O2. What was the name of the new deck for the future champion?
Top lock and O2 drop it.
Right, the Heather Locklears, if you will, the hippie long lock stockings. I think that this, the
Poppy locks. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, heel, pop, E, and lock. Yeah, we'll workshop this one.
We're just saying.
Regardless, the
nonsense.
matchup itself is a very difficult one. As you can kind of tell from that last one, it does kind of go either way in terms of which caster has the very specific counter runes and when to activate those counter runes, and also it's depending on the play style. One thing, if I call back to Kissimmee and to the previous champion for Evo there, the one thing I noticed about most of the lock-on players inside the tournament was not necessarily in the side decking in terms of cards, but it was in the games 2 and 3 and how the shift of how you would play the deck would be the determining factor. Solar likes to tech in some certain cards against the matchup, things like Spoiled Fruit even, cards that would be able to be silver bullets into the strategy. But the nice part about Lockon is it's modular. You have the big push plays in the Lockagons as well. You can play lower to the ground with the Galaxies, with the Apheroses, and so it allows you to swap out the speed and tempo in which you play, which I think is very important to note as you're going into the matchup. So it can be kind of difficult to side deck and tech into against. But I think Solar bringing it down, Solar being as explosive as it was, exciting to see.
Which, on that note, we actually do have some data here for you guys. We have our top 12 Elestrals represented, which, despite the fact that what we were just talking about being, we think Solar and Locagon are going to be 2 of the biggest strategies, I am really excited to see that the top Elestral represented is Cyanectar, champion of Dionysus.
Yeah, this is a really cool little lineup here between the Cyanectar and the Spectaris holding down for the Bug Elestrals with Hopperoo not too far behind. Talking with Zero over in Kissimmee, one of the big theories going into this event was to help combat Locagon, the OG Locagon with that attack gaining effect. Spectaris would be potentially tech in certain decks, so that also could be a consideration. Astrabbit not too far behind that, which is interesting considering that seemingly a lot of these decks don't even need or want to play Astro Rabbit, along with the Galaxy, some of the Firestorm staples, and then some newcomers after that. You know a little bit about the champion Drataya, I think.
I sure do. I've been playing a little bit of Latagon. We saw the champion Drataya in our first round today, actually, from Cindershade, and you need to play around a bit with all the Dionysus stuff, the Daze, the Enraged, and it's a really great card. We even saw a Drataya be risen from the ashes to great effect, actually, in Game 3 of that match. And I mean, genuinely incredible to see. It reminded me of Drataya emerging from Tartarus, being like, actually, I'm back. I've got more to say. Like, this is not the Escape from Tartarus form, but by golly, she has escaped.
Yeah, this is a shout outs to Wirt dragging Drataya out from the depths here. And what I love too, and talking about the deck representation from the previous tournament, the Dionysus deck was the second most represented, whether that be for card availability or because the strategy actually can perform, I think was showcased off. And here we've seen some really solid evidence of that. Out of these cards here, which one would you say is the one that's maybe most surprising? For me, it's Hopperoo.
Well, I would have said that before Game 1. And Hopperoo is one of those cards that I saw a bunch last week. And I know that PK Joseph and we had a lot of conversation, and it's like, it doesn't really seem to be doing too much, but it's one of those cards that you don't see its effect until it's too late. And until it's attacked the spirit deck so much that it's like, oh, suddenly I no longer have the resources to do these things because I've let this 3/4 body hang around. I also know, and we didn't actually get to see it on stream, I don't think, but some people are playing Rumantis as well, which is pretty cool. Yeah, really, really digging into the strategy, hopping around all over the place. And with that, we also have our top 12 runes, which also paints kind of a similar picture. I mean, we see the Dionysus's Madness here. That's not only a card that is being played in what we know is a very represented strategy, being Earth, but it's also one that people are playing as an answer to these things. We saw it happen with Drataya. Your opponent enrages it, tries to special ascend, you Madness of your own and daze it, and you prevent that from happening. And there are a bunch of other interactions that we can have like that. What do you feel? First of all, Pandora's Box and top 12 runes. PK is out there somewhere.
Yeah, PK's popping off, but I'm whinging just a little bit, and I'm not whinging a little bit. I think that this card is insane in the main. I love it. I think it's really cool to see. Again, we had these particular rune suite of the last couple of formats, and so yeah, like you said, getting to see things like Dionysus Madness. We even see Rise in the Shadow holding it up from the back end. And Pandora's Box being so good into so many decks and so many strategies, specifically because things like Lockagon and Solar and even the Dionysus stuff can be hit by this card. I think this is a very interesting representation of it being so high here, along with Guardian of Light. Because Guardian of Light, you know, hey, one of your picks for predictions today, and like you said, being splashing into certain strategies, I think also could be telling of why this card is so high, but also maybe indicates how much people rocked up with Solar.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you have Apollo right there. And I love that Yumi and Caleb all have one of our picks represented here. Rise from the Shadows, Apollo, and Guardian of Light. Ours, of course, are going hand in hand. They're holding hands and skipping. And, you know, when I'm represented, you're represented. And I think that's beautiful. And, you know, maybe Guardian of Light slightly more because people are saying, hey, we can put this in other lists. I'm just saying. But as we can see from the card counts here represented on screen, I mean, Gorgon's Gaze is currently the best card in the game.
Let's go, number one, baby. You can't count out the Gaze just yet. Gaze up top. I think this is, it's funny. Talking to a lot of people about this card for a long time, it was seen as like, this is a card that has to go, yada yada. You know, a lot of strong opinions. I'll say that on this card, but it is such a good load-bearing card for this game. It does your laundry too, yes, but there's a lot of really intricate, interesting things you can do with this. Shout outs to Rybot, our top 16 match of Kissimmee. Put a quarter in a jar, everyone. I'm mentioning this play. It was against Royal Lottle. The idea was that Rybot had two whales on the board, or Aetheros and a whale, and to swing into a Royal Lottle, or rather, I cast out a Royal Lottle. That's what it was. My grays are showing. I'm forgetting my plays as it goes. So sad. Cast out a Royal Lottle. Attempt to pass turn. Rybot activates Dionysus Madness to enrage my Royal Lottle to force to attack. Well, Gorgon's Gaze comes down here as a staple card in Elestrals to target the Royal Lottle and prevent the attack declaration. There's a lot of cool plays you can do here along with stopping your opponent from making their big pushes. And it's about the timing and when to actually deploy that. And so it's no surprise that that's the number one card in play here total today.
I agree. And it's also interesting with these particular data sets here because we're seeing people moving away from strategies that it's been a conversation for as long as I can remember. Eventually, people are going to stop playing Ask Rabbit as much. Eventually, people are going to stop playing Shield as much. And Ask Rabbit being at number 4, possibly for the first time, at least from what I've seen. And it's because the strategies are evolving. People have often said, you know, ban Rabbit, it's too prevalent, but the narrative has always been, don't worry, the game is going to evolve around it. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Same with Shield. Caleb and I had a conversation earlier about how the fact that this is one of the non-chainable counter runes. And people are saying that's actually in this meta where people are popping all over the place, not feeling quite so good. Can't resolve Shield in this house.
Yeah, about to say that one was an excellent call out for that one. I really do love your observation there too. Chainable counter runes in a destruction-based meta, right? To put that as the sweet tagline for next class session for Professor Swolax. But like you said, chainable counter runes are key. And Guardian of Light is probably like the safer option for it. You know, there's a lot of decks that are, despite the fact conditional, for their activation effect. Being able to say, oh, your lock gun targets this, or oh, your Celestial is going to activate. So let's go ahead and flip Dionysus Madness and go for Tsunami. A lot of successful counter runes and successful game plans in this format will hinge around reactivity, and that's important to note. So I think that's an excellent call out from you in the last match too.
Oh, thank you.
I wouldn't be I'm not doing a lot of the heavy lifting today, despite the name.
Well, I know. Listen, I've got literally swole right over here, and I think that you don't give yourself enough credit. You've been rolling that boulder up the hill, which, speaking of, is a card that you have mentioned yourself already in this cast. Do you think that is a card, the Sisyphus card, that we're going to start seeing more?
Oh God, if we're going to see it more, we're going to start seeing it again and again and again. It's kind of just the nature of the card, I guess. But I think that the one time that I've seen this, or a couple times I've seen this card mentioned, one, BlueStacks. It's kind of the obvious one, is to shuffle back and put back in. But the other one, and then is in like an Ampup style Lycavolt deck. Being able to recycle your Ampups in, go in for another charge, and have resources available inside of your strategy to continue to apply pressure with the big bad wolves. And so out of those two, I think that there's a possibility we can see that strategy evolve. But Sisyphus' Boulder, just like a few other cards inside this game, definitely time will tell. And what's the strategy that's going to go hand in hand with those? But
I think it would require some people to make some bold choices. You know what I mean?
Incredible. I cannot believe you, sis. Of this, even.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, BlueStacks is one of those lists that we're just going to keep seeing over and over and over again. And me personally, as a Vegas local, I love to see it. And seeing the evolution of it, obviously Bean Soldier being the one who said, actually, it can win. I don't know what to tell you. If you're Josh, you can do it. And getting second at Kissimmee, I mean, it goes to show that even these sort of inconsistent lists that you can't depend on anything and it's all up to chance, you do have a certain level of control, and tech options like that could certainly influence that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. There is a lot to be said about the amount of cards in the game now that we didn't have before, that you can now really start to cook and experiment with. And if you at home are looking to cook and experiment yourself, not only do we have several ways to do so, we have some upcoming tournaments that you might be interested in. We have the Casual Tuesdays, which I think is a lot of fun to do. I know myself in the past have really deep dived into these things for some goofy, silly strategies, but they're also a great way to test your tournament decks upcoming. We have 3 of them here on the schedule. We have October 14th, 21st, and 28th. If you're looking to join the community in some amazing Elestrals, it's nice and chill, so it's a great environment to learn and really sharpen your skills before going into these bigger, larger tournaments.
These are particularly fun because if there is a pet deck that you have, if you just want to show up and have a good time, there are all kinds of people. A-Drive is usually playing cards that he's not supposed to be talking about for years at this point. And it's a great time. I also know, and we haven't done any for a bit, but this is my, hey, maybe we could do this again. We do occasionally on the Casual Tuesdays have starter deck formats, which, as you mentioned, these are perfect days to get into it, and the starter deck days especially. But even with that, even if it's not a starter deck specific one, honestly, I've been specifically looking at the Aphrodite list. Some of the previous starter decks, actually, like, you could roll up with one of those and probably go undefeated.
I mean, you can roll up to those even to the Premier and do very well. I think this is one of the first times in a while we've had some really quality starter decks for new and returning players. We have a bunch of options to play into those with. Of course, like you said, the casual tournaments, we have upcoming premieres, and your local card game scene, your LGSs. Make sure to support your local game stores. I know for me personally, going out towards Lone Star Pack Breaks, shout outs to the DFW in Dallas here. It's a great community, and it's also a great time to get involved with the pre-release events, the store regionals. And there is a store locator that you can find a shop near you if you are unsure or uncertain. You can hop into the Discord and find out as well. But on playelestrals.com, you can search it up. Vegas is sometime soon, right? Y'all have been popping up with a few of them recently.
Yeah, we are working on it, which, by the way, anyone listening here, shout out to the Vegas Elestrals scene. And please, let's I want to go play Elestrals in person. I want to go to a little card shop and play one of my favorite games. And so yeah, if you're out there watching and you're like, I'm in Vegas, hey, do I have news for you? We have some LGS. And there was the QR code there on screen, but you can also just use the store locator, and who knows, you might have something near YouTube.
Yeah, the important part is to hop on wherever you are at in the world. You could be at the casual tournaments over webcams, driving over to your store, or 30,000 feet in the air on a Spirit flight, casting Eddy and Chronodile. So really, it's a great time to get into Elestrals, and Lifestream specifically has been, I know it's one of my favorite formats in a long time. So great for new players and returning players alike. So wherever you can, wherever you are in the world, to hop on and play Elestrals.
I have been having so much fun with Lifestream, and it's really inspiring me to get back into it and play. I mean, they've had me here on the desk for quite some time now, but you know what? After some of these cards, just getting so excited about them, getting excited about the way that gameplay has been going and sort of the pacing of decks, and it's all so fun, and it's a great time, like you said, to hop on Elestrals, and it's a great time to play as well.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they have to nerf us somehow. Yeah, for me, I can't speak much of that. I think I just fail upwards into facing Bo into finals. But I think for you, a 9th place finish on a pioneering, some would say pioneering, if I can use that word, on the Fire Nexus Scrap Artifact deck. I didn't even really know the particular name. That's how much I look up to that and look up to that experience.
You know what? I will say, you do not have to know what all of your cards do going into a tournament. That list got thrown together the night before, and I said, it's the best I've ever performed at any event ever. So that might be the tech. And speaking of these local scenes, we don't have the names yet, but based on our preview here, we actually have an Atlanta Ash Rabbit, who is that is one of the groups, one of the locals that we hear a lot from, and they always wear cutie little shirts and stuff when they're at the events. So just yet another local scene.
I love the Atlanta Ash Rabbits. It's funny because the more and more I get to know, well, that was I'll rewind just a little bit. At Kissimmee, one of the greatest things compared to the Dallas event. I love Dallas. Elestrals Dallas was phenomenal. That's my hometown. Shout out to D-Town. However, getting to see everyone pop in with their jerseys and their teams, the Chicago Eddies, the Atlanta Ash Rabbits, the Coke Collective. It was great to see people coming in their teams and practice groups to play Elestrals and to have a great time. Met so many wonderful people there. And the Atlanta Ash Rabbits are scary, terrifying. Ned, again, I'm glad I wasn't on the receiving end of this, milling 30 cards out of someone. Beautiful voice, but terrifying on the mat.
Yeah, I don't think that actually should be legal. I think that should be. But hey, you know what? If you manage to do it, then by all means.
You're telling me.
And it looks like we have our casters for next round. For round 5, we are going to be watching Austin versus Zane Patchy.
Yeah, these two casters, I'm curious to know if the Atlanta Magic can work it here. I think that between the two, you have Austin at some top 8 regional championships, and Zane also top 8 the regionals and was top 64 at the Cards Open HQ this past summer.
Ooh, that was one. Oh, I so wish that I could have been there. And it was a lot of fun to watch. And, you know, again, Bo can't keep getting away with this, but
oh, but she can. We were all very scared at Kissimmee. We were like, we cannot have a three-peat. However, you know, I think it's good to see some cycle around. But I would have loved to go as well. The really interesting strategies out of the Firestorm meta there. But unfortunately was not able to. I think I gained some more Worlds points, but hey, it's all right. Next time.
Hey, you know, I can't wait to see what you do coming off of this 3rd place finish.
Oh god, what did I do off my last 2nd place finish? I think I played Armadon to like a top 128th finish. I think that's probably the trajectory here. But
well, I think the problem is that you were like, yeah, I did it, and then played silly, goofy stuff for the rest of the time.
That's what Elestrals is all about, baby. And we're brought to glowing to the polls with this one. If it's me and my girl, and one of them it's Armadon and my girl. Both of them are drowning, and I can only save one. Catch me on the mat, changing position of Armadon, burning my opponent for 1 each round, and still losing.
Hey, you know what? You said that Armadon came up for you actually in Kissimmee, and it made a difference.
That's my emotional support Armadon right there. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, which we love to see. And hey, you know what? I did give you some flack for playing Chronodile before, but then of course had to eat my words at the end of the Firestorm meta. It's the greatest card of all time. Sorry, I didn't know.
We were not right, just late. I'll say that.
And hey, you know what? If you believe in a card, just know you're not wrong. It's just not its time yet. Keep believing. Keep playing it.
Cooking.
Surely. Yeah.
Wise
PK,
words.
you can play Centaurber and Panzer in the same list. Keep cooking. Don't let anyone tell you any different.
PK, only you can see this message right now. Pandora's Box is the greatest card in the game.
Oh man, I really need PK to get the champion Centaurber. I need PK to get that one.
Okay, you can vote for that. Unfortunately, I have 2 people that I know for a fact that I need to get that card first. And shout outs to Wirtz, sub to Wirtz, and of course my girl Helen.
Helen, yes.
We have a directive and a prerogative to get that girl a Stellar Centaurber, 100 or what is it? 10, 13 cc's of Centaur abs into her deck. ASAP Rocky.
Are we almost ready with this clash? I was wondering if we're just about ready to get into it.
Okay, that one might have been stirring the pot a little bit.
I can't keep talking to this man.
We're ready to walk and roll. What do you mean?
This yap is taking us to places I would not even go with the Scythe of Demeter.
Oh my God. We're yapping bits and going places you've never heard of or seen or etc. I don't know at this point.
Yup. Mm-hmm. On that though, Austin, Zane Patchy. Cannot wait to get into it. I believe both of these casters are 2-2 at this point in the run. So depending on tiebreakers, depending on how the rest of the day goes, we could see these casters in top cut, but this will be a determining game as X&3 is one of those records that might be difficult to come back from.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky at this point. Again, players are also competing for these world points, so top 32 is still a very viable spot to be in, very much appreciated from a lot of casters trying to claw their way into victory. But like you said, a 2-2 record is a little bit scary. So maybe we'll start to see these casters tighten up just a little bit just to really ensure they can make these deep runs. And I think between the two, I am curious to know what they're going to be bringing to the table today. A 2-2 is not necessarily indicative of any sort of definitive strategy. They both could be on insane meta decks, but I guess have to wait and see.
It looks like we are about to get into this here. Zane is going to be starting us off first, and let's get into this clash for round 5.
Rounds here, going to go ahead and potentially go for a mulligan here with 2 Thunder Spirits from Zane.
Oh, okay. Again, might not be indicative of anything, but might be indicative of everything.
Yeah, if I had to ask how would you mulligan if you were playing a Thunder deck in Elestrals, you would say, well, I'd probably expend 2 Thunder Spirits. That's also how I would expend for any deck.
Yeah.
I would love to see some Thunder action here. Brontiglow is still yet to be seen, and I saw in those top runes there was no Thunderstorm, but I can't help but hold back these tears.
Hey, you know what? We know that Brontiglow is lurking out there somewhere. Someone is on it, and it might be Zane. Don't give up.
It's a little scary a little bit as an Ash Rabbit comes down here in defense. Like you said, those top 4 cards to be played inside of the game at the moment. Haven't seen this play in a while. Used to be tried and true Ash Rabbit defense set to pass, and how far we've come.
I mean, hey, might still be good. Listen, everybody, you might actually just need to get back into cast Ash Rabbit and defense turn 1 set 2 pass. Have we considered?
I don't know. I mean, re-enchanting Ash Rabbit might just not be the power play it used to be. What do you think about that?
No, I've been told that it's good personally, but hey, maybe we'll see that this game. And maybe we'll see something else this game. Austin going to be starting us off with an art bud! Shout out art buddies. Hello. Oh, so cute. Okay. Go get a bug.
The little anteater, little bug baby. This Ardbud is so interesting to me as a card that I think over time has aged pretty gracefully. Of course, as the bug pool has been getting a little bit stronger, A-Drive can't keep on getting away with it. But the 2-1 stats on this thing makes this a little bit of a liability. So maybe we're seeing just some setup play here as we're going Ardbud in defense, which I don't really know if there's a big difference between attack and defense Ardbud here. It's so small anyways.
Well, maybe Austin knows something we don't know about the list that Zane is on and is simply attempting to keep things under control here, but it looks like Spectaris coming out.
Spectaris is a pretty good indicator. We might be seeing a Ardvarum ascend into special cast here. But it looks like it's going to be a pass on no counter runes from Austin. Zane's going to draw for turn. Oh, and that's an Ampup. That is going to be an OG Ampup to search out. We're doing the puppy loop here to grab out a little bit of Thunder Magic. This is one of the new engines from Lifestream, and I love this so much. Ampup, the OG Ampup was always a card that read when these cards are title form.
Again? And popping off. Listen, this was my pick for the Kisame Open, and I did not get to see it happen anywhere near as much as I wanted to. So thank you, Zane, making up for lost time. Bless you. We got bugs, we got puppies, we got.
That's Champ Ampup. That's Champ Up right there on the board. Yeah, who could have predicted that? As well, if you're watching on Twitch, the Twitch predictions are now live. If you are there to decide between this explosive, shocking Thunder game versus an Ardbud, and it looks like a card with the hand here incoming.
Yeah,
let us know who you think's gonna take this one.
The hand reveal. Oh, hey.
Pharaohgeist in the grip.
Oh, my word. I mean, the one of Pharaohgeist is kind of tempting, but there are a lot of potential follow-ups for Austin in this hand either way.
Yeah, the Viscerus here is kind of nice. I do think that you have a lot of really great options here to go for. And Titan Grip of the one of is probably your strongest option outside the Comalis, maybe, to set up for this Pharaohgeist. That Pharaohgeist will sit heavy in the hand for just a little while. That's a lot of camel to toe if you're Austin, and I just cannot believe that I'm seeing that in a deck like Titan, which might not even invest the Solar Spirits.
I think we've got some drama dairy in our future in this match here, so be sure to be on the edge of your seats. And I mean, hey, all Austin needs to do is top deck one Rise, and this game's crazy.
Yeah, this is looking quite nice. That Likeable is huge, by the way. +2 attack for every single Ampup inside of the Underworld, which is the bread and butter for this list. The new Likeable, Champion of Zeus, is also very strong and scary into certain matchups, but players have been preferring this one over it. Similar to Bear Bomb, you can just drop the Big Bad Wolf whenever you need to clear board and get hand knowledge and rip a card. Very strong.
It was interesting to get this specific hand knowledge of just like, what if we had only guys? Okay, and there was a top deck of a Comalis.
Zeus, I've seen what you've done for others.
Mm-hmm. Now let's see. Was there an Artemis in hand? Was I just missing all of this stuff because I was focused on other things?
No, however, there was no Artemis in hand. I think that was drawn for turn.
Okay, maybe I just missed the Comalis then. So we did see the PTA fire off from Zane's side there, which means that no matter what, this Comalis is not sticking around, which fair enough, because we know Pharaohgeist is imminent.
Yeah, Pharaoh enough. Austin's going to go ahead and opt here to go for the advantage play, knowing that Comalis is not long for this Earth and not long for this Moon. And I think that's probably still fine. You could just search a follow-up or try to get into something here as Zane walks down the tempo into Thunder's favor.
Unfortunately, this is something that we saw from Lunar specifically earlier in the day. When it is allowed to establish board presence and it's allowed to get going, it's kind of unbeatable. If the Pharaohgeist were to drop, there isn't much that Zane could do at all. But if you're able to keep them off of that, tempo and make sure that they don't stick guys on the board, then, I mean, it really can't get going with what it wants to do.
This is a very scary position if you're Austin. You're still up in spirits, but there is a lot of Thunder on the board. And I'm curious to see how Zane follows this one up again, considering that Thunder consistently, though it has a lot of really great new tools, it's more of a mid-range strategy. You're not dropping a Celestlio every time.
We are, however, ascending into
Arcolith! Oh, what are you doing here?
Years. Oh, wow. The
Wait a
hard
minute.
ascend.
I take it back.
The heavens.
God, the Herald Angel sings. This is
Yeah.
incredible. I was eating my own words here. Color me shocked. I did not think that an Arcolith was going to drop down the Stellar, by the way. It's beautiful.
Oh, ouch. That is more damage than I'm even gonna count out.
That is incredible.
Oh my god. Austin suddenly down to just nothing, really. Oh, going into this next turn, I don't know what you do in this position.
I think if you're Austin, pray that you've drawn the single counter rune that does it. I think what's so dangerous here is that Arcolith can consistently bump in for big damage. Going to go ahead and suppress down here, potentially the Lycavolt to prevent the hand ripping from this defensive Elestral we're about to see pop out, and that is going to be the Spectaris here.
Mm-hmm. In defense, which, fair enough. But and the second one able to cast out here, which means, hey, Pharaoh Geist.
That's right. The Pharaoh Geist comes down.
Pharaoh Geist. Okay.
Pharaoh Geist enough. Arcolith is not big enough. The Lycavolt is big enough, but the big camel is coming in.
Drama. Yeah.
Incredible. Suppressing the Lycavolt as well to blank its attack boosting. So smart here. And that is just like, we've seen this play before with Gloombats in early metas where you could potentially cast out both, ascend into the Pharaoh Geist, and now also Pharaoh Geist is going to be applying pressure to Zane in extra spirit management. This is I don't know how to tell you this. We got a game on our hands.
Yeah, we are so back. We've never been so back. And my word, I mean, hey, Champ Spectaris, I think single-handedly in that turn, having been overlooked for so long, but making a case for itself. Boom! Oh.
Well, that's a big goodbye to the camel.
Boom.
Here comes the boom bat. Can't quite get over the hump with that one. Arcolith's going to swing in for the rest of the damage there, and Zane's going to take game one with a very simple game state of just Ampups and Arcoliths and Boombats. Thunder, oh my.
Oh my, exactly. Okay, I mean, I think that we both, no matter the outcome there, I think we both owe Austin a bit of an apology, because I don't know about you, but I was counting him out for a bit there.
I wasn't familiar with this game. Absolutely not. No, I stand by what I said. It got to the point where I was unsure about how to come back into that. And a Boombat aside, a Pharaoh Geist is definitely the way to do so.
Yeah, I mean, the double champion Spectaris siphon ascension into the Pharaoh Geist. Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. And then, of course, Zane on the other side here, like you said, playing kind of a simple game, just like, here's this mechanic, here's this mechanic, here's this answer. I mean, barring exactly Boombat, which I am a Boombat lover, but in this case, I was like, oh, okay, sure. But barring exactly Boombat, Zane would have been in some real trouble there. Yeah,
both players, actually. This is something that is really funny compared to the rest of what we perceive to be Elestrals, right? This is a great example of some of these corner cases that exceptions are proving the rule. And that is barely any counter runes to be seen. Oftentimes before, the perception is that the more you cast counter runes and the more that you cast Gorgons and Shield, and even though we're never resolving Shield in this house, those cards are game determinative. But that was all Elestrals, baby. We got to see Ascension on Ascension. And yeah, when the When the first Bacteris came down, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Build up a wall. When the second one came in, I was like, yeah, it's just another Bacteris. But the camel too. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of like when we got the peek at the hand for Austin, right, from the Lycavolt effect, and seeing exclusively guys, like you said, there were very little counterwinds that happened this entire game. I was like, I would have mulliganed that. I wouldn't have kept that. No, actually, no. Austin, you're right.
Absolutely. Well, out of hands, I'm sure that you could spot well. What do you think that Austin is sighting into Zane going into this game too?
I mean, not to continue saying it, but this is a meta where Pandora's Box makes so much sense. And I mean, you shut down the Ampup engine, and that's one of the bigger ones. I think that I'm not sure outside of that, Austin just kind of needs to have a bit more luck and a bit more of a fast game this go round. I think was really like the speed and the pacing of it was the biggest issue, as opposed to having answers for things necessarily. But what do you think?
I think you're absolutely correct. As we're going into this game 2 here, I think Austin will have to see maybe a little more defensive play. Protecting that Ardbud, our little baby bug searcher, is going to be mission critical for getting this back online before Zane can get out the big bad wolf, get out the old Unk, and start ripping apart the board of Boombat. So I am curious to see how this is going to go, and if we're going to see the way of the desert here for Austin.
I mean, we had a question at the beginning of last game, which was, is Reenchant Rabbit good anymore? But apparently Ascend Arcolith over Rabbit is the new Reenchant Rabbit. So, hey, that's you know what? Fair enough.
Yeah, I haven't seen Verdalith do that yet. Riddle me that, I guess. What's Verdalith doing
about
nowadays?
My girl. Don't talk about my favorite Lith that way.
She is beautiful. Her Sakura flowers are just as vivacious and something. I'm trying to find words here that I can make it better. Why Rebellion did smoke me with that card on on the plane, by the way. Speaking of 30,000 feet in the air getting dropped, that Ascend into Verdalith, heal back, I couldn't deal with it.
Okay, so we have Austin going first here with something that is slightly off camera.
It's Comalis there on that one.
Oh, it's the Comalis again.
Comalis. Oh, and a Nog coming in from Zane.
Okay, trying to get us into Pops Galore.
I don't think I've heard of that Elestral. Could you, what is that stat line on that one?
I unfortunately was about to make the most brain rotted joke of all time, and I'm going to hold myself back from that because I think I'm better than that. Dang it!
You'll have 6 or 7 more tries to do so inside of this game. In the Noxing set 2, there is Zane going to potentially expend to draw again, just accruing resources. Those 2 drops could be burning a hole in the hand. So maybe just playing this one a little slow. You know you have the destruction with the Boombats, and so passing back to Austin, you're not in the immediate danger. But if you let this Comalis go through, as we see an Artemis come down, it could be trouble.
Okay. And we're actually seeing back row from Austin this time, so that we're already having a different game here. And the Nexus going off here, possibly. Or we see... Ooh, there we go. And we're going to see the effect of the Comalis go in and search out a Spectral Elestral. Just kidding. Pandora's Box is going
mentioned.
To say... no.
Wow. Just as good as the Gorgon's Gauge. You're still taking maybe a little more damage here. Top 2 are going to go to the Underworld. I believe that's an Ardbud and a double Ardbud! Ardbuds! No!
Oh, it's okay. They're hanging out together. At least they're not alone.
God, like ants on a log inside of the Underworld. That is going to make this a little more difficult for Austin's full strategy to come about. But I do think that, like we saw last time, there is the backup contingency of a camel play. So... Pharaohgeist, save me, Pharaohgeist.
I mean, we still haven't seen the normal cast for this turn, so there is always a possibility that we don't have to go with the entomologist side of this list.
Incredible. She's really on it today, folks. We have the Comalis here chilling, and you're right, we haven't seen quite the Ascension yet, but if that's a PTA from Zane, that could also do it. We're just going to try to swing in here, play a little slow from Austin.
Looks like it, which after that last game, I think I would be getting in there a little bit faster.
Yeah, the amp up engine is pretty expensive, having to expend spirits each time that you do search, and so putting on Zane on have those Quackles and have those Ambrosias could be the game plan and the game difference we're looking for, as there's a boom back in the gun.
But hey, you know what? We're getting rid of a Boombat. Look on the bright side. We are maybe going to activate a Gorgon's Gaze here after the disenchant, so Boombat simply goes away.
That's right. Yeah, the double-edged sword of the trade-off. It means that Boombat then just becomes Gloombat, its Nexus counterpart, in getting rid of a back row at the cost of a tempo play.
Ooh.
If you're Zane, that feels pretty good. And a Thunderstorm coming down, just dropping that full art in.
Oh, yeah. Going to be getting rid of, the Artemis. But with this Comalis still on the board and presumably going to be on board, Austin protecting it with their life here, I'm thinking we might be in for some trouble.
What do you think could be the player from Austin next? Is that a second Comalis? Oh, no. This was the danger zone. Hey, Watkins, where are you?
And we're going to be seeing Comalis nexusing to Comalis, going in, searching for a Spectral Elestral.
Speclestral, if you will.
No.
Was that not a good one? The walk bit was the pinnacle there? Come on.
Oh, however, Helios's Chariot Ride coming out
from Zane. Interesting. I guess this makes sense.
Oh!
Funglo!
That's your boy!
Let's go! Okay, Zane coming in here, casting the Thunderstorm previously before, I guess, taking out the Nexusing idea here, though you have to see the Stadium Rune, Supercell coming down, which will then heal back one, and Funglo can cast out Bronzeglow. There it is, the beautiful Stellar. Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm so happy for you right now.
I am so happy. Oh my god. They don't know that Bronzeglow sweeps, Zane. I'm rooting for you.
They don't know that he's supercharged.
They don't know he's supercharged. The new Bronzeglow Supercharged is a really cool deviation from the OG. The OG is still very strong and does get the buff up from the Funglow, but this guy becomes huge under both the Funglow and the Supercell for the new Thunderstorm. And it's a burn card. It's kind of like Toxion wrapped into one. And it is a big dinosaur that I think is a great little inclusion to this deck. Again, spirits-wise, though, Zane is at 1 spirit.
Ooh.
Is that right?
To Austin's 11?
Oh, wow.
I mean, we've been seeing some expensive rune play here, but yeah, where did the spirits go?
A little bit. It's very funny because I do think, despite the fact that Helios does come down here, that might end up mattering here in terms of spirit investment. You can hit over one of these Comalis, but you're still having to deal with the big body afterwards, and you're not in a particularly strong position to get rid of that Thunderstorm Supercell. So Helios will end up clearing here. I see 2 coming down. Is that going to be a concession here from Zane?
A concession at 0 spirits for the opponent.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
That is interesting. Do you just want to show off the Bronzeglow? I appreciate it to myself. I am lost beyond belief onto one doing there. Zane happens to concede that round to Austin. The writing is on the wall.
I think it was just the aura farming of, by the way, Bronzeglow is here. Just Zane, so you know.
I appreciate that for me, but you got to manage those spirits.
Hey, Zane's a fun guy, all right?
Oh god, that's the fire one. That's so interesting. Helios Chariot Ride coming into that second game there, assuming that they're going to be citing that into the next couple of games. How effective do you think that was at the end there?
I mean, we saw Pandora's box, not from Austin, but from Zane, and I don't know that we really saw much different from Austin, other than the fact that there was in fact back row this game, and the Comalis is being able to come out. Simply the threat of of the Ascension, and Zane playing, I think, honestly, kind of scared there for a bit, overextending resources and just trying to keep Austin off of the big drops. Really is what caused what was, I mean, you blink and you miss it going through all those spirits.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument there that the Helios' Chariot Ride could have been saved for that turn reactivating the Thunderstorm Supercell, right? You have the Funglow, you had a Thunderstorm in hand, potentially. And so your Helios goes off there, and you get double Brontiglow into swinging to apply some pressure and damage, and you sit on those big bodies until Austin can out them. And I think that potentially could have been the rationale there, unless there was, like you said, a little bit of fear in the fact that you needed to clear the back row as soon as possible. So I am very curious to know, as we're going into this game 3, how Zane's going to adapt. Quackle's coming to the side, maybe more Ambrosia's.
Or are we going to side out of Brontiglow altogether?
No, don't say that. No.
Just suggest that one, but we will see. Zane is going to be going first into game 3 here and starting us off strong with a Rabbit in defense.
Ask Rabbit's back here. As a strong defensive wall, I don't think that the Lunar Engine has a lot they can do against it specifically. The Antitan portion of the deck, you get your Viscerus, which is a 5. Potentially some plays here to ascend while you're being a little more defensive to Ask Rabbit. So I think Zane just trying to grab those combo pieces.
We did see Arc Rabbit in that first game, which was, I mean, a jump scares, certainly, and then just did all of the damage in the entire world. So, hey, we'll see how this goes. That's
my second favorite RPG developer, a jump scare. Austin's going to start off here with, I believe that's another Comalis. Or that's Specteris.
No, Specteris. You see
the
little
those
leggies.
tiny little legs. Yeah.
Yeah, at the bottom there. Okay, setting this up and just saying you have to deal with this with no matter what you're going to be casting. We actually have a back row. Let's go, Austin. We love to see it for you.
Now, what do you think immediate threats Austin has to contend with here? Like you said, Arcolith is definitely still a possibility. Do you think that there's going to be an early fire? Well, there's a Sparkit.
There is a threat. Sparkit coming out. Is that a Gorgons? Austin, is that a Gorgons? Obviously, the new effect is tempered a little bit, but still incredibly scary as we are going to be setting out our cards, rolling for the hand drip here.
Yeah, I do think that in this state, if you're Zane, taking away resources and then also accruing resources off a Nexus off of itself to Astrabbit, shoutouts to the OG effects of Elestral sequencing, is not a bad option here to help you dig into your big push. Again, we'll talk about Elestrals here being a big attrition until it's not. And go and roll for the second card. Let's see the first card revealed for the hand rip potentially. And then there's a second card here to be taken away. It's going to be the third card. So out of these two cards, let's see what we get cooking.
Yeah. What are we working with here? Oh no, the Pharaohgeist and okay, bye.
Yeah, that was some trouble in the last game. So definitely seeing that camel go is definitely a great idea.
Hate to see her camel leave.
I'd love to see her camel go. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gonna go in for the play, Nexusing off the Sparkit onto the Astrabbit. I saw Cobalt do this once, and I loved it ever since. This is a really cool play that was enabled by the new Escape from Tartarus Sparkit.
Ooh.
But still, if you're Austin here, despite playing the spooky Elestrals, Kay, are you scared?
I mean, usually, yeah.
If you're in the mind of the player, do you think Austin should be scared? Chihuahua energy aside.
You know, I've actually been waiting for someone to ask me this question. Thank you so much for finally being...
Everyone always asks, where is Kay on the broadcast? Not how is Kay on the broadcast.
How is Kay? And the answer is scared. I mean, I think that both of these lists have their own jump scares and their own threats, right? Austin being able to drop these big bodies all of a sudden. We do know that Specteris is in here, so that could potentially enable... I mean, yes, the Pharaohgeist is gone, but we could still have the Antitan. That's another 3-drop that we know could come out here. And Zane could simply just cast Hurricane, and that's scary too.
There it is, and it's can't have
Can't
shield
in this house. No way.
Get rid of a Gorgon's Gaze of their own. Risky play from Zane unless you are gonna be going for, and I imagine here, there's the amp up line.
Okay, and this is, you know, another one of those scary, scary things. And it seems like a lot of hand ripping going on here. Zane does not want Austin to keep anything in this hand, and I have to say I understand. But here we go.
Can't have cards in this hand.
No.
This is such a good example of the new Thunder cards to push for, right? You have both the Brontiglow engine that can cast out reduced resources on the field and cast out big bodies, whereas the Lycavolt can help hand control and deal with cards in the hand, which creates this interesting catch-22, similar to how we saw, some would say, Spark It and Cerebral back in the day. No one's saying Cerebral, that's just me. But you would Spark It, hand rip, they'd set everything, and then you go Cerebral and blow out all of their back row. And I think that's the cool thing we were all doing, for sure. Definitely not me.
I think a lot of us were doing that. And speaking of things that we're all doing, here comes Amp Up. We see the toss of the other Amp Up, and we are going into Lycavolt.
We've already ripped out one card with Spark It so far. Card set down from Austin. I can't remember how many cards you have in hand at this point. I think it's like 4. If it's 3, this is going to be very devastating from this
I think it was
pack.
I think it was 4 before the previous one. So do that math, I guess.
Yeah, my math is not so good after all my foretells. I got adding Humbust into the Corvishine plus 3 and 2. Lycavolt here coming down, and
you
it's
had
going to be a
3
big
tells,
body.
you had 6 tells, you had 7 tells. It was, listen, do not envy it.
Well, Zane's going to have no set back row here, and just clarifying some attack stats and potentially trying to think of the next play to go. 1 card set down, and going to swing into the Specteris.
However, we won't see the hand rip because we're going to see, I believe that's the declaration of the effect of the Specteris going off here. So Lycavolt will be able to take it out, but we won't see the effect go off as it is suppressed.
Yeah, opting to leave the rabbit in defense here instead of going for an attackster rabbit to potentially swing in for a little bit of extra chip damage to bring the spirit differential down, which is only 15 to 13. I thought it was much more with how many actions we've had per game.
I mean, it's the complete opposite of last time where we looked down and it was literally the waving, and reaction to that. But yeah, we are still very much at the beginning of the game here. Lots of game left to be played, despite the fact that there is a camel in the grave. But all it takes is 1 rise from the ashes. Come on.
We still think about casting you. And Austin is definitely sitting there thinking to themselves, how can I get over this giant Lycavolt? It's still very possible. The thing about the deck and the thing about Specteris is really neat in a deck like this is that you can go Artemis. Well, Earthquake also does it.
Yeah, that is... Never mind.
As I yap to my grave. Wait, you can't... Earth Spirits for an Earthquake? I've never heard of that.
I know.
These players nowadays, Unk's got to catch up. I've never heard of that one.
But now we have neutralized that threat, and we see, I think that's the Comalis coming out. It's hard to tell based on the bottom 4th of the art there.
There's no way that she said neutralized that threat. This is incredible for that puppy. I will say the Big Bag Wolf did not get to say what nice cards you have. Instead, the Sparkit took care of that one. I can't swing into the Astrabbit, but instead having the body down present the Comalis. What do you think that Austin's cooking here?
I mean, we have the set card, and as ever with these lunar strategies, you just need a body to stick. You need to be able to ascend over something. You want to get these big drops that have the insane effects that it's like, you can do that in this game legally. But until then, you don't really have much going for you. But hey, the pup package is out of the way. This Astrabbit is not doing much, but you know what would do a lot is Arcolith.
Arcolith would be another big body for Zane to cast here, and on the re-enchant on the rabbit too, just getting those spirits on board, setting yourself up for potential plays. I like the slow gameplay now that our bigger explosion's gone, but now it's an Arbud down, and we're on a ticking clock as far as this goes.
Buddy, let's go get a bug. What if I hung out with all my bug friends and maybe ate some of them? That's what he said.
Ardbud in defense here is very interesting. Potentially trying to signal a shield in the back for this Astrabbit to try and hit over for a 1 instead of proposing a crash, which I'm very curious about. And theirs is a Champ Spectaris.
Okay, so listen. I think that Antitan is in our future. I am manifesting it. I think Austin is manifesting it. I want to see it happen.
Dropping down here, I think both casters are now back into this war of attrition style that we've seen from formats past. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're right. We have the ability on board now to hard ascend an Antitan, as well as the next turn being able to threaten the Ardbud munching up that Spectaris and going into the Ardbud. Delicioso indeed. Main draws for turn here. We're going to see Helios pop down. Helios Queen.
Looks like we are just going puppy again.
I like Zane's hands in the air, like, well, it's yeah, it's OG, but what are you gonna do?
Oh,
Attack Strabbit coming in here, trying to play around shield as much as possible. And Ardbud goes down.
No.
That's the last Ardbud. The other two were milled off the top.
They went together though, so it's not actually sad.
Aww.
But we do have, I mean, listen, Comalis is on board. We have Champ Spectaris. That is Antitan fodder. I mean, try as Zane might, unless there is something in the back row here, it's looking pretty scary. However, Viscerous.
That's a card I haven't heard of in years.
Hey, speak for yourself. I've been playing a good amount of Earth. Viscerous rocks sometimes.
Sometimes.
In very specific circumstances. And those circumstances are usually into no back row. However, that's not what we're working with here. But hey, you know what? We'll see. We'll see.
Hey, give me some insight into that. So this would would you say this is a particular board state that Viscerous likes to claim?
No, and I think that we are seeing that right here. However, I get it. Austin, again, wanting to get bodies on the board. Even if something were to happen to this Viscerous, being able to cast out another one, having representation, having a wide board state, having things to ascend over is exactly what Austin is trying to build up here. However, there goes
the rabbit from the Comalis attack.
Okay.
This is dangerous now that Austin has 2 attack position Elestrals, because if I see 2 Thunder Spirits hit the board, that it's Unk time.
Or we will simply ascend into like
a Brontaglow.
Oh, hey, he didn't side it out. There you go.
Thank you, Zane. Thank you. Austin does not know that Brontaglow is supercharged.
Yeah.
And this is a very interesting state to be in for Zane. Brontaglow itself is just a big body. 6'4" is nice and hard to deal with, but I can only imagine the back row for Zane has to be something impactful. Otherwise, this Brontaglow is primed shield fodder.
Yeah, we're not trying to Brontaglow to the underworld immediately, or back to hand for that matter, if we're looking at a shield.
There is the Supercell. Go ahead and heal back 1. Every spirit counts and every spirit is important.
Okay, and looks like we are simply going to swing here. Austin, looking at this back row, I mean, even if, okay, we're letting the Viscerous go down here. Not gonna defend it. Makes me wonder what those 2 back row set are. Rise from the Shadows? I mean, hey, you could rise the Viscerous.
I think that's particularly, and honestly, might be a good play Zane is playing around, is a rise back to Comalis into Ascension line, like you were mentioning previously. This Brontaglow being able to hit into the Viscerous is also important. Not going to be able to go into like a Tsunami play, into another Viscerous. Very tricky position from both of these players. I believe that is a Spectaris. I recognize those spindly legs anywhere.
Yep, yeah,
that
the little leggies every time they pop down from there.
That is the legs of a marionette dancer, as whatever that means. And Spectaris coming in here could potentially even enchant Artemis to try and get over this Brontaglow. Brontaglow is huge right now. This thing is an 8 body.
Yeah, I mean, with the 3 back row set, I think that really we are just looking at Austin trying to stick bodies on the board until there is an opportunity to do something big, and Zane attempting to prevent that from happening, both with 3 back row. There has been a lot of things almost happening here in this game, and not a lot of things actually happening.
Well, there's someone I know who shares a particular name with the Carpenter that always says, almost is only as good in horseshoes and hand grenades. And so I can see which one of these are playing that game or which one's playing Elestrals. And might come down to the wire here if this 8 attack matters from this Bronaglow.
Austin looking at this Argo.
Are going to the polls here. You have just enough spirits to do so. That might be the card that's needed. Does Zane have a response? Pandora's box in retaliation. Zane, you're a menace.
We knew that Pandora's box was there from the last game. Did not side it back out. And in fact, is going to keep this Bronaglow alive and well.
Wow. I've only ever heard of this in theory. Back at the Dallas Open, everyone's trying to Tekken Argo into their decks. And of course, we have the big call out from Bo being able to recognize that. But Pandora's box was considered. With Argo being so heavily played in the pool at the time, Pandora's does hit it. It says cast from deck, and Argo cast a card from deck.
Mm-hmm. So
Wild.
we see the mill. It was an Artemis and
A Doppelganger.
Oh yeah, it's the Stellar, isn't it?
That is crazy. And the card goes down, take 1 damage here. Zane is back into a commanding position. Those last 2 cards were not activated last turn.
Yeah,
This
hey,
is wild.
Swole, is it good to hard ascend into a Bronaglow?
I was doubting it. You told me there's a lot of scary things in Thunder, and I believe you now.
I mean, hey, I only know that because I was having to play against you on Bronaglow. I was taught the fear.
Don't believe her. I was getting my butt kicked when she was on Solar. Don't believe her. I was hard ascending Bronaglow going, it's the only play I can make. Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna Solar Burst and Boombat.
Boombat coming out.
Just to ensure a little bit of extra control here and to bait out some counter runes potentially.
I mean, clearing the board, certainly, and making it so spirit-wise, there is no longer an option to go big.
Go big or Bronaglow home is what Zane is saying. Austin here saying that's okay. The Spectaris does, in fact, fall. And 3 back rows set here. 2 cards in hand, it looks like, from Austin. What's the card that can get Austin out of this, do you think?
5 spirits left. I mean, we saw a play with the Champ Spectaris last time, although we milled that Artemis, so I'm not sure about that. But I mean, hey, there are possibilities. Who knows? We could have something cute set here. Is there any line that you are seeing yourself?
If I am Austin, double Ambrosia into potentially a suppressed destroyer with a lunar phase new moon. There's a few different ways the lunar half of the deck can do it, but we've already used the Earthquake with the Earth Spirits, which is just new to me. But yeah, I think this Bronaglow might be holding it down steady for Zane until the very end. Let's see if Austin has a play.
We're really looking at these. Yeah, with 3 spirits, I think you're right. This needs to be an Ambrosia situation. The new moon is an interesting call out. Okay, here is Champ Spect.
Champ Spect, a normal cast. Champ Spect defense is trying to stop the bleeding. Zane hasn't really cast too many Elestrals in these past couple turns, so Austin's hoping just to buy some time for potentially even something like a Kafmel, maybe, or trying to say, I have Ambrosia and we'll just wait. I think Zane's going to just swing in past turn, playing it slow.
I mean, hey, you can always top deck an Ambrosia. Never forget that.
You can do that. That's something that is legal to do.
You're like allowed to do it. It's crazy.
That's crazy. Well, no way. Do you play Elestrals? That's awesome. 9th place finish, by the way.
Yeah, okay. The only person to have both the Locagon and the Astrabbit.
2 prize cards might be impressive, but I'm honestly very impressed here with these 2 casters today. Looks like Austin is going to concede this one, wrap it up to Zane, taking it 2-1 over the lunar Ardbud list. and both very strong strategies. I love to see what Thunder can do. That was crazy.
Meaning Zane did know that Brontiglow sweeps.
They knew Brontiglow was supercharged.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of MVPs. A lot of MVPs in that last one. You know, we saw the Pharaohgeist and the Ardbud from Austin, and then Zane, you know, rocking it down with a particular MVP for the Thunder deck, and that MVP was in fact LeBronto James. So I am more than thrilled to see the big dinosaur come in. That was crazy.
Really, yeah, I also liked that part.
Yeah, that part was cool too. As an Ardbud enjoyer,
what you did.
You have to ask yourself a couple things. What would Zane do? And I think cast Thunderstorm into a Hard Ascend, Arcolith, and Brontiglow. That sounds great to me.
I mean, hey, maybe you need to revisit this list that you've been playing and start looking at what Zane's been playing.
As long as I don't get matched up into you on Solar, I think I can definitely do that. Talk to me about Ardbud there and Austin's deck. What were you seeing from that match?
Well, aside from the last one where we saw 2 Ardbud be milled, unfortunately, that was a real bummer. But I think that this bug strategy is really cool, and I mean, Champ Spectaris is one that has really been overlooked because it's been available and people have just said no. But being able to search it out with the Ardbud, being able to then with Artemis cast out occasionally not just one but 2 in one turn, that's huge, especially in this kind of list. Unfortunately, I mean, this has been the conversation that we've been having this whole time, where it's like with Lunar, you want to establish bodies on the field. You want to have things to ascend over. And there are so many ways to get there, and that is one of them, certainly. But if you can't establish that, if your Ardbuds are being sent to the underworld with no chance to do anything, then it makes it a little harder, certainly.
For sure. That definitely is kind of the idea here. 100% right. Lunar wants to stick a card. Ardbud also wants to stick around for its combo piece. And if you aren't able to do so with the keep away that Zane was able to compete at, I think that's the challenge. And we almost had something really early inside of this match with that Pharaohgeist Ascend. Oh. Incredibly exciting stuff from Austin, being able to try to play the War of Attrition well. And I can only imagine those back to counter runes, like I was saying with the Rise from the Shadows or some other tech choices there to help protect those Lunar Elestrals. But by the time that you're getting around to that, then yeah, you're staring down an 8 body in the Brontiglow. You're staring down a 20 body inside of the Lycables.
Yeah, having the Pharaohgeist ripped from hand with the Sparkit early on was, I mean, that was really, really tough. And on top of that, if, like you said, Rise from the Shadows was one of those set cards, I would be curious to know, because, I mean, they sat there the entire time. Saving it possibly for when there was a more established board. But, you know, it makes me wonder personally if it's worth even like the Spectaris turn or the Viscerus turn where that one was sent to the underworld. You could have activated it then and simply sent it back misenchanted, sure, but you would have the body on the board and have something to ascend over, have something else there to work with. Because, hey, it does not have to be a Lunar Elestral that you rise. You just have to cast it with Lunar.
Yeah, and it's so funny to think about the impact of Ascensions in this past game, right? Previously, before, it's actually really funny to think that hard ascending was not particularly that strong in a game like Elestrals. The War of Attrition was just too much. The good stuff piles individually would typically take those resources away. But just then and there, we saw Arcolith ascend. Like you were saying, re-enchant Astrabbit, put on Unk, and it's good to go. That's a banger play. What was the impact, do you think, of that inside of the game one?
Well, first of all, doing more damage than I think that either of us were even. I mean, I saw those spirits being taken. I said, oh, okay, so a lot, right? Like a lot. And even when we did get to the point where we're able to see moves made, there weren't enough resources in the spirit deck, and being able to all of a sudden make a huge push like that, and especially if there's nothing that can be done. I mean, Unk Rabbit, it undefeated.
Unk and Rabbit. You know, I think I found a good commentary duo name. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if Astrabbit plays into a role in that, but 100%. Now, this was an incredible match from both our players here. I think a very, very difficult positions for both. We saw Zane not necessarily drawing a lot of tempo later, really getting a lot of those cards out and getting destroyed by the Earthquakes. Austin trying to grip onto everything they could. And And that was insane. We didn't even talk about inside of game 2 how Zayn had 0 spirits left in that. And we blinked and it's just like, wait, what do you mean they're all gone?
Yeah, where'd they all go, actually?
They all brought to glow.
Yeah. Okay. So on that, actually, thank you so much for sitting here and talking with me about this. But we are nearing the end of round 5. And you know what that means? It is time for me to switch out. And Caleb is then going to sit here and listen to you say the things that you say. And you know what? I do envy them. I really do. But thank you so much for casting with me. I will see all of you back next round. And when we come back, you will be joined by Caleb and Swole for round 6.
We are joined once again by Caleb. After a shocking round 5 finish for Zayn, we're going into our round 6 here. How are you feeling today?
You know, I'm feeling great. Glad to be back for round 6 and 7. Good to see an Atlanta Ash Rabbit take it home. You know, gotta rep my gang. We we love to support the homies around here. It's always wonderful to see people from the local store, local community do well. And it was a really, really good game. I was watching while I was prepping some dinner so that I can eat mid-round later on. and I mean, like you said, what a shocker. Real electric.
Yeah. It's funny too because I love seeing the Brontiglow stuff. One of my predictions early here. Sad that I haven't seen it really said. It makes me worried for what's going to be converting, but I do know this engine is very strong. Mm-hmm. And the Thunderstorm, being able to take out key cards like Divine Runes this format is really good. Being able to get into your big bodies and burn for some incremental damage with the new Brontiglow is crazy. We also have the Lycavolt pop down there, the new Lycavolt. Tell me about this one real quick, because this is a new engine from Lifestream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is something that I've played into this deck so many times. I have played versus Xan in this deck so many times. This Lycavolt, so you've got brand new Amp Up Champion of Zeus, which you can discard an Amp Up to special set into a Lycavolt from hand or deck. And original Lycavolt, which is the one that's played, if you destroy an Elestral in battle, you get to look at your opponent's hand and discard a card from it. So you just get to play this hand control Thunder deck with also a little bit of burn, with a little bit of swarm. It kind of does everything all at once. You got Sparkets, you got Lycavolt for hand rip, you've got Rabbit for just generating advantage, you've got the Brontiglow stuff for healing, destroying back row and Divine Runes, and swarming, and getting large Elestrals. It's just incredibly strong stuff. The issue is that it's a bunch of different engines that kind of don't necessarily mesh together directly, so you can have consistency issues. And I think that's what we kind of saw in the late game for Xan, is once he kind of blew through those engines, it petered out, and he had a hard time kind of really sticking rubber to the road to get going.
Yeah, well, I mean, that makes sense. Rubber's not really a conductor of electricity, from my understanding. Yeah. So it also is really shocking. And the game that talked about that game too, we saw 0 spirits from Xan at a certain point. The deck can be pretty expensive, what it sounds like. And that especially can be part of it.
He started off that game, from what I remember, with a mulligan into Nog into Expendidraw, something like that. So he was down 5 spirits turn 1. That's just tough. That's just tough. And that can happen with that deck, but then there are games like the second game or the third game where I remember hearing y'all say, like, wait, they have equal spirits? I feel like Xan's taking so many game actions. So it can kind of do both. Get you a deck that can do both, except really you don't want the first one.
Yeah, there's some exciting moments in there too, between the Pharaohgeist, the Lycavolt coming down for a second time. Like, there's a lot of cool things these decks can do. I'm excited to see more Elestrals here inside of our later rounds, not only here coming up soon in 6, but also in 7. And if y'all have any favorite moments for past rounds or upcoming rounds that you guys want to see or share with us, make sure to use the hashtag #PlayElestrals on all socials. We love searching through those. And I know for myself, I've posted a couple of them today too. Between Brontiglow, your favorite Elestral, just new and cool things here on the broadcast, let us know. Hashtag #PlayElestrals. And we'd love to see and share these experiences with you. As well, if you're watching on Twitch and YouTube, we're simulcasting to both. Hello and welcome if you are here for the first time. And if not, thanks for being here on the broadcast with us today. Shout out to our production, our judge staff, our casters, and players here as we're making this day honestly pretty great. The second Lifestream premiere, and it has been super exciting to watch everyone cook with these strategies.
It's been really cool to see sort of a wider berth of the format as well. I think one of the things that was a big takeaway from Kissimmee is that it just is a very wide format. There is a lot of different decks out there that people are playing. And if you look at the top 16 pie chart, there's just a lot of different decks that really can compete. And we've seen just about all of them so far. We've seen Earth, we've seen Lunar, we've seen Water, Solar. We saw Fire with Krakatuga, which is very cool.
Yeah.
And Titan, Thunder, like that's all of them. That's every deck out there.
Yeah, a lot of log contingencies here. I mean, looking at the top 12 Elestrals inside of this tournament, represented over Swiss here. I think that speaks exactly what you were talking about. We have a lot of familiar faces and also a good amount of new cards. One thing is the top represented card into the tournament right now is the new champion Psy Nectar, which is really cool, between the Ardbud and the Ardbarum stuff that we've been seeing pop up here on stream, or just a general Dionysus Earth deck, which is playing stuff with the Latagon, which I think is very strong and powerful. We have some returning faces, of course, with like the Astrabbit and the Galaxies, which you can't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But also the new faces of the cards like Hopperoo. I think that's really cool. It shapes up the meta in quite a way. Hopperoo is kind of a sleeper for me. I didn't believe in that card to start.
Hey, look. I've always been a Hopperoo believer. I've been saying since day one that card's crazy, and now we actually get to see it. I saw in one of my testing groups that someone went to 0 and their opponent normal to Hopperoo. And I was like, look, you're playing versus Earth, dude. What are you doing? You cannot go to 0 because your opponent can just say, okay, yeah, correct for game.
Yeah, Eruption's not real there, but a Hopperoo can hop a you.
Hopperoo. Oh, yeah. Yep. That grasshopper will tear you to pieces.
That was so funny, by the way. Yeah, this thing was crazy. It's like a combination of a kangaroo and like a beetle. That's wild. Yeah, I wonder what that could be.
I have no idea. I've never seen a grasshopper before.
Incredible. You're telling me a grass hopped this, Rue?
Let's workshop that one a little bit more. I think that needs a little bit more time together.
Yeah. We've wasted it on the walk puns and the Lebronto James, I'm afraid. Now, as we're getting into these later rounds too, I think it's definitely important not only to sharpen the wit, but also the game plans. As we're getting into these 6th and 7th rounds of Elestrals, we're going to be shaping out Top Cut here with some of the greatest players in the game, period. And it's not a great competition so far. And I know we've seen Lockgun, we've seen Solar. What are you expecting to even edge out here, top 6 teams, or like what are the couple cases here we might see in top 8?
I feel like we'll probably see a couple of like the Krakatuga deck. I feel like that'll be right at the fringes. I think that we'll probably see a lot of Solar, a lot of Water. Like 6 or 7 Earth decks probably will make it into the top 16 because that's just a high representation deck. I think generally it's a very easy deck to bring to an event. It's like the old bread and butter. If you aren't super familiar with the format, it plays kind of 5Z. It plays low to the ground. Is an easy one to bring, and I feel like we'll see 1 or 2 Lunar that kind of squeaks their way in right at the bubble.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably a good analysis of it. Again, those 6 or 7 decks on the fringe are important to watch out for because it's also very much indicative of what players are bringing that might not be these super explosive high-end strategies. I shouted out Morfrost in kind of the beginning there, and the Morfrost Chimera stuff, still very strong. The Morfrost as an engine since Frostfall has been something that has been kind of building up and snowballing into these formed strategies, being able to discard Bat form, get Scorpio. Scorpio's like an Earthquake on legs. Chimera is a 5/2 body that draws. And for some reason, some insane casters out there are like, Anklo Surge works here too. So
hey, look,
see that, but
put some respect on Ren from Orlando's name. That deck is sick. That deck
absolutely.
Is so cool.
The Coat Collective is Coat cooking.
They are. I remember when Ren sent that to me and like, look, we got like 6 or 7 different Morfrost now. That is plenty to fill out a deck for something like the Anklo Surge. It's such a cool thing to be able to play.
Yeah, it's neat.
Are there any like really weird niche decks you'd really like to see like right at the 16th, like in that range?
Ooh.
And you don't think we'll have multiple, but like just one. I just want one deck to squeak its way into 16.
Ooh, it's really funny because I would love to see the kind of like different variations of the existing decks that we do have, right? Like a deck focused on more of the Cap Regal stuff. We saw Wistillery come in for one of the rounds, which is very nice tech choice. But what about a Cap Regal deck that's almost Water Reanimator adjacent? They're using the new Cap Regal like an Equilinx, a Solar deck with that's like a battle focused deck using the Sundial to prevent draws. It can be kind of interesting and cool. Shout outs to Froned, the Millmaster Mike for Mill. I need to see Mill do some work. That's something I want to see.
That deck's very real. He top 32 with that deck. That deck's I think that what might actually happen at some point is Solar might have a side out strategy for Mill because it's just a easier win con into certain decks or something like that.
Absolutely. And again, as more players are main decking Pandoras and main decking the Dense Fogs, like the Mill engine cares a little bit about Dense Fog, but not too much. It stalls for a turn and it's like, okay, cool, you want to crash my Humbus? That's probably fine. No, that deck is incredibly scary. Once again, the fabled 30 card deck out that I heard in one turn
Apollo,
Solar Burst. absolutely insane. I love that so much. It's a really cool strategy as well.
Gross.
So that's just decks like that. I think variations on the existing elements are cool. One that I actually can call out specifically to from Kissimmee was Rumantis. I heard there was Rumantis played, and I think that's such an interesting little card, and I would love to see Rumantis hop on and hop off and hop on again in a cool little Earth control strategy. What about you?
I think that would be really, really cool to see. It is a really interesting type of card that I feel like is probably a lot better than people give it credit for. To just be able to kind of guarantee you're just hitting and you can't deal with it. I feel like it might just need its metagame. It might, or maybe this is the metagame where you've got a lot of destruction out there. I don't know. I feel like that there's something there, and it would be cool to see because that full art is gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a really cool full art. I love the new design space for a Nexus form like this off of, I'm forgetting the name now, but then Illumaru for our Australians in the audience. But as we're preparing for our round 6 here, we will start to kind of maybe not necessarily see these really niche cases, right? And so while I would love to see just one more time something goofy, I know in my heart of hearts that we're going to be chopping it down to the absolute best of the best.
As tends to happen as we get later into a tournament, as people drop out, we get closer to, top tables really mattering, people fighting for their tournament life. And I expect that this game we're about to see, this match we're about to see, is going to be a tournament life. If you lose this, you're out of the running for top 16, top 32. If you win, you give yourself one more shot to make it into top 16. It's a very unlikely shot for top 8, but who knows? Maybe your divine is smiling on you today. But it's do or die here at round 6 to try and make your way into round 7. Give yourself the best shot you have to convert into getting those Worlds points.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's down to the wire here, Idris Elba style, and I cannot wait to see as our casters cook here. We have round 6 kind of up here. We have Nova versus Sambuchet, and these two players have been kind of on the fringe of some of the more regional plays. We have Sambuchet on top 8 regional recently, and then Nova top 64 at Kissimmee, which is so funny to think about. You're hearing like top 32s, top 60 or top 64s, top 16s from Kissimmee. And that was one of the most stacked events I think I've ever been to outside of the Atlanta Cards HQ Open.
Yeah, that event was stacked upon stacked. That event was crazy. And so for Kissimmee to be in the same range as that, there was a lot of good players. And I mean, basically every name within top 16 is a name that you probably knew going into the event. Like everyone there was there to play and play for real. I mean, as you said, the people in this match we're about to see are both names that likely you recognize, people that did well at the event or were running side events at the event, because I believe Nova was helping run one of the side event that I was also helping run. So wasn't playing, but was still taking names in the side tables.
I think that's
Frost, I believe.
I'm much more afraid of those individuals, honestly, because that's where the real prizing is on the line. It's so funny. My consistent joke between Dallas and this is I would have loved to have done more side events, but so is life. Coming down here too, I see a Chicago Eddies sleeves, just like the Ash Rabbit sleeves from our Atlanta contingency. I haven't seen the Chicago Eddies sleeves in quite a bit of time.
They're gorgeous. I believe they were the inspiration for the Atlanta Ash Rabbit sleeves. They got the Wrigley Field in the background, Eddie wearing the Chicago Cubs hat, which unfortunately, I'm a White Sox fan, so.
That's okay. We're all making questionable decisions. I don't know if the Jets are doing particularly well today. That one's for you, Dan. But
yeah, I do not want to check the Bears score tomorrow. I will likely cry. They had a good game at the start of the season. I was like, phenomenal. I will no longer pay attention for the rest of the season. I got my one.
Amazing. So I'd say we're ready to go here into our round 6 for our second premier event Lifestream. Nova seems to be choosing to go first here. I'm curious to see what these casters are bringing here, as on the brink of top 16 and potentially even to top 8. It's down to the wire. Every spirit will matter.
Yeah, and it looks like our casters are ready, so let's go ahead and let's hop in. Nova going first. Looks like Sunbouchette is going to be mulliganing, or yes. It's hard to tell. Sometimes they're just organizing their spirits. In this case, they are going to be mulliganing.
We have
Love
two lunar spirits.
Yeah, the two lunar spirits, the Dallas playmat, the Chicago Eddy sleeves, the Glaciersa sleeves. They are fully decked out over here.
Yeah, a little bit jealous on some level because, it's funny. I keep on getting comments from the other commentators about my bulk sleeves. Every single time I roll up to a tournament, it's like, and here's Swole rocking up with his dinged up solar spirits. It's like, well, they're doing their best. So I can always appreciate a good set of accessories.
And real casters don't sleeve their spirits unless they are really shiny, in which case.
Oh, absolutely true. Yeah, I don't make my way over to the Elestrals haberdashery for nothing. As I think is that a Morfrost Chimera?
That looks like Chimera to me.
Well, ask and ye shall receive. Nova, thank you so much for this one. That is a crazy good opener start from Nova here. Discarding a card, able to draw and dig into your deck twin. That's incredible.
I think the problem is that we didn't use the effect, and now Sunbouchette is going to get to search out Dionysus with the Cyprong, Champion of Dionysus, and pop the Chimera form.
This is incredible. I love this full art is amazing from the Shattered Stars on the Cyprong, by the way. I love the foiling on this one.
Gorgeous.
With a full art of the Dionysus as well. Cyprong, this was made for this, to help combat these kind of slower fives style strategies, these big bodies here.
And we will daze the Cyprong to use the effect and pop Chimera form. And to those of you watching over on Twitch, don't forget, we've got predictions live. You can go ahead and vote who you think is going to be taking it down here. I got to go for Dionysus personally. I love that fruity guy.
Now I saw Morfrost cook, and I'm ready to see Morfrost cook again. So, and those are the Kissimmee sleeves as well from Nova. Or sleeves, the spirits. Wow, that is they're so cute. And then Frostix coming in here, potentially trying to revive back this Morfrost Chimera form.
It's going to be a little bit of an expensive turn here to bring it back, but we've got a meaningful discard to draw. We could go crazy.
Yeah, this
Water
is
Spirit.
A hard position to be in as a Narpoon comes in.
Ah!
Oh no, do we see the funny whale play? This was something that I thought we were going to see at the Kissimmee Open, but this makes so much sense. And also, who has been talking to Jay from the Coke Collective? This was a side into Ascend and Nexus play for potentially Waylance.
I mean, yeah, it looks like Nova pitching a Lycan form here, likely drawn off of the Chimera form, a crazy draw. And we're going to go get Bat and Scorpio form out.
Wow. That you are now building your board wide, and that Cyprong is sitting pretty. 4 defense is able to wall up this Narpoon. The Chimera can deal with it quite heavy-handedly, which I think is kind of a nice little give and take there. And for a second, I was like, Nova's spent so many spirits here, but only 15 to 14. I think you're fine.
Yeah, you're not super worried here. Cryoblast.
Oh,
going to come down on the Cyprong. Do we have a second Cryoblast?
I think the idea is here is you're trying to play around shield as much as possible with the Morfrost going in here and Cyprong going down, it seems like, and the Narpoon's able to hit over it as well. Taking a little bit slow on this potential Nexus to ascend.
Yeah, I like the slow pace here because you can next turn go Scorpio, pitch the Bat you searched, bring back the Lycan, Nexus off of it for Narpoon, and bam, you've got a Waylance as well as, 3 other Elestrals on board? And that is the Cyan Nectar Champion of Dionysus from Shattered Stars.
Yeah, I've got the pin board out here, be able to search out for a poison-tipped arrow of some sort, maybe even the chalice. I think that's the full art poison-tipped arrow coming in here. And I like this play. Would in a really great turn 1 be able to control space a little bit. his potential idea here to daze the Morphrost Chimera form, but I think Nova has so many lines here to Nexus, to still discard and draw, and then there's that Scorpio and Bat we know is looming in the back.
It looks like we are dazing here, and then just gonna pass.
I think so.
We're gonna swing and just get shielded.
Oh, trying to trade in with the Narpoon. Interesting here. Nova's controlling space super well, and this is what this Morphrost deck loves to do, is establish and hold on to the Morphrost. Now there's fodder to discard, to draw, and to special cast. Narpoon turning into the big whale is going to be a big problem. Someone call Captain Ahab.
Yeah, we need that Judge promo of the Galaxy getting harpooned, because this Narpoon's gonna try and ascend here. We're going to
go for Scorpio form, discard Bat. I think there potentially is going to be a question on if this works or not.
Yeah, that was the first thing that I thought of. Is I don't think that I think you have to have a target on your opponent's field. So you would be able to use Scorpio form here, but you can still go Chimera form, which Nova will do here. Pitch Bat. Bat will then go on chain to bring back a Morphrost.
Draw and cast here. It seems like it's going to be the big power play, and fairly innocuous here as these tiny little 1,000 paper cuts are being played. But now we're going to go for the Narpoon Nexus here, and going to receive this Frost Spirit, nexting off of the Scorpio form.
And then using effect to ascend. I wonder which Waylance they are playing. Are they playing the new one or the old one?
I would love to see old one, but I think looks like that is the old one right there. The new one is also really interesting, being able to slurp up all the spirits to do massive damage.
Yeah, that is a really strong way to just swing with all your guys and then just swing for even more damage.
Yeah, that's the technical term, right? Is slurp. I think that's the idea.
Yeah, that is. Yes, I believe that's in the comprehensive rules. And it looks like a poison-tipped arrow is going to come down here. I don't know how much that's going to do here, though, because this is a spirit for the PTA. We're taking 3 off the Waylance and then 2 more for the expansion, and then 2 more for the other Elestrals on board. This is like a lot of damage. Spirit turn.
Yeah, and it puts you down to such a risky position if you're some, and you have to ask yourself, what's the point? And you say, well, it was the arrow. And I guess getting rid of the whale here also works, but combating the 5 body and a smaller, maybe potentially a Nexus or Ascension fodder with the Morphrost, pretty commanding position if you're Nova.
Yeah, Nova has got to be feeling good about how wide they were able to go and how much damage they were able to deal in such a short period of time. Now, Sambuchet has to really figure something out here. I don't know. Cyprong, Pop, Chimera.
Yeah, this is kind of difficult, especially looking to disenchant from the Dionysus.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna daze the Chimera again. And then there's Hopperoo.
Hopperoo!
Some sort of kangaroo mixed with an insect.
Yeah, I can't quite place my finger on this one, but it's
no clue.
Hopperoo can hop over these Elestrals to deal 1, foretell 3, and this is the part that I think is actually very much underrated inside the strategy, is it can add back or can add Earth vines as well, Earth runes, so you can dig for, and it looks like it's the cute little realm that is. I love this card so much. The Dionysus Nectar of the Gods as a title form here, to discard an Earth to draw 3. So that card does, and it's I haven't seen that card played before. That's adorable.
It's really strong. It does take quite a bit of setup, and I don't think we're gonna see a whole lot of it here, as it looks like Sambuchet down to 3 spirits to Nova's 9, and that's just a really big difference.
Yeah, there's 2 represented on board here. Re-enchant for one of these, and you can potentially see a game ender. A shield here would be tragic. A tsunami is the best case scenario if you're some, but it can be discard the Chimera to draw, and we're going to go ahead and ascend over this Morphrost Lichen form, or what appears to be another Waylance.
Is there a second Waylance has hit the board? and it is swinging over Hopperoo.
Gonna bid that Hopper adieu and potentially even mill and send to the underworld extra copies of Hopperoo, gaining some knowledge of what's in the deck there. OG Waylance is still very scary. Taking away resources from your opponent is very good. The flex option to go into the new Waylance, of course, is also always present. The chances of 2 whales tailing you inside of a game of Elestrals is not 0. I'll say that.
Yeah, you will be lanced. You cannot avoid it. It is coming for you.
That sounds painful. Yeah, you're gonna be lanced today, bro.
Bro, you are getting lanced.
Getting lanced. Oh, that's messed up. They did that to my dog last week. That's crazy.
Hopperoos be like, I have my whole life ahead of me. No, you don't, little bro. The lance is coming for you. You're getting lanced.
The natural circle of life, as all whales do eat insectoids. I'm pretty sure krill are that of the ocean. And Nova takes game 1 here of this clash with the bomb drops me inside of the Texas region. Caleb, what is your take and opinion here on this Morfrost slow start? That was always something I was a little bit confused of, as you start with the Morfrost Chimera, there's no discard, and you're sitting on a 5 body.
I mean, it worked out for Nova. I think that Sambuchet really, if they had the back row, they could have contested that for so much longer. But really, that the Cypron getting taken down immediately was a game ender for Sambuchet. And I think that this game is going to become very much about trying to, protect the VIP, because knowing that whale is coming and you've got the out in your hand is really important. So I do think that Sambuchet will have a lot more options to gain control of this game with knowledge. And then Nova, on the other hand, really needs to try and make sure that they're getting to Chimera form, to make sure that they're able to put up pressure consistently and get their board wide.
Yeah, I think that's if you are some, you have to say to yourself, VIP, very important prong, right?
Yeah.
That is the game plan. Now that you know that you are dealing with the whale. I think before, maybe not the wrong call to try and destroy the Chimera and try to gain some tempo that way, but you're 100% right. Seeing the boss Celestial come down, knowing where to hold it for is definitely going to be key. And this is a classic case of the War of Attrition 5-style Lestrals that the Earth deck likes to play versus a slightly faster version, not even too much faster. But this is maybe the difference maker is inches and miles. So, or inches and pasta mousse, as y'all put it.
What?
Right. Oh God, writing down references and saying things y'all can't even remember. Jesus.
What? Swole, what do you think that they're going to be siding for here?
Well, which one? For Nova, I think there's an opportunity here to side out of the Waylance package if the ideas that we're expecting, right? Potentially going into the new Waylance even to try to do a little more damage to end this game faster. I also think that in general, you could even go into a Blizzstrix or the Frost heavy stuff with like Iwoolies. I think that's also very much a power play. I don't think there's anything that in Nova's main deck that can't necessarily out the Earth style deck that was we're going into our game 2. But for some, I think you have to find some sort of removal and destruction early and hold that forever.
Yeah, and it looks like Sambuchet will be going first here in game number 2. And man, inches and posthumous, is that like European or something?
Yeah, for sure. It's been a little too much time getting my butt kicked by Evo for that one. Absolutely.
It looks like Sambuchet starting off with the Cyprong Search Dionysus. We were saying maybe he should hold it. We're just ripping it. We got the answer right here. We're saying to Nova, you have to deal with this, or Chimera's never sticking. That whale's never getting here. We've got the out guaranteed.
Yeah.
And 2 set is strong.
The whale's never getting here. The Narpoon's never nexusing. The Chimera Force is never discarding, but that's okay. Because do you really need anything else? Gonna go ahead and expend a draw here, potentially. Go for Lycan Form on the search for Nova. That's an incredible start here, not only getting you fodder for something like a Scorpio, traditionally, but also this beautiful new Chimera.
You're getting the Bat form, Scorpio form. I was just ruminating on those beautiful lyrics that you waxed there. That really was something.
I had to redeem myself after the moose reference. That was an early round thing. Listen, I know it's been a long day, but
it has. I got lost, brother.
I'll stand by it though. You know, you're right. It might be the British measurements. It's like, you know, they have bed knobs and broomsticks. We've got you know, inches and pasta mooses. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm following now. I'm following now. Nova setting 2. Are we going to normal cast here? Chimera form. Yeah, that's a normal cast if I've ever seen one.
That's the way to do it. And we have a poison tipped arrow coming down from.
Gorgeous.
That is gonna be very nice, protecting out this side prong. That's gonna be critical here.
That's beautiful. That's exactly what you want to see. And we're discarding Scorpio form to draw. Maybe we've got a couple in hand. It'd be weird to... I feel like Bat would be a fine discard here.
I think maybe the potential idea is that there could be a second Chimera in the grip. And so the discarding the Bat now would be potential resources to then get rid of, and you out the Lycan the next turn. I don't hate the play, but I think that this is now an interesting position as now our side prong sticks and Earth can apply some pressure, whether it be Hopperoo, whether it be a Viscerus. This is where Earth likes to be, is in an open board state, because they have free range to bait out some counter runes.
Yeah, Hopperoo would be delectable here. And Drataya! We're going to see the real crux of Sambushet's deck here. Drataya, and surely this will flip up Dionysus. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we're going to enrage this little fruit right here. And we're going to slam it against the wall to make it turn into a large dragon. I cannot wait. This is one of my favorite interactions early testing of Lifestream was this combo is crazy. Sub to Wirtz. And that's a Pandora's box coming in from Nova to stop the Ascension. Milling I think that was Pandora's box, and also a Viscerus off the top. Might have been an Ambrosia off the top.
That could have been Ambrosia. Yeah, this is wow. You still have to deal with this board, but now the now the Drataya is enraged and attack. I guess you're doing 2 damage here, but that's the way to do it. That's the way to stop the cookie from crumbling.
That is the really funny part about having to enrage Drataya, is if you do it into an open board state and it gets Pandora's box specifically, you say, okay, I'm still swinging at you.
Yeah,
like you're taking extra damage now.
And there it is, the second Chimera hitting the board here. Again, this would be the perfect place to discard for the Bat form, bringing back the Scorpio or bringing back the Lycan. You're able to clear board in 2 ways here, and only 1 counter it as an answer. See, is that
There's a Bat.
Discarding for cost here, I think is what they're clarifying.
Does discard for cost. You'd have to do Gorgon's Gaze before you attempt to activate it. Bat can get back a second Chimera form here, which would be really gross, be really nasty to see. Yep, second Chimera form.
Oh, I love second Chimera form in this. The setup payoff here is so nice for these alley-oops. What I love, too, is taking in Terraform instead of a strategy like this to protect from targeting, and as well, even like attack reduction. That way these Morphrost Chimeras are even bigger in retrospect as side prong goes down. Looks like we have potentially some range here to stop the attack on the second Chimera and go again, or try at least once again for this enraging of the little fruit.
I wonder if Sambushet will do this as the first action. And it looks like we will do that. We're going to go and enrage the Drataya. A P-Box would be brutal. It looks like a Gorgon's Gaze will be the one to hit here.
This Gorgon's Gaze always throws me off because it's the alternate artwork that's not the full art. And so my brain is like, that could be 1 billion cards. And then it's just like, that is one of the prettiest Gorgon's Gaze arts that we definitely have. It's so full of color and life, and also definitely taking it away from this this Drataya as a Synector Champ of Dionysus comes down.
Champ of Dionysus getting an original PTA.
There might be a argument here that there could have been a side decked Artemis's PTA to help potentially break these boards, because now you are having to utilize your counter runes, and one of them, knowing being PTA, is not as effective into an established board of double 5s.
I'd argue you main deck it. Every deck that I play that has a Cyan Nectar COD in it, I'm maining an Artemis Arrow because it comes up frequently that you want to deal with a 5, whether it's an attack or defense stat. And in this board state would be very helpful, but Brummelinks, that's gross.
Did we say 5s? I think we meant 6s. This is Brummelinks champ is ridiculously strong inside of this. So again, low to the ground strategy, war of attrition, trying to ice out their opponent with pure raw advantage. And we saw the ascension for the Waylands soon, so this is perfectly set up for that too. The Brummelinks can search out the Mountains of Boreas. It looks like they're going to search out a Blizzard Whiteout.
Whiteout. That means that Cyprong is not doing anything now. You're not popping any of these face-ups.
This is a crazy tech card too. I think I've also seen this in some Blizz and Iwuli matchups as well as a way to help protect those bodies from sticking. So between Terraform, the Whiteout, and the big bodies, this deck has a lot of nice tech options to deal with Sum's board.
Yeah, Kier, I believe, in their second place list was playing 3 Whiteout, so it is an incredibly strong card, and Sambushet's board is getting cleared here.
Wow, no Latagon today, at the very least. How Sambushet's come back from this? What do you think the combination of cards could be here on 8 Spirits?
Tritaya, I think that is a start. Like it's, I think it has to be exactly that. You need something that gets larger than what Nova's able to do right now. Ambrosia is kind of a start. You wish that wasn't a bluff set.
Yeah, but something to help deal with the board, which I think we can only assume then the other set might be PTA.
Yeah, I believe the other set has to be PTA. We're expending to draw. That is not good.
Ooh, that is super rough in this position. You'd be able to walk down memory lane here with Nova. Dazing one of the Chimeras, I imagine, to potentially mitigate some damage, but you can just send over with a Waylands here. That's hard.
Yeah, we're gonna resting the non-dazed one. And that's going to get whiteouted. Okay.
That's right. Resting Your Laurels does happen to target. Whiteout does get baited out here, potentially setting up for the future Cyprong play, but on 9 Spirits to Nova's 10. This is going to be hard.
Yeah, 9 Spirits about to be 5, most likely. As we pitch a Lichen form. Ooh. I mean, this is really rough. We can just go like Abominable, Ascend, bring back a Chimera. We can Bat, bring back a Chimera. There's so many things that we can do here. And it all results in bringing back a Chimera.
Oh, gosh. At this point, too, Nova's hand grip is what, about 6-7 cards at the moment? I think there's plenty of room to play with.
Absolutely. I really like going Abominable, Ascend over both Chimera after you've cycled through some here. Oh, we're pitching Abominable.
Ooh, pitch a bomb. Ooh.
Interesting. Abominable does have a lesser used second ability to disenchant a Frost and special cast a Morphrost from the Underworld.
Yep, looks like we're going to be pulling off some shenanigans here. Bring back the Abom off the discard of a Bat. And I like the idea here, though I think you're right. The play of ascending into discard, draw, ascend, discard, draw, ascend is definitely strong.
Yeah, it would have been really. I think we would have ended up with more Spirits on board while still having four Elestrals on board. Could have been big moves, but regardless, Sambushet, they need a miracle. I think they need an absolute miracle here, and it starts with the Drataya.
I need Nova to expend 1 Spirit just for fun.
Just as a little bit. Triple Eruption.
Yeah, just
Sambushet
for
has
the
the
one.
Spirits for it.
We know they're playing the Chalice, the Nectar of the Gods version, so maybe there's an idea here for another one, but it looks like there's going to be a scoop from Sambushet on this one. Frost ices out Earth here for this match into our round 6. That was a clean getaway for Nova on more Frost.
Yeah, they really showed the strength of being able to go wide in that type of deck, and that just matches up so well into a 5Z deck. Be able to say, yeah, you've got a guy, I've got 4 now. Deal with it. And and Sembouchet could not deal with it, and it certainly helped that Nova saw both Gorgon's Gaze and Pandora's Box into the Jataya to stop Sembouchet from getting the Latagon out and going tall. And I mean, that was all they needed.
That's definitely one of the, like some of the key cards in these matchups a little bit, right? And I don't know how much I would say Blizzard Whiteout or the Brummelinks or the Chimera. There's a lot of moving factors on the Frost side that I would say is this wasn't the definitive card that closed this out. But for Earth, stopping that Jataya could have been the gameplay. If those cards were shields, if those cards or even potentially PTAs misactivated, that could have been the difference maker. What do you think? Yeah. In the game plan against something like Latagon, stopping that Jataya means it's only a 2/2 body. It's not that hard to get over.
I mean, yeah, clearly Nova knew the side pattern there. Putting in those Pandora's boxes were huge, because not only is it stopping the Jataya, stopping the search on Cyprong can be really, really big as well. Making sure that they're not getting those resources. Dionysus is really critical for a lot of the back row that we saw them playing, stopping the Nectar of the Gods, the Poison Nectar. These type of cards can only be activated if Dionysus is on field, so you stop that search, you say, you have quarter of your cards just don't function anymore. Yeah,
100%. We talked about, of course, potentially even siding into or main decking the new Poison Tipped Arrow, Artemis's Arrow, for your ability to help break some of those boards. Earth, inside of this current meta with the Dionysus deck, can sometimes struggle with these really wide boards or really explosive turns. Locagon, Solar, and of course the Woolly Blizzstrix deck. And I think that's kind of the difference maker. While a very strong strategy for a big body to ascend, looks like if you can just stop that play in those key turns, then Cyprong pass might not be enough. And Chimera, I love this card so much. It's so innocuous. It's very, very simple, but it's very high impact. From the Morfrost engine, how do you think you're building that deck for the tournament like this?
I think if I'm cool and epic, I'm building the Imperawatt version that made top 8, I believe, at Kissimmee. Cool. If I'm really cool, I'm building that. If I'm lame, I honestly think that playing the Waylands version is really, really solid. I think that there's a handful of different versions like that. Me personally, I'd probably do Shiveror. I think that is just such a cool variant. Do you got a favorite Frost variant that you'd stick a more Frost engine in?
It's Shiveror. It's got to be the one for
me. Yeah,
my God. Being able to, it's so good. It's and then the Blizzard Whiteout that we saw the Brummelinks search for previously is perfect for it. Establishing, I think it's the new Shiveror, not the old one, can target destroy cards if Blizzard is activated. So you have now on your opponent's turn a Blizzard you can activate, and then you have the old school Blizzard, which we've seen from the impact of Brontiglow and the Thunderstorm deck. Very, very strong. Even if it's only set runes, I think it's still incredible into the wider pool. So absolutely, I think Shiveror is kind of a way to go.
And then it also can bring back Frigicubs, and the new Frigicub says, add a Blizzard back to hand. Yeah. So you just say, all right, here's a guy, pop, bring back, add back to hand, pop. It's so good. It's so cool.
Yeah, I love how the Frost deck has been shaping up. Again, typically whenever we're seeing these strategies form, there used to be this is probably the definitive build. But now there's so many different ways to bling out the strategy with Waylands, with you could even do the Bears. I've seen Bears with the more Frost stuff too, right?
Yeah.
So many goofy ways of going about this, and you're 100% right. Imperawatt hitting a board is killer. Is killer. Go Cryo Scorch.
Imperawatts.
Yeah. So I think that was a showcase, especially of that Frost engine being able to build wide, build fast, and control space. Would have loved to see the Earth deck and Dionysus do a bit more, kind of similar to how we saw Cinder Shade do the Dionysus early inside of the round ones. And it's a deck that I don't think can be counted out yet. I'm sure we'll see plenty of representation here as we get into the later rounds. Are you expecting to see more Frost as we get there?
I hope to. I hope that we see more Frost. I think that it's just a really solid strategy, and it's just so cool to see more Frost, in particular of all the Frost variants, doing well. Because I remember you and I, some of the other guys, sitting down reading through all the more Frost cards and be like, these cards are crazy. Back in Frostfall, be like, dude, these cards are so good. And so for that to actually come to be a reality with only a couple of pieces of support would be really, really cool. Because it always just felt like it needed a little bit more. But it feels like it finally got that.
Yeah, it's a game of inches and pasta mousses, if you will. I don't know how that became my bit. That was y'all's bit before. I didn't adopt that one.
I don't even remember. Dude, it has been a long day.
Yeah, a long day, but a beautiful day. We've seen a lot of decks here at this top tournament. Again, this is the second premiere. Keep on saying it, but this one is so critical as we've seen a lot of the heavy lifting and some of the shaving down the strategies at the first one of the Kissimmee Open. And the second one, a lot more players are refining strategies, deck choices, anti-meta strategies. And we do have some data here for what some of those best decks our players are bringing. A lot of decks here inside of the day. And of course, it's no shock to me. I think that the most represented one in this one is Dionysus. It's a very accessible deck that I know a lot of players, like you said, if you're looking for something that is very new player friendly, something that you can still have explosive, cool turns with, but also more of attrition style, this makes a lot of sense. Second, of course, Apollo. It did perform very well at Kissimmee. I'm not surprised players wanting to try that deck out. Aphrodite being the third most represented is a little bit shocking to me. Caleb, what do you think about that?
I mean, I think it's shocking in that it is the deck that won Kissimmee. I would expect more representation. I think it's also shocking since I think I know 5 of the people that brought it. So it's surprising that only 5 people I don't know brought the deck. So I don't know. I think that I would have expected more representation, if anything. So I think that's my takeaway. It's like, wow, this is like probably one of, if not the best deck in the room. How are there only 10 people on it?
Yeah, and Titan holding up the back end here with the Lunar and Titan version at a pretty high representation as well for the percentage of this tournament. We've seen a couple of them on stream so far, and Log can't keep on getting away with it. Sunflower cannot keep getting away with it. I love the idea of returning to some of these older boss-style Elestrals, similar to Chronodile in the last one, and similar to one of your predictions. I'm still holding out hope we might see a Chronodile snuck in someone's Aphrodite list eventually, but Thunderstorm as well, seeing some play and holding up the back end with Titan. So pretty decent spread here in terms of varied strategies.
There's a lot of different ways to play a lot of these decks, and I think that's kind of the notable piece of this. Dionysus, as we saw, had a lot of different ways people are playing it. Latigon kind of being the premier way, but even within that, a lot of sort of unexpected alternates to it, playing like Rise from the Shadows in main, playing Barrowgeist, as we saw with Akshar's list. There's a lot of different ways to approach this deck. I believe it was Cindershade that was playing that. I can't remember if Akshar was on that or not. There's a lot of different ways to approach these decks and sort of, like you said, trick out your different side engines, your different alternate ways of shoring up this strategy. And it definitely is the most accessible deck to kind of get started with. I will be very curious to see how well Dionysus converts into our top 16, our top 8, as compared to all the other decks here in our top 5.
Yeah, it's interesting because the way that I think these decks shape out in terms of the triangle of play inside of Elestrals, at least how it was in the Kissimmee Open, was that Dionysus is fairly strong into some of the slower strategies. Aphrodite and Lakagon, I think, hold down some of the more explosive plays and can do both. And for the solar deck with the Celestlio, Novacore, it's kind of a mixed bag because this does have a pretty favorable matchup into something like the Dionysus deck, but also can sometimes struggle against Lakagon. So you have this really intricate 3-triangle format with a few other decks on the back burner that can equally perform. So to that end, I think if Dionysus does convert in heavy numbers, we might actually see Solar perform even better than we think, with Lakagon not too far behind. I think that'll probably depend on the caster and the build for sure, but this is looking about right and looking very scary.
Yeah, this is basically what locals has been looking like. You know, these are the decks that people are looking to play, with the one guy in the corner, Kier, playing Frost Mill, and one guy in the corner, Zane, playing Thunderstorm. I do got to shout out. We have a little bit more data. We don't have a graphic for it, but we do know that Chronodile, Hermes, and Posthumous all have like 4 or so players each, which is really, really interesting, since those are some decks that we've seen here on cast. Well, we haven't seen Chronodile yet, unfortunately. Here's hoping. But these are decks that have been represented at this tournament today. And, I mean, from what we saw, I mean, Posthumous got a dub. Hermes got a dub. In my mind, Chronodile was on feature and got a dub. So it's all wins around.
Yeah, I love the fact too, seeing these the names of some of these strategies, right? It's a lot easier to define the game plans, to know a little bit about what the deck is doing, compared to just saying this is a version of a beatdown strategy, of a fives quote unquote list, of a BBC list. And I think that's kind of the difference maker between this format Lifestream and a format like Firestorm, which we did see a lot of game plans try to come together and speed up the game a little bit. Bear Bomb, Penterror. But now, especially, seeing names like Chronodile or Hermes or Posthumous hold down the back end of play, those are all decks that, like you said, varying degrees of building, but also definitive game plans, which I think is really cool to see.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping to see more of those make their way into our like top 16s and the like, because I think that there's a lot of really cool stuff going on there. Hermes in particular is a deck that you know, I adore. I love that deck. It's so fun. I know that you love the Bronaglow, the Thunder stuff, and so seeing more of that,
absolutely,
I think, would surely bring a light to your heart.
I love it. I love it. As far as your predictions go for the day, you know, we talked about it really early on, and as we're entering into the 6-7 round of this tournament, what do you think about the predictions that we've had on the couch today? What do you think?
I mean, I think we've been pretty on it, right? I'm trying to remember what yours were. You had Bronaglow Supercharged in there, right?
Bronaglow Supercharged Apollo for myself. Kay was Gigaflora Champion Demeter and the Guardian of Light. And for yours,
and then I hit 1 because I had Rise from the Shadows, which we've seen, Chronodile, which we haven't seen.
Mm-hmm. I think it's honestly a pretty good spread overall.
Yeah. I think that we all kind of picked a slam dunk and one that was a pipe dream. I think yours was a little bit more reasonable, though, because Zane is playing at this event. So it was guaranteed that you're going to see, if we ever had Bronaglow or if you ever had Zane on cast, we were going to see Bronaglow. Like, I tried looking through
some wacky stuff. I almost said Smell Tongue, but I think that would have been a little too much copium for me at the moment.
Yeah, I think that might be. See, I at least in Chronodile, knowing that one of my friends was bringing Chronodile in a deck, and I was like, all right.
Yeah, it's like, you know, we're here at the feud, and you're saying like, oh, you know, there's one answer on the survey for this point for a game, and you're like, yeah, that was me. I was in the survey.
Yeah. Well, I was fairly confident that Dooms was gonna play, and I knew that if Dooms was playing, they'd probably bring Chronodile. And I believe that they did play Chronodile. I think unfortunately they went X2 a little too early to bring it together. But supposedly there's a Chronodile out there somewhere that is X1, and so I'm holding out hope that the big dial can make it and take it all the way. Because God, that would be crazy.
I think that would be so funny. Again, the last premiere of Firestorm into the first webcam premiere of Lifestream, we get the double dial in that way. That'd be really, really funny. No more Pop and O2 Locklear. I think that's like, I think that would be really, really funny. It's a good game plan. It's definitive. Of course, the turbo version, I think, is one that a lot of people have been trying to experiment with out. But even then, tacking that card into something like Locagon is not unheard of.
I mean, that is the main thing that I've sort of been labbing, is a side deck Chronodile, so that whenever you play against anything that isn't exactly Solar or Blistrix, you say, I win. Like, I Helios, I Chronodile, I win the game. What are you going to do? Handshake?
Yeah, I am also really curious to know the breakdown of cards like Helios. You know, we know it's a hot button topic. inside of the game of Elestrals, and ever since, you know, Wirtz Blazerist OTK'd a certain someone inside of Elestrad Season 2. And I think it's so funny to think about the overall impact of a card like that, considering that we haven't really seen it much of the day. Even when Zane activated that in the previous rounds, he was already on 0 spirits at that point. It didn't really have a larger impact. In the Kissimmee Open, it happened a few times where it was activated. But again, low impact, high frequency, low impact. So where's the trade-off here for cards like that? So I'd be curious to know the side deck and main deck for a card like that after this event breakdown.
It'd be very cool to see because, yeah, there definitely have been some Helioses across the 2 premieres that have done absolutely nothing. And then there's the heartbreaking, you know, Josh, every answer in hand and Helios activated in draw phase and pass.
No, the classic case, Josh, Bean Soldier saying enough times, they won't have it. Finally happened. I don't understand it. They finally had it. And you know, I unfortunate for had to hold all those cards together, but hey, c'est la vie. That's Elestrals, baby, sometimes.
Hey, look, he can't be too beat up about it right now. He's 6-0 in this tournament, so he'll live.
And like 1,000 worlds points. Let's be honest.
Yeah, literally 1,000. Got to get at least 1,000.
Got to get at least 1,000. No, all he really needed was like what, 6 or 7 from the previous tournament. Incredible.
Yeah. Woo.
Yeah. I can't even do this meme. It doesn't come out the same way as me. This is literally like Unk trying to say it. Honestly.
We gotta bring back Unkelith just for you.
Zane did bring back Unkelith just for me. I choose to believe that.
That's true. That's true. That, you know, I told him to cut it. He brought it back because he said, "I gotta do this one for my boy Swole."
That's right. Thank you, Zane.
This one goes out to Swole.
Very cool.
Thank you, Zane. Very cool. That's
Absolutely
crazy.
No, I'm looking forward to seeing how Thunder converts, if at all, into our top 8 here for Kissimmee. We have one more round to go before we are finalizing everything, and we're again down to the wire. We have some of the best players inside the entire game competing for some amazing prizes. We talked about it earlier on the cast a little bit today, but there is a new championship card, the Centaur, which is absolutely just beautiful.
Cool.
And shout outs to Helen. And of course, these top 16 casters are vying for this marbled foamy, which I need 3 of. This thing is incredible. Look at those colors.
You and me both, man. I need that so bad. I need that. I love the little throne. It's so cute. It turns the little like foam sort of like necklace thing to look like a cape, a fluffy king's cape. It's just it's everything I could have asked for in a gorgeous top 16 art. And the Centaur, it's sick. However, why'd you do that to my girl Lakagon? I'm gonna fight you, Centaur. Let's square up right now.
I guess
meet me outside the Denny's.
The real thing is, yeah, how did that happen at Lakagon? How did you get on land?
They're actually like poaching, and it's actually really messed up. And that's my comfort character. That's my comfort water Elestral, and that's really messed up. And I'm hurt and I'm crying.
Oh God, it's stuck between a rock and a hard place, I guess. And you know, Centaur really is that hard place. These casters here vying for Worlds points today, top 32 slots. Even though we are, you know, solidifying our ranks here, top 16 walks with the foamy, 20 points for Worlds. Gonna be trying to grind that out to claw into those top slots. Top 16 for the Premier Packs, and 8th through 4th for a little bit of extra goodies in Pandora's box, and for 1 booster box of the Lifestream cards. I think is super cool. And our champion today will be walking away with 250 Worlds qualifying points and just a ticket to Worlds in general, straight shot through.
And all of these, you know, you walk away with some amount of Premier Packs. They're part of the entry, but also when you hit top 16 and above, you get additional Premier Packs. And well, you opened some of these at Kissimmee. These are awesome to open.
Oh, they're amazing. I did end up pulling the Stellar Aphoros, and it's hilarious because I was like, oh, I think I know a caster that would really like this. And so I walk up to Bo inside the venue, and the very first thing that she says to me is, "Hey, Swole, I got my playset." And I'm like, oh, okay, of course you did.
That's awesome. Well, hey, if you're looking to trade, I'm trying to put together a set of Aphoros because you know me, I've been a Water Nexus player since day one, dude. You're
like, I'm putting together a deck, and I need a team. It was last Christmas here. Gave Gave Averos away. The Gambit, too, is also pretty beautiful.
I
And
love the way it's looking out over the plains, the desert. It's so wonderful.
It's really pretty. Love the Humburst, too. That's going to be nice in the Solar Mill deck. Sprouter, Champion of Dionysus, looking nice and devious here, trying to Nexus and add a champion form here. The Sparka, Champion of Zeus, I think is also crazy. I will be trying to get my playset of that because I love the Champion of Zeus deck. That is so fun to play.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm always curious to know what the Zeus's Call sounds like.
I think we heard it a little bit earlier, but one thing that I noticed just now with the Spark-It is Zeus is running alongside it. I don't know how, I just never noticed that. That's really cool.
Zeus is fast as hell.
Zeus got some yams on him. That's crazy.
Got going. Not just arms and abs here. Got some legs going too. Cockatoodle's one that I think is really funny because when is this going to be coming into play? The is it Draco Doodle is the Ascension form of this? Early rumblings of Hermes decks. I know we're trying to play this, and really fun little determined artwork here. So love the tournament packs. Looking to get some more here on these next premieres too.
Yeah, the spirits are also just gorgeous. If I didn't have Kissimmee spirits to be playing, those water and earth spirits would be in every single deck I could put them in, because they look so nice. I already think I have like 3 or 4 of the earth ones. I've just been trading, picking them up. He's just taking a little sip. He's a little thirsty. He's taking a little sip of the water. That's so cool. It's
kind of messed up that Tyralis is taking a little sip of water, but Leviathan's not munching on some earth, just like straight up.
just eating grass.
Yeah. Maybe that's how the lockdown got onto land. Really just trying to bring home that peace treaty for sure.
Yes, it's also about the life in the stream coming together, and that's why Centaur killed Lakagon.
Well, speaking of life and stream coming together, thank you so much for watching. If you're over at home on both YouTube and Twitch, we're simulcasting to both right now. And if you have any favorite moments that you've seen or even heard from us here at the desk, or any of the plays that we have seen today, make sure to share those with the hashtag #PlayElestrals on all socials. We've seen some great ones so far, and I cannot wait as we're getting into these later rounds, more and more of those coming out. It's always wonderful to talk to y'all in the community about decks you're excited for, plays that you either would have made, will make, or see here on the desk, or even the small things today and through the other tournaments of, I don't know, guess that Elestrals or saying fudge on stream. Both those in the same time.
You just made Kay perk up. She's lost. Somewhere she's like, what?
Instantiations aplenty. Listen, between that and walking into y'all clowning on the bit, I think there's a lot to be said here, but no, absolutely.
Hey, look. I'd never walk away from a good bit. They're wonderful,
100%. Well, we will be walking away for just a split moment. I'm going to be off the desk here and join for this next round, for the final round of this Elestrals Premier Tournament. We have Caleb and Kay going to be slamming down with our casters. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Elestrals action here soon.
And we are back. It's not round 6, it's round 7. I'm here with Kay. How you doing, Kay?
I'm great. I had some food. I'm ready to go. We're almost there. This is the last round of Swiss, and then we're getting into Top Cut.
It's awesome. All I heard from what you started saying there was, "I'm Kay."
I'm Kay.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
Kay. Hello.
You are. Wow. Okay.
Good job. Thank you, Kay.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh? What'd you say "oh me" for? Yeah.
What'd she say "oh me" for? What a round 6 we just had. Just I love Elestrals. Isn't it wonderful?
Really cool to see Morfrost pop off. And also I had a second where I was like, was that just this last round? Because I think that was a lifetime ago.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
that's where we just were.
It was just with the quickness, you know? They just won with the quickness, and that just happens. Sometimes you say, all right, I got more frost, you have more fire. Nope. All right. Handshake. Match slip.
Yeah, sometimes you have less frost, and that's okay.
Yep. And in this case, they didn't. They had more frost, and so it worked out. And now here we are, preparing for round 7, our last round of Swiss. How exciting! It's been a long day. These casters have been clashing it out, seeing who can make it here. And I don't know if you've been keeping up with the standings, but we got a lot of high tier names here in our top, I don't know, 16. All of our players that are currently X2 or greater. There's a lot of competition going on today.
Yeah, I have been keeping up with it quite a bit, and yeah, we are in for, no matter how these last few slots shape up, we are in for an incredible top cut here today. And this last round that we're about to get into is going to help determine exactly which names we're going to be seeing more from the rest of the day.
Yeah, I believe that we have 2 players that are 100% guaranteed to make it into top cut, and then they're clashing it out to see who ends up as the final undefeated. And then everyone else is just jockeying to make it in at X1 or X2 for the couple that will be able to squeeze in.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm very excited. And I can't wait to see specifically, because I'm wanting to find out what's going to happen with Lifestream, what this meta actually looks like when we start to see, is we've had data of the overall tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
And seeing what represents, but I want to see what converts, what actually makes it to top cut, what is performing. I mean, similar to Kissimmee, we had Earth, I believe, was the most represented deck there too.
Yeah.
And while we had a couple in top cut, they didn't convert into the later rounds. So that's just, I don't know if we're going to see that again, if we're going to see more Earth in top cut. Maybe, hey, I'm just saying, maybe the difference maker is Gigaflora in Maine.
Maybe
Maybe
Who knows?
that's what does it.
Maybe there's some big brained individuals, some giga brained individuals out there that, such as yourself, that might be bringing in a little bit of flora to the table.
Yeah, they're saying she's Jira brained though. They're not getting they're not getting in on this one.
Me when I'm Jira brained. Oh, me when I'm giga brained. Whoa. I can see the lines. Discard to search. Normal cast. Add back. Discard to search.
See, you get it. You get
Many
it.
are saying this. Many are saying this. At least one are saying this.
Yeah.
Somebody is saying this.
Someone is. Who could it be? We're all trying to find the guy who's saying this.
What'd she say me for?
It's PK.
It's PK. Yep. PK is the one that's been saying it. Go Panzers. Yada yada. Nexus. Draw. What else? I know what else PK says. Go Cryoscourge.
Oh, that's his favorite. That's
his favorite.
He's always
That's his favorite. He's always said that.
always saying.
He's always.
It's kind of a problem. I've actually been meaning to talk to him about it.
PK, you can't.
Yeah,
The
we
amount of
were
people-
hanging out in person in Kissimmee, and I was like, listen, you're really cool and I love everything about you, but you gotta stop saying go Cryoscorch.
Everyone knows that they were the ones that won in the end of Elestrals season 2. Like we get it. We get
Let it go. It was a year ago.
It's been, oh my god, it's been over a year since
Yeah.
Elestrals season 2.
No, don't.
Oh, time continues on.
And now here we are,
Whoa.
about to get into Top Cut for the first webcam premiere of Lifestream. Ooh. What
Very
a different
exciting.
world.
I can't
Yeah.
wait to see who we have for our top 8, because we have some incredible names just sprinkled around. Just looking at our top 8 right now, our top 10 right now, I think every single name in here is a name that most people would recognize. Top 16, also the case. Top 32, also the case. Like I'm scrolling down, it's like
scrolling, and it's like
names,
wait, oh, yeah.
names.
That's my
What
goat.
is
That's my goat.
going on?
That's my goat. That's my goat. That's my that's
My
my
goat, my goat, my horns, my goat.
Yeah,
I
this-
too go Luxomare, Cunning Offer, Give Control, Special Cast.
I think that was a sand sailing cooking session, and
Oh yes, oh yeah, that's my horns right there. Yep.
yeah.
That's my horn. She is currently X2, which is incredible because there's 8 people currently at X1, so we will have 4 or 5 at X1 or better by the end of this next round. So she's in contention. If she wins her next, there's a very good chance that she's able to squeeze into top 8. So it's gonna really come down for her and a couple other casters to try and just weasel their way right up.
Yeah. Yeah, all will be known here soon. We're getting into the final round, and I don't know if we're going to have the match being the one that we watch, but I really I hope so, because that would be an incredible, literally finals level.
Yeah,
match.
we could just watch finals in round 7,
What
or
is
we
the-
could watch someone on their winning in.
that that too.
I mean,
There's
I
so
think
many
that
possibilities.
I think a winning in match would be really cool to see. I don't know, pairings are up currently, so I believe production is just figuring out who we're gonna be seeing. But there's a lot of really cool winning ins here. There's actually currently our 2 highest rated X2s have a match against each other, where both of them are fighting to attempt to win it into top 8, I believe. And
Ooh.
that's going to be a crazy match. There's a couple of matches like that where you've got 2 people that are going for their winning in, which is crazy. With the caliber of players that we've been seeing, the amount of you need to win to make top cut, otherwise you may not even make top 16, depending on how some of these tiebreakers shake up. And I believe, is this one of our... Yeah, this is a guaranteeing top cut match right here that we're going to be seeing. And this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one.
These are always really fun to watch because
Oh, yeah.
everything is on the line, and our casters are always playing so well. And this was actually, looking at the pairings here, this is the one I was hoping to see.
Yeah, this one is going to be really, really good.
So we're going to be getting into that here pretty shortly. In the meantime, do you have any standout decks from today? Any strategies that you saw that it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to have to build that, take it to locals. I'm going to have to look more into this idea.
I think that a lot of it is just validation of decks that I've already been trying out or theorizing. Because I think that the issue with my obsession with this format is I don't know if there is a deck that I haven't tried or I haven't thought of at this point. Because I've played so much Lifestream. So more Frost stuff, super cool. I want to build a Chivalry deck around that. That's been on my docket for a while. The Lunar stuff, I've already made one of those, and I've got a buddy that during this tournament has been sending me updates that he thinks we should make to our list currently to make the Lunar control deck even better. It's a whole bunch of stuff like that. Are there any decks that you're walking away like, ooh, I gotta harass my locals to pull up so I can wash them with Voldusk?
Okay, well, first, yes, I'm gonna need to see that updated lunar list when you work
I
on
got
it.
you. Don't worry.
But honestly, I would love to play because I've never actually gotten to try it out. I would love to play on Titan, and
Okay.
I think that Bugs is fun, and I think that there are so many different lines. I don't know what variation of the list I would want to look into, but I love Ardbud, and I love all the bugs, and I like how it plays. And the version that we saw with like the Pharaoh Geist jump scare in there was kind of cool. I don't know. I just like Lunar. I think Lunar is so fun.
There's a lot of really cool stuff in this set for Lunar. So I mean, you've never picked a better time to be a Lunar caster. And the way that you said bugs there, all I could think of is shrimp is bugs. When are we getting a shrimp insectoid?
Shrimp is bugs. You're telling me an Elestral fried this rice? In Swolex's wok? What?
Swolex's wok.
It's all coming together.
Oh, well, we've gone full circle. I love that. I don't know if everyone on stream has been able to see it, but he left the wok on his bed behind him and just put like a sundial, a Voldusk, an Owloon in it, and they're just hanging out in the wok.
Yeah, and then he walked away. Listen, I'm just saying, whenever we do announce a Shrimp Elestral, please give the reveal to Swolax. And Swolax, please do a walk bit. Please.
Yes. I need him to do a walk bit. I need him to take the walk to Poland with Lil Yachty. I need just a whole bunch of dumb jokes.
Hey, we're dreaming, we're scheming. And more importantly, we're getting ready here, surely any time, to get into the final round of Swiss. We are anxiously awaiting this. I'm watching them.
I'm so excited.
I'm ready to go.
Oh boy.
Trying to think through other decks that we've seen. It's always such a, like, by the end of the day, I'm like, what
else is there? What more decks could there be?
And also, what all have we even seen? It's been a long day.
Yeah, I was talking with Swole last round. It feels like we've basically seen every possible deck that I could have asked for. Like we saw Hermes, we saw Lunar, we saw Locagon, we saw Solar, we saw and Titan. We've seen 2 different Earth lists now. Like, is there anything we haven't seen? We saw Thunder.
We did see Thunder, and it was Bronaglow Thunder. So
the correct kind of Thunder.
Yeah. I mean, I think outside of very specific niche things to put into those different strategies, those are pretty much the major ones. I do want to see the Whale Lance necklace thing happen once on stream, just one time.
Oh my god, my life for Whale Lance hit into an Elestral that has Necklace of Aphrodite on it. My life for that, please. That would be so good.
Just one time as a treat, please.
Just please go Helios's Chariot Ride, equip your guy, swing, mill your deck out. Please. I'm begging you.
Yeah. Hey, it could happen. Listen, we are just starting this format. We have so much life to stream ahead of ourselves, and it could really happen for us.
It could happen to any of us. It could even happen to you at home. So be careful. Be very aware. The whale is coming.
Of course, I'm saying this, and then if I do get to play, it's going to happen to me at some point because I was wishing this on someone else. But that's okay. So getting into our round 7 match, we are going to be watching Adam versus Y Rebellion, 2 casters who we are all very familiar with. Adam being an 8 times top 8 caster, top 8 at Dallas Open, 17th at Kissimmee Open, was right there, almost with the top 16. Y Rebellion being a 2 times top 8 caster and 3 times top 4 at regionals. So both decorated casters, both going to be playing for this guarantee into top cut. I cannot wait.
I could have sworn Adumadam had a win at some point in Daybreak format. I gotta go do some digging through the archives. I could have sworn that long ago Adumadam had a win with like a solar list, like Lustragon or something.
I believe you. I
Thank
do.
you. I really need someone to believe me right now.
I'm trying to think through. I don't remember what Adam was playing specifically at Kissimmee. I'm curious if this is a same, if not similar list, or if they're on a new strategy, trying something else out. And just so you all know, why Rebellion is going to be starting us off here. And with that news, that means we are very quickly going to be jumping in here any minute now, starting the last round of Swiss.
I'm very excited to see where this is all gonna line up. Wondering what these players are bringing to the table, because there's a lot of different options out there, as we all know. And to both be 5-1 at this point, they gotta have some sort of sauce. And it looks like our casters, I think they might be ready for round number 7 here.
Ooh,
and so we're gonna go ahead and let's hop into it.
Let's go. Okay, and like we said, why Rebellion starting us off. However, it looks like we have a mulligan from Adam.
A solar and a frost. How
Frost
curious.
and solar, what could it mean?
Is this, are we maybe playing BlueStacks with a Guardian of Light?
Guardian of Light, let's go. Mentioned?
Guardian of Light mentioned? No way.
Please, someday. Would be an interesting time to expend one of the solar spirits. Although I guess you want to get those into the underworld to just have them. So okay,
you want to heal
what?
him back. You want to heal him back.
You know what? It's still looking like a possibility. I agree. This could happen. It looks like we are just gonna maybe expend to draw over on Y Rebellion's side. Gonna set 1, set 2, and probably pass here. Yep.
I'm trying to determine which of the Shattered Stars spirits that is. Is that a Flurmine?
It is so hard to tell with those. I really try my best, but
Plucky gonna come down here.
This could mean anything.
It could be. I mean, there's Apollo. It could be anything, or it could just be Apollo.
Listen, Frost. Okay, and we are going to go ahead and load this Apollo up. I want to get some information about this list and what the Frost is doing in there. There's the Tornadian, and we grabbed something. I don't know if you were able to catch that.
I did not quite.
I was too busy going.
We'll see him. We'll see him come back around later. They'll be back.
Oh, sure.
They always come back around.
And we see a pass with no back row set from Adam here.
That can't feel phenomenal to have no back row and your opponent having 2.
I mean, after 1 mulligan, you just sometimes have to accept what you got here.
Oh! Hermes!
Hello?
Hi!
It's windy in here. Hey, a Hermes list performing this well? Check on your Caleb's. How are you doing?
I'm having such a good time. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh my
and
god.
Here goes the champ carry on.
Okay.
My little friend.
Oh my goodness. Little carry on time. And the immediate ascend into
champ carry off?
The top 16 champ carry off, actually.
Yeah, what are we gonna shuffle the we're not gonna shuffle back the carry on? That's the whole point of the card. You cast it correctly. Why are you not shuffling it back? This card is text! Why Rebellion? This card is text! No!
Listen. Why Rebellion said 8's kind of a good number. You know,
it looks like we have Champ Exaltus hitting the board, and then a Dumadam going to pitch this Glembat to go ahead and search out the Temple of the Sun.
The Champ Exaltus makes a little bit more sense with no back row Adam saying, you know, I wasn't going to prevent this attack from going through anyways. Plucky did its job, and I'd rather get this Exaltus out here, get this body. And now, of course, threatening the possible Nova Core coming out. We're going to Apollo Foretell here. Oh.
That's horrifying, actually.
Yep, Apollo and Celestlio coming down the pipeline here. Especially with the Nova Core being live here to be able to ascend straight into the Celestlio. Ooh, not great.
Yeah, this is scary. This is very, very scary for Y Rebellion here.
And here goes the Temple of the Sun, meaning we can normal cast the Nova Core with 2 Solar Spirits. And we are going to be destroying a card here. Unless
does
anyone
Y Rebellion have a response? Gorgon's Gaze. Yep. That is a good response.
Okay, so we have Gorgons. But that does still mean that Y Rebellion has to find a way to deal with this Nova Core going into the next turn. Which especially...
We simply hit over it.
No. Can't go over it. Can't go through it. Guess we'll have to take control of it?
No, you can hit over it. You have an 8 to their 6 attack.
Yeah. But we could
that doesn't
also,
really deal with the wide board state here, though.
We could also take control of it. That'd be pretty neat, I think.
Well, not this carry off, unfortunately. Maybe in another world that we could do that.
We do also finally have a back row set from Adam, so it might be able to actually prevent anything from happening to this Nova Core here.
Yep. Earthquake. Hey, there you go. There's the answer.
Earthquake with Earth Spirits. Amazing.
Didn't want to go for the fin dust to big brain it.
No, although that was really fun earlier. That was a good time.
Me when I have to explain how my opponent's earthquake does not resolve. Oh! That's an Aviolith! That is Champ Aviolith.
Okay.
And here's a shield of Achilles.
Yep, shield the carry off back to hand here.
You're fine with that, honestly. That's not a big deal whatsoever, methinks.
Yeah, and especially taking care of that Nova Core, obviously having the Exaltus on board. It's still a little bit scary, but not quite as scary. Okay.
Doom a damn, thinking hard what we're gonna do here. It was kind of an expensive past 2 turns. We're ascending. Is it Leo Bright? It's a Leo Bright.
Okay. And depending on how we stacked these cards, that Celestlio could be in the foretells here. Oh, yep.
Yeah,
there is the Celestlio. And I saw a Guardian of Light.
Yeah,
it counts.
Look at you go.
And now we have Celestlio, and we simply get to go and foretell again for the effect of the Celestlio.
We're hitting 2.
Yep.
We're hitting 3.
We are hitting 3. And that's almost the entire board.
Yeah, I think that you probably hit all the back row. Yeah. What was set there? We had a trickery set.
Yeah. Okay, so
I wonder
hitting
if the
back
move
row
was
was
to just go trickery. Because you could just maybe not. I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of difficult to sort out one way or another. So we have the heal effect going off from the Champ Aviolith here, which that's at least something here. Adam obviously having a few expensive turns here. 5 spirits, Y Rebellion at 9. There's still a little bit of game that we can play.
Expend a draw is big. Set 2 passed.
Okay. And we have the Celestlio effect going off again, but...
There's the madness.
Ooh,
okay. Fan of that. There's 3 runes. 4 runes! No
Oh.
pops!
No. Okay. That is
That's
probably
big.
why Rebellion needed to see, buys a turn, keeps a back row live, and gives us another chance to deal with the Celestlio, which I don't think I've ever seen a Celestlio under Temple of the Sun, and it's, oh my god,
It's huge. It's massive.
terrifying.
That thing is gigantic, ginormous. It's Giga.
Yeah, not Jira.
That thing is not Jira, it is Giga. And here's a Nebuleo.
Oh, baby. Which is also actually huge right now.
Also huge. It's gaining 5, 6, 7. It's a 9 right now.
Yeah.
It's a 9-3, 9-2. 1 whole damage. Ooh, why Rebellion? What are you gonna do?
I think we're about to find out what they're going to do. Hopefully they have some trickeries up their sleeve. Which we do not actually condone for that, for the record. Do not.
For the record, you know.
Just so we are all clear on this.
Just so everyone understands what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a lot to be done here. Spynymph does it all.
If you can't hit over it, bounce it back.
Expend
But
Draw again
oh,
is so tough. And a pass. No.
so we know we're sitting on that champ carry off in hand. I don't know what else could possibly be in there, but it's nothing productive.
Certainly not.
As Adam just continues to develop an even scarier board.
Oy
The
vey.
Corvashine coming out here.
Foretell 7 incoming off the Celestlio. Maybe Water Rebellion's maybe their game plan is deck out.
Yeah, maybe. Unless Adam simply says, I don't care to activate the effect of this Celestlio. If that's a shield, that's risky.
They're using it.
Okay.
They're going to Foretell 7, add every single Celestial hand. That is
that's
1,
that's
2.
one hit. There's
We need to Foretell 3 more here, Madam. We have a Corvashine on board. I
Yup.
do not believe it is a may. I believe it is a must. You must Foretell 3 more.
Well, we indicated the Corvashine, so it seems like we're aware of it.
Maybe you don't. Maybe I need to pull up the text. Maybe I'm being silly here.
Maybe it's like as a treat if you want.
If you want
can,
to.
like, just to have a silly, goofy time.
No,
I
they
think-
do reveal. Yeah, your effects reveal an additional 3. It didn't matter ultimately.
Yeah, I
Why
think we
Rebellion going
just see
to
a
scoop
scoop here at this
Yeah.
point and at this board state. But okay,
A little
hey,
rough.
if you have Corvashine on board, you must foretell an additional 3.
It is 3 more. Don't forget. Don't forget. Put some respect
Mm-hmm.
on my boy's name. Don't forget that.
Yeah. Hey, me personally, I love Champ Corvashine. I think that she's doing so much. And I love this solar list. I know that you are a wind enjoyer. And as a wind enjoyer, going into this next game, what do you think why Rebellion needs to do differently here?
Dense Fog. We need to be playing Dense Fog. Dense Fog goes crazy. Dense Fog would have stopped all of this. Dense Fog is the greatest card of all time. I think
Dense Fog.
I think that's about it. You gotta side in Dense Fog. You can side Pandora's Box. It's not great, but it stops Leo Bright, which could be relevant. You need to not. They burned all of their removal on kind of insignificant things. The Earthquake didn't matter too much. If they had kept Earthquake in hand for the Celestlio, they could have started to redevelop a board after outing it. I think that would have been really big. And
Yeah.
unfortunate to draw Carry Off, because then they could have sent Carry Off to pop Celestlio as well. This should, in theory, be a good matchup, a reasonable matchup into Solar, because there's so much removal in Y Rebellion's deck. They just need to use it. They need to activate it.
Well, and it seems like there was just some bricking or something going on with the double expend to draw. That's obviously rough, and everyone has games like that. And then sometimes there really is just nothing that you can do. But like you said, there are a lot of options in this list. The trickery could have been interesting to see being played around with a bit. And Yeah, I think you're right about just prioritizing, knowing what the threats are, and knowing when to deploy certain cards.
Yeah.
We're gonna be... Go ahead.
This is just going to be an interesting game 2 here to see what Why Rebellion does. But we're into game 2, and Why Rebellion has started off exactly how the last game went. Expend 1 to draw, sit 2 pass.
And Adam's starting off exactly how the last game went for them as well. With Apollo, we're going to start foretelling here. Gorgon's Gaze, another Apollo, and there's the Nebuleo. We can start that already if we so choose. However, Winjin coming out, which we already know exactly what is stacked up there. So we are going to be Gorgons or some other card, possibly Dinsfog, aside, going into Tornadron here.
Ooh, Tornadron's big. Tornadron is really, really big.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
there he is.
Now you could put the Solar Burst and the Apollo back on top, or you could Tornadron calling both of these cards.
That is true. Which, you know, we'll see if Adam chooses to do that. Do we see the expend for the effect of Tornadron here? Or...
Oh, we're going PTA on the Tornadron. I respect it.
And we do see the expend. So let's see what we are calling here. Okay, Pandora's Box.
Okay.
Is it a spoiled fruit, I believe?
Yeah, that's a spoiled fruit. P-Box, spoiled fruit.
And
deciding on the last one.
More. Yeah. Looks like we're doing...
Solar Burst.
Okay, yeah, and Solar Burst.
Yep.
All solid options, none of which I would really want to see here. We got a 6, so it looks like spoiled fruit is getting added.
Spoiled fruit. Interesting. I don't think spoiled fruit feels that good into Aviolith, honestly.
Yeah, that is exactly the one card that it's actually being used for here.
Yeah.
Because it's already right, because it's already being destroyed if it's activating the effect, so it's just like
yeah, you're missing out on that. But Why Rebellion going to go down 4 spirits here that could have been healed by the Aviolith.
So there we go. There's
4 of it.
The payout and the damage, which, I mean, an expensive turn, but you got to get the bodies off the board with this list. And you already know that the Nebuleo is in hand.
Oh, it's coming. It's on its way. Why Rebellion has to find something to establish a board and keep it.
We are really shuffling our hand here, so I don't know if that is a how to play all of my options that I have here in my hand, or I have no options here in my hand. But that
here's
remains
how I
to be
play
seen.
3 Hermes in 1 turn, heal 12. I've done that. It's real. That's possible.
I do not doubt that you have. Horrifying, though.
That's just simply because I'm the bird. Some would call me the goat. I'm the bird. Champ Galaxy in defense position? Excuse me?
Sure.
With the wind under it?
With a wind spirit. Get a little silly with it, you know? Why not?
Okay, so it's okay, never mind. I was gonna say, well, we could like trickery. Nope.
Are we just going to ascend it into something this next turn? Are we hoping that the 5 manages to stick and that Adam is unable to do anything about that stat line?
I think that's the best opportunity here. Oh, Nebuleo Leo Bright.
Yeah,
that's kind of a nasty top deck.
That's kind of dangerous.
That's kind of dangerous. That's really gross. That is really nasty. Temple of the Sun, it's over. We're cooked.
Nova Core coming out.
A second Nova Core.
Has hit the temple. They hit the Pantheon.
That's crazy. Another one hitting the board, swinging in for 2 damage.
Okay, we are just taking this damage here. Galaxy is gone. We are bleeding spirits at this point and not developing much meaningful on the board here.
Yeah, and Adumadam just counted out their hand. I think they have 6 or 7 cards in hand. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we know we got the Nebuleos. We know Leo Bright is in there somewhere, whether it be stacked on top or whatnot. But here comes Hermes. We are finally going to see some motion here.
All right, carry
Okay.
on.
All right.
Special cast, Spirit from Underworld, in defense position,
Mhm.
all as it should be.
Okay.
Looking
We
good.
are going to ascend into Spinosect, possibly.
Spinosect would be not great because Novacore could be cast back out, but maybe it's what we do here. It is what we're gonna do. I don't really like it. I don't like it very much.
We simply have no other choice, it seems. But
It's getting Gorgons. Ooh, no.
yeah, it's not great, unfortunately. I mean, the Gorgons here is huge, and we have a 2. Oh, okay. So we are once again going to Earthquake the Novacore, which I mean, hey, we attempted something else first this time.
Yeah. We're down to very little spirits here, though, with a spoiled fruit set for a Dumadam.
Mm-hmm. And we simply have to pass. I think that we might be just going Nebuleo here. I mean, depending on what we see from the Apollo.
I mean, we're not in a terrible board state for Y Rebellion. We're not in a good one. We're not in a terrible one.
No, I mean, depending on what that set card is, we really need to see these bodies put up a fight. Unfortunately, Wind is one of those that you don't have a lot of huge statted Elestrals, Pantera aside. And if you're not utilizing the different abilities, toolbox type things, and removal, then it is really hard to stay ahead with just Elestrals alone.
And there's Celestleo and Nebuleo off the top.
Yeah, and then the Corvishine is there too, but that will those possibly
all pros.
Yeah. And if we are able to get the Celestleo out, that's just Celestleo hits.
Yep. You will keep hitting. You will hit. I'm foretelling a very dangerous future for Hermes here.
Yeah.
Dumadam, counting out. This is 1, 2, 3. It's a 6. I'm hitting over your 5. You better have Gorgon's Gaze or you lose the game on the spot.
Even then, we are in some trouble, but it is trickery. Okay.
What are we going for here?
Oh, we're about to find out.
Galaxy.
Let's go, Galaxy.
It doesn't do anything. We hit over it anyway. It's still
Did we maybe? Is it a solar underneath it from the temple?
Is it?
Although,
No,
but
it
I
was
guess
an
that
Earth.
would,
No,
if it was
an Earth.
another solar, then yeah, Nebuleo would still get an addition. I have no idea.
Nebuleo's a 6. It hits
yeah.
over. Oh no, we did it in Battle Step. That's why Rebellion expended the lunar. That's what it was.
Everything is making sense. So we took the damage there, and now we have 2 whales, one of them properly enchanted, which means that we have a 1 attacking Nebuleo. Adam, however, has 2 back row set and all the options in the world. So, I mean, Y Rebellion just has to hope that those back row are...
Okay. We get through.
Okay, so there's the damage. We got 2 whales and a dream. And a little bit of Hermes along for the ride here.
Yeah, that set has to be what could it be that would be relevant here? I actually have no idea what relevant set could be here. Another Neblio. We knew that it was in hand,
Yeah.
but it's here.
Oh man.
We're not even using the
Tsunami,
effect.
let's go. Nope.
Yeah, we're just hitting over the Earth Enchanted one.
Okay. I keep thinking that we're closer to over than we are, and then things keep happening. So I mean, hey, why rebellion? I am listening.
They're
You
sticking
have
in
my
it.
ear. Okay.
I mean, surely we have to at some point attempt the Aviolith, even if we know it's going to be taken out, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. It doesn't feel even that great for the Aviolith because it has to be destroyed anyways at that point.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks like we're fidgeting with the Hermes. Aren't we? What are we doing?
A lot of thinking going on here. This is such a. I mean, listen, for Why Rebellion, this is the difference between guaranteeing top cut and not. This is a huge decision.
100%. 100%.
Okay. There we go.
We're sending. Are we sending Aviolith? Carry on, maybe? We're sending carry off. Oh. Send, expend a spirit.
I mean, if Adam can't get anything on the board, then, you know.
Cyan Nectar, effect to search.
Okay, let's go.
It just feels like
Chalice?
it's too little too late. Well, we have no spirits left.
Well, could have been silly.
It definitely would have been silly. It would have been very silly to search a card that we can't activate.
Oh, we can't activate any of them. So it doesn't matter.
It doesn't even matter.
Okay.
And we hit for 2. We're living on a prayer here that Adam has literally nothing. Down to 4 spirits and say, all right, if you draw a 5, I lose the game.
It will be incredible if this pans out just based on these last few turns.
Yeah.
However,
They're Adam is counting like this is a Neblio in hand. I gotta say they counted that like they have another Neblio in hand.
okay.
That's scaring me. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid.
I mean, what do we... I guess exactly Tsunami set payoff of the galaxy. Oh, Rise.
Oh.
Rise from the ashes coming out.
Oh. That's why we're
Nova
counting.
Core?
Oh, that's why. Oh.
What are we getting? No, the Tornagion.
Tornagion? Just a big beat stick?
Or... No.
Or a Nebula?
True. My bad.
Truth nuke.
They don't
I'm
know Neblio.
afraid.
Sweet.
Oh!
Oh.
We're just stunting
Leo
at this
Bright?
point. There's the Leo Bright.
Okay. Oh my god. Yeah.
And we're gonna scoop it up.
And that's enough.
Oh my lord. Wow.
Oh.
Wow. That was brutal.
Yeah.
My salutes to Hermes, to Y Rebellion. You did your best, but unfortunately Apollo is a little too strong.
Incredible to make it this far with that good of a record. I mean, being one of the top 2 casters with a 5-1 record.
Yeah. Yep.
Going to this point of the tournament, I believe. Which I mean, hey, with a strategy that no one except for maybe exactly Caleb would have been like, yeah, he's gonna rock it out today.
It's goated. Yeah, Y Rebellion is third up until this round concluding. So I've still a very solid record, still a very high chance of converting into top cut. It's, they will be the highest. They should be the second highest X2 after these rounds pan out. We're still waiting for all the results to filter in, as we are only 30 or so minutes into the round. There's still many games yet to be finished.
Yeah,
it looks like Adam locking their top cut here.
I am so happy for Adam after Kissimmee. I was able to see them after finding out, I believe 17th, just like barely, literally like right on
Devastating.
the cusp. So you know what?
Adam
deserves this. Our first caster guaranteed in top cut and super well played. I mean, that solar list, first of all, it's scary and it is so fun.
Oh yeah. It's a blast.
After this, kind of want to just jam out some games of Elestrals and play some Solar. I want to do that to someone else, actually, what I just saw happen.
I want someone else to play into me.
I want to commit those crimes that I just watched.
God, I've seen the crimes others have committed. I want to commit them too.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me go Celestlio for 7, pop 5.
Hey, you must foretell an additional 3 if Corvashine is on the board, okay? You must. It's not an option.
It's not an option.
Yeah, it's not like as a treat.
As a treat, you may foretell as an additional treat.
If you want, no pressure.
It's like whatever. It's not even that big of a deal if you don't. But if you wanted to though, if you wanted to foretell an additional 3.
But I know that you were watching this matchup. I have to know, like, as a wind caster, as a Hermes enjoyer, as someone who has been talking about this particular strategy, we talked a little bit about it, but what were the outs there? What were the lines? What were the options for, what we just saw happen? The silence is.
So jokes aside, I think that Hermes actually has a pretty good matchup into this stuff. There is setting up the Spinasec stuff as soon as possible. I saw a lot of Lunar out of Y Rebellion's deck, and that makes me think that maybe it was more of a carry off type list, and I think that deck just has a harder time into Celestlio broadly. I think that the Spinasec version is probably a lot stronger because you're able to get those bounces more consistently. You're playing more Spinasec, which means you have more opportunities to set it up and do the bounces. The other piece is if Y Rebellion wasn't siding Monsoon, that probably is a really strong side option. It's something that is played in the side and in some cases in the main deck of the Locagon deck. And it's able to suppress Apollo. It's able to suppress all the Elestrals on your opponent's board to make sure that they don't generate all that advantage. And it gives you an additional turn or two to set up on them and make sure that you have outs for when they make their pushes. I think that those are kind of the key pieces that Y Rebellion didn't see that game. I don't know if it's because we're not playing them or if it's because of just the way that the cards panned out. And then Dense Fog is a big one that I've been harping on all day. That we were playing the Lunar already. If we're not playing Dense Fog on the side or the main, we should at least play it in the side because it is a very strong card and very strong into this matchup in particular. So I think that there's a lot of outs there, but it's still like an uphill battle because of how just dang strong this strategy is.
Yeah. And it really, it gets out of control quickly. I think that maybe the Cyanectors came in from the side deck. It's hard to tell. I don't know if those are mained. But clearly there was a thought there of like, okay, if I can just PTA these things before they become a problem. And that's what we saw on turn 1, turn 2 with the Tornagion, which, it did neutralize the threat and kept Adam off of some momentum for a while. So clearly an effective thought. It's just that we're not able to keep up with it.
Yeah. I do want to shout out the Nova Core that we saw there in the match. This is just an incredibly strong card in the Apollo strategy. And if you're not familiar, it's one that you can normal cast with 2 solar as long as Temple of the Sun is enchanted. And the really key piece of this card is that when you cast it using the Temple of the Sun piece, the effect, you can just destroy an Elestral non-targeting. And that's really, really strong because, you just get to destroy something. Destruction's really strong, and having it non-targeting is even stronger because now you play around a lot of prevention tools. You play around things like, Chronodile can't be targeted. You play around things like Whiteout preventing a Frost Celestial from being targeted. There's a lot of really cool stuff there. I do think that our Hermes player Y Rebellion could have played around this. I believe we had a set Trickery at one point, and you can chain Trickery, popping your own Elestral to dodge a Novacore pop if you only control one Elestral. In fact, it actually might force you to destroy Novacore. You might want to check with your head judge on that one. But if you were to use Trickery there, your Elestral is no longer on field to be destroyed by Novacore, and then you get to cast out a new Elestral from Underworld after the pop has already resolved. I think that was something that Y Rebellion could have done, a little bit of a heads-up play, harder line to see. But there's a lot of really cool stuff with Novacore, and there are really interesting ways you can play around it because of the way that the effect works.
I think that is really cool, and the idea of all of the different things that you can do with Trickery. I mean, I remember the first time I heard you explain that card and all of the different plays and options. I was like, this sounds like the craziest thing of all time.
It's ridiculous, yeah.
And you are right. All of these very specific interactions and knowing exactly what things target, what things don't, when you can get things out of the way to null and void cards, that kind of thing. It requires a large understanding of text on a lot of different cards and exactly what they say. And of course, in the moment, you have to react immediately to like, okay, I'm activating this effect. Bye.
Figure it out.
Yeah. But I would love to see Hermes Trickery really, really pop off at some point and fully explore that. I don't know, Caleb. I feel like we got to get you in there. If someone's gonna do it, you're gonna do it.
I've been playing Hermes for so long now, and especially with the new Finda stuff and Champion Aviolith. I've been playing a lot of Hermes, so maybe one day I'll take a break from casting on the desk, and instead I'll cast on this table using a webcam.
Woo! Yeah, and we'll see a lot of trickery happen that day.
Oh yeah, there'll be a lot of trickery. I got a couple of tricks up my sleeve, and it's not cardboard, it's a couple of these.
This has been, I mean, it's cool that we've seen Solar pop off so much. And you were just talking about Novacore, and there are so many different lines that Solar has access to now. And that's what's so fun about this particular build and this particular brew, and part of why it's so hard to deal with. Because as we've seen just in that one game, not only do you have to deal with the Winjin Tornadian stuff, which is a huge threat if you don't deal with it, the Novacore thing, which paired with the Glimbat, you can have a turn, like a one-turn combo that gets this Novacore out, and possibly something to ascend over into the next turn, or whatever it might be. Even just under Temple is a huge threat. You also, on top of all of that, have the Celestia and all of those things, as if that was not already a big enough problem. And it is no wonder that this list has been doing so well. And clearly, as we saw, there are ways to counter it. There are answers to it. We saw the big Solar versus Water, which is kind of the narrative going on right now. Game earlier today, and I wonder if we're going to see more of that continue into Top Cut. Obviously, Adam's securing with Solar, so we at least have the Solar contingency spoken for. I don't know how Lakagon's doing on the other side of the world, but I would be curious.
I mean, I know a certain Lakagon player that went undefeated in Swiss, so I think Lakagon is locked in.
Would this happen to be a certain Lakagon player with Lakagon tattooed on their body, drawing power from that?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Judge, actually, I think that maybe there must be some sort of
It might be my boyfriend. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who,
oh my God.
Who among us can say? Who among us? Who? I think you're talking about Sluggle?
Yeah, yes. Shout out Heal Control. Shout out Sluggle.
Oh, sorry, you meant Hydrate.
No way. Do you just have all of them within reach right now?
No,
we could just continue this bit.
I have these three. All the other ones are across my room. I'd have to go get. I'd have to stand up.
You meant Nimbug. You meant.
the brand new water Elestral. Sorry. Oh my! I didn't mean to leak that. I'm so sorry.
No
I
way.
didn't mean to leak it.
Yeah. Yes. It's clear. Thank you.
You're like, oh my god! Why'd you explain it?
No, I am a firm believer in explaining the joke actually does make it funnier.
It makes it so much funnier. That's the thing
Yeah.
that people don't tell you is it makes it so much funnier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's sort of like advanced
Yeah,
level
it's-
joke telling.
Exactly. That's what when you get out of the trough of disillusionment and you reach the plateau of enlightenment, you
Mhm.
realize, wow, that really is funny.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are just yourself getting into the jokes business, don't fear. This is high level stuff that we are seeing. Don't let
We're
this intimidate
professionals,
or
you know.
discourage you. Yeah. You can get here to someday. We believe in you.
One day. It's very possible. You too can would be funny. I don't know. Are we I don't
Certainly not after
not after What time is it? Oh, my watch. It doesn't work actually.
Yeah, it stopped working when we started this cast. How long ago was that?
I don't know. My watch doesn't work. I can't
We could keep doing that forever, which is
What? Oh, what time is it? About 6 or 7.
Okay, all right.
Oh, that's where we draw the line. That's
yeah,
where we draw the line.
Looks like
What'd she
your
say me
time's up.
for?
What'd you say oh me for? It's
What'd
fine.
she say oh me for?
Well, congratulations again to Adam for being the first caster to lock in Top Cut. And hopefully here pretty soon, we are going to start getting some information about that. But while we are waiting, oh my goodness, do we have a treat specifically for us and hopefully
Yes.
also you? We are going to play some Who's That Elestral?
Well, it'll take a second because we do have to set it up. But whenever we're ready, oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my. Who's that Elestral? Kay,
No
who's
one
that
knows.
Elestral?
So we see the preview that
Yeah,
it is.
Kay, who's that Elestral?
Yeah, no, just move it further from the camera, maybe.
Come on, Kay, I can tell what it is. I can tell from that.
These are mind games. You are trying
It's
to get
Veritaqua.
in my head. You are trying.
I
make
don't need
it
to try
so-
and get in your head. I'm already in your head.
Oh.
In fact, I'm already in your walls. You hear that scratching?
Silver,
Anyway, who's that Elestral? Yay!
Excuse me. Listen, okay, all I'm saying is that I think both of us are solid as long as Silver does not go and try and be like, this Elestral is seen in the back of this specific rune that isn't even an Elestral card that you can't even see the full thing of it. Because like,
you know
what
that's
do
gonna happen. He's gonna be like, the last one's kind of hard, and then it's like, oh, that's actually not an Elestral. It's Vipyro, and it's Vipyro in the background of the art of full art resting on your laurels, which actually has a card in it that is Trifernal from base set. And so if you notice that the card that was in the card had the card on it, then you would have gotten it.
I'm just still mad about waxing gibbous.
Yeah, me too.
I'm furious. I was not up waxing my gubbets that day. Oh man.
Oh
right.
my goodness. All right, are we? Silver Beanie, you ready to torture us? Silver Beanie, are we ready to be tortured? Are we here? Are we ready to be tortured? I think we're. Oh, we're ready to be tortured. I'm in the box. Oh no. I gotta lock in.
Yeah.
Really show off the shine of my forehead.
I have not performed well in one of these in years. So
It's been since '08 since I did well in one of these. The recession really hit hard on the Who's That Elestral industry.
yeah. So we gotta listen. I gotta
We
score this settle here.
we gotta do good on this one.
I'm ready. I'm locked
Yeah.
in.
Listen.
It's locking on. First one's locking on. Boom.
It's Lagagon, champion of Aphrodite specifically.
Oh.
Technicality to K.
Oh,
No
I've been owned.
way. Okay.
Eventually. Oh, a black box. A card that I Sharpied over. Fun Glow? No, that's not Fun Glow. It's what's the I'm so disappointed in myself for blanking on the name of this. I can see it in my mind. I'm so Fun Guide. There we go.
Oh.
I don't know why that one.
I did not follow the wisps in my mind to that answer. No.
That's
it's not revealed yet, so maybe. Oh,
there
no,
it is. Yeah,
okay.
it's good.
I was like, maybe that's not right.
Swolax is literally trying to kill me through the camera right now for taking too long on that one. He just grabbed at me.
It's okay. There was just not much room left in my brain to remember that.
Yeah, look, it's been 7 rounds of Swiss. You only get. I got too many Elestrals from the game. Fun Guide not in game, so me no remember.
Exactly. Unfortunate that was the one that Silver said easy one first.
The easy one first. Oh no.
It's not going well.
It's going really well. That's
Pandasin. Champion of
I don't think it's a champion one.
No, I think it's just Pandasin.
I think it's just Pandasin.
I was trying to get you on a technicality.
If it is a champion, it's champion Demeter, but I don't think it could be Panda Lince, but I'm pretty sure it's Pandasin. It's one of the two. Yeah, it's Pandasin. Yeah, it's the. Yeah. It's the
Shattered Stars art. Oh wait, so it is Champion of Demeter, which is what I said. Yes. It's from the 2 girlies hanging out.
True.
Okay, 1 and 1. 1 and 1. 1 and 1.
1 and 1. You're right. No, you're right. You're right. I didn't know we were going for titles and everything. Okay.
Oh, we've always been going for titles.
It's who's that Elestral, not who's that Elestral owned by?
I think that really next we should play How's That Elestral?
I like that.
Yeah. Really check in.
Doing really well, I think.
With the
Gotta
Elestral.
give the title. Okay.
Yeah, Frostfall Clovey, I want to know.
Moss Station.
Dang it, Champion of Demeter.
It's non-titled. It's the stellar one.
It's not. I'm just gonna keep trying it.
It actually might be the champion one. It looks like the stellar position, but they keep reusing this position.
Moss Station Champion of Demeter.
Oh damn, it is! Wow, that's messed up. I thought it was the one where he's pointing forward, not to the back. That's crazy.
It did seem like I have the sticker here somewhere, but yeah.
Yeah, the stellar one.
Yeah. So I think technically, I'm just saying, Caleb, you can't keep letting me get you on technicalities.
I'm just gonna start saying titles even if they're not correct.
I'm just gonna start making up titles you've never even heard of. Yeah.
We in Divine Realms you ain't heard of, saying titles you never thought of.
Let's go. Magma.
There ain't a champion of this one.
No, it was just Kovagma.
Unless it's Comalis. Oh!
No way. I don't know who got that one. I think I stuttered in the middle, so technically probably you.
I feel like it's 2-2. I think
you were quick with that one.
We got our impartial scorekeeper Swolax. He's saying it's 2-2. He's saying
yeah.
Eto blah.
I'm not looking.
Kinleo, champion of Hestia.
That sounds right. It looked like Bubbles.
It does look like Bubbles. I agree.
It looks like Bubbles. So
it looks like Bubbles. I'm pretty sure that's the Shattered Stars art, Kinleo, Champion of Hestia. That's what I'm feeling.
You think so?
It's got the tail on it. Oh no!
Stellar.
Is it? Actually,
Is it?
I gotta look up the art of that one because I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I don't know what
I
this
got
is
that right or
from.
not. The exact Kinleo.
I
No, it was
have.
not the Shattered Stars. It's the actual set release one.
Oh, okay. He's cute.
Also, it's flipped. Silver Beanie mirrored it. What the freak?
Okay, can we listen? Can we just? No.
Are you fighting
no.
me or fighting Beanie?
Yeah. Why I oughta?
Why you oughta gotta spin it up, charge it
We
up.
have to do the sets that I have gone through and organized my bulk for, please, because those are the ones that I know.
Yeah.
Because
That's
I've
why
just,
you got Comagma so quick. Is that was the Frostfall base set?
yeah, I have
Like
organized
original printing.
Frostfall. Mm-hmm.
Rummagem.
Dang it. No.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, this very well could be like Rummacol, Champion of Hephaestus. But I'm pretty sure this is Rummagem.
I think it is.
This is the thing: is that Silver Beanie always takes way too long to reveal it.
Yeah,
or tell
so
it
we
that
have
we're
to sit
wrong.
and be like,
So
well,
just to be
maybe,
like,
maybe.
I don't know. But that's okay because I already guessed Rummacol, Champion of Hephaestus. If it's not,
I think it is actually.
the back. The more I'm looking at the back, the more I'm like, that looks more like Cole than Gem.
Yeah.
But bro is sitting on this forever.
Okay, what's your guess? Rummagem champion.
What do you mean? We have to lock in a single guess? Is that how we're doing this now? Are we changing the rules? Okay, it was Rummacol.
Yeah.
Is that Shatter Stars art? Yeah. Yeah.
Mama Cole.
Bangarang.
He's cute. It's fine. Listen, I'm telling you,
Unrevealed.
you have to do the ones that I've sorted my bulk for. Those are the ones I know.
I don't know anything else.
Yeah.
There's too many cards. There's too many arts. Viserys. This is the EOP original Viserys.
Stop saying stuff.
I'm pretty sure.
Ouch, ouch.
I'm pretty sure this is EOP. It's hard to tell, I think, because it's so zoomed in the actual print.
Starbit Supernova.
Honestly, that was the first thing I thought. I was like, is that Starbit?
That's my guess.
This is the EOP. I didn't know he was leaping at the camera like that, honestly. Is this feetsies cut off in the frame? Yeah.
He's flying.
His feetsies.
Mm-hmm. His little bug tootsies.
Yes, his part of his body is like cut off by like a rock or something. I feel like, or like dust.
I don't.
I've never seen that art like that before. That's cool. Wow. That's so cool.
Really, really cool, Silver. Thank you.
Wait, you're telling me you haven't
learned-
organized EOP before?
We learned so much. Actually, no.
A spine imp,
Yeah.
champion of Hermes.
Yeah.
If we're gonna make a guess about it.
Hey, you know what? You go ahead.
You don't want to guess?
Well, it's the problem is that my brain goes, oh, that's that one. And it's not that one.
It's that one. It's it's that one.
It's my nymph, yeah. It takes her a second. God forbid.
You know,
A girl love to take it easy.
there it is. Look at that little guy. What a little cute little guy.
My, what large eyes you have.
I'm hiring the spine imp to come over and stare at you.
Actually, he's right over there, and that's why I can't guess anything right now. He's right there.
You're scaring me. You're scaring me.
You're making me know of it.
to be done first. Last one.
Yeah, this one's for all of them, surely.
Yeah, this is for all of it.
Surely I can come back from this.
I believe in you. It's going to be impossible. That's the best part. Is it's going to be like, actually, this is a photograph I took of my plush Tyrantus in my backyard.
So if you could mute Caleb, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. I knew you had my back. He's like, he's actually muted you. Yeah. This is awesome. I want to play this game this way forever. Yeah. Anyways, Snowlet! This is fair. This is I thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is me, Kaylin, your current Who's That Elestral champion. I couldn't have done this without Lizen Sabotage and the help of our director showing aggressive favoritism. Thank you so much. Yeah. Good game. Well played. Could have gone to anyone, really. Okay, can we
That was
unmute
really
Caleb? I actually missed my friend now.
Can we make my friend now? It's lonely in here.
Now that I've won. Wow, I can't believe Silver Snow let me win. Hey, to be fair, I got that one pretty quickly.
No, yeah, I did not get it as fast as you. That you did actually get that before me, 100%. Yeah.
It's okay.
Also, he at a certain point he stopped muting me. I muted myself because the bit was too funny.
Yeah, the bit was really good.
It was really good. He like before he showed it, I saw he unmuted me. I'm like, no, I'm muting myself now. This is too funny to like stop.
It's really good.
You're welcome for the clip, Silver Beanie.
Oh my goodness. Thanks so much for playing Who's That Elestral with me.
It was fun. Hey, good game. You won fair and square. That was fun.
Yeah, many people are saying that.
Many people are saying this.
The general consensus is yeah, there was no
Everyone
interference.
Agrees. Yep. Well, there was interference. I interfered myself because it was funny.
Yeah, which is the perfect reason to interfere. For the bit. It's just too funny. It's hilarious. So I don't know where we are actually in round 7 here, or how close we are to approaching, because that consumed me mind, body, and spirit personally.
Yeah, as it should have, honestly. I like looked outside. I'm like, the sun's still out. I feel like it's like midnight or something. Like I blacked out. That Who's That Elestral game took 4 hours. It feels like.
But it seems like we are ready, and there might even be a bracket that we can talk to you all about. Ooh, we got our top cut ready to go.
We got a bracket. I can't wait to see the bracket. It's gonna look really, really good. It's gonna look really, really cool when we see our top 8. Look at that. Let's go.
There we go. And listen, like we said, there are some names on here that they are staples in the Elestrals world, and there are also some names here that we might not always see here in Top Cut. I want to shout out the Vegas local scene. Super Insane does not always get to play because it's early here, but look at that, entered one in Top Cut. That's awesome to see. Shout out Vegas.
Let's go. Yeah, he hasn't. I don't know if he's played since like Daybreak in a premiere.
No.
But that's also the last time he topped one of these. So to immediately get back on the horse and top is crazy. We've also got one of my homies, Julian here, the man with the Lakagon tattoo, going undefeated in Swiss, which is absolutely bonkers. Going up against White Rebellion, who we just saw on feature. next we have a Dumadam, who we also just saw on Feature, going up against Jacques Keener, who I believe I met at Kissimmee. They're a wonderful person. Would love to hopefully see them make it further into the bracket and see them on Feature. Been hearing good things about their run at this tournament today. Then on the other side of the bracket, we've got Bean Soldier versus Sanguine Star.
I don't know that Sanguine Star is a name that I am super familiar with. Bean Soldier, obviously, being someone who not only consistently tops, but has the most world's qualifying points of anyone. And Shadow Storm versus Super Insane down at the bottom there. I am really happy to see after that last match, both Y Rebellion and Adumadam making it into the top 8 as both casters were playing out of their minds. And that does mean that Hermes is making an appearance in a Lifestream top 8, which is really cool.
Let's go. Let's go. That makes me so happy. I love Hermes. That's probably one of my favorite decks this format. And so to see it do so well is really, really cool. Be very curious to see the conversion rates here of our top 3 or 4 expected decks. So I see at least 2 players that I know are on Lockgun, at least 2 players I know are on Solar, and at least 1 I know is on Frost BlueStacks. So it's looking like we're seeing some of the conversions that we saw at Kissimmee stay true into our top 8 here. And that, it's always very cool to see how metagames shift or stay the same across multiple events.
I would be curious to see the evolutions of these lists and the specific changes that have been made. Or, I mean, hey, if it's don't broke, don't fix it, and that's that's what we're looking at here. But incredible top 8. I cannot wait to get into this top cut, and I am just thrilled to be getting into that shortly. And we are going to actually be taking a quick break. Caleb is going to be chilling out, watching these games, and I'm going to be joined once again by Swolax, and we will be starting off your top cut soon.
And welcome back, everyone, to our October 11th, 2025 Elestrals Webcam Premier Tournament, the second one for Lifestream, the newest Premier set. My name is Swolax, and I'm joined here by someone you're more than familiar with, a guest at Elestrals champion, Kakra.
Why, hello. It's so good to be back off of my historic win in Who's That Elestral?
Hey, as for all the marbles there, and that Snowlet had a big old marble. You look at that head, that thing's crazy.
Hey, listen, we don't Snowlet shame in this house. Unless, of course, we get a mill into Asprowl and then mill into BlueStacks, and then I think we need to shame a little bit.
Oh, okay. So what I'm hearing is when Snowlet is doing what it's supposed to be and wanting to be doing, that's the problem. But when Snowlet's faking you and PK out for butt versus head argument, that's okay?
Listen, we thought it was a trunk, and it was, and there was junk in it. Whoo!
Well, I would say Snowlet's saving itself from being junk, absolutely, but phenomenal. As we're heading into the real games for it, well, rather, actually, I'll take that back. The real games were just behind us between you and Caleb. We're playing top 8 now into our Elestrals webcam tournaments, and the best players inside the entire world have joined us here today for some excellent Elestrals, and we have some new data into potentially some tech options that prepared and got these players where they are today. The top 12 side deck cards that we're looking at for this Elestrals Premier. Did you expect to see any of these here today?
I think that honestly, a lot of these make a lot of sense, right? I mean, Pandora's Box being the most represented one. We have, Pandora's K Sparks always on the mic preaching the benefits of it. But I mean, Spoiled Fruit, again, it's these cards that when they are good, they are fantastic, and they are good in specific situations. And so it makes sense for these to be represented in the side deck. I am surprised to see Ambrosia in the sideboard.
Yeah, Ambrosia's kind of, this is the card that people were cutting with Solar. People were only playing a couple copies a piece inside of decks like Lockagon. So previously a definitive 3 of inside of every single deck now is in the side. That's crazy.
Ooh, apparently 11 times. Are there any specific cards that you're seeing here that you're like, this is interesting, this is worth noting, or are these all pretty much what you expected?
No, I think one of them that stands out to me is actually a pair of them. Lockagon, Enjoyers Rejoice, but we have Leviathan the Water Spirit inside holding in the last slot here for our top side deck cards, and a Tsunami pairing on top of that, which is not surprising considering the fact that Lockagon is a very well represented and very good deck inside of this format. But what I find so interesting about this is maybe telling me that a lot of players are cutting Tsunami as a whole, and instead being like, I'll side it in for times I'm not playing Water, just in case I go into Lockagon, the potential majority of the field. As well, we see Spoiled Fruit being the second highest played side deck card here, again, against that Lockagon front. Those are probably the two things that stand out to me the most.
It's interesting because based on the data that we have for the most played decks, it seems like people are over prepping for Lockagon. And I mean, it is a big bad deck. Like, it's very scary to go up against, but also the number of times today that a Tsunami coming up would have made all the difference in whether or not someone was able to possibly even win a game that they did not win. More than one. It is not an insignificant number of times. And Dense Fog being a card that we've been talking about, not just in the sideboard, but people starting to play it in the main deck as well more often. And I mean, the rest of these make sense. I love to see Boombat. I love to see the Cryoblast, which for a while was lauded as the best card in the format. I believe that was back during like maybe Daybreak Moonrise specifically. But yeah, this is a cool statistic, and also possibly tells you what people are thinking and fearing going into today.
Yeah, I'm happy to see there's not Earthquake Spirits in the side deck here. And in fact, that's maybe what I was hoping to see, that some players were also on my same type of insanity. But no, I think this is starting to round out some of the Elestrals we've been kind of hoping for a little while in terms of player base, which is that there are considerations to be making inside of the side deck against the top meta threats. Previously before, your main deck and your side deck could be relatively similar. You know, you have best in play cards in your main deck that go into the wider field, and most of the cards you'd be seeing inside of your games ones were expected quantities. But now there's so many different game plan strategies, even the stuff in the back end, like Hermes, like Chronodile, that you might just have to have something very specific for. So again, like you said, the Dense Fogs makes a lot of sense. The Swirled Fruits, resting on your laurels being the side here just to take care of a lot of decks that want to just have a large divine out with an Elestral. So I think this is really interesting to see the amount of removal and varied options that players are considering for this tournament.
Side decks are very interesting to me as a player who I have rolled up to many a tournament with absolutely no side deck and said it's probably fine. But then, of course, hearing from top players that oftentimes a side deck is what is going to make or break your run. It is in fact important.
No, listen, I'm on the Creighton level of brainwave here. I think side deck is completely vibes based. You know, and it is based. An Armadon on the side won't hurt you, but it definitely can.
I mean, it could also help you. That's your emotional support Armadon in the side for sure.
Amen. That's right. Yeah, I think it's cool to see. I love that players are cooking with these strategies and really taking time to think out their decks. And very thoughtful deck building is always something I love to see as a professor. My students, I could not be prouder of them. You know, that's the big takeaway.
I think we are all very much waiting for that next lecture. And we are also all waiting for the next clash, the first Clash of Top Cut, which we are actually starting to set up now. So here before too long, after we yap at you for a little bit more, we are going to be getting into the action. And I cannot wait to find out who we will be watching.
Me too. A lot of really great names inside of that top 8. I know we had a lot of really strong players similar to Adam and the Kissimmee Open who also bubbled too. So this is a steep competition and a steep climb for a lot of these casters. Breaking it down for the top 8 here, you and Caleb went over the Julian Why Rebellion matchup is crazy. Adam and Jack Keener. We have Bean Soldier and Sanguine Star, kind of relative newcomer to the game, and Shadow Storm and Super Insane. Shout outs to Vegas on that one. And any of these matches, I would be more than happy to see. From what I understand about some of them that I know what they're playing, these are going to be some electrifying games.
I cannot wait. And I would love to check in at some point. Hopefully, hey, maybe it'll be finals, but on Julian, who is the only caster who has made a completely undefeated run going into Top Cut, which, I mean, huge. We do, however, know who we are going to be watching going into top 8, and that is Shadow Storm versus Super Insane down at the bottom of the bracket there. Again, shout out to Vegas.
Hey, all right. I mean, I'm curious to see. I've only faced, I think, Super Insane one time in tournament. This was early on whenever we were playing stuff with Crabs even. And, Super Insane's no slouch at this game, and I know has been itching at the chance to perform and do well. A lot of time, a lot of practice, and a lot of effort to be made to get to this point from all the casters. So I'm excited to see. And Shadow Storm, I don't think we've seen Shadow Storm in this tournament yet. Whatever could they be brewing? This is wild.
I mean, I'm hoping the shadow in the name is a bit indicative. I mean, I love Lunar. And I know distinctly, I have been washed by Super Insane at my locals by a Hermes list, actually. So, very, very interesting. It'll be fun for me to watch someone else be on the receiving end of whatever is about to happen. Super Insane, we do have a 1 Premier top 8, a regional champion, and top 40 at Dallas Open.
Some pretty impressive accolades there. And I know from Shadowstorm, no Premier Top Cuts. This is the first one. So congratulations to Shadowstorm for making it this far already. You have a long way to go, if so. And then the regional champion as well. So double regional champions facing off here. In top 24
Ooh.
At the Dallas Open, which, again, all the Opens in real life have some insane competition. So if these are top caliber players that we're about to be witnessing.
I cannot wait. And both of our casters here have set up little smiley faces for us. You can't see it yet, but I like to think that when you all do that here on stream, that it's just a little treat for us.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very sweet, though I do think Shadow Storm's smiley face is a little bit...
That's more of a smirk.
A was always really bad at emoticons, and the fact that I'm saying emoticons, my bones are breaking as we speak.
Ooh, how's your back? How are your knees?
Both horrendous. Unk is in the building, and we're checking in. Unk and Rabbit here. So, as being beat by Super Insane a couple times, you're in the mind of Alex of Super Insane. Mm-hmm. What are you thinking about inside your top 8? This is your second top 8 only. This is also, if I remember right, the first top 8 was maybe a year ago, maybe 2.
Yeah, I personally don't remember that one. It's been that long. But honestly, I mean, Super Insane is one of those casters that he's just good at knowing the lines, good at knowing the deck and how to play to outs and find win conditions. I imagine based on Shadow Storm's accolades here that we've seen, as you mentioned, top 24 at the Dallas Open, where people are playing out of their minds, the caliber of play is higher than really we've seen anywhere else. They aren't going to be any slouch either. So cannot wait to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting confirmation that the top 8 from Super Insane previously was August 2024. So,
ooh.
You know, that's now that was quite some time ago. Been a year since they've been back on the desk. Good to have you back for returning players alike. I've been saying this before, but Lifestream is a phenomenal format to get back into, new and returning players alike. Or if you're continuing to play, then congratulations, you made it through cast an Elestral set 1 pass.
And now we have cast a bunch of Elestrals set 1 run over everything.
Yeah.
Do the most damage imaginable, and it's a lot of it is. Oh, it's so much fun.
I don't know what deck you're talking about. I was witnessing when I was playing Brontiglow was go Elestral set 1 pass, and meanwhile I'm staring across the table at one of the fiercest casters I've ever laid eyes on, and she's going. I mean, they're going. Neb Leo, search Leo Bright, protect Leo Bright, ascend Leo Bright, go Celestio, pop 7. Set 2 pass. Does that sound about right?
This is sounding familiar, certainly. And as we are getting closer, speaking of casters who have their own accolades here, we are going to be getting into this top cut. Shadow will be starting us off, going first, and that means that we are about to get into our top 8 match for top cut of our first webcam premiere tournament in Lifestream.
Exciting stuff here as we are going down. I'm so excited to see what Shadow Storm is bringing us today as a water and fire spirit come down on the board. Looks like to be a mulligan. Saying this hand is not quite red.
Fire. Hey, this kind of makes me think of a list that we saw earlier today, being the Krakatuga burn list. Listen, could be nothing. Could be nothing. Could be everything.
I'm trying to think of decks that would want to play fire and water, and you might be absolutely right. And it wouldn't be surprising if a mulligan would try to search for those key pieces of combo here, and that might just be defensive and hard enough to go through. And I think that's the champ Volcarians. I think you're correct. Oh no.
Let's go. Oh, we're burning. Gonna go in and search out that Hephaestus. There he is. I wonder if that means we have the small Tuga champ in hand already.
Otherwise, be super shocked if an artifact Firestorm list makes it over here. And this Hephaestus is going to be loaded up here with, looks like it's going to be 3. Potentially search up these invoked runes if Smoltuga and these artifact runes on this Volcari's. Great start if you are Shadow Storm. Loving to see the synergy here. If you can protect this Volcarians with 1 back row even, that is going to be a massive tempo gain already from the start.
As we saw with the last game that we saw on stream from this list specifically, what you really need is to be able to have this opening and then the very next turn start with Smoltuga, ascend into Krakatuga, and get going with that. Although the last list, we've seen sort of the base set Krakatuga version, but they also had Champ Krakatuga as an option, which was very interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll be seeing that same line of thought here from a Shadow Storm as a pass over to Super Insane. And that's going to be a Nectar of the Gods here. Beautiful full art, by the way.
So let's start drawing cards here. Despite, being in the scene with Super Insane, I don't actually know what list he's on. So I'm finding out here along with you.
I can imagine with double Water Spirits and a Nectar of the Gods, this could be, there's an Aphoros. This could be Lakagon, if we're predicting.
I think that out of all of those, I mean, we did see Bo and in that contingency on an Aetheros list that seemed like purely Aetheros kind of stuff. But considering we have the Aphrodite here, I don't know.
Aphrodite to search Aetheros, special cast Aetheros, having 2 5s is pretty strong. A set Argo here from Shadowstorm could also be very detrimental. What I like about this engine inside of a deck like Lockagon is it sets up your place incredibly well. The alley-oop here between the small fish dunking into the big lock. And even if you are drawing the Aetheros, which historically you want to search off the Magneros, you can just cast it normally, search out with Aphrodite, and get another big body out and really start to build wide.
And that's exactly what we're doing here as we see the special cast of the second Aetheros come out. Both of them, as you mentioned, are a 5 base attack stat due to the effect here. And we have the set 1, and we are just going to be swinging. Let's see if right into an Argo.
Yeah, that's right.
We have the Argo going to be going in, getting possibly the Torch, possibly Necklace of Harmonia.
This is a very strong position if you're Shadowstorm here. Now being able to cast out with spirits from your underworld due to the Champ Valkyrie's effect, meaning that if this is the Krakatsuka burn strategy that we've been seeing before, though it's going to be from hand. It's casting the artifact rune from hand.
Yeah, the torch that was searched from the Hephaestus.
Fascinating.
Which, if we do go into this next turn and try to do the Smaltuga stuff, I wonder if there is another artifact already in hand? Or
You'd
if
have
we're
to
gonna
imagine
to search
that's
that
correct.
Out. Yeah.
Huh. And the Swolak special coming in from Shadowstorm, so that alliteration 5 times fast. Expend a draw here to dig for more pieces. And this foretell at the top off the declaration of a Valkyries would be nice. Though we're going to go for a Hephaestus here to try to dig into the deck, twin even for another artifact. Unless they're only playing Torch of Hestia? No, Poison Tunic.
No, okay, Poison Tunic coming out. I wonder if we're being faked out and this is not actually the Smaltuga Krakatuga thing, and the water spirit was just like, huh, gotcha. Oh, huh.
Yeah.
That'd be really mean, actually.
Yeah, we saw the expend to, you were saying that the smiley faces in the early round was for us, and that might also be the case of faking us out a little bit. Super Insane taking a second to think over this declaration is good to go. An Aetheros, a Dionysus Madness, and a Gorgon's Gaze off the top of this deck.
That is a brutal few cards to have to work through over the coming turns. Super Insane saying, I'm sorry, what were those? What all did you get?
Seeing this is kind of the key distinction between the last Fire player we watched, which was that Smaltuga player, and also Shadowstorm, is that we seem to be on a heavier, maybe low to the ground strategy. Similar to how we saw Firestorm fire artifacts work, we have Aetheros in the deck already, meaning that maybe there's a Magneros here to get into other sorts of water. So maybe the Krakatuga is secondary, not sure.
And that would explain the water spirit, which, could be interesting. Peliquarius coming out on Super Insane side being immediately met by a poison-tipped arrow from Shadowstorm. However, we will be going in and searching out a water Elestral, possibly Foamy?
I mean, Tadpuff on play. That's incredible. Yep. So if you're Super Insane here, you're getting your Peliquarius PTA'd, currently Shadowstorm is keeping you off of Elestrals. Do you think you feel too bad about that?
No, because if you're going into Lockagon next turn and the removal is already out of the way, that feels fantastic.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's just one less thing to have to worry about here.
Cannot agree more. Trying to chip away at those back row is really key here. And so I think that's maybe, if you're Super Insane, you can chill on this. And Peliquarius being only a 3 attacker anyways, it was never getting over that Valkyries.
No, I mean, Peliquarius did what it needed to do. It went and searched the Tadpuff or whatever particular piece might have been missing from the combo going into next turn. And Shadowstorm here going to be really thinking about what kind of motion we need to make here. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
We take it back. Actually, there is the Champ Smaltuga coming out, and Super Insane saying, read that to me, if you don't mind.
Potentially looking to see if Hephaestus has to be enchanted. Maybe a Gorgon's Gaze coming down from Super Insane. This is scary.
Mm-hmm. I mean, with the combo for Super Insane just about to pop off. However, Dense Fog coming through and suppressing that small Tuga. I mean, we know that Lakagon is coming next turn. So as long as Super Insane can deal with this small Tuga now before it gets out of control, he's in a good spot. But if Shadowstorm can manage to keep this thing protected and around one more turn, then he's in a good spot.
Yeah, that's kind of the nice part about the Lakagon deck is that you can afford to take a little bit of damage here and there because you are healing with these Lakagons, and those spirits do start to get added up to make your OG Lakagon even bigger to handle some threats. But 2 back row from Shadowstorm here as Super Insane is going to be going for this Tadpuff line. It might be time to lock in.
It looks like that is what is happening. Shadowstorm already looking at the back row, though. Immediately going to be Gorgon's gazing the Tadpuff.
Ooh. This is a very funky position if you're Super Insane. Normally, if you are Gorgon's gazing a Tadpuff, of course you're putting your opponent on better habit, but you can Aphrodite, search another Tadpuff, go Tadpuff again, and send over that.
Yep, I think what we are doing, because we still have not had the normal cast for this turn.
Oh,
unless
wow.
that's a second Gorgon's gaze, in which case, ooh.
Never doubt on the second gaze. Tadpuff and attack is a bold choice from Super Insane.
I believe it must be in attack position.
That is correct. I need to read my cards better.
Unfortunately, there is no choice but to put ourselves in danger here. And the second Gorgon's gaze!
Well, from your lips to God's ear, we have some Caster's Curse coming down here. Super Saiyan's locked into no lock, seemingly for this turn, with Shadowstorm controlling space effectively, but Shadowstorm's bleeding spirits. Those counter runes are expensive.
Yeah, however, I mean, if these are just 1/1 bodies, no back row set. And once these Tadpuff are gone, how are you going to be getting into Lakagon in a 1-turn combo? That's probably what Super Insane is trying to figure out right now.
My Magic 8-Ball is pointing signs to a large turtle coming down this turn. If there are fire spirits to be had.
There goes the disenchant. We're going to go in and search possibly Eruption. It is Eruption. Okay. Do we have the artifact in hand to reveal for the Krakatuga Ascension? We must, right?
Absolutely.
There it is. Oh, we knew about that Poison Tunic. Yep, there we go.
Oh, and this is devious here too. You could hit over the Tadpuff burn too with the Poison Tunic as an extra burn. You have the burn itself with the Krakatuga. Super Insane's only on 7 spirits. This might be enough to just do lethal.
Oh, okay. There we go. The Krakatuga coming out. I am curious to see if we see the play with the Poison Tunic, because that is devious.
We only have 3 spirits left from Shadowstorm. It also could be possible you're going to swing in over these Tadpuffs and walk it down that way. Minimum, you're doing about 4 points of damage here to Super Insane. And we know the Ambrosias are limited inside of this deck. Eruption here coming down from Shadowstorm.
Yep. There goes the burn. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your side here, we don't have enough for the... Ooh.
Is that a second Eruption?
Never mind.
We had enough for that?
I thought we had 1 spirit. I was going to say we don't have enough to expend for the Krakatuga effect, but, you know, I'll eat my words.
And this should just be enough, hitting over the Tadpuff and 2 for a game here. Super Insane with 1 spirit left and down to none. That is going to be game 1 for a Krakatuga burn from Shadowstorm.
I have to say, really excited to see the small Tuga fire artifact list. I really like this one, and it's cool to see it pop off like this. That being said, you cannot count Lakagon out. There were situations where Shadowstorm simply had the answers. If we hadn't had exactly 2 Gorgon's Gazes there, this could have been a different game.
Yeah, you called it 100%. The double Gorgon's Gaze was particularly hard to play through. And Super Saiyan did what a lock-on player would do there, right? Taking a little bit of damage, waiting your time, and accruing your resources before really exploding. And that is fire. That is Lifestream in a nutshell. And that's also similarly what Fire wants to do inside this format as well. Gather those artifacts, gather those eruptions, and say, okay, I'm gonna ascend now, burn for 9. That's ridiculous. I didn't even think this deck was gonna be coming up today, let alone seeing it twice.
Really cool that this has the at least Aphros, if not the Aphros Magneros package in it. I would be interested to see how that plays in this list and what kind of games it looks like when we see those come up. I think that this is a really, like, I want to play this list now. It's
really cool. It seemingly so. I love Smoltuga in general, one of my favorite Elestrals from base set, and this current new version of it seems really fun to play. Let's see what Super Insane also maybe sides out here too. I'd be curious to know how Lokagon prepares for burn. Maybe you go heavier on heal. I'm not sure. As a Lokagon caster yourself, and as someone who has the mind of Super Insane, what are you thinking?
I mean, I think a lot of it comes down to, if I'm Super Insane, I'm saying they're not going to get the double Gorgon's Gaze again. I just got to get into my combo faster. And I think that honestly is going to be a huge part of it. I don't know specifically what cards could have really changed to that, because at the end of the day, if both of your combos say, oh, I have the exact answer to it, it's hard to really be like, oh, I need to scrap this whole strategy, or this won't be effective going into game 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to also encapsulate the mindset of it too, because oftentimes we talk about these top players, it's about the tech choices, the card sequencing, but as we're going into this game 2 here, starting with the Pelquarius, it also is important to keep a good mental game, so it's a great point to bring up for these casters. Pelquarius here, maybe to fetch Foamy this early would be really nice for Super Insane.
We're going to be going in and searching. I think you are right. The Foamy Champion of Aphrodite coming out here. I don't know if we're going to be activating its effect, going in and searching the Lokagon, or if we're going to hold it off for a little bit and see what the next turn looks like.
Setting 1 here from Super Insane, and thinking about maybe setting another one and passing over to Shadowstorm. A point that Shadowstorm might have here is to maybe go for Krakatuga early to start just going for a defensive play, sitting on those counter runes again. And we have a Champ Galaxy coming in.
Okay. Galaxy, please. I really want to see the Aphros Magneros stuff. I want to see how that works in this deck. I think it's cool. And also I want Shadowstorm to teach me how to play it right now. So that when I inevitably am in the Discord like, hey, who wants to run some games, I can terrorize them properly.
And I think we're opting to go for a, again, low to the ground portion here. We're talking about how Lokagon sometimes likes to switch up pace and tempo inside of this game. And Champ Galaxy is going to be allowing them to do that, as a Foamy going to activate its effect to search an Aphrodite comes in from Super Insane. Again, just bringing resources and trying to play this one a little slow as well.
Immediately met by a poison-tipped arrow, which I understand. You want to make sure that there's nothing that Super Insane next turn can ascend over, get into Lokagon, because Super Insane's goal here is to get into the combo as quickly as possible. Shadowstorm's goal here is to make sure that does not happen.
Yeah, it's an interesting push-pull dynamic that I am just waiting for the dominoes to drop. When is Super Insane going to fire off this combo? When is Shadowstorm going to eruption all over the board? And I think out of those two outcomes here, we've already seen one of them before. And Super Insane, we're waiting on you to cast out double Lokagon, triple Lokagon, the World of Zero Ocean, or Oyster, or Oistillery, one of the three.
Yeah. Here comes the other Foamy.
Moving on.
Yeah. So on that, probably going to be seeing the secondary effect, if not now, then later, to go and get that Lokagon. Let Shadowstorm know that it is, in fact, almost time. See if we're going to deploy that now or hold on to it. To set 1. No. Probably the same one that he was deliberating about at the end of last turn.
Yeah, if you're Shadowstorm here.
Like, what's going on?
Do you think that Super Insane could be afraid of potentially a Hurricane?
In this list, I think it really depends. If they are running Magneros, then I think the answer is yes. If you already have the water and the thunder, then surely not too hard to add a wind. But Cyanectar coming out. Okay, so Shadowstorm saying, you know what? Actually, making sure that nothing sticks on your board feels great and awesome. I'm gonna keep doing that. I imagine this is a sideboard.
Pandora's
Elestral.
boxing the Cyanectar. Again, come again for Big Fudge. You're playing Earth Spirits in this list, and also you're playing the Pandora's box to retaliate.
Necref Argo gonna be milled.
This
Ooh.
is so funny. We have almost a traditional 5s list, big body beatdown coming down from Shadowstorm, and Super Insane playing one of the best decks inside this format.
Yeah, this, I mean, looks completely different from what we saw in the first game. Super Insane now having the opportunity. I mean, we know that foamy, there we go, is in hand. We see the foamy effect going off here to go in and grab a 2-drop water Elestral. I wonder what that could be. Anyone's guess.
Kaylin, do you happen to know? I can't do this bit because everyone can't see me. Do you happen to know what time it might be? It might be as I'm tapping my wrist and I'm looking at people with watches and saying it might be time. A Gorgon's Gaze coming down here would be rough on this Tadpuff, but oh my god, does anyone have the time? Please.
Well, tell us what time it is.
It might be lock a clock. As a Gorgon's Gaze comes in to stop this Tadpuff in to Ascension here.
But it's okay. Surely he won't have the second Gorgon's Gaze. Just use Aphrodite, get the second Tadpuff. It will be fine. Surely it will work this time.
It's gonna work. It's gonna have to work this time, as Aphrodite only has 1 spirit on it, and Shadowstorm here again putting Super Insane in a pretty good position, or pretty challenging position. Rather to say, you can search either this Tadpuff or Lockagon. Better have both.
Or the second Aphrodite.
Or the second Aphrodite.
Just have another Aphrodite.
Just have an Aphrodite. It's just that easy.
Mm-hmm. There we go. We see the second Tadpuff coming out here. And I saw the reach for that back row. I was like, I swear if that is another Gorgon's Gaze. Whew. Now we see the Ascension into that Champ Lockagon that was just grabbed from the foamy effect. Here we go. Now, what time is it, Swole?
It is, of course, if anyone's hearing this, it is now lock-o-clock. Let's see the second one come in.
Oh, goodness.
Opting to go for the heal here. Super Insaine's going to be casting out the big Lockagon. Do we have a second Lockagon? Looks like we're activating the effect to do so.
Here we go.
Okay, the first effect to heal looks like there was some deliberation. Maybe I'm trying to play around Spoiled Fruit and just saying, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah. And the second... Listen, what did I say?
What did I
say? Just have it. Go in, search the Lockagon. If you're Super Insane, which Lockagon are you grabbing right now?
What's really funny? I think you might even opt to go for the Champ Lockagon here. Like, yes, the OG is really nice, which it looks like they're going to go for, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But there is a reasonable level here to say that you could go for Champ Lock and try to build up a big wide board, and then next turn be almost insulated and pop a billion things too. But I don't know. You tell me. So we have the OG Lockagon coming down here, and just as simple as having the second Aphrodite. It's almost like you play this deck. It's crazy. I
mean, hey, there goes the heal effect. Although I have to agree. I think there was some merit to grabbing the Champ Lockagon. Oh my goodness, Shadowstorm.
Sure.
Is that Sirocco of Notice?
Roko.
Okay. So now we are going to have to pay more every time we cast something? Is that the effect of Sirocco of Notice?
Pay to attack. So the idea with this one is if it's not wind or fire enchanted, you do have to expend spirits in order to attack, which means that Shadowstorm might be putting Super Insane on you can clear my board, but I doubt you have the spirits for it. Before you get your funny up, you got to get that money up just a little bit. Got to have the extra cash to spend.
This is incredible. I mean, Hey, that second champ Logagon's looking pretty good right about now, actually.
Wow. This is so interesting. Shadow Storm here, as Superintendent opts to pass the turn, doesn't have the spirits they want to expend. That definitely could be a side deck option that Shadow Storm is running, as a lot of decks this format are getting really ridiculously low on spirits anytime they're making their big pushes.
Whereas Shadow Storm just has nothing but money to spend or burn, if you will.
Shadow Storm saying, I got money in the bank. Shawty, what you think about that?
I think that we've casted something that is...
OG Small Tuga.
Thank you. It was a pixel and a half.
Bumblebee Tuna. It is going to grab out, and I think that might be the Kinleo here, if not for another Necroth that we saw a bit ago. Oh, no, that is the Volcaries that it's searching out to the hand. Getting the Hephaestus engine online.
Okay. So we are really doing it to him at this point. And Super Insane...
And letting you cast with Kale a little bit too long. No way that you just said doing it to her. That's incredible. I'm going to go ahead and hit into that Tad Puff here and take a defensive stance with the defense position Galaxy.
Okay. And going into this next turn, I mean, that set card is so suspect to me. I'm like, Shadow Storm, what all are you cooking with? Please.
It's also very dangerous. If that's another Sirocco here, or if that's a perfectly timed spoiled fruit, then Super Insane's board just goes away. But that's an Aepharos coming in here as a wind cast.
Okay, I guess for a potential Sirocco if that comes out again.
And gonna go for the special cast of the Aepharos, making a large. This board looks eerily familiar. Evo Vamp, are you in the room with us right now? This is a very threatening board. The one Wind Spirit also somewhat plays around another Sirocco, which is cute, but let's see if it works.
Okay, there goes the Cyanectar. And we're deciding what is swinging over what and when and how and why. Seems like, okay, base Locagon going through uncontested, and now we simply have the Small Tuga here, which neither of the Aepharos are able to do too much about.
I just saw Super Insane spirit count. Do you happen to know how many spirits Eruption does burn for?
Uh-oh. That many.
Uh-oh.
It burns for that many. That being said, though, if Shadow Storm can't get a second Eruption or burn effect and can't deal with this board, it does not mean the Super Insane is out of this.
Absolutely. And that's kind of the ticking clock we have now, going for a Volcaries on the board to search for Hephaestus.
That was searched, yep.
And Shadow Storm's going to take their time with this one to maybe build up those eruptions. This explosion is going to be huge when it does happen.
We are in a position now where if Super Insane has an Ambrosia, you need to deploy it yesterday and really get ready for what's coming here, because here goes the Hephaestus. And with the extra spirit on it, that does make me suspicious about what the next turn is going to be.
Extra spirit on. There's a Poison Tunic, which could even be deployed now and hitting over, let's say, the Aepharos and having an extra burn on 2 for the Super Insane. Yeah, you're right. Very suspicious on this board. This is no longer fictitious. This is within grasp for a Shadow Storm.
Yeah, I'm hearing the Jaws theme, but it is not for the sea monsters on Super Insane side of the board here. There is something lurking in these waters.
Something's in the water. Let's go for...
Oh, the Poison Tunic coming out!
There it is. 2 Fire Spirits on the board for it.
Poison Tunic plus Eruption. Does it?
Onto the Champ Locagon, as it's probably a good threat to try to hit over here. Super Insane is going for a spirit count. See how this shapes out. This could be Shadow Storm's top 8 game to win. Super Insane, do you have an answer here?
I don't know. We are not reaching for that the back row with any sort of quickness, Tsunami would go crazy.
Lockgon goes down, and that's going to be 2 expended spirits off of this poison tunic.
Oh, with only 1 spirit left.
This is
Oh,
very scary.
Especially, I mean, hey, if Champ Maltuga comes out next turn, that's all she wrote.
You don't even need to ascend in that Krakatuga. Absolutely. This is 1 spirit left. Just checking to make sure it's there. Because you pray that it is there. This Lockagon on Super Insane Field is huge, though. And yes, Shadowstorm has a back row set, but this is not necessarily unobtainable. 6 spirits is very much within control. So, like you said, Ambrosia could be huge here. There's got to be some sort of play to make Ascend over into another Lockgun, heal 1, pop 1. Lockgun has a lot of different options and is never quite out.
However, with this, I mean, if that set card is, for example, an Argo, which we know is being run in this list, that also would kind of be all she wrote. We do see the Magneros coming out here, though. Also, Wind Enchanted.
Yeah, 3 5s and a baby here. We have a swing into the Volcaries.
Oh.
Okay. Lock on into the small Tuga. Goes down.
Okay.
Swing for 2.
And then swing for 2. Shadowstorm letting this happen. I don't know that this is a good sign. I'm still suspicious. I don't know.
Windmill slam this eruption if you got him. You were right 100% if we do see the small Tuga coming down. It's a fire spear on the board for Kinleo.
Oh, Kinleo. Okay. So maybe the Hephaestus was just there as a Nexus bank.
A Nexus bank, indeed. I think we have Kinleo here, Nexusing, going to target the Lockgon Destroy. This is the biggest threat body. Super Saiyan says that has to be okay. With 3 5s, Kinleo has to deal with now. Yeah.
So, well, I think we only have 1 5.
Oh, we're trying to... That's it. Wait a minute, because the Magneros is not properly enchanted.
Yeah,
it's
we
not counted
have
as
the
Aphros. You're
wind
right.
spirits under both Aphros and Magneros. Oh, so that is all she wrote. GG's to both Super Insane and Shadowstorm. Shadowstorm is going to be moving on to the semifinals today with Krakatuga Burn-ish? Kinda?
Krakatuga Burn. Wow. We saw it earlier in the broadcast and some of the power plays it can make, and that was a good example of the flip side of the coin where, yes, you can have these eruptions, and yes, you can have the Krakatuga, but that low to the ground fire artifact strategy we saw emerge inside of Firestorm still got it.
I mean, this is what we've been talking about, where there are a lot of shiny new toys and everyone's so excited to play with them. However, casters who are looking back and saying, oh, this strategy is still crazy, are ones who are, first of all, getting to play on these familiar lists that you know all the lines, you know how to play against certain things, and you know how to play the game out, like we just saw with Shadowstorm there. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I was the entire last bit. I was like, what's about to happen? What's about to happen? Does anyone know? Is this an eruption? What's going on? But Kinleo, we knew that Kinleo was searched earlier, I think.
Yeah, the one of Nexuser for the fire engine is still very strong. And the way that game plays out at the end there, the simplest point A, point B in the line, Nexus, swing 1, deal 1 damage extra. Super Insane did not have the shield or Gorgons to particularly stop that. And it's a very rough position to be in. Lockdown has a lot of different ways to do it. And I think we did see a lot of potential there, being able to put it out on the line and just say, deal with my big 2 water dragons. Super Shadow, I'm getting my names mixed up here. Shadowstorm did, in fact, deal with that. So congratulations to Shadowstorm. And also, congratulations to Super Insane for making it into another top 8, second top 8, 1 year apart from the other one. And you know, you can't teach old dogs new tricks, but apparently you can teach them Lockgon combos. You
absolutely can. And I don't think that means that Lock is necessarily out of top cut. If I had to guess, I don't know for sure, but we may be seeing a bit more from that. But I am going to need that list. I need that fire artifact list That looks so fun. I love the way that it plays and all the different lines. The Magneros being in there. Well, we know that there's Aetheros, at least. I don't know if there's Magneros. But yeah, and regular small Tuga, just truly a menagerie appeared before
the
us.
Earth Spirits with Cynectar. Is there Wasp Ivy teched in here? Like, what is going on? I'm bad with spirit math. That's historic, right? We have proven evidence for that. So I can't imagine the absolute mini game of trying to balance that all out. But that, you're right. That deck looks super fun and incredibly cool. Can't believe that came up again.
I know, we saw it earlier and it was like, yeah, that's good enough for me. I was really hoping to see this list, and by golly, we did. But no,
nice.
Here it is in Top Cut, not just Top Cut, but semifinals.
Yeah, and showing off against one of the best decks inside of the format currently, Lakagon, several combos ahead of itself. And I would love to see this burn list really show out here. And a couple close games, though. Can it contend long term? I guess we'll have to see inside this top 8. But how do you think players, knowing now that Shadowstorm is on this eruption-based deck, do you think that's going to change their play style at all?
I mean, don't get to 3 spirits. You got to keep an eye on that spirit count. If there are fire spirits in the sideboard, bring those in. But people haven't really, I mean, at the end of Firestorm, people were absolutely teching for possible eruption shenanigans. I don't think that that's been on people's radar necessarily because they've been so afraid of Lakagon. We haven't really been seeing people teching for eruption.
Yeah, which might be the perfect time for Shadowstorm to slide in and take their victory here. It'd be really cool to watch a somewhat niche strategy take this over the big dogs in the room. So I 100% agree. I think that unless our casters are prepared for some sort of burn, whether it be in mind, body, or Aphrodite's soul, mates, I think that we'll have to see. And
with that, there is much more to be seen as we are going to be going into semifinals. To prepare for that, we're going to take a quick break. And when we get back, Swole will be joined by Caleb, and I will see you all again in the finals. So we will be right back.
And welcome back after a short break here, continuing on with our top cut matches for this Elestrals October 11th, 2025 webcam premiere. A lot of explosive matches here today, and I cannot wait for more. Nelly is in the room with us tonight. It's getting hot in her after some eruption and some explosive placement. Krakatuga Burn player. Caleb, as a previous top cutter with Krakatuga as well, how did you feel about that one?
You know, I was torn because on one hand, I love to see Krakatuga doing well. It's been so long since we've seen it really be able to scrape up there into top cut. On the other hand, wow, double Gorgons, Sirocco of Notice, like, I don't know, there's the good and the bad. There's also, my boy Super Insane. Love to see him make it further, but also just proud that he made it this far in the first place. And we get to keep seeing Eruption go on, and that's exciting. I'm a big fan of Krakatuga.
Yeah, I think after a lot of our casters here today, it's really cool to see both insane tech options and insane players. And as we're moving on to our top 8 bracket here, we have our top 4 matches that have been solidified. It was pretty swift after that one was done, so we're going to hop into the actions here soon. But taking a look at this bracket here today, a lot of familiar names, actually. 2 of them specifically, which are terrifying. And we saw Shadowstorm also put on a clinic here. We've got Julian versus Jack Keener, and Bean Soldier versus Shadowstorm.
Yeah, Jacques is someone that I met at Kissimmee. Super nice guy. I don't know this for certain, but I believe they maybe we'll see this if we end up watching them. I believe they might be on Kier's list from Kissimmee. I gotta check all my messages, but somewhere in a chat, I'm pretty sure Kier said that Jacques hit them up for their list and some tips. So, it might be, we might be seeing a clash, a return of the Kissimmee finals in Lockagon versus BlueStacks. But the other side of the bracket, Bean Soldier, someone that took you, I believe the same list as you to Kissimmee, that solar list, facing up against the Krakatuga player Shadowstorm that we just saw in feature.
Yeah, I think that it's there's one notable exception to Josh and I's list, which between him and I think that there's very solid showcasing of the solar arsenal. From experience in playing against that matchup, it's going to come down to, can Bean Soldier manage those spirits effectively against that Eruption onslaught? And for Julian, I can only assume that they're one of their favorite decks inside of the entire world. God forsakes is a tattoo of it, of course. And if you're saying that Jacques is on a list similar to Kier, then I think that might just be as explosive as the finals of Kissimmee, which was crazy to watch.
Yeah, well, and I think that if anything, this will bode. If that's the case, that'll bode well for Julian, because this is a matchup that Julian has played a lot. In fact, he's played against this exact deck a lot versus Jacques, who I do not believe. I have to check. I don't believe he goes to my locals, and so I don't believe he has the same matchup experience into Lockagon. But I imagine has had quite a bit playing in the event today, with Lock being our third most represented deck on the day.
Yeah, and it looks like as we're going into our top 4 here, we can confirm we're going to be watching Julian versus Jacques here, the Battle of the Jays, as we are going to be going into this top 4 match. And with that being said, too, we were just talking about this matchup, saying that Julian might have extremely good practice against this. Julian having, as well, one of the best players in Elestrals with 6 Premier Tops and is a previous champion. That's absolutely insane. And Jacques getting second place at a regionals once too, so definitely knows what they are doing inside of Elestrals here. So I love a first time opener versus a seasoned veteran.
Yeah, you love to see it, and it's crazy just to see the number of top cut conversions Julian has, and the fact that I haven't seen him in a top cut for a little bit now. And so the fact that, he's here, he's got his favorite deck, his favorite Elestral, and he locks in and is able to make it to top 4. He's no slouch. he's been grinding in the off hours between his last Premier finishes and now. He used to be a Pent player during Firestorm and just never really converted well for him in tournament. But here he is. This is his deck. This is his time. And Jacques is here to say, I know that you've got all this experience. You've got, creds, but I'm going to show you that, anyone can do it. And I mean, what a story either way.
Yeah, this is a proving ground match for these two. Can Julian repeat success and capture lightning in a bottle twice with another Premier Championship moving on to the finals here? Or can Jacques ice them out in their tracks and prove that a newcomer in this game has just as much an ability to make it to the finals once again? We saw it with Evo Vamp 2, the previous Kissimmee champion. And I'm curious to see the differences here. From watching the finals of Kissimmee, it really came down to a few key moments and key cards. And so depending on tempo too, I'm wondering how Julian plays this match differently than someone like Evo, right? Different builds, from my understanding, kind of different ideas on how to play the deck. And from my own butt getting bruised by Julian beating me constantly. I wasn't a water believer until Julian, and now I believe. I saw her face, and it's beautiful.
Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Aphrodite soulmate to bring back Lockagon, effect to heal, effect to pop. I do
Absolutely
think that
insane.
I think Julian also has just a really solid main deck, because I've been talking with him, between Kissimmee and now, talking about changes to the deck, changes to the main list. Something that he and I were talking about was playing Chronodile as a side option to just absolutely obliterate any deck that wasn't exactly Blitzstrix and Solar. And I believe that he didn't end up going with that just due to lack of practice time. But he has made some changes to the main deck, to my knowledge, that I think should allow it to have a better matchup into something like Blitzstrix, maining some of those cards that other people would expect to see as side deck cards, since he knows that, Blitzstrix Solar are some of the harder matchups for this deck, while you should have an easier time with things like the Dionysus or Artemis, Lunar Suppression, these types of decks.
And as we're going into here, ready to kick off our top 4 match here. Previous champion Julian against Jacques. Let's see when ready. Looks like both players are casting up there. The Atlanta Ash Rabbit sleeves here are really funny. Reverse into the main deck. That's typically only reserved for a side deck or a spirit deck shenanigans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just built like that. He has so many of those. He's the one that brought it together for us and bought the set of those sleeves for the whole gang. And so he has a bunch extra that no one ended up picking up, but it looks like we're getting into it. And Julian's starting off with that reverse Stellar Foamy. Our whole locals team came together to help him put together this deck absolutely blinged out. So you're probably going to see some cards that I gave to him in trades as a part of getting him every single card he needed so that he could just flex these beautiful cards.
Yeah, I didn't even know that Foamy came in a reverse Stellar. I'm behind on the times. It's gorgeous.
And Foamy searches Aphrodite. Aphrodite disenchants to search for another Foamy. And now we get to see what other cards in hand we might have. Is there a Nectar of the Gods? Are there set cards? Julian surely at this point is well aware of what Jacques is on just from information gathering, scouting. And so this hand would have only been kept with some sort of knowledge of what his opponent might be on, especially given that Julian is friends with the person that allegedly gave Jacques his deck list.
Yeah, showing off this search, the Foamy here. Setting 2 cards here is pretty necessary because only one card might just not do it in terms of counter rune for a deck like this. Let's see, Jacques is milling over options here and hoping to mill big. Gonna go ahead and start off with an El Diablo here in top 4.
And El Diablo mill 3 with Asprowl.
Oh.
We go to Ascend and we say, no, Gorgon's Gaze. Sorry, that's not going to resolve.
That is going to force Jock here to be in a very uncomfortable position. It's normally, it's funny, early on you think to yourself, I'm going to Gorgon's Gaze the effect to mill. Sometimes you don't want to hit a Cedar Soar, etc. But Julian is like, yeah, I'll just pop the Cedar Soars eventually. I do have to see, though, if you're going to be wasting an Aspral.
Yeah, and the wasted Aspral here is big. You can see Jacques was very much like, oh, we gotta jump on it, but no, gotta wait it out. The
here.
Gorgons is important, but we are gonna rise from the ashes here. Wow.
Early rise. I was just going to say, and I didn't want to speak into existence, a rise here is probably one of the only ways to follow up, and Julian's got to have a second card. It's a PTA off of this Aspral, hoping you're not going to hit this BlueStacks, so saying you do not have it.
Yeah, and I mean, we've milled 3. We have 9 cards out of deck, so it's 2 in 31. We knocked the deck.
Got on the deck.
No, that's a
there it
BlueStacks.
is. We are ascending into the big bird.
That is rough for Julian here. This is going to be everything that Jacques wants and needs now. We're gonna probably just go ahead and use the effect to shuffle 3 back.
That's right.
Likely
to destroy the Aphrodite.
Yeah, pop the Aphrodite here and then swing over with the BlueStacks. No back row. So if Julian has combo in hand, this board clears and we can do a lot here. Tadpuff in hand.
You got it. I was about to say, you're 100% correct. I think if you are Julian, you're like, that's okay. You can ascend, you can mill. That's perfectly fine, because now I have my pieces together to break one of the biggest boards in the game. Lock gun, say lock gun. Foamy to search the OG lock as a B.
Yeah, and this is it. This is the combo. This is exactly, what we expect to see out of this. And here comes the attack position. Lockagon, effect to heal 1, pop the BlueStacks, and now we just get to swing in. We have a set card, last card in hand. That's incredible. Every card in hand used from Julian here. Set up this board, and now Jacques is going to have to find a way back into a really formidable board, taking 3 spirits of damage.
This is insane. I think between the rise being gone too, there's only so much that Jacques can use here to get back into this game. A board clear, almost completely open. The 1 back row set from Julian could pretty much be anything, but unless we have some I Will shenanigans on the back end, this is the lock gone bread and butter. It's I will allow you to set up, I will allow you to expend spirits, and I will just build my big board afterwards.
Yeah, and this Lockagon, I think, is a 9 attacker right now. I believe Julian just counted out 7 in Underworld. Oh, and
yeah,
Julian's
6, I think. Is that right? No. Yeah, 6. Wow.
It's an 8. It was a 6 or 7. I didn't get exactly how much when he was counting out, but an 8 attacker here is absolutely massive.
Surprisingly good water spirit drawing.
he's been doing this ever since he got those little whiteboard marker cards. He's been drawing out that.
Go whiteboard, go. All right, we have a Catarant.
This is the thing to do it. This is the thing to do it. You're saying list of outs. It would have to be exactly Catarant. Oh, and there's a Gorgon's Gaze.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, well, I think that this might be a turning point that you can't come back from if you're Jacques.
Not even chancing that. That's crazy.
Top deck from Julian. Expend a draw. Yep, expend a draw here. We top deck Ambro and it goes crazy. Set 2.
Changing this from a 6 to a, if you want to do the honors for me.
7. No, I think it might be larger than that.
Now with the Gorgon's Gaze gone, Catarant
6-7
is cleared.
Looks like we will swing in for 2.
Yeah, this is going to be a lock walk in the park for Julian walking down these spirits. That Catarant definitely needed to hit unless there's a second Catarant.
That's
and that's going to be a scoop from Jacques here. Julian takes game 1.
Wow, an insane game 1. Incredibly explosive from both players. And Julian just had the exact hand necessary to crack the board. just wow. That was insane. I'm blown away.
I can believe it just a little bit. Like you were saying, Julian is a master at this strategy. So knowing exactly that this is okay of a board state to be in, this is my time to strike. I think that the BlueStacks coming down early for a lot of players is very intimidating, very scary. But Julian, as a seasoned veteran, can handle those nerves effectively and really pop out. As well for Jacques, I think the explosive games and turns to start puts you in a really good position. And Julian did have to have the combo there. Popping Aphrodite is absolutely correct. And so it's just the case of, does this Catarant hit? I have the Rise. Can I hit the Blizzstrix? And I think you play as well as you can there, trying to come back from it. That was a very short turnaround for a game, though.
Yeah, it was about 8 minutes for less than that for a game one. Both these players just absolutely swinging as hard as they can at each other. Just haymakers one after another, again and again. Both players finding the answers and then just having the answers to each other's answers back and forth. I don't think you can ask for a much better quarter or semifinals match here. I would have loved to see this go the distance. You know, I love my homies, I love my town, but I'd love to see this go the distance because, I mean, what incredible gameplay we've seen already in such a short period of time.
Yeah, I think that this is hopefully Julian is wanting to recreate some magic here from Evo as the locked-on player coming into this Blizzstrix, getting a little bit of continuation here. And if you're Jacques trying to get some revenge for Kier, you were saying before that you're familiar with both these strategies. How do you think they are preparing for the matchup? Julian feels pretty comfortable apparently, but if you're Jacques, how do you play into that?
So I mean, Spoiled Fruit is a really easy side in always for Lakagon. I think that Pandora's Box is the other really big one for this deck. If you're able to prevent the Lock Search or the Aphrodite Search, these are all really crucial things. One thing that I know about Julian is he always holds the Foamy to search for Lakagon for the turn he does it. And so if you're able to stop that, that's really big because he's not going to do it. You know, if you set Pandora's the turn after Aphrodite does the search, you know, you're still okay because he's not going to rip it until the turn he does it. So there is a little bit of just like way that certain people play the games that you can notice, and it turns certain pieces of interaction on sooner rather than later. There's a lot of little nuances there, but then Julian also knows the deck that he's playing against very well. So he's going to likely change his gameplay and his strategy after game one. Things like healing on the first Lakagon cast, not going to happen in game two.
And as we're going into that game two now, I think Jacques opting to go first here, hopefully to set up a board and pray that a lockdown doesn't come down in this turn two. See what Jacques can start off with, and it's a Tadflow. Going to start off strong here with an Ascension play into, do we see either Iwooly? Zero Water Spirits in the Underworld. Thank you, Julian.
Notably.
Here's the Iwooly.
Iwooly's big. We get to mill 4. This will be hard for Julian to deal with. As a Gorgons, we get a Brummalinx out. There's a Blizzstrix in there as well as the Narpoon. Brummalinx going to go ahead and search, I imagine, a Whiteout from deck.
Whiteout would be really killer here, especially preparing for the Lakagon Onslaught, the Laka slot, if you will. That one was not good. Don't.
That was great. That was great.
Yeah,
I would
really killing it here.
No, we're going Boreas. Okay.
Interesting. I guess to try and make sure your Elestrals cannot be hit over. Your Brummalinx being a 5 can be kind of funky for Lakagon to deal with, but again, even just one card off of the Iwooly is good enough value here. A set back row from Jacques is a very formidable board state.
Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and cast out that Boreas, it looks like. Something that Julian could be siding is Atlantis, knowing that this deck likes to play the stadiums. And set 2, that's likely, if I had to guess, I would put money, it is Pandora's Box and a Whiteout.
Yeah, and it's going to be a Nectar of the Gods coming from Julian. Beautiful full art there. With, you know, Julian being on a water deck, I can definitely see a Hurricane being threatened here. This is why I think from Jacques having 2 cards set is a little bit risky. As a Foamy comes down here to search for Aphrodite, the combo pieces are now starting to come together.
Yeah, and Helios's Chariot Ride also very much an option for Julian here. I know that's something that he's playing. I don't know if it's main, I don't know if it's sided, but it looks like Aphrodite coming down here for 2. And I think Jacques might have a Pandora's box there. We let Aphrodite come out. No, okay, never mind. It looks like we were thumbing one of those back row a little bit, but we will get out the foamy. Maybe we're gonna Pandora's box this when it comes down. There's a lot of different choke points.
Yeah, I guess it kind of depends on now with Julian having those extra cards off the Nog. It's kind of hard to say, you know, would that be bait? Is Julian playing around or into this Pandora's box right now? And in no truly immediate danger. I was talking about last time too, how you can kind of just sit there, take a little bit of damage, and heal it all back. Even the iWooly now, though, this is going to start to get a little dicey for Julian if these mills can hit it big.
Yeah, and this would be the turn to do it. Do something like mill 4, hit 2, ascend the board into a Blizzstrix. Could be absolutely killer. There's a Pandora's box, Aspral, Snowlit, and a Gorgon's Gaze. This is the worst case scenario because the Aspral can ascend over the Snowlit here. But I think Jacques might have missed the trigger, but we hit a second Aspral anyway.
Yeah, you mill win. You're absolutely correct. There is with the foretelling and the milling back descend, you can special cast that Snowlit in the same run. And wow, Aspral anyways. Some people have all the luck. If a Blizzstrix comes off the top here with the Cetasaur, look at how much damage is represented on the board. This is insane.
It's ridiculous. We have one card in hand. It's like this set has to be a tsunami here to really contest this board, I think. But it looks like we're swinging in, and it's 6 potentially.
Julian is seemingly okay with that. Look how much damage. They're like, yeah, that's fine. I'll take it here. Are the combo pieces in play? And one Gorgon's Gaze from Jacques could just spell doom for our Locagon player.
And there's Chariot Ride!
Take it for a ride, baby. We're going in. This is insane. You have enough spirits to do this. That's right, you do. Can you break apart this board and still have enough with these Locagons? Ton of cards in hand. I don't doubt it.
Yeah, so here's Tadpuff. It's got to be something like Tadpuff, lock to heal, lock to special cast, and you have like another Ambro or something in hand to be able to blow up multiple back row pieces, heal a bunch, and then walk over multiple Elestrals here. You have to deal with the iWooly.
Yeah.
You have to deal with the Asprowl.
Definitely a case of maybe double champ lock into lock itself to heal, cast out 2, pop 2, swing 2, and hope that Jacques cannot clear that board.
Notably, you wouldn't be able to get out both another champ lock and an OG lock because you can only special cast 1 per turn. So Julian has to make the decision here of which he wants to go for, counting out the water spirits in Underworld. So it's huge. It is large. We're hitting over anything on board as is. And I don't know what we want to hit over. Maybe we ooh.
Water spirit
10. All right.
10 on board. This is about to be a big beefy dragon.
So I think that actually we want to pop the stadium here because it lets lock champ walk over the Cetasaur. So I think we have to pop stadium because then champ could walk over Cetasaur. OG lock walks over Aspral or iWooly. It probably has to be Asprowl.
Popping
depending on the hand.
The Boreas. Do we see an Ambrosia come down here? I think
this
we
has got to be Ambrosia. It's an Ambrosia. He always had it.
Healing back 3 water spirits here, triggering the Locagon on the board to target and destroy another card, potentially the iWooly here. Or Aspral.
Yeah.
I think the Aspral is probably the immediate threat.
Either of them is dying this turn. The main thing is we want to clear all these 2-drops in 1 turn. Those are the scary parts.
Look
at
Julian
count back out.
Systematically break apart this board as best as he can. And another Ambrosia would be killer here. I think this would be an immediate play down. 2-card set into combat here.
There's a Tadpuff in hand too. So there is a world where we're able to once again crack a board. But here it is. Like we've dealt with it. We can walk over everything on board currently. We
still have 5 spirits left. That's plenty to play with for Locagon.
Yeah, we're fairly low. but we're dealing with everything Jacques has, and Jacques has one card in hand with these 3 set.
Swing over the Cedar Sword. Only a Brummelinx left on the board. As big and fast as it was built, Julian breaks it all down, chopping the Cedar Sword down to size even. This is insane. 11 spirits from Jacques, so a lot to play with. Let's see what the response is to a set 2 and a Lakagon board.
It's got to be like an Ascension or a normal cast of another Brummelinx. Okay.
It's a decent start.
It's unlikely we're playing a second Boreas, right? That would be the concern here, is that would let you crash with a Lakagon. Yeah, it's just a whiteout. Wow.
10 spirits left. Julian getting into another Lakagon on the board, potentially threatening here. And this is the classic case, just like you were saying, of knowing the matchup and being comfortable here, saying, this is the board state, I've seen it a billion times. Let me just cook. Let me get you into hot water and have my Lakagons do their thing.
Yeah, and Jacques did cast this Brummelinx in attack position. We're going for Dense Fog.
Ooh.
Okay. Wow. So that will let one of these Brummelinx swing over Lakagon. We're setting 2. All the hand has just been runes.
Putting an owl on the board here, trying to swing the OG lock. It does go through. And is that an Aphrodite's Soulmates? I think it is.
It is a Soulmates.
Oh, just like you were saying, we get to bring back the OG Lakagon, heal with. Wait, no, that's Dense Fox. That's Dense Fog.
So it won't get to heal, regardless. But we do get to bring it back here, which is very big.
Huge, even, and it's
put us low.
Not suppressed. Oh. On the edge of my seat right now.
Yeah, is this a Dratagua? Tell me this is a Dratagua. Heal 2 pop. It's a Dratagua. It's not the one I was thinking, but it's a Dratagua.
Casting the Dratagua to heal 1 off of this Lakagon.
And that is Spoiled Fruit.
Ooh. Okay, that's one way of doing it. If Julian has an Aphrodite in hand still, that can put him in a good position. This lock on the other side is huge. Jacques is currently clawing at every chance to get at trying to break apart the board.
Yeah, I think Julian, unfortunately, is just in a really rough board state here. Like, he did crack the board, but the Spoiled Fruit set, there's 2 spirits in Spirit Deck, I think. I just don't think it's enough. Another Dense Fog, a Gorgon's Gaze, deals with the entire board here, and Jacques is not on a lot. Like, you play this out, but you're in just such a rough spot here. You have been since, every single thing on your opponent's board resolved turn 1.
Yeah, and just as quickly as both boards are broken, Gorgon's Gaze coming in to attack step to suppress the Lakagon, gets destroyed here, and Julian is sitting with just a tiny turtle on board. With Jacques, these 4 bodies still have to hit over this board. We don't think they're playing a second Boreas.
Expend to draw. That the notable thing is Julian does have healers in deck. Jacques does not. BlueStacks does not play any healing cards. So those 6 spirits, now 5, I believe, after the expended draw, are all that Jacques has. So Julian can just kind of stall out here.
I think you mean control out here. I think we have. There seems like to be 2 ticking time bombs here. One from Julian's side for heal, and one from Jacques for potentially a BlizzTrix or Iwooly.
Mm-hmm. Those would be the big things we're looking for. And it looks like Julian no longer keeping track of the water spirits in Underworld, knowing that Lakagon is gone.
Lakagon is Lakagon. And let's see what the play is from Jacques here. Just checking spirits, checking the board. Julian and Jacques seem to be locked in here. There's a lot of rhyme and alliteration to this one. I feel like my tongue's gonna be twisted 4 ways till Sunday. But God, I've seen what you've done for others. Hey, there is a rise from the ashes.
Rise from the
You have
ashes
6
with our
spirits
last
left
3
specifically.
spirits.
Holy, Julian on 2.
Yeah, and we have a BlizzTrix in there. Do we have enough? do we have enough to actually properly enchant it? Are we? It looks like we're just getting the ivory out. We're not, or the iwoolly out. We're not going to actually be casting the BlueStacks. Yeah, last 2 spirits in spirit deck. I think we expended to draw into Rise from the Ashes. That's tough.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And it looks like
Julian's
Julian will
gonna
scoop
up there.
from that position. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow.
We're
going
going
to game 3.
Oh,
We're going to game 3.
insane. Both players, again, systematically breaking apart the board one by one. It's no wonder that Jacques has made it this far. I was almost convinced Julian had that one in the bag by breaking apart a board that is so large and insurmountable that Mount Boreas is jealous. And in the meantime, Jacques is buying time until a spoiled fruit is just right. And that is able to break apart this board. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's tough. I wonder if in that board state, it's maybe correct to not go for the Lockagon heal, and instead you just pressure with swinging, just the champ lock, because you know that you lose to a Dense Fog or a Gorgon's Gaze on the OG lock. Maybe you swap that to defense. You just start swinging with the new one. I don't know. It's a tough call to make of what exactly do you want to lose to, because there's a lot of different things that you can lose to in that game state.
Yeah, you have 4 back row set there. Chances are they're going to be one of them. And the Helios the turn before was allowing Julian to break apart the board in the first place. So it's kind of a rough call if you want to, just say, I guess you better have it. And even in those 4. And the chances are high that they have it. But wow, that was incredible. And also, again, a showcase of this match that I hadn't seen in quite some time. In the previous one, we see Lockagon take it pretty heavy-handedly and kind of like these really quick back and forths. But that was insane. Once both players backs to the wall, what can they do?
Yeah, that's where I think Lifestream really shows how wonderful of a format and how wonderful of a set it is. Just these really nitty-gritty, down to every last card, every last spirit on the board, interactions. You got to find your exact line through how you want to break things, how you want to set yourself fast up for the future turns. And it looks like our players are already done siding, so we can go ahead and hop into game 3 of our semifinals match here.
I'm ready. I'm locked in. It is Julian's go on the start, which I think is going to be nice and advantageous to establish a tricky board. These key Gorgon's Gazes to stop the milling and the ascensions is going to be huge as a nod comes down from Julian. We've seen this starter before.
There's a second nog. We set up with the waters early, and one of these has to be a win now because we can't lose too many water early. We do need those to do things with, but surely now Julian has drawn into Gorgons, Monsoon of Eurus, Pandora's Box. I don't know, anything and everything you can to make sure that Jacques does not get to do what they want to do this turn. But here goes Foamy. We're saying, all right, Aphrodite's hitting the board for 2. This is a foregone conclusion. I imagine Julian's going to also already go ahead and grab the Foamy and then disenchant from Aphrodite. We're doing a little bit of shortcutting here. Both players are comfortable. They know what's going on. They know what they're doing. We're searching out that Foamy here, setting one face down and passing.
Well, it all comes down to this, and it's typically speaking, as BlueStacks players go, you want to try and get in early and often. And with a Catarant here, seemingly you can do so. Is this going to be worth a Gorgon's Gaze from Julian again? It might be, but seemingly that's good to go. We'll see the top 4.
Yeah, I think you leave it because it's just so unlikely to hit. And look at that. That is 4, honestly, kind of dead draws, I think, for Jacques. The Brummelinx, Narpoon, Snowlet, and Catarant. Julian using his right as a player to go ahead and write those down to keep track of what is on top of the deck here. And last one's Snowlet. There you go, buddy. Good job. he can read. We're sending the Brummelinx to the Underworld here, and we're sending the Snowlet here to the Underworld, and we're stack the other 3 back on top of the deck. And then what we have, Frostix here maybe?
Yeah, and Frostix, or maybe just a Hero Rise here, just saying, you know what, I'm going to go for it. Who cares? I've seen the lock gun before, but I got Gorgon's Gaze for you. And so I don't know if you fire that off now or you wait one more turn, but sometimes you cannot give Lockagon an inch, or else they will take a moose.
They will take a whole moose. And Jacques really deliberating on the order of these. potentially does not have a follow-up in hand then. We're just set one face down. Do we have a second one? Don't think so. We're just going to pass on that. And now Julian, he's all the opportunity in the world, all the gas in the tank to take the driver's seat here.
Let's see what we can do. Is it time to lock in? I think it's almost time. You got the lockdown coming down in defense position, trying to set up for a wall and a barrage of heals here to come. Passing to Jock and saying that's good on cast to do. Imagine potentially looking for a PTA response, which could be difficult for Julian, but not too bad. Lockdown effect, 2 special cast. OG lock coming down.
There it is.
And that's going to be 1 heal.
Heal resolves.
Ooh. And a pop at the Dense Fog. Wow.
Dense Fog was not gonna do anything for us anyway here.
This is a little scary if you're Jacques. Julian's going to be able to search
Aphrodite
follow-up.
to search. We go get another champ lock. Yep. And so now if we have a Tadpuff in hand, we guarantee combo next turn as well. And otherwise, it's 2 pops next turn. Jacques, we know, is drawing not a whole lot next turn. And Julian now just says, look, you gotta have a killer next turn. Otherwise, it's curtains.
Yeah, and we know, and thank God that Julian took notes down for us and sharing with the class. Brummalinx, not Harpoon, the Catarant. So we know the cards on top for Jacques here is not going to be able to really do it into this board. None of those cards scream to me as able to do it. Narpoon might be able to go for an Frostix, and Frostix to bring back the Snowlet, and maybe Snowlet can hit. These are all big maybes. So we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's Snowlet sent to the Underworld because we knew it wasn't going to hit. I wonder what the next stack may have been Catarant to guarantee that it... Oh, that Catarant flew!
The amount of power behind that Lockagon was trying to make that Catarant Locka gone.
Yeah, and I got to point out, Julian down to 11 here. Jacques has 1 spirit out of spirit deck. A single spirit out of spirit deck.
That's Lifestream, baby. You wake up, blink, and suddenly Zane's got 0. Like that's how it be.
Yep. And here's Narpoon. We now know the top of the deck is entirely different. We know that was the stack. And Frostic search, get back Catarant. Okay. I see what Jacques is cooking. I like this. I like this line.
No, absolutely insane here. There's definitely a way out. And this has to be it, or else Julian's gonna say, you know what we need is a Lockagon all over this board.
A Lockagon-nom-nom-nom?
A Lockagon.
A Lockagon-nom. But here comes the Catarant. A Nomenon. We're gonna use the effect of Foretell 4. Once again, tap the top of the deck. There's the Eye Wooly! And
Wooly coming in. There's gotta be an Aphrodite soulmate back here.
We've got hits back there. The lock is only a 6 attack right now. Do we have anything to the effect to mill 4, which will hit a Brummalinx and a Cedar Store, I believe. We don't know. I don't remember. We have Resting is one of them. And we didn't. Oh, another Cedar Store. Second Cedar Store won't matter.
And the Cedar Sword double.
We're just going. Oh, we're just going to double Cedar Sword here. Okay.
Yeah, I think if you what are you going to search off this Brummalinx champ? I think you'd rather just have the big bodies on board, potentially holding for a Blizztrix Ascension that Julian's going to have to break apart. Which, again, if we're reading that one of those cards, Aphrodite's Soulmates here, that is real tricky for Jock.
Yeah, this is Jock's big explosive turn. Like I said, Julian told Jock, you have to break this board this turn or else. And it looks like we're in a very good position to. The issue is that these Cedar Swords are only 4s right now. My thought of going Brummalinx is at least get to search Boreas, but maybe we've got Boreas in hand here. And we do! Okay, all right. My bad.
A change of scenery here, allowing this to hit over these big bad dragons, and Julian might seemingly be okay with this. I it is so funny to think and look at a board and say, I have 4 big body Elestrals and you only have 2, yet this game is still afoot. We still have them on our hands, and as other bodily, metaphors coming in here, the lock-on is coming down, and that is going to be both lock-ons out. Does Julian have follow-up for this massive board?
Well, we know that there's the Tadpuff in hand. We're only taking 2 spirits of damage this turn. No sets from Jacques. If Julian has Aphrodite in hand, I think, or Tadpuff. We have Tadpuff. We know that we searched the second Champ Lockagon. Do we have Aphrodite or a second OG Lockagon in hand? So we know that we know about this part right here. We get to heal 1. This is a chance. Is this
Second
a set
verse.
Aphrodite? It's a
Same
set
as the
Aphrodite!
first. Oh my lord.
No way!
And she
This
is, in
cracks the
fact,
board. We're just doing it for 1 disenchant. We go get Champ Lockagon, we pop Stadium, and we board clear.
And she is in fact so high, and I cannot believe that we have the opportunity to break this board again. Julian is a cut above the rest, and Jacques here putting on an absolute clinic of this deck as well. I can't explain to you how much this looks like every Elestrals game I've never seen before. This is new for Lifestream. This is the way the cookies crumble. Back and forth like this. Big boards into big bodies into big, well, disappointment for Jacques here as that eye woolly comes down. He really wished that didn't go.
Well, I was wondering why we popped the eye woolies. We bluff set an Ambro, duh. And so now we get another pop.
Just
are you kidding me? So we full board clear now.
Legitimately a full Lockagon Eclipse of the Heart onto this board. And a second Ambrosia! There's just no way.
Oh, man.
This is killer. Double Lockagon twice into double Ambrosia. And this Cedar Soar is, we're yelling timber here on this one.
There it goes.
Is going down.
This Lockagon is still huge. I think it's like a 9 right now. There's 6 or 7 water spirits in the underworld, so it's like a 9, I think.
If there was a way to track that, I have no clue. Visual learner, by the way.
Wow.
Is that only... How many spirits left for Jacques? Is that 7 left?
Yes, that's 6 or 7. Not a lot left.
This is truly a Lockanomenon.
There's a Lockanomenon going on right now. After all those heals, Lock is back to just actually 6 attack here. But here's a Catarant.
This could be it.
We cross our fingers. We tap the top of the deck. He didn't tap the top of the deck.
No,
he didn't tap the top of the deck.
It mattered. You gotta always tap it. You know what? You're always saying that. You gotta tap it.
You gotta tap it before you mill.
Yeah.
But now
absolutely.
we know that doom is imminent for Julian. We have the Blizz in Underworld.
I think Doom's in Australia now, unless we're flying them out. Like this is
Hurricane. It's a Gorgon.
Yeah, an insult to injury on this one.
And Julian just foamies, gets the special cast another Lockagon, pops, swings 7 on the turn. Switch 6 on the turn. Oh. We heal 2.
You know,
my.
This is I am more
Handshake
scared of Julian. It's
from Jock. Rise in the hand. Rise from the ashes is in the hand.
Holy. History repeating itself as Julian moves on into the finals of this webcam premiere. Lockagon versus BlueStacks continues to be a battle of the ages. And Jacques, congratulations on making this far as well as a newcomer into the space. Julian showcasing why veteran experience and veteran play in this Lockagon deck does do well. That was a crazy match.
Oh,
what an answer.
Yeah,
Incredible.
I got a little lightheaded, I think, after that one.
That was really?
Ridiculous. Oh, yeah.
I've only heard screams done one time on this cast before this, and it was a couple months ago. So top of your lungs too. How are you feeling after all that? I'm sure just as excited as Julian.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, I have a little bit of bias here. Julian is a very good friend of mine. And so seeing him make it to finals means a lot to me. I also am just very happy to have seen Jacques make it this far because, I got to know him over the weekend at Kissimmee, someone that I don't think I'd ever seen in the community beforehand. And so getting to know him then and chatting, playing games, just seeing this in the first place is just super cool as two people that, one I've gotten to know recently, one that I've known for a while. And what an incredible set. Like, I do not think that we could ask for a better set than this. Swald, I mean, where are you at right now?
Yeah, you're telling me. Listen, between the explosive match of the fire artifact burn deck that we saw and Julian and Jacques both putting on, and I'll say it, a tired phrase here, a clinic with both decks. I'm both Jacques and chop me up and put me in a salad because I'm Julian. Like, this is absolutely killer. I love Elestrals. Hop on, baby.
Oh yeah, hop on. I'm gone after that one. That's crazy.
Locked in and gone. Again, congratulations to Julian for moving on to our finals match. We will see him soon. And Jacques, first top 4 even, against some of the best players inside of the world, period. Making some insane plays too, by the way. There's a lot of great decision making that Jacques showcased there. And
100%.
And knowing when to hold that spoiled fruit, knowing exactly where and when to place your Elestrals, saying I'm going to go for these double Cedar Swords instead of just casting the Brummelinks, definitely showcases the skill there. And I'm hoping to see Jacques again in some of these tournaments really cook.
Yeah, I expect this, Jacques, given that they continue to keep playing, and keep playing in premieres in particular, I think that this is a name that we will see a lot of. I think the one play, if anything, that I can point to is game 3, top deck does not look good. We stack Narpoon, get in Frostix, and then we're on. And that was just an incredible series of play and foresight to set themselves up for success. And it really just came down to incredible play from both players and a little bit of luck of the draw of which pieces they saw in what order to secure Julian the win there. So very well done to both casters. And congrats to both of them for making it this far.
Ooh, gotta stop my heartbeat after there's a little one in there. I said it the turn before that Nelly is in the room with us tonight, and it's hot in her. So let's check out the bracket here as we're going into. It all comes down to this, and you love and hate to see it, Mr. 1K himself. Josh Bean Soldier versus Julian. This might just be a barn burner of a match, and I'm jealous that you and Kay get to do it, but I'm excited to see how y'all end up chopping this one out because I think I can think of no better people to cast this one. This is incredible. Experience, gameplay, experience casters. What more could you want from today? Happy Elestrals Day, everyone.
Happy Elestrals Day, indeed. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, knowing what our two casters have in store for each other. These are two very good friends to both of us, and so it's gonna be hard to have to watch one of them lose. Honestly, like, can we split pricing? Actually, we can. I don't want to see them hurt each other.
Yeah, it all comes down to this, and there's just a nice little we're gonna walk off together, really cute, hand in hand.
This is a Hunger Games moment.
Hey, odds are in the favor, I guess, but. Julian versus Bean Soldier Josh. I think that we know what Josh is on. Obviously, we know that Julian is on Lakagon. I don't know. Can Josh repeat the magic here and get another victory, or can Julian also? These are two veteran champions facing off against each other. True Clash of Titan territory.
Yeah, I will say the one thing is Julian told me in Swiss he did not want to have to face up against Josh, and they played in their final round of Swiss. And so for them to do it again, I mean, that's looking a little scary. You have to do it again. You beat him once. Can you beat him a second time?
Incredible. I'm gonna take a step back and let you and Kay cook while we watch Julian and Josh cook. We're going to go to a very short break, but do not go anywhere. The finals of your October 11th, 2025 webcam premiere for Lifestream comes up here soon. Don't go anywhere.
Elestria, I hope you're ready to lock in. We're here with the finals of the first webcam premiere for Lifestream. I'm here with Kay. Welcome back, Kay. How you feeling after that game?
Oh, that was incredible. I was genuinely, there are some clashes that I'm like, I have envy that I wasn't casting this, but that one, I was glad that I could watch and I could just see what was going on. Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. And we are in for another insane clash going into finals with Bean Soldier versus Julian. This is gonna be crazy.
Yeah, this is about to be ridiculous.
Oh my
goodness. So one thing I gotta point out, actually it's funny, production just mentioned this. Julian was the first player to win the full art Torchin back in the Moonrise into Firestorm era. So if they win here, they could once again be the first person to win a full art champion card. We were just talking about that in our locals group testing chat. So he could do it. He's done it once. He could do it again. And
gotta run it back.
I don't think he's ever had a tougher opponent to have to face in finals.
No, this is going to be incredible. But I mean, listen, we all know what Bean Soldier is capable of, threatening.
Yep.
But after watching Julian on that list, I don't know that I have ever seen anyone be so comfortable and familiar and clearly just like connected to a deck before. He was playing out of his mind, and there were things that I, as someone who is, I mean, not in any serious way, but I've played Lakagon. It's just like, oh, that's what this deck is supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, you can do crazy stuff with this deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he is really a master of this deck, and you know, it's gonna be a very interesting game. Julian apparently choosing to go first going into this match as well. So maybe he's got something up his sleeve. I did get a text from him earlier today saying that he's lost every die roll today and he's gone second, you know, every time, and it's worked out well for him. So
okay, so now his theory is maybe actually Lakagon just wants to go second.
hey, who knows, honestly.
Yeah, well, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Probably some like superstition going into the finals. No need to change it up. But hey, I mean, maybe that's the tech. Which is funny because the only other deck that I can think of that likes to go second is heal.
You know, that I when he said that to me, I was like, are we just back to heal control strategy where we wanted to go second actually at a certain point?
Listen,
I mean,
you can take the caster out of heal control, but you can't take the heal control out of the caster.
It's true. And look, and he stays healing. That's what Lakagon's all about. It's just healing. It looks like our casters are ready. So without further ado, let's hop into our finals of this premiere today. We got Bean Soldier versus Julian. Game 1.
This is going to be one of the most incredible clashes that I've ever seen, and I already know that. Bean Soldier rocking the Elestriad Season 2 mat, as you must. And starting us off first with a mulligan.
Yeah, mulligan a little rough to start, but better to have a good hand than a bad one with 2 more spirits.
Honestly, this solar list, watching it, you know, all during Kissimmee, it seemed that these players were very comfortable mulliganing, and it was not a make or break sort of thing, and in fact was usually positive if it got you into something better. Bean Soldier going to be picking out this hand, hopefully being a little bit more like what he wants to see.
Yeah, we're looking for Apollo. We're looking for some way to start foretelling. And, you know, speak of the devil and he shall appear.
No.
What was that? That was some crazy brain rot. We've got Glimbat added to hand, foretelling into Apollo and the Leo Bright.
Oh goodness, we are already starting solar shenanigans. Okay, and the Nebuleo going to be able to go ahead and get that Leo Bright here. No way! Can't believe that's there. Ooh, the PTA and the Wind
PTA
Gen there as well.
is really nice.
Yeah.
It means next turn we get to go Winjin, call PTA, and we're cooking.
Yeah. Yeah, this is exactly what Josh wants to see here.
This is a very good start for Josh. Now Julian has to keep all of this in mind and decide how he wants to sequence his turns. This Nebuleo is a 5 at present.
Julian making full use of this little whiteboard marker card here. That was so helpful in the last game, actually, and especially now with all these foretells, it's going to be huge.
Yeah, it's something that I used a lot of actually at Kissimmee. This is very helpful for keeping track of exactly this type of thing. And here comes Tadpuff. That's really big. This could be a blistering turn from Julian here. And there's an Aphrodite.
We don't even need to go get the pieces. We've already got them. I assume.
Yeah, we're going Aphrodite, search Tadpuff. Do we have 2 Lockagon in hand already?
Would be wild.
That would be a crazy going second hand if true. So we get second Tadpuff.
Or are we just having the Tadpuff to have it while we have the opportunity to use Aphrodite to get it?
No, I think we must have a second Lockagon in hand because I do not see a world where we would go for this play otherwise. And yeah, we're pointing at it, using the effect to ascend.
Yep.
Or using the effect to
there's
heal.
The heal effect, yeah. And then
effect to cast. Second Aphrodite!
Okay, so that's what it was.
Yeah, that's...
There was actually... wow, okay, it seems like we've gone underwater here on this camera as the blue tint.
The like saturation or something like that. The auto something's going crazy.
That or Julian is gaming so hard that the like RGB gamer lights are going crazy.
They're synced up to his heart rate.
Yeah. Ooh, we got the base set Lockagon here. Already so much motion in this ocean. I can't even believe it personally.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here, and we're gonna go effect a special cast, get out Lockagon in attack position. We're holding the finger and we're saying we're thinking about the position. Okay, we're gonna keep an attack.
Okay.
Effect to heal 1. Effect to pop a card on field. I assume we're gonna target the Apollo.
Yeah, the Apollo was looking juicy as a target there. And now we're just contending with 1 back row, 1 Nebuleo, and
another Tadpuff?
Other Tadpuff? What do you mean?
We're gonna set 1. We're doing it just to get the Lockagon up to a stat threshold. And so now we can swing for 2 damage on the turn as well with 1 set. I mean, if we have Gorgon set for this Winjin, we're turbo cooking. We are absolutely turbo cooking here.
Right, because, it's been a little bit, but since we last joined our Hero Bean Soldier, we know that, well, actually, just kidding, we're going for the Glimbat. Expend, going to be going in and searching for that Temple of the Sun. It really seemed like it was going to be that Winjin poison-tipped arrow call. However, we got to start moving forward.
Novacore in hand, I think, changes that. So if this is Novacore, woo-wee, that could be the thing to break the board. Are we going to immediately cast Temple?
Yep.
We will.
So Novacore is going to be coming out here. And you're right. If that is a Gorgon's Gaze set, then that's huge. If not, this Novacore is a huge threat.
Yeah, this will blow up Lockagon in defense position, swing over Lockagon in attack position. And, I mean, that's curtains. I mean, Julian not immediately flipping up a Gorgon's Gaze here, so my assumption is we do not have one set. And yep, there goes
Lockagon. Okay.
Bye-bye, sweetie.
No soulmates. No gaze.
And there's Solar Burst!
Oh.
Wow!
Oh, what do we have?
And we hit Winjin off the top! Or Tornadian!
Yeah, and Nebuleo. Oh, yep. Okay. So
And
there goes the second lock.
Oh, in one turn, it all falls apart.
Oh my goodness. We really, I mean, we got the 2 Tadpub. We got both Lakagon. We double Aphrodite. It seemed like it was doubly over, but we're actually doubly back for Bean Soldier here.
Yeah, this is a brutal turn from Bean Soldier. There's so much removal in this deck, but Julian does have to know that that is less, removal to deal with. Expend to draw is so bad, though. That puts us in a really tough spot. Set, pass turn, and Nebuleo.
Okay, so we're just going out with the Nebuleo. We're going to start searching for our Leo Bright here, possibly Celestleo.
Yeah, if
Yep,
we can
there goes
hit
the effect.
We can hit the Leo Bird off the top here. That would be Oazy.
Nebuleo? Okay.
Gorgons, Plucky, PTA.
I
we
mean,
now know-
fortunately, Bean Soldier is not in a rush right now. Between this Nova Core and this Nebuleo even is huge right now under Temple of the Sun with all these solar spirits represented on the board.
It's a 7.
And Julian is really going to have to figure out a way to contest this.
Spirits are equal here in Spirit deck, and Julian's just going to concede. The Champ Galaxy, Dense Fog, and
Ooh.
Aphrodite in hand is not going to do it. And that's game 1. Wow.
Wow. I mean, would you have guessed, looking at that first turn from Julian, that we would be here this fast right now?
Honestly, I could have believed it, knowing that Josh is playing Solar. Yeah, actually, I don't think that's that far outside the realm of possibility.
I can't believe we have Bean Solarger on the other side of the field here. My word. I mean, like you said, just the amount of removal in this Solar list and the number of options. I mean, we were looking at that Winjin going, oh, Winjin call PTA. That's crazy. That child's play. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
We're going Nova Core. Okay.
He just had everything in hand. He had the removal pieces. Julian had a really solid opener, but the removal was just incredible from Josh's side. And that's the thing about Lakagon is it has to invest a lot into creating that board and making its push. And so if you have ways to out it, it does just have a hard time getting back from that position. And so Josh only had 2 cards he needed to out the entire board. Julian needed an entire hand to set it up. I think that's the really big difference that a lot of people are starting to notice, as we've seen with more people playing Solar today. Solar just has so many removal options. Outside of Celestleo, you have Nova Core, you have Solar Burst. These are just really, really strong cards that do a lot without a lot of investment, versus Lakagon has to do a lot more to get the same kind of outcome.
I mean, it's so hard looking at this to say, is it a case of Julian went too hard too fast, or is that just what you need to do and hope that next time Josh doesn't have the exact answer?
I think it is, you just have to do that, because Solar otherwise will just steamroll you, because they are playing so much removal. They're playing so much to deal with your board.
All right. I mean, hey, going into this turn, or this game 2, Julian probably looking at the sideboard. I know that you're familiar with Julian and his play style. What do you think he's going and grabbing? What's the answer here?
I think a lot of the answers for Solar already main deck, because this is the biggest threat in the format. So I honestly don't know what else he's going to be putting in. Or maybe there's things, maybe he feels like Dense Fog didn't do a good job for him there, so he's going to take it out. That could be an option. Maybe we've got a third-sided Eurus, because I'm pretty sure he's maining it currently. There's a lot of different things that could be done. But honestly, he changed around the side deck a bunch, so I don't actually know what's in there exactly.
Okay, a bit of a mystery. So I guess you'll be seeing as much as I will what we're going to be doing, and you all watching as well, which we are going to be getting into game 2 here. Julian, I don't know. Is Julian opting to go first? Is Julian opting to go second here? Because the choice is up to him.
He's going first this time.
Okay, said, you know what? No. In finals, I will go first. And we have the Foamy coming out immediately. Looks like Aphrodite as well.
Yep. Foamy, search Aphrodite. Aphrodite, search Foamy.
We are doing 15 things at a time, which I have to admire. It's like, okay, these spirits for Aphrodite were down before we even got her, and we also got Foamy before we even disenchanted from the Aphrodite. Got it.
We've all played these decks so many times at this point. We're all comfortable. Julian has been doing this for ages. I love doing the line before going Nog, because this means you're less likely to draw into the cards you just searched.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense.
There's another Nog!
A second Nectar of the Gods. Well, that's one way.
Up.
Yeah, literally. One way to make sure that you are getting your answers, making sure you are flushing out this hand a little bit. And this is all turn 1, because Julian chose to go first, which...
Very important.
You know.
Set 2, that's big. That's very big.
Okay, going back over to Bean Soldier here. I mean, that last first turn was deceptively... I mean, it seemed like it was pretty standard, right? But then, of course, next turn... First Light!
First Light.
No way! Cute.
Okay. We're stacking Nova Core. Wow. That's gross. That's really gross.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that we have an Apollo in our near future. I don't know. I'm foretelling something.
I mean, Winjin Call Nova Core could be really gross here, and that's exactly what's going to happen. We got to Gorgons this, I think. If you got it, you got to rip it.
Yep. I mean, there was a consideration there. I mean, it could also be Dinsfog. It could.
Yeah, and Apollo Celestial off the top. Grabbing the little marker sheet out. Write that down. Write that down.
I don't think that there's really much you can write down to prepare you for Apollo Celestial. But here comes Tornadian, which is enough of a threat on its own. However, if we decide to activate the effect of this Tornadian, we're of course going to be shuffling these top 2 cards back anyways.
To guarantee a card, I don't think we mind that too much. We'll go ahead and expend 1, and it will eat a Gorgon's Gaze.
Now there is the effect to no effect, actually. But that does mean that we know what is coming down the pipeline for Josh as well. And Julian,
Chariot Ride.
Okay.
Bean Soldier coming up here.
Yeah. Bean Soldier having flashbacks, I imagine, a little bit.
Yeah, we go Foamy, discard, expend 1, get Lockagon. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to shortcut, put that on top. We know where we're going. Josh can't interact here. We have used Helios' Chariot Ride. We're going to heal a spirit. No spoiled fruit to worry about here. We're going to disenchant, special cast that Lockagon that we searched from deck using Aphrodite. Heal 1 to use the effect to pop the
Tornadian. So there's possibly
5, 6, 7. We are a 9 currently. We will pop the back row.
Yep, that makes sense. Good to check.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is a 9 currently.
Woo. Okay.
There's a PTA.
Okay.
Set 2.
Set 2, and we've cleared the board. We know that either probably Apollo is going to be coming out here from Bean Soldier and taking 4 damage. Julian with an explosive turn, starting off with that Helios' Chariot Ride, setting up a pretty big board here. However, already down to 7 spirits.
You know, that's the big thing, though. We will get to heal more as we get out more Lockagons, get Trataguas out. Ambro, you know, we probably have dug for an Ambro somewhere along the line here. And if one of these back rows is live, there's a Temple of the Sun!
Nova Core. However, there are 2 back row set. Listen. Hey, there could be answers. Oh, immediately flipping this. Yeah. Oh!
Soulmates!
Aphrodite's Soulmates coming out.
And then we get to use the effect to heal 1 and pop a card. There goes Nova Core!
And they were soulmates.
And they were soulmates. And all of a sudden,
Okay.
Julian's in a really good spot, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. I mean, hey, if a third lock hits the board, that's the one that gets you. A lot of people are saying.
Yeah, many people are saying this. Second Helios is a draw phase!
Whoa! Whoa! HE double jockey sticks is what we're looking at here. Okay.
And we're going to cast a second Lockagon.
The second lock of God. There is the third in total. And again, it's the third one that gets you.
Set 2, swing 6. Julian is so low on
Ooh.
spirits, invested everything onto the board, putting it all on the table here. Earthquake has been disregarded from being saying, I won't draw it, I won't need it. And is that a scoop? Or we're scooping. We're going to a game 3, Julian
Game
versus Bean
3.
Soldier.
Oh, game 2 being just as quick, just as decisive as game 1. I mean, I felt like we weren't even watching the same two decks.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. And, you know, all it took was having the right pieces of interaction from Julian. Aphrodite Soulmates, that did everything for Julian there. I guarantee if that was not in the main from Julian, that was something that got sided in. I know that some players have gone back and forth on, do you main it, do you side it? This is where you want to be you want to have it in your deck regardless. Novacore is the biggest thing for Bean Soldier to use to out the board. And people say, nope, it's back, pop that. Oh my God. Oh.
We are gaming today. Listen, we're playing Elestrals, and it is so cool to see. I'm so glad that both of these casters have been able to show off respectively in game 1 and game 2 and say, okay, so this is actually how I got here. Let's make no mistake. Julian said, you know what? Game 2 is mine. I'm going to go first this time. I was being cute in game 1. Not cute anymore. I'm not, no more cute little water symbols on the little card. Actually, we're
locking in.
Exactly. And we are locking in for game 3 going in here. I imagine Bean Soldier going to be starting us off first. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like Julian is keeping their hand. Give a little thumbs up there. Gotta be killer if you want to win a premiere. First light.
First light.
We're going Winjin.
I mean, yeah, let's go get Novacore again. Why not?
I mean, I think it's crazy. It didn't work out great last time, but that's just because Julian had the outs. I saw him pull it to the top of his deck here. Maybe thinking of something else that he could stack. I don't know what else you go for other than Novacore, though. Yeah, there's Novacore.
Okay. So we have the Novacore going to be coming down the pipeline. And like you said, possibly Winjin going first. Obviously, you don't have to worry about it getting Gorgons or any such thing. And there it is. We are going to be Winjin calling, I wonder what.
Oh. Yeah. Hey, Novacore with the temple right up next. That's kind of nice.
I mean, it's like it was written.
Is this scripted or something?
And there comes the Tornadian. Gonna be possibly calling here. I mean, Bean Soldier, knowing what we're up against. Okay, yeah, going for a Gorgon's Gaze could be good. Checking what we have in hand.
Big.
Yeah.
Pandora's Box would be good. Yep.
Hey, do you see something I'm not? Is your feet a little ahead of mine? What's going on?
Earthquake. Yep. Those are all really solid picks.
This all makes sense. And
we're gonna call it. I have no idea what the roll was because it's impossible to tell with his dice.
No, but we got the Pandora's box.
Best part about playing against him at locals is those dice, I have no idea what number is what. It does not tell you on the dice.
He could just make it up each time.
He could. He definitely isn't, but he very well could because I don't know.
No, trust me.
Pandora's Box set here will be pretty big. Julian gonna be hard fought to try and figure this one out. And we're gonna
Comes the Nectar of the Gods. Yeah. I mean, hey, it worked out so well last time, so let's run that back.
Yeah, draw 4 in 1 turn is kind of crazy.
We're really looking at this, really looking at our combo, seeing what to deploy here. Of course, last game, just having all of the pieces, not needing to have a turn of setup was huge.
This will be hard to play through with the Pandora's box on top of an unknown. And here's going to be Peliquarius. Does Bean Soldier Pandora's box this?
He is thinking about it.
I don't think you do, but he might here. This searches Tadpuff most likely. No, it looks like he's going to let it go. Okay. Yeah. I agree with that. There it is! Foamy on the bottom.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah, you definitely want to save that for a bigger turn. And Julian possibly played this Peliquarius hoping to bait out the Pandora's box, knowing that it was set. Bean Soldier, of course, saying, ooh, I don't think I'm going to fall for that.
And it looks like we're going to use the effect discarding. Or no? We're just showing it. Okay, never mind.
I mean, she's cute. I get it.
Yeah, no, that reverse stellar is gorgeous. I saw them, I was like, ooh, maybe I do want to play Lackagod, actually. Maybe I do want to play Lackagod.
You're just like me. A cute little card is going to convince you to play. Thank God, they're just like me. Set 3!
That's a lot of sets.
And Nebuleo coming out. I mean, hey, we can be pretty confident that there is not a hurricane in this solar list. So, I mean, set 3, who cares?
Yeah, what are they going to do? Hurricane?
Celestleo?
Nah, they would never. They would never.
It can't hurt you.
Foretell 4. Double Apollo, Gorgons, and I believe there's Temple of the Sun on top.
Ooh, kind of appalling, if you ask me.
Yeah, I was asking.
No, it's okay. You don't have to. It's chill. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's whatever. They don't even, whatever. It's stupid anyway.
No, God.
Oh, stupid.
In the finals? Oh. Really? In front of my Bean Soldier? Oh.
Really? Right in front of my Bean Soldier? Now, will Tornagian expend here? Josh, why are we looking at these back row? We know one of them's a Pandora's. We're just swinging in, it looks like.
Yeah, okay.
And here comes the sided shield. Just kidding. You would never. No, you would not side that here. All right.
Okay, letting the Peliquarius go down.
And Pelly.
Keeping track of, I guess, checking the water in the underworld. We know that Foamy was.
There's Chariot Ride.
Yep. You want to go for a ride?
Yeah, this is about to be either like really normal or really gross. And yeah, it's going to be gross. Here goes Tadpuff.
Yeah.
Second Tadpuff? Oh no, we're going. Okay,
Foamy.
we're going Foamy.
Yeah,
right.
we're going and
It's
grabbing
like,
the
what? All right, there's Lock.
Okay. And here comes the Champ Lockagon. Possibly, I mean, are we doing the... Yeah, okay, from hand. You already had it. Didn't need the Aphrodite.
Yep, always had it. Now we got to get a count on the Spirits and Underworld. Not enough to hit over, so we will have to pop Tornagian. I think that makes sense. We will go Aphrodite.
Oh, there she is.
Effect to search. Josh, I don't know why you're looking at your back row. You can't do anything this turn.
He's just longingly like, oh.
He's like, oh, if only I could Pandora's box of this.
Yeah.
There's another Champagon.
Okay. And this is gonna get real crazy real fast going into this next turn. What are the odds that we see another second Chariot Ride? Surely not, right?
There's a world where Julian has a second one set, and on the next turn, Chariot rides to make sure that Josh doesn't get to play on his turn. Setting another face down, and we go swinging.
Ooh, yep.
That Nebuleo is gone. They're taking 3 here.
Okay, but we're at least free from the ride at this point,
Yep.
and we can start
is there a
playing our
second?
cards.
Second ride. Bam. Second Helios' blast. Here goes Glenbat.
Well,
All right.
Okay, yeah. Here comes Temple. Here comes
Soulmate's
Novacore.
blast. That could be a little gross.
I mean, with 3 sets, it's a
I mean, you have to
possibility.
play to the outs here, right? Like, what other lines of play does Josh have? We know he searched the Novacore. There's so little other things you can do. Like, you just have to try and play through it. You go Temple, you go Novacore, effect
yep.
a pop. And this is where
Ooh.
Julian says, Gorgon's Gaze, Aphrodite Soulmates, a lot of these things, like, we knew that this was likely to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Gorgon's
Gorgon's
Gaze will
Gaze.
come down. Okay.
Okay, so we're just preventing the pop effect.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah. It does keep Novacore on the board, though. I don't know where this regular Lakagon is at. I don't know how many water spirits we're working with in the
It looked like
underworld.
6?
Oh, okay.
6
Well,
or 7?
that'll do it.
That will do it. Do we have another draw phase Helioses? Does Josh have a draw phase Helioses? We're thinking draw phase, I assume. We're
Mm-hmm.
pausing. Nope. Okay, we're in our main phase. And we're normal
there it
cast.
goes.
We're special
Yep.
casting Champ Lakagon. We're using 2 effects to heal.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this has to be.
This be double spoiled fruit.
Oh,
There's one.
okay. One spoiled fruit.
Just one spoiled fruit. All right. So we will get to heal 1.
And there
One of
goes
these champs goes.
these locker gone.
Soulmates? No, okay.
It
we
did
use the
seem
effect-
like the time there.
Hit the temple, I assume.
Ooh.
Or we're thinking really hard about this, I think. I think it has to be temple. No, we are soulmating!
Soulmates!
Whoa!
What? And
We're gonna Gorgon's Gaze the
Gaze?
Lakagon to prevent the pops from happening here. Okay. We get to heal 2 here.
Mm-hmm. What is this third set? Josh is still hovering over it as if this is an answer to something else that is going on. Somehow there are still 3 Lakagon on the board.
And we go get another Lakagon, and we can now
Oh.
ascend it over one of these and pop again.
Oh.
Papa-gon!
Papa gone. Where'd he go?
I mean, we get to pop anything we want here, I think. What do you pop here? You probably have to pop back row because you can clear no matter what, swing 3 damage,
Yeah.
or swing 2 damage. Oh,
We are discussing it, but this is. Yeah, here comes the ascension of the
Ascension.
Lakagon.
effect to heal. Effect to pop Novacore. All right. And we swing
Mhm.
4 damage.
Ooh.
Josh down to 3 spirits. We're going to set a card, swing, Lakagon Blast.
Did you know that this is what this deck did? Because I gotta be honest.
Pandora's Box.
Are
I think that's a concession from Josh.
Are
Julian
we-
has won.
Oh! No way, Julian pulled off the run back. The first person to get the Torchin, the first person to get the Centaurber. Oh,
Wow.
he cannot keep getting away with it.
He can't. He really can't. I'm speechless. I can't believe he did it. I really thought that it was going to be tough for him to get there. It's just Beanstalk just showing there's a Celestial in hand, just bricking his hand up.
Yeah, and Julian saying there actually was another chariot ride here and a monsoon.
And a monsoon.
Also-
I mean, yeah, that's extra game here because we get to swing it with Lakagon for 3 spirits. We then swing and then enchant from spirit deck a bunch of spirits, and we swing on I think it's 7 on the turn with the 2 Lockagons we can swing with.
Yeah. Oh,
That is game.
my
That is
goodness.
game. Wow.
Our first
Wow.
webcam premier champion for Lifestream is Julian, bringing it back for the repeat. Absolutely incredible.
He did it with his deck, with Lockhagon. That's his card.
It's
I can't
literally
believe it.
tattooed on his body. It was foretold.
It literally is on his body permanently. He's had that tattoo for a year now, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's been a whole year that he's had that. Wow. I mean, it's sad that, to see Josh lose, but it's also incredible to see Julian be able to take it home. His second premier win, second time taking home the first full art prize card of a new rotation of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, incredible job to both these players. Well done to Bean Soldier making it here, and congrats to Julian for the win. I'm incredibly proud of my very good friend here. He did a great job today.
Yeah, this has been such an incredible day of casting. Even those finals. I mean, going from game 1, where Bean Soldier was able to be like, all right, let me remind you what I'm about here. And then Julian simply, locking in. Really.
Bro literally locked in. He locked
He locked in games 2 and 3.
He locked in. That's crazy.
And brought it home. That's incredible. And oh my goodness. Thank you all to everyone who played for an incredible day of clashes. Thank you so much for giving us so much to watch, so much wonderful content, and congrats to Julian. Thank you so much for the judges, for everything that you've done, all the production, everything. It's been a great day. We are currently gearing up to have an interview with our newest winner, with Julian. I know there are some questions that I am wanting to hear the answers to. And I can't wait to hear from him.
Yeah, he's very well done from him, and I'm looking forward to hearing his beautiful voice in a moment here.
And definitely something to look forward to. And hey, if you were here watching the finals, be sure to let us know if there are any questions that you have, any burning inquiries, and we might be able to ask, who's to say. But they are getting it set up right now. Julian, as ever, just taking names from his closet setup.
Oh yeah.
As you did with the previous one. And hey, it's clearly working for him.
Yeah, I went over and stayed at his apartment the night before driving down to Kissimmee, and I saw the closet in its most recent state. Bro has cards everywhere.
Ooh.
Bro is locked in.
Hey, I'm sure you went in and there was like red yarn on a board. Okay, so this is solar. This is what we're working with. These are the things. Genuinely locked in, possibly to a concerning degree. Who's to say?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah. And hey, Julian has secured this World's Invite. Did he have the points before? I feel like he must have.
I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did, but he certainly does now either way.
Yeah,
Go pull it up.
I am genuinely curious, and I can't wait to hear from Julian. And it was amazing getting to see him out in Kissimmee, and then to turn around a week later and completely just dominate today on a list that he's so familiar with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's only lost a couple of games on the day, one of which being in finals. Like, that's absolutely crazy.
The only all-day undefeated caster total. Like you said, maybe a couple games, but
he said one game in Swiss. One game in Swiss, and I don't know how many he lost in Top Cut, if any.
Well, the first round to Bean Soldier before he decided to lock in.
He lost one to Bean Soldier and one in round 2 of Top Cut in semis. So he's lost 3 games total today. The entire day, 3 games.
Yeah.
I also checked. He's currently 7th on the world's leaderboard. I think. No, this is a different.
Ooh,
No, hold on.
no.
No, it pulled up the
Different
wrong one. He's
thing.
13th. He's 13th on the world's leaderboard,
Hey,
and he will jump. I think to. You get 250 from this. He's gonna jump to second
50.
place. I think after this.
second.
Because he's at
No
310 right now,
way.
so 250 would get him to second place. If I'm doing my
Hey,
math right.
hey, Bean Soldier, look out!
Yeah, better watch
1,000
out.
is just around the corner, surely.
Well, Josh is guaranteed at this point will crack 1,000. So wow,
Ooh.
it's crazy. We're seeing the previews they're setting up, but Julian was showing off his Lakagon tattoo, and
Yeah.
it is really crazy to me that bro has this card tattooed on his body.
It genuinely is.
And he did it.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a great story. Like, with your favorite Elestral,
Mm-hmm.
am I jealous that this may never happen to me with Volclips? Maybe. Like, maybe. But probably I have to get it tattooed on my body first. I guess that's the real...
Yeah, I think that's clearly that's the way that it goes based off of Julian. So I think you'll have to, and then maybe you'll get there and you'll win a premiere with it.
Yeah, that you have to be truly serious and really mean it first, and then you will have the favor of the divines on your side, which I believe is what we really witnessed today.
Yeah, you gotta get it tattooed, then you gotta duskin. But it looks like we've got our interview ready here with
Finals
Smolax
was locked
and
and
Julian.
Leo did.
So let's hear it. Let's hear from our premier champion.
All right, we are here and popped in, hopefully not muted on the stream here with Julian, our newest champion. Julian, how are you feeling after 7 rounds of Swiss?
No, I'm just doing the bit like Caleb was. I'm doing great. 7 rounds of Swiss, 3 rounds of Top Cut. It's exhausting, but we made it. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it's honestly, it was great to see you in such these late games too. I feel like when these moments are mattering more and more. You know, in Swiss, you can maybe make some riskier plays, but as you are tightening up into these Top Cut matches against top players like Bean Soldier, what's going through your head as you're going into game 3 of finals?
So I've, before today, never taken a game off of him in a premiere. So every time it's, I'm coming in with the expectation I'm going to lose, but the hope that I'm going to win. So every game feels electric, especially when I do end up winning them. But I'm on a deck that I'm in love with. I got the Lakagon tattoo. I'm locked in. It's Locktober.
I could tell every single play surgical, breaking apart iWooly boards, the controlling solar space. It was wild. How did you prepare for these matchups, and what made you pick this deck? I think that Lockdown is no secret that you are Lockdown for all intents and purposes. Walk me through that process preparing for this tournament.
So most of the preparation was actually helping people prepare for Kissimmee. I did a lot of practice with Josh the week before Kissimmee, just running the Solar versus Lakagon matches. I started by losing all of them, and then I made some deck changes. I started winning all of them. He made some deck changes. I started losing most of them again. And then you put in Helios Chariot Ride, and it simplifies the math a lot.
Yeah, seemingly a card combined with Hurricane, another kind of big blowout card that Lockdown can play native. Seemingly in several matches, I think we saw a Helios drop down. I know that we were very scared of a second Helios hitting the building, and that last one right there, you activate Helios to break a board to control space, and then you had 3 cards set, one of them being Aphrodite's Soulmates. What's the impact of some of those counter runes inside the deck for you? So obviously Helios is huge. Those Aphrodite Soulmates plays were also killer.
So I'm only playing I think 9 or 11 back row, 2 of which in the main deck, 2 of which are Soulmates, and then another 2 are Chariot Ride. So I really don't have a ton of back row because I'm okay with my opponent building boards so long as I have the opportunity to dismantle it. Something like Soulmates is just so good because I'm not playing Magneros, Aphros, any of that stuff. I'm getting to Lakagon as fast as possible. So Soulmates is live most of the time. and as long as you don't like Celestial me to blow out the board, Soulmates comes back, it brings my thing back, and I get to pop. It's the best interaction possible.
Yeah, and you can definitely control that space to ensure those Celestials aren't necessarily hitting them. You were constantly putting on a clinic with that. And to your point of no Magneros, that's a deck building decision I don't think we've seen a lot of lock-on players make yet. That's a hard decision to make. What brought you to that conclusion? So
the Magneros Aphros stuff takes up a decent amount of space. I don't think that you should be playing it unless you're playing the OG Aphros, because the draw is really, draw every turn is pretty powerful. But throwing out 2 5s is only okay, in my opinion. The Champ Dratagua is what I'm on instead. If you have that plus any Nexus Bank, you get to search for Tadpuff and Lockagon in one turn. It's beautiful.
Yeah, early builds of this deck, I think, I know from practicing with you and getting my butt kicked by you consistently, was proving to me that this deck had a lot of sea legs. And you are now the first person to have, to win the Torchin and now this new Centarbor, Helen Rejoice. How are you feeling? And going into Worlds now with your instant invite, how's that feeling for you? That's crazy. It's a trailblazer, really.
I'm looking forward to not winning again until the next set releases. But, I already had my invite to Worlds. It's nice to get a lot more Worlds points so that I can, get closer to that stipend, hoping to keep myself in top 8. Yeah, I'm very excited for that Centarbor. I'm going to see the artist and then ask him what they were thinking when they put Centarbor killing a Lockagon in the middle of the forest. I'm going to have some words with them. But
he's that person to do it.
It was a great time. Glad I got to come out on top.
Absolutely. Lock up top, indeed. Before you go, anyone you want to shout out, anything you want to talk about? Because I know you got some team members too.
Yeah, Atlanta Ash Rabbits. Shout out to all of them. Got a bunch more testing in with them. As always, playing at locals, playing in Discord night before. Shout out to Expended Draw Podcast with Trevor and Sunny. Thanks to Helen for asking me to win. That's what really got me through it. Shout out to Shoebox. I think she left after I jumped up cheering after I won. But shout out to my cat. Shout out to my Lockagon tattoo also. Channeling. Oh, I'm gonna fall. Channeling that energy all day really helped out.
It literally baked into your body. The combos, you're seeing the lines differently. And congratulations, Julian, once again. It's great to see you at the winner's podium, and hopefully more can follow suit and learn to lock in as you did. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we're going back to Caleb and Kay at the booth here. Thank you guys so much for joining us here.
Absolutely incredible to hear from our brand new champion Julian there. Love him standing up in the chair and it says a swivel chair slowly. Bro, that is not safe for work. Do not do that. You are OSHA violations.
Oh yeah, I know that the entire Elestrals team was just like, can you do that? Can you do that? Can you sue us for this? What's going on? But no, incredible to hear from Julian, the first webcam premiere champion of Lifestream, which, if we had a nickel for every time the Julian won a premiere immediately after an in-person open, we'd have 2 nickels.
That's two. Hey, he's gonna love it when we get another premiere right after it open in 6 months or something.
Exactly. That was incredible. And, I am truly so happy for Julian, who, has won this beautiful, gorgeous Centarbor, who's joined us now on the screen. And whoa! And I love to see someone winning with their favorite deck. And what a great day of clashes it has been. Unfortunately, we are forced to continue to assume that Lockagon is the best deck, and that hasn't been contested yet.
Got the result.
So, hey, casters, our challenge to you: brew up the next best deck for Lifestream. If you think that you can beat Lockagon, then you need to lock in for the next premiere.
Like Julian said, it's Locktober. We got one more premiere in October. You gotta make sure that you queue into it, sign up, October 25th. Registration is currently open, and you can see if you can take down our champion, Julian, take down the prime deck, Bakugan.
And it has been an incredible day. I mean, there are so many lists that I saw, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna do it. Oh, this is gonna do it. Oh, this is gonna do it. So thank you all for being here. Thank you so much for watching. If you've been joining us throughout the day, all day, whichever one it's been, thank you so much for watching along with us. And Caleb, thank you so much for casting with me. Swole, who is, has done wonderful interview and has been casting all day. And
Great walk,
couldn't have asked
Bums.
for a better team. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Kay. Thanks for joining me all day and for being an incredible co-commentator for the finals. That was an absolute blast.
Oh, what an insane series of games. Like, truly,
Ooh.
those were finals matches, if I've ever seen them.
Yeah, time to go walk that one off. And with that, we're done. All right. Thanks for everyone for being here. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all in the next premiere on October 25th. Good night, everybody.
Bye.